Good afternoon, people. Y'all know who it is. Y'all know the voice. Y'all know the sound. James Will Williams, DJ Exclusive, is in the building. Had to stream this. Had to turn my volume down as it came back up again. Oh my gosh, all my sound is up on every device. Anywho, y'all, today's show gonna be a good one. Superman came out this weekend, Cowboy Carter tour, and today we're gonna talk about stress. Today on Bonnet Chronicles, y'all. Let's go.
Audio Jungle.
Welcome again to another episode of Bonnet Chronicles. I'm your host, James Bubba Williams, DJ Exclusive, y'all. Good to see everybody today. Hope everyone is having a great day thus far, man. Of course, like we always do, always. Happy Thursday, first of all. That's the first things. Let's give a shout out to some of the people in the chat room. Let's see what we got watching today. I know we just getting started, so let's see. Jet, what's going on? HBX, what's going on? Rich P, 1K Jam Tomb. What's going on, Jam Tomb? Jet is in the building. There, Jet. Pendulous Dragon, thank you for the super chat already. I appreciate you. Juanita's in the building. Mama Gwen, hey, mama, love you, mean it. Hey, Maya and Sarah. My nieces are chilling with mom today. I know they are. Wrecking her nerves. I'm just playing. Hey, girls, I love y'all, mean it. But today, y'all, we are going to dig into some stress related items because stress is the main thing, and then black stress is the thing. So later on the show, we gonna talk about some stress. But before we get everything started, y'all know how we like to do around here in these parts. It's time for some good old dad jokes. And y'all look, check this out. I did something new today. Y'all ready? Look. Dad jokes. I told y'all to come get me out this house, man. I got too much free time on my hands. Okay. Dad jokes. Why did the bicycle fall over? Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired of these jokes. Excuse me. Shout out, Tyler. What's going on, Tyler? What do you call a singing laptop? What do you call a singing laptop? Adele. Get it? Adele. Fire to the rain. And the Adele computer? No. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. They're atoms. They make up everything. Shout out. Mycosis. Oh, mycosis. Oh, thank you for putting that next to your name, mycosis. I appreciate that. Mycosis, what's going on? Aaron Patton, what's good? Brandon Woods, this one is for you. I'm reading a book about anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. It's impossible. Why did the coffee file a police report? Why did the coffee file a police report? A police report. It got mugged. Got mug. Coffee in the mug. What do you call an elephant that doesn't matter? What do you call an elephant that doesn't matter? An irrelevant. Going right to hell. Going right to hell. Oh, parallel lines have so much in common. Parallel lines have so much in common. It's a shame they'll never meet. It's a shame they'll never meet. Parallel lines, they gonna never meet. Anyway, y'all. My last one for today. The last one. Oh, what up, Sensation? Good to see you, hater. Why? This one is for Sensation, as a matter of fact. Why did the tomato turn red? Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. And that has been today's Dad Jokes. Dad Jokes. And not my mama then chimed in with one. Mother says, what do you call a ghost that's already dead? What do you call a ghost that's already dead? I don't know, Mother. What do you call it? Let's see what she says before we moved on. The back of that I'm waiting for Gwen to respond. We're gonna see what she says anyway. But let's move on while I'm waiting for her. Anyway, y'all, next up this week, like we always do every week, we have our top 10 according to ChatGPT. This week's top 10, I asked ChatGPT the top 10 black movies of all time. And I must say, the list is dope. A couple that are left off of there, but we're going to get into it. Trying to wait for Gwen. Mark Saunders, what's going on? So this joke is from my niece. Sarah is what, 7? I think she's 7. Sarah said, what do you call a ghost that's already dead? Double dead. I don't know what to say about these people. Y'all are crazy, man. Y'all are crazy. All right, y'all. Let's get into the top 10 according to ChatGPT. All right, top 10 according to ChatGPT today. Black movies of all time. Top 10 black movies of all time. Let me get this added to the stage. Boom. Boom. Coming in at number 1, we have Do the Right Thing, which came out in 1989. Director Spike Lee. A powerful, provocative look at race, heat, and tension in Brooklyn that still hits hard today. Really was a great movie. If you haven't seen that movie, man, please make sure you do, and let's do the right thing. Number 2, Malcolm X, which came out in 1992. By Spike Lee, of course. Denzel Washington also stars in the movie, an epic emotional portrayal of the revolutionary leader's life, legacy, and transformation. Dope movie as well. It's long as crap, but yes. Number 3, Boys in the Hood, which came out in 1991, director John Singleton. A raw-moving, coming-of-age story about life, survival, and fatherhood in South Central LA. Love it. My number 4 movie that's on this list, and I must say, I love it, is Moonlight, which came out in 2016, directed by Barry Jenkins, a poetic Oscar-winning exploration of Black masculinity, identity, and queerness. When I tell y'all, let me pause this movie right quick. Let me make sure it pauses good. I freaking love this movie, man. I'll probably watch this movie about 10 or 15 times. Saw it in the movie theater, I think, 3 times. And then, of course, when it won Oscar for, what was that? Best movie. And when they effed it up and put, what was it? La La Land. That man got up and said La La Land. They got up there and like, we didn't win, y'all. The winner is Moonlight. That man was mad. Hands down, the biggest faux pas in the entertainment industry ever. You got up there and said the whole ass wrong winner. Like, how did you not read the card? It says it right on the card. It says Moonlight. But y'all fixed y'all mouth to say La La Land because y'all just knew that white ass movie was going to. Anywho, number 5 movie, of always a good one, is Waiting for the Real to Change. I put a lot of Black Panther. There we go. Director Ryan Coogler, a cultural phenomenon, not just a superhero movie, but a celebration of African excellence and Black pride. It also spawned Wakanda Forever and also Ironheart and some other good movies, man. Shout out to Ryan Coogler. And don't forget Sinners. Oh, Jesus. Number 6, we have The Color Purple, and not just the first Color Purple, but both of them. One coming out in 1985 and the other one coming out in 2023. The director, Steven Spielberg and Blitz Bazawule, adopted from Alice Walker's novel. It's a powerful story of Black womanhood, survival, and sisterhood. Now, if you have never seen The Color Purple, let it be the most recent one or the one that came out back in the 80s. Y'all are missing out, bro. This is like the movie of all time. One of them movies that you can quote line for line. You told Hoppo to beat me, and I kill him dead before. I freaking love that movie, man. Not only that, and like, what was the other one? Oh my gosh, I can't remember the line. She was like, I said, fine by me. Oh, gotta go. He close. Start out Color Purple. I love that movie, man. Love that movie. Coming in at number 7, another movie. If you have not seen, you need to run me the black card. Love and Basketball, which came out in 2000. Director Gina Prince by the Wood, awesome ass director, by the way. Romance, ambition, and hoop dreams. A beautiful balance of love story and sports drama. One of the greatest movies ever made. Simple as that. Number 8. Coming out in 2017, we have Get Out, which is directed by Jordan Peele, who is changing the game when it comes to these horror movies. A genre-shifting horror film that brilliantly explores race assimilation and the horror of liberal racism. Bruh. Tell you, man, the ChatGPT is not messing with this list, y'all. They not. They really not. Because that movie is off the freaking chain, dude. Coming in at number 9. It don't get no better than this. Set It Off. Coming out in 1996. Director F. Gary Gray. 4 Black women take charge in this thrilling, emotional heist film rooted in struggle and sisterhood. Y'all, this is another movie I watched in my youth several times over. Freaking love this movie, man. Shout out Letterhack in the building. Love you, Letterhack. But when I tell y'all this movie, it's the best movie ever made. I'm waiting for a remake or a part 2 with a child grown up. Jada's like the mama and she's still on the run. I'm waiting for it. And lastly, Poetic Justice. Coming out in 1993, director John Singleton, starring Janet Jackson and Tupac Shakur, a soulful mix of romance, grief, and poetry, plus that unforgettable 90s energy. This movie, y'all, it's the 90s vibe of it. I fucking love this movie too. I'm sorry, but excuse my language. The top 10 list this week didn't miss. ChatGPT did its thing. Now, I will say, missing from this list, and Mark Sanders had already said 2 of the movies, Coming to America, Harlem Nights, New Jack City, Boomerang. Oh my gosh. There were a few other ones. School Days. How did School Days not make the list, y'all? But it's okay. It's okay. This list was still good, but School Days. To me, honestly, School Days probably should have been number 1 in my book. And I say that because I watched it more than I watched Do the Right Thing. Also not on this list, Crooklyn. Oh, excuse me, freaking Crooklyn, y'all. Crooklyn is not on this list. Waiting to Exhale. How Stella Got Her Groove Back. The Wiz. What was the movie with Richard Pryor? Y'all know what movie? Bustin' Loose. I know I'm sitting here showing my age, but freaking Bustin' Loose, bro. Hands down, my favorite movie. Y'all remember The Toy? If I'm not mistaken, The Toy was Richard Pryor and Jackie Gleason, where he was the black guy, like trying to be a nanny to the little white kid. The Whoopi movie, Sister Act 1 and 2. We can sit here all day and name movies. Jumping Jack freaking Flash, bro. Menace to Society. Don't be a menace to society while drinking your juice in the hood. We can sit all day and name black movies, man. Black media, black culture. Oh my gosh, boy. When I tell you we dropped some SHIT, some sugar honey iced tea, for the culture, my gosh. But yeah, those are just a few. Let me keep moving on because I see it keep going on and on and on. But anyway, y'all, that was our top 10 according to ChatGPT for the week. Hey, if y'all got an idea that y'all want me to do, let me make sure my pad's up there. Okay. If y'all got an idea that you want me to do for the top 10, please send it to me. You can send that to the David had the email address. It's one of those. Or you can just send it to my email, DJXXXCLUISIVE at gmail.com. Let's see what ideas you got and come up with, and let's see what ChatGPT says. Okay. All right, y'all. So this weekend, this past weekend, should I say, make sure I get that removed. Superman came out. And actually, as a matter of fact, I went and saw it last week after the show. And when I tell y'all, excuse me, I will rate it a B minus. I'm gonna give it a B minus. I think for me, it's gonna take some getting used to the James Gunn universe. Granted, don't get me wrong, what James Gunn is doing for the DC universe, I appreciate because I enjoy still Peacemaker, Creature Commandos, the Suicide Squad that he did was really good to me. And I think what it is because a lot of the movies are reminding me of Guardians of the Galaxy. And maybe that's what it is. That's what it is. I try not to read the comments while I'm trying to do these stories, man, but not Lowe's. You got me on that one. You broke me. You broke me. Send that dang on email, not Lowe's. But anywho, y'all, the movie was pretty good. The action was there. I don't want to give away too much, but I'll say this: go see it for yourself. I'm the type of person that feels that you need to see movies for yourself and don't trust reviews, because there was another movie that I saw they gave a bad review to, and I actually loved it. If you want to talk about it, that's exactly how they did Ironheart. They, before the show even came out, critics were bashing it, saying every damn thing. But when I watched it, hands down, one of the better Marvel shows that I've seen in a long time. Now, if anything, it pissed me off. What's her name? Ironheart pissed me off. The character, damn, I can't remember her. Riri. This is my cousin. Riri pissed me off because I'm like, girl, you're doing too much. But if you really think about it, Tony was doing the same thing. The juxtaposition of the two characters, I love it. And the big problem that everybody has is that they're like, oh, Iron Man did this and Iron Man did do that. Iron Man had billions and billions of dollars to work with. Riri had to do what she had to do to get her stuff out the mud and build her own damn suit. So y'all can't tell me nothing about Riri. Okay. Anywho, that's a conversation for a whole nother day because these people big mad, but I freaking love it. Anyway, y'all, go see Superman. You will not be disappointed. I know I wasn't, but like I said, I have to get used to the James Gunn universe and how he's doing things. I think it's moving in the right direction. Yeah, and the slate of movies that he has coming up, I really think it's going to be good. All right, y'all, moving right along. I like this. We rolling today. We rolling, Nick. We rolling. Shout out to Nick in the background, man. And shout out to everybody that's just joined. I guess welcome again and happy Thursday to you. Cowboy Carter. Beyonce was in Atlanta over the weekend. She came, started Thursday, did 4 shows. I'm sorry, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. And y'all, life changing. The most amazing thing I have seen. Now, granted, everybody asks, like, was it better than Renaissance? Renaissance was a party. This was, I don't know what this was, but it was amazing. It was Beyonce singing like her, my gosh. The mic was on. Her vocals, everything was just amazing. It's this. That's the only thing I can say. It's just amazing. My feet still hurt, and the concert was on Monday. My feet still hurt. My legs still hurt. But Jesus, it was the best thing I have seen. I cried like a baby. Everybody will tell you. But of course, y'all know me. Y'all know I made a video. So here is Bubba's and the crew's review of the Cowboy Carter Tour.
All right, we want to see Cowboy Carter. We got our shots. Happy Beyonce Day.
Yeah! Sensations ahead also, y'all. Now, this was all before the concert, y'all.
On this stage, and I cannot believe I'm here, and it's because of your support, and I thank you. I love you so much. Y'all help me sing that though. You're so gallant in these
I had to pause it real quick to give y'all a little. This is the background music. The version of the Star Spangled Banner you hear is Jimi Hendrix version that Beyonce is singing over. Oh, freaking amazing, bruh.
I'm sorry that y'all know the loudest crowd.
freaking Jay-Z. Jay-Z.
Everybody put one hand in the air tonight. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
Please take me back. When I tell y'all, it was hands down one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Excuse me. It was just like, then Jay-Z came out, of course. Her daughter, the other daughter, Rumi, came out for a performance. But Blue Ivy, it's amazing. Michael says, stuck at the back of tens of thousands of people screaming on my fave music seems like my worst nightmare. You know what? And it was so loud, y'all, from like the audience and the crowd that the sound system, first of all, was it's just amazing in itself. Just the feat of just how the rigging and all that music is amazing in itself. The crowd was so loud that it was damn near drowning out the music. It was literally that loud, to the point to where if Q and I sitting next together, people screaming so loud, we couldn't talk to each other like, and this is no music playing. It was inaudible. Couldn't hear anything. But it was hands down the best thing I've ever seen. Very emotional. It was amazing seeing a Black woman reclaim something that was taken away from us. And reclaiming is what she did with I didn't show y'all on the back of the screen doing some of the interludes. It's just like Black culture, just Beyonce just being unapologetically Black and taking all of it back. Most amazing thing I've ever seen. So, you go to these concerts just to have fun, but you also go for the message and the vibes. It was amazing, y'all. I mean, that's really all I can say. It was amazing. Boom, there we go. I definitely want to go back. I would. Now, Atlanta was one of her close to last stops. Her next show is next weekend in Las Vegas. She has 2 shows left. Every time she comes to Atlanta, though, she brings the whole city out. Definitely amazing. And then there's one more clip I wanted to show y'all before we move on to this, because I do want to get into this stress thing. One more thing we want to see after this. There was a concert creator that was out there as well, too, that was asking people what was their favorite thing about Cowboy Carter and the tour. So let's take a look. I really love this clip. I love this.
I asked some Beyonce fans about America.
What's your favorite song from Cowboy Carter? Two Hands to Heaven. Just for fun. Look at that horse. Look at that horse. That's my favorite joint.
Only God knows. Only God knows.
Only God knows. Riverdale.
Flamengo.
Two Hands to Heaven. In American Requiem, Beyonce is basically saying goodbye to the parts of America that do not serve most of us. So if you could write a Requiem, what old idea or myth would you say goodbye to?
Oh, this.
People getting mad over gay marriage and gay families.
Abolish ICE.
No fats, no femmes, no Asians, no blacks. That gotta go. It has no place in being in our community.
Injustice for women.
Displacement, patriarchy,
Anti-blackness, misogynoir, judgment and hate.
One of the big themes with this tour, with this album, is that we don't have to reclaim something that's already ours. So what are you claiming? My money?
My blackness, it's already in me. It's already in us.
Feeding into whatever passions I have, because money isn't everything.
Did you hear that, billionaires?
DC, period.
I just beat stage 2 breast cancer in April. I am reclaiming my power, my health,
My blackness.
freedom.
And 2 hands to heaven.
Amen. I love that. What am I reclaiming? My time, my freedom, and everything that's mine. Amen, somebody. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. Let's talk about something we all deal with, and that's stress. Be it whether it's bills, work, family, or just trying to keep your head above water in this wild world, stress always shows up. But here's the thing: not all stress is bad, and understanding how it works can actually help us deal with it better. So here are 10 facts about stress you need to know. I think this will help a lot of people out. I know it'll help my black ass out. Boom, I got me a little cute little infographic. 10 facts about stress. Stress is actually a survival tool. That's heart racing, sweating, on the edge feeling. That's your body trying to protect you. It's the fight or flight response our ancestors used to run from danger. Now it's triggered by emails and traffic jams. Child, if that is not the truth. Number 2, there's such a thing as good stress. Yeah, it's called eustress. It's the excitement for a first date, starting a new job, or performing on stage. It pushes you forward instead of holding you back. Now, I experience this every time I go DJ because, I don't know, I feel overwhelmed because you don't know what the outcome is going to be. So I get into it first. On my way to the event, I pray. And I thank God for allowing me to have this talent, for allowing me to book the gig. And I ask Him to bless my hands, my heart, my mind, my body, my soul, everything, so I can make sure everybody has a great time. So by the time I get there, I'm calmed down. The endorphins are going. The dopamine is getting in there and everything. And I'm ready to rock the party. So from there, it's just like, boom, let's go. Okay. Number 3, but too much stress, that's a problem. Chronic stress. The kind that doesn't go away can lead to real health issues like high blood pressure, heart disease, and a weak immune system. It can even affect your body's ability to heal. And these are true things, y'all. Number 4, stress changes your brain. Too much stress over time can mess with memory and learning. It shrinks parts of your brain, like the hippocampus. Wow, right? It is, because I know I'm stressed out sometimes, I'm forgetting everything. Number 5, your body feels stress. Headaches, muscle tension, upset stomach, breaking out. Sometimes it's not the food, it's the stress. Your body is going to tell you when you overstress. Your body's going to shut down and it's going to be like, hey, shawty, you need to chill out and calm down. So let me sit your ass down somewhere. Number 6, your breath tells the story. When you're stressed, you breathe faster and more shallow, but slowing your breath down is like telling your body, hey, it's okay. That's what you do your breathing exercises. In, out. 1, 2, 3. What is it? 1, 2, 3. This something will not bother me. Y'all remember it from a different world. 7, stress is contagious. You ever walk into a room and just feel the tension? That's real. Emotions are contagious and stress spreads, especially in families, friend groups, or teams. Number 8, sleep is stress. Frenemies. Can't sleep because you're stressed, then stressed because you didn't sleep. Yep, it's a cycle, and breaking it means taking care of both. Take your ass to bed. I know it's the pot calling the kettle black because I know I stay my ass up. Number 9, movement is medicine. Exercise, even a walk around the block, helps burn off stress and boost those feel-good hormones like endorphins. Video games. Number 10, your mindset is powerful. If you can reframe stress, see it as a challenge instead of a threat, your body actually handles it better. That shift in perspective is everything. So, y'all, those are 10 facts about stress. And I felt that talking about stress and getting it out there is always a good way because with our current climate of this country and the world, stress comes every day. Be it worried, like they said earlier, worried about money, bills, finances, having a job. All that crap is stressful, man. So you have to be able to do something for yourself to sway that stress and calm yourself down. And I know sometimes that's not handling the problem, but still in itself may be a better solution starting off so you'll have your life and your health. That's the main thing. All right. So the juxtaposition of this, those are the 10 facts about stress. I'm going to put that back up on stage real quick. Survival, stress is a survival mechanism. 2, not all stress is bad. Stress affects your brain. 5, it shows up physically. 6, your breath changes under stress. 7, stress can be contagious. Sleep and stress are closely connected. Exercise helps reduce stress, and your mindset matters. Now, there's a juxtaposition to this. I love that word, juxtaposition. Thank you, Benjamin P. Dixon. I appreciate you. But there's a juxtaposition to this as I looked up the 10 facts about stress, but I also did the 10 facts about Black stress. Black stress is literally a thing. It's your Black mental health. We're talking that layered, chronic, inherited, and culturally shaped tension that's been riding our shoulders for generations. Now, we won't get it twisted. Stress is universal, but the Black experience with stress, it hits different. So let's take one. So let's take a look. Fact number 1, racism is a chronic stressor. From microaggressions to flat out hate, racism doesn't just make us mad, it makes us sick. Studies show that racial discrimination is linked to higher cortisol levels, which over time can jack up our blood pressure, increase anxiety, and even shorten our lifespan. Racism draining, man. I don't know if y'all know that, but racism is draining as hell. Like, come on. Fact number 2, Black folks report more distress, but get less help. Black folks, like how they put that, report more distress, but get less help. We're out here carrying heavy emotional loads, but research shows we're less likely to get therapy, medication, or even acknowledgement of what we're going through. Access, affordability, and cultural bias all play a role. And that's true stuff, man. We go through the most SHIT. Did they? I'm just looking at they generated the wrong graphic. See, that's why AI can't do everything right. But I'm like, wait, that's not the same facts that I'm talking about right now. Anywho, it looked cute though. It's not right. Anyway, like I was saying, we report more distress, but don't get the help. And it's one of those things where if you want to call somebody for help and say, hey, I'm having a mental health crisis or distress, and you're Black, the first thing they're going to think about is, well, we'll have to send a police officer out there first. They're not trained to handle mental health issues or mental health attacks or anything. So why are you sending the police out here? The first thing they want to do is try to put me in handcuffs and take me to jail. So it's always us. We have the ones that have to try to figure it out because it seems like if we want to get the help, we can't get it. Which sucks. Fact number 3, the system is a source of stress. Hey, the system is a source of stress. Let's be real. Navigating jobs, healthcare, housing, and just basic rights as a Black person, that's a daily psychological obstacle course. My freaking God today. If that fact ain't hit home, I don't know what else did. Fact 4, intergenerational trauma is real. We didn't just inherit grandma's cheekbones. We inherited her fears, survival skills, her anxiety. That's called intergenerational trauma. and it can show up in how we react to stress, discipline kids, or handle conflict. Generational curses. Excuse me. Fact 5, code switching. Code switching drains the soul. Ever feel like you're performing to survive? That's code switching. And having to constantly shrink or shift your identity for white spaces, that is a mental labor and it adds up. I'm so glad that at one point I did used to code switch real bad at my current job, just because who I worked around. But at one point, I'm like, you know what? I don't have to do all that. I'm not code switching. I'm going to be me and be who I am, regardless. Now, in certain situations, you have to, well, oh, hey there, Bob. How you doing? But now I'm just like, hey, what up, Bob? You good? Code switching is real. Code switching is real, and it is very draining. So, for those of you that have to do it on a daily basis, I'm sorry, but be yourself if you can. And I know sometimes you got to hold it together, but my God, yes, close 22. Can you imagine being a gay man walking to a black barbershop? The code switch come on, but now at this point, I'm too old to be doing all of that. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? But you know what? My nieces are watching, so I'm not going to address it like I want to. But close 22, yes, it's code switching. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I like that. All right, fact 6: the superwoman syndrome. Excuse me. To all my black women listening, that pressure to hold it down, be strong, never cry. That's not strength. That's stress and stilettos. Wow. You don't have to break to be brave. Shout out to my black ladies, man. I love y'all. Protect black women at all costs. Shout out to Shaq, too, sticking up for Angel Reese. Conversation for another time, but god dang it. Fact number 7, witnessing trauma hurts too. Even if it didn't happen to us, seeing violence against our people, especially by police, can cause vicarious trauma. That's PTSD without even being directly involved. Absolutely. To me, it doesn't matter if it's down the street, 1,000 miles away. Seeing stuff unfold in real time or seeing videos of crooked ass cops and everybody else that have done everything wrong or done my people wrong, that does hurt. It does cause trauma. And we all remember George Floyd. I mean, I was tired of crying. I thought the pandemic was already bad enough, but then you had all this stuff happening, seeing all of the hate coming out, all the protests and everything else that was going on around the time. It was so much. It was so much. And it'll get better one day. I don't know if it's gotten any better. Excuse me, if anything, it's not reported or not seen. But now it's almost like become desensitized to so much. It's terrible. Fact 8. The church, help or harm. Faith is powerful, but sometimes the black church tells folks to pray away depression instead of combining prayer with professional help. God plus therapy equals liberation. That's real too. Now, I know I need to have my brother Ben on so we can have a conversation about a lot of stuff with the church. And I'm going to work on that. I'm going to try to do a show one day. It's Ben and I so we can have some conversations. And I think that'll be dope. But church is a good way to go seek thy first the kingdom of God. Is that right? If I'm not mistaken. And it's good. That's for your spiritual. But for your mental, yes, you also seek God. But hey, you also need to seek therapy, counseling, anything else that will help you get through the issues. And that brings us to fact number 9. Therapy isn't a white thing. The stigma is fading, but it's still real. Let's normalize talking to therapists like we do barbers, stylists, or aunties. Mental health is not a weakness, it's wealth. And I tell myself that all the time. I said I want to go to therapy. Excuse me, just to help myself fix my mental and get the thoughts in my head out in the open. And that's not like talking to just like my mama, my daddy, my brothers, my sisters. I need to talk to somebody that, can also provide a professional experiences or professional help for the situations I'm going through. So therapy, as Black people, invest heavily into it. And I'm glad, especially Black men, my Black men out there, you need somebody to talk to. Let's get it done, me included. Let's seek some therapy. I'm pot calling the kettle black, but I'm going to do it my damn self. All right, y'all. And fact 10, we heal in community. Barbecues, block parties, book clubs, and Black Twitter. These are more than just vibes. They're healing spaces. We recharge when we are seen, safe, and supported. And that's so true, man. Community. So if you've been feeling heavy, know this. You are not broken. You are not weak. You are living in a system that was not built with your wellness in mind. But we are building something better together. So I say, closing, about stress, stay grounded, stay rested, and stay Black. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Ooh, I love that. All right, y'all. So stress is a real thing. And we can eliminate stress, which, my God, today, I don't think there's ever been a way that you can eliminate stress, but there are ways that you can handle it and deal with it. Do something that makes you take your mind away. My stress relievers, smoking, of course. That's one. These black ass lips. Building Legos. I freaking love building Legos. When I tell you, it's just something therapeutic about snip, 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 stuff snapping together, seeing the instruction booklet that's like 300 pages and seeing the finished product that's like big as my laptop or whatever. It's so therapeutic and it gives me so much satisfaction that I don't think y'all understand it, but I love it. The other one is video games. I'll sit there and go play Call of Duty. When I say Call of Duty heavy, I get on there, play on one stage. It's called Stakeout if you play Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Get them up, get on there and go shoot them up, bang, bang, is what I call it. It's so therapeutic, y'all. It's just like, okay, I need to go out here and shoot something because I'm not going to shoot anything in real life. So let me go shoot on the video game. I don't own no weapons or guns. I don't want to. So Call of Duty it is. Either that or play Mortal Kombat or anything. Video games is the way to go. Mario Kart. Oh, and my battery just died. Come on, I'm so close to the end of the show. Okay, so Nick, let's put up because let me do this. All right, so we'll go to this clip and then I can grab my battery. But do something that makes you feel good. Do something for yourself that eliminates your stress and takes you to your happy place. You'll love it. I promise you will. Another thing I also look at as well, too, what I like to watch. If you go on YouTube, there are these jungle videos. They call jungle videos where basically they're getting the jungle and they're making these structures out of like mud, sticks, and everything else. Most amazing thing I've seen. I fall asleep to these videos every night. And when I tell you, I love it because I love to see the finished product. But most times I don't make it to the end because I'm already asleep. But it brings me so much joy watching it. It's just therapeutic to watch. That and rug cleaning videos. I love it. All right, y'all. So we have a few minutes and I have a story time for you. Now, the person that's coming on the screen is actually my band director's daughter from college. So when I came across this online, I was like, oh yeah, I have to share this on the show. So let's check out Story Time with Carla.
Taco by Jen Genevieve. For mature audiences only. Tara has a taco.
Let me restart it. This book is called Tara's Taco. I give you a few seconds to put the kids up.
Tara's Taco by Jen Genevieve. For mature audiences only. Tara has a taco. It's so yummy and juicy. It always looked delicious. It was a true beauty. The smell of her taco was so enticing, people would moan. They needed a taste right away. They couldn't postpone. Ronnie came by. He was a regular. He said Tara's taco was usually spectacular. Ronnie had a taste. He looked confused. This tastes rotten. You should be sued. It must be him. Surely it's not me, Tara thought. Tara was embarrassed, completely distraught. Tara announced, "Come taste my taco. Give it a crunch. Let's see if you're a proper munch." What? Like an eater? An orderly queue formed fast. It was full of ladies and gents. Yeah, no. That looks like a dog's breakfast. Wait, that's not Australian. Yeah, nah. That looks like a dog's breakfast. No, that's not Australian. Okay. Yeah, no. That looks like a dog's breakfast, said an Australian accent. Come on, give it a try, Tara replied. No, not a chance, mate. Offer denied. Numbers were dwindling, the queue getting smaller. As Tara looked at her taco, she noticed some crawlers. I need some help, Tara thought. Who can I call to give me some support? I'll call my sister Karen. She'll know what to do. She had a problem with cobwebs that made her feel blue. I bet they did. Tara was motivated with a bag of tools in her bag. Your taco is a mess. How many times has it been slammed? Tara giggled. My taco is very popular around here. Karen replied, I can tell that smell is quite severe. Karen helped Tara get her taco just right. Now I can offer it to everyone in sight. Be careful, Tara. That's how you got in this mess. Tara did what she wanted nonetheless. Ronnie was walking peckish and annoyed. Tara's taco smelled delicious. Ronnie was overjoyed. Open it up. Oh my God. Open it up. Let me have a taste. Ronnie devoured her taco quick haste. Ronnie got a little bit messy there with sauce on his chin. Tara left very happy. She went home with a grin. The end. Moral of the story, sometimes tacos can be a mess, but with a helping hand, your taco will always be in demand. I know you want to support the author and me as the narrator. Go to the Amazon storefront in my bio, add this book to your cart. Get one for you and one for a friend. Happy reading.
Oh gosh. I gotta say though, no, don't read the books. They funny as hell, man. Because there was another one about the dump trucks and some other stuff. It's a whole lot. Don't read. Tara's taco. I'm good on that. I'm so good on that. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh gosh. Anyway, y'all, that is the end of the show. I hope that y'all enjoyed it, man. Hey, if you haven't yet, please share, like, subscribe, and let everybody know that, hey, Beard Burner Chronicles is on today and you missed it. So they need to go take their ass back there and rewatch it. And like, share, and subscribe to again, okay? And repeat the process till I come back next Thursday. Ready to do it all over again. But y'all, I love y'all so much. If you want to donate to the fun of getting some bubble some more Legos, please feel free. It's DJX3C on Venmo, DJX3C on Venmo, DJ exclusive with the 3 X's on PayPal. Tara Taco. DJ exclusive at gmail.com on PayPal. And Granny Drawers. It's my mama cash app. She'll make sure I get it. Anyway, y'all, I am out of here. I hope y'all enjoy y'all Thursday. Do something good for yourself today. And hey, something I haven't done in a long time. Your affirmation for today. Your affirmation for today in closing is, I believe in my abilities and express my true self with confidence. I believe in my abilities and express my true self with confidence. Love y'all, mean it. I'll see y'all next week. Actually, I'll see y'all Saturday for Like It or Not. Love y'all. See y'all next week. Deuces.
Audio Jungle.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, this Jeffrey Epstein issue is not dying down. It's not going to die down anytime soon. And Democrats would be really wise to exploit the fissures that this is creating within Donald Trump's base. Because over the weekend, a bunch of Trump voters laid into some of his allies. This was at a recent event. And one of Donald Trump's longtime allies is predicting that there's going to be a massive upheaval, that they're going to have a massive loss in the midterms if Donald Trump doesn't deal with this situation properly. There's also reason to believe now that Pam Bondi released a video, which you guys probably have seen. The video she released from inside the Epstein jail, that it was edited. And also, two of Donald Trump's allies had a massive blow up over this whole thing. So I have all of those details. I have more to share with you. On top of all that, I have some related FAFO social media posts. Before I get into all the juicy details, though, please do me a huge favor. Click the subscribe button below this video. It's free, really helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So, on to the latest. So, last Friday, Turning Point USA held one of their student summits. And if this audience is any indication of the sentiment that's going on in Trump's base, he is done. He's DON, ain't got time, ain't got money to buy a vowel for the E. That kind of done. Steve Bannon was one of the featured speakers at this conference. And he, more than anyone, really has probably, out of all the MAGA influencers, he has his finger on the pulse of Trump's base. Well, check out what Bannon said to this pro-Trump crowd and how they reacted. So I'm going to play this for you guys.
It's not about just a pedophile ring and all that. This is about who governs us, right? And that's why it's not going to go away. For this to go away, can we blow the brake, by the way? Can we blow the brake, guys? For this to go away, you're going to lose 10% of the MAGA movement. If we lose 10% of the MAGA movement right now, we're going to lose 40 seats in 26. We're going to lose the president. They don't even have to steal it, which they're going to try to do in 28, because they're going to sit there and they've disheartened the hardest core populist nationalists that's always been who governs us.
There you go. 40 seat loss. That's what Steve Bannon is predicting. And for people on the podcast, they did a split screen of Bannon and the audience, and everyone was nodding and clapping. And did you guys catch Jack Posobiec's face? For those who don't know, Posobiec is a massive Trump humper. He is still defending Trump over this whole Epstein blowup. And for those on the podcast also, he was scanning the audience as Bannon was talking, and he looked petrified. He absolutely looked terrified. They don't get it. They don't get it. He was just on with Piers Morgan last week, and some left-wingers, and he was trying to explain this away. He was making excuses for Trump, started getting defensive and insulting people when they brought up that, oh, Trump is probably on the list, which, I mean, that is their go-to move, right? They don't have anything to say. They don't have anything credible as a comeback. So they start insulting people. And here's part of what one male audience member said. He said, quote, "We need to enforce the laws of this country. And, like you said, Steve, there's no better question than who rules America. It's not the people. So we need to obviously have the declassification of the Epstein files. Epstein himself said that he was best friends on the stand with Donald Trump. So anybody who thought that these files were going to get just declassified because we pressured him enough or you voted harder enough is just lying to yourself, frankly. In 2016, we trusted the plan with Trump, but now Trump has become the deep state." And then Bannon asked him to elaborate, and the man said, quote, "What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles? Why would you go to that island? Why? Tell me why you would go to that island. Why would you go on that plane? Why his top donors? Why are his top donors neighbors with Epstein?" And then another young man told Bannon, quote, "We're lied to. We're getting lied to. The pedophiles aren't getting rounded up. The people aren't getting deported. We're not getting what we asked for." And it wasn't just Bannon who got an earful about this Epstein issue. So check out the crowd's reaction when Laura Ingraham brought up this subject and she asked them, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Also pay attention to her face because she is so nervous towards the end. After she gets the response to her first question, she knows Donald Trump is screwed. She absolutely. So let me bring this one up for you guys.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation? It looks like it's going to be, and now this is like the who's going to be off the island first, right? This is who's going to be voted off the island first. And I don't know what to believe on that. I've been around Washington long enough to know a lot of these infighting stories. A lot of them are overblown, and all these people are friends of mine. So I'm always I want to get the family back together because Lord knows we have enough on the outside coming at us.
She's such an idiot. Yeah. Oh, get so much coming at you from outside, Laura. Give me a break. Did you see her face? I mean, that was not the response that she was expecting, clearly. And then she tried to pivot, oh, we just need to stick together. And here's why this isn't going to stop anytime soon. First of all, we were all told in 2019, the cameras showing Epstein's cell were coincidentally not working on the night of his death. And, oh yeah, the guards just happened to both be asleep when he died. So they saw and heard nothing, according to all the reports. So last week, Trump's attorney general released what she called 11 hours of the quote unquote full raw surveillance video near Epstein's cell. I mean, first of all, where was this evidence? Right? Where has this been since 2019? Why is it just now being released? Well, the video doesn't show Epstein's cell. Because again, they're saying, oh, well, that, those are faulty. They don't work, blah, blah, blah. It shows an area leading to the wing of the prison where Epstein was being held, where his cell was located. And there was 1 full minute missing from this video. So Pam Bondi had an excuse for that. Last week, she said something to the effect of, well, the prison said that this is normal. Like every single night, these cameras reset, the videos reset at midnight. So every single video they have, there's a minute missing. Some BS like that is what she said. That all appears to be a lie, or at least the video appears to be fabricated evidence and edited, because Wired news outlet, and they sent this out to other people, independent video forensics experts analyzed this recording. They analyzed the metadata, and they said that the video was edited. So Wired news outlet said that this was edited. No question about it. They wrote, quote, rather than being a direct export from the person's surveillance system, the footage was modified, likely using the professional editing tool Adobe Premiere Pro. The file appears to have been assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage. And the quote, the metadata indicates the file was saved at least 4 times over a 23-minute span on May 23rd, 2025, by a Windows user account called MJ Cole/1. The embedded data suggests the video is not a continuous, unaltered export from a surveillance system, but a composite assembled from at least 2 separate MP4 files. The metadata includes references to Premiere Project files and 2 specific source clips. Now, they cautioned against making too much of this. They said, we need to be careful in what we're saying and not make too much of this. Don't read too much into the findings. They said, this could be as simple as like 2 videos being stitched together. And just for those who like aren't familiar with this program, this Adobe program, or need a simpler explanation. Basically what they're saying, like, when you save a document, right? You save a Word doc, it has .doc at the end. Well, these files clearly did not come straight from the prison. They had been altered because they had been saved in a different format. Like when you save a PDF, it's .pdf, right? Or all different file types, whether it's a JPEG, it's a GIF, like whatever the file type. So whatever the was relates to this Adobe program. And so it obviously had been edited by that program before being shared with news outlets, before, being shared even with the DOJ maybe. Again, though, Bondi claimed this is raw footage. This is raw surveillance footage. This was straight from the prison, and that's what we're showing you. Well, Wired news outlet had a UC Berkeley digital forensics expert look at this, and they told Wired, quote, if a lawyer brought me this file and asked if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source. Do it right. Do a direct export from the original system. No monkey business. What I find interesting is the metadata shows signs of editing and being sent to the Department of Justice, like I said, all the way back in May. So if they've had this since May, why are we just now getting this in July? Right? Why are we just now hearing about it in July? And remember, as I mentioned the other day, Epstein's most well-known victim, Virginia Giuffre, coincidentally, quote unquote, supposedly also took her life in April of this year. So they're all gung ho, Bondi's saying, I've got the files on my desk. I'm going through it. You're going to see everything. We're releasing everything. This was in February. In April, Virginia Giuffre ends up dead. And in May, someone is editing prison footage. And then July, we're getting, oh, you know what? There's nothing going on here. There's no conspiracy. Epstein died by his own hand and, nothing to show, blah, blah, blah. This is all, fictitious. This was just a smear and this was all made up by the Democrats, which is what Trump is now saying. And check this out. So the Daily Beast reported this. I'll try to bring this up for you guys. So, and they wrote in this article, quote, an FBI agent presciently warned that Jeffrey Epstein would never face justice. Epstein will never make it to trial. There are towels on the inside, the agent told journalist Conchita Sarnoff just after the financier was arrested at Teterboro Airport, New Jersey, in July 2019. 5 weeks after the FBI agent's warning, Epstein was found dead in his cell at Manhattan's federal detention facility. Really? What do you know? Also, back in March of this year, former Trump attorney and also frequent Fox News guest, so, I know he says he's a Democrat, but he's always on Fox and he's aligning himself with the right wing and with Trump. So I'm talking about Alan Dershowitz. He was on Sean Spicer's show. Remember Sean Spicer? Remember, Mr. President Trump had the biggest, bestest inauguration in history of all inaugurations, period, full stop. That guy. Yeah, he has his own show. So anyway, Dershowitz goes on his show and they're talking about the whole Epstein case, the client list, blah, so forth, right? So Dershowitz tells him, quote, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. So again, that was 4 months ago. You have Bondi, Patel, Bongino, you've got Dershowitz, you have all of these people saying there is a mountain of evidence, truckloads of evidence, thousands of photos, thousands of videos. The FBI reported thousands of videos taken from Epstein's property in Florida. I mean, all of this just is non-existent. They want us to believe that now. All of a sudden, there's no files, there's no names, nothing here. That's what they expect everyone to believe. It is absurd. And some Trump humpers are trying to run cover for him. So they're saying ridiculous things. They're saying like, oh, well, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files? Or they're claiming that Biden destroyed them. Hey, dumbasses. Why didn't Trump release the Epstein files during his first term? Answer me that. Riddle me that, dumbass Batman. Epstein died during Donald Trump's term. When Trump was in charge of the entire country and his hand-picked fixer, Bill Barr, was literally in charge of the entire Bureau of Prisons. It's not hard to figure out if Epstein was offed Who had access? Who could have made that happen? And here's what's really telling about this entire situation. More than 12 Democratic lawmakers are now calling for the release of the Epstein files. Other than deflecting to Joe Biden, the Republicans are saying nothing. They're not trying to get any information. They're trying to ignore this whole thing and hope it blows over. So it just shows they do not care. Not only do they not care about these girls, they don't care what their own voters want. Their loyalties lie with Trump, and they trust that he is going to be able to shut this whole thing down, that he's going to be able to silence the base, he's going to force them to fall in line, which is exactly what Donald Trump tried to do over the weekend, which I covered in another video today, so be sure to go check that out. But anyway, I'm sure you guys have all heard that the deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, he had a big blow up with Pam Bondi last Wednesday. It was over this specific issue. So evidently they had this big screaming match in the West Wing, and reportedly Bongino took off work on Friday to cool down. He's considering quitting. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. The whole thing is blowing up, though. It's blowing up the coalition. It's blowing up the podcaster world. I have another video on that today. There was a MAGA podcaster named Rob Coates. He posted, quote, "Pam Bondi this, Dan Bongino that. Nah, bro, Donald Trump is where the buck stops. He promised that the American people the Epstein files, and now it's a waste of time. We were lied to." I mean, Steve Bannon did once say that the only person who could take down Trump was Epstein. Who knew it was going to be from the grave, right? I mean, however, whenever it happens, I'm here for it. I am happy. So there you go. Yeah, this is not gonna die down anytime soon. So I will have more for you. Like I said, I have a couple other videos that you will definitely want to check out. FAFO videos or tweets and, Reddit posts of people now finally realizing that, oh yeah, Donald Trump is the swamp. Donald Trump is no different. He is just like everybody else, just like every other person who's ever been in the White House, and we can't trust him either. So this is definitely a good thing. All right, guys, I will let you know when I hear more, because there will definitely be more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So the Jeffrey Epstein saga continues, and both Trump and his Republican minions are trying to give voters what they want, while at the same time giving them a big middle finger and basically saying, like, I mean, what are you going to do? So you don't like our response? Like, what are you going to do about it? Right? They're daring MAGA to actually take action. So sorry, I'm checking my mic because it keeps having issues. But anyway, some MAGA influencers, they are already falling in line. They're already licking Trump's boots again, ignoring what the vast majority of their audience wants. And we now have definitive proof that there is something in those Epstein files, which I'll explain in a minute. I also have polling about this whole thing, and it's very bad news for Trump and his congressional enablers. And I have a very interesting, or some interesting screenshots of a Trump-friendly news outlet changing the title of a story that they published about Epstein's his convicted accomplice, I should say. I was going to say conviction. His convicted accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. So stay tuned to the end for all of that and more. But before I dive in, please do me a big favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you. It really helps the show. So here's the latest in Epstein Gate. The press asked Trump if he was told that his name appeared in the Epstein files. And he didn't really give a definitive answer. I mean, he kind of did, sort of, but not really. So here's what he had to say. And I want you, as I play this, I want you guys to pay close attention to Caroline Leavitt's face. Watch her expressions as Trump's speaking and how she's studying him. This, to me, as you're going to see, this is the face of a woman who just realized he's lying. And now she's going, he's probably been lying to me about everything. So take a look at this. It's pretty telling.
She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well.
Yeah. So, you know, running interference for Pam Bondi again. And again, he blames previous presidents. Oh, it's Obama, it's Biden, it's, you know, they made this all up, as if he wasn't president before Biden, right? He and his base seem to forget that. And here's the thing. First of all, they said there are no files. Yeah, there's no list. And nothing to see here. There's nothing that you guys need to know about. But oh yeah, if there is a list, if there are files with any incriminating information, this was all made up by Biden and by Obama and blah. Really? Why did they make it up and then not release it? I mean, if you're going to fabricate evidence against someone, wouldn't you try to get it out to the public? Like, why would you sit on that? Right? And think about when Obama was president last. 2016. You're telling me all these years later, 9 years later, Obama still hasn't done anything with it? Why would he go to the trouble of creating files and fictitious information about Trump and not use it in the 2016 election, in the 2020 election, or in the 2024 election? No, we made all this stuff up and then we just locked it in a vault. And here's the thing, with the whole Bondi thing, how he's running interference for her. He doesn't really have any other choice. I was thinking the other day and I mentioned this on the show, he was going to use her as a scapegoat. And then I thought about it and I was like, no, because he now knows if he throws Bondi under the Trump train and he makes her take the fall for what is obviously his call, obviously what he wants, she now knows too much. And she can use that information either for her own protection or for her own gain. So I would not be surprised if this woman isn't already disgustingly wealthy, she's going to be coming into some money over the next, I don't know how many years. I just have a feeling. Keep an eye out for that. Bookmark that one. And if I was Pam Bondi, I would definitely be watching my back right about now. You got Ghislaine Maxwell locked up. You've got Jeffrey Epstein dead. You've got Virginia Giuffre dead. I mean, stay away from windows and high buildings, Bondi. And check out what she said months ago on Fox News. Take a look at this one. This just shows you, like, she was all in on this, and then she did a complete 180. So check this out.
We're wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, is when can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have, well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well, we'll
along
look
with
for
his
that.
co-defendant.
Absolutely, and he had help. That's for
He
sure.
sure did.
Yeah. So had help. So she went from, we're going to release Epstein stuff tomorrow. And boy, he sure did have a lot of help, right? Including his co-defendant, to nothing. No client list. Case closed. All done. We're off the case. Nothing to see here. And did you catch the part where Jesse Waters said to her, Epstein's home or his homes, I should say, were wired with recording devices? And then Bondi did not refute that fact. She didn't correct him. She didn't say, well, Jesse, actually, there weren't any videos from those cameras, or, we ended up finding that there weren't any cameras. She did not correct that whatsoever. Now, all of a sudden, she's claiming the only videos that Epstein had were from what he downloaded off the internet. And it's not even that they think we're all stupid or that Trump's base is stupid. It's that they know there is not a damn thing that any of us can do about this. They have the evidence and they can hide it, or they can use it for blackmail. They can destroy it. They can do whatever they want. Our only recourse is to vote for people who are pushing to get to the bottom of this. Now, unfortunately, with a few exceptions, we don't know who's sincere here. We don't know who's just using this moment to score political points and who actually really believes that justice needs to be done here. And speaking of which, Democratic Progressive House member Ro Khanna, he introduced an amendment, and this was to push for the release of all of the Epstein files. So the way it goes, for those maybe in other countries who don't know, it has to first make it out of committee. So they have to vote on it in a committee, and then it would move to the full House and then they would bring it to the floor, or the speaker would bring it to the floor for a full House vote. So here's how that went. Take a look at this video, because again, very telling.
Committee make an order amendment number 50 to H.R. 3633 offered by Representative Khanna, which would require the Attorney General to preserve and release any records related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
Chair, I'm
to.
kind of shocked by that. I will ask for a roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Yes. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Yes. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Yes. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no. 5 yeas, 7 nays.
So there you go. Only one Republican, Ralph Norman, he's from South Carolina, he voted along with the Democrats to release these files. And to her credit, which you guys know, I am loath to ever give such a vile person as Marjorie Taylor Greene credit, but to her credit, Marjorie Taylor Greene also introduced an amendment. She introduced it in a different committee, and once again, Republicans voted it down. So she went on Steve Bannon's show. She was complaining about this. She told Bannon, quote, The same Republicans that voted against the Epstein Amendment to release the information are the same Republicans on the Rules Committee that voted against allowing my amendment to have a vote on the House floor to stop munitions being sent to Ukraine. And then CNN also stopped Green in the hallway at the Capitol, and they asked her how big the MAGA blowback was on this topic. And she conceded that it's, quote, pretty big. And I want you guys all to hear the audience's reaction. So this is more video from last weekend. Dave Smith was a panelist at the Turning Point USA event. I mentioned to you guys this went on last weekend. This is young people. For anyone who missed that video and who doesn't know, Turning Point USA was started by Charlie Kirk. This is all about creating like a MAGA youth movement. And so these are a young audience. These are the people who helped to put Donald Trump over the edge and helped to hand him the White House last November. This is what Democrats should be doing, but honestly, you know, they're too out of touch, they're too cringe to incite the Utes. So anyway, check out this video right here.
Donald Trump in this last election. Yes, he did just actively cover up a giant child rapist ring, and I'm going to criticize him for that, okay? And I'm sorry, after all these years of us right-wingers saying, protect the children, come on, that's bad for your soul if you don't. You speak up about that. It's horrible what he's doing. And yes, have I been critical of Donald Trump when I think he gets things wrong? Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we should do. This is America. You criticize the government when they get things wrong.
Could not agree more. So a couple of things. I'm sure I would not agree with a lot of what Dave Smith thinks or what he wants from the government because he's a libertarian, but I deeply respect his honesty and his willingness to call out Trump. And did you hear the audience? They completely agree with him. So these other MAGA influencers really need to watch their step because they may keep Trump happy. They may be pandering to a small sliver of people who just want to, like, you know, keep the peace or not give any, you know, anything to the libs to hold on to and laugh at, but they risk alienating a great deal of their audience and losing all credibility. And here's my question. How many of these people, not like the influencers, but also them, but the base, how many of them are either going to sit out the midterms or secretly vote for a Democratic candidate? Because so many of them are disgusted by this. And, you know, how many of these people, as I was just alluding to, are furious over this whole thing, but they still want to, quote unquote, own the libs, you know, and they refuse to give Democrats the satisfaction of speaking out publicly, questioning Trump publicly. I have a feeling it's a substantial number. And then check this out. So yesterday on Twitter, people were sharing this. This is a Daily Mail. So this is what people were sharing yesterday on Twitter. As you can see, the title says, Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell is ready to reveal the truth about the pedophile client list, say insiders. End, right? If you look at it, if you look at the screen here, it was written, it was published, I should say, on July 13th, but then it was updated on July 15th. Well, look at this one. This one, after it says, say insiders, it says, so why are Republicans blocking her? So this one was published, the original one was published July 13th, and this was the original article. So it said, why are Republicans blocking her? So on the 15th, they edited it and took that part out and made it this. Ended it with, say insiders, ... If you guys didn't know, the Daily Mail, they're Trump pumpers. They are a Trump-friendly right-wing publication. So, you know, I'm thinking somebody picked up the phone and they're like, what are you doing? Why are you mentioning the Republicans? Pretty telling, right? I mean, so pathetic. And here's the thing. People are like, oh, Ghislaine Maxwell wants to speak. Democrats should get her into Congress and have her speak. First of all, do you really think she'll make it there? Like, I'm sorry, but if she said, I want to speak before Congress, two things. I don't think she would make it there alive. I think all of a sudden we'd have another suicide, quote unquote. Second of all, the woman wants a pardon. She has been in prison for years now. She wants out. She was a golden spoon born up her ass, privileged little asshole whose father was ungodly rich. She is not used to this. She has always had everything she's ever wanted. She has always lived the good life. And now she is living in prison. So this woman wants out in the worst way. She has petitioned the government over and over again. She has appealed her case over and over again. Do you really think that she is going to go in there and tell the truth? This is a child predator. This is a woman who lied for Jeffrey Epstein, who lied for the most prolific known pedophile in the world, who recruited young girls and brought them to him, served them up on a platter to him. Do you honestly think that we're going to get the truth out of this woman? And right now, she's doing a little calculation in her head. She's like, the heat's being turned up on Trump. Trump is really twisting in the wind right now. Trump is really taking the heat from both the Democrats and even his own base for the first time, even on Kool-Aid Central, even over on Truth Social. So she's doing a little calculation and going, maybe I should throw it out there that I want to speak before Congress. And then maybe Trump will get so nervous that he'll decide to give me a pardon because, oh, what do you know? We looked at the evidence, and just like we told you guys, there was nothing there. It was all fabricated by the Democrats. It was all a big conspiracy started by Obama and the Clintons and Biden. And so, you know what? We have new information. Ghislaine Maxwell is innocent, and we're going to let her go. I'm going to give her a pardon. That's what's going on right now. And if that goes down, I'm telling you, I will lose my freaking mind. And I have a feeling a good chunk of MAGA will too. So, yeah. But, you know, do not trust this woman at all. Not at all. I would not trust a word out of her freaking mouth. She could have done the right thing. And it has come out in documents that she was never even offered a pardon, which tells you they didn't want her to speak. Because you offer a pardon in exchange for something. You offer a pardon in exchange for giving up the goods on the people who were your co-conspirators or the people who you were working for or, you know, somebody, a bigger fish. They never offered her a pardon because they didn't want her to speak. They wanted her in prison where they could shut her up, where they could control her and hang over her head the threat of, you know what happened to your buddy Epstein, right? Yeah. Maybe you should keep quiet. So don't be surprised, guys. Do not be surprised if all of a sudden she goes, oh, yeah, I'm not going to speak to Congress. And then Trump goes, yeah, you know what? I think she's innocent. You know, everything Pam Bondi has found points to her innocence. Because he was thinking about it before. I mentioned that the other day. And his aides, everybody around him, warned him that it would be a really monumentally bad move. So he didn't do it. All right, guys, I'll let you know when I have more, because there will be more. And oh, yeah, and I do have another really juicy video today. So go check that one out. It's all about a meltdown that Trump is having over this whole thing and how he completely insulted his base, called them stupid, told them, you know, I don't need your support. I don't need your help. So be sure to check that one out. It's very good. I have a bunch of different posts from his supporters just losing their shit. They are, again, on Kool-Aid Central, on, you know, crackhead Kool-Aid Central, Truth Social, or as he calls it, Troth Central. So anyway, guys, check that out. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So it is happening, you guys. The podcast bros are starting to turn on Trump. They're starting to question his actions. They are just done with him in some cases. They're ditching Trump. Not only that, but they're embracing democratic socialist ideas and praising Bernie Sanders and people like Zoran Mamdani. So I have some very interesting clips to share with you so you can see and hear for yourself. But before I get into all these details, do me a big favor. Click the subscribe button below this video. It really helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So here's the deal. As you guys may all know, Trump won the presidency last year because he brought out some very low propensity voters, and he won over some voters who were typically Democratic voters. At least they've voted for Democrats in the past. I wouldn't say they're Democratic voters, but, you know, swing voters who voted for Dems. One way he did that was by reaching these groups through alternative media. So Trump went on a bunch of the bro podcasts that are very popular with Gen Z and minority men, you know, shows like Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, others like that. And they really helped to push Donald Trump over the edge. And these hosts were all in for him. They told their audience, I am endorsing him. I think he's good. I think he's going to be good for the country. So their audience followed along. Well, some of these influencers are now starting to turn on Trump. And it's only a matter of time before their audience members turn on him as well. Some have. And for everyone who keeps saying, oh, he doesn't care, you know, he's already the president, he's not running again. I want to address this because this is a very big misunderstanding that people have. First of all, Trump keeps hinting at remaining in power after his 4 years is up. If these people turn on him, he's not going to be able to do that. He's not going to have his January 6th type MAGA army to back him up. And then second, Trump may not even make it to the end of his presidency if a sizable amount of his voters turn on him. You know, it's long been reported that Republican Congress members can't stand Trump. They only go along with him because they're terrified of his base. And, you know, they don't want to be primaried. They don't want to lose their job. So if enough Trump voters ditch him, if they start speaking out against him, Republican lawmakers will feel emboldened to oust him. So if Democrats take control of the House in the midterms, which is looking almost inevitable at this point, they'll start impeachment proceedings. Republican lawmakers will then feel free to vote along with the Democrats in the Senate to remove Trump from office. So yeah, he does care. And at the very least, even if impeachment and removal doesn't happen, at the very least, Trump's agenda is going to be dead in the water. Democrats will take back control, at least of the House, and they'll just put a freeze on everything he wants to do. So anyway, let's get to the good stuff, because comedian and podcaster Andrew Schultz, he doesn't consider himself, he said this before, he doesn't consider himself to be MAGA, he doesn't consider himself to be a right-winger. But he had Trump on the show before the election. He liked a lot of what he heard because Trump completely bullshitted him, and Schultz fell for it. So he's admitting that now. And he is pissed about this whole Jeffrey Epstein issue. So check out what he had to say just the other day and what his co-hosts had to say as well.
We're the fucking idiots, guys. Like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Bongino.
He had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%.
Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected.
Yep. So, yeah. And Schultz and his co-hosts, they go on, they're talking about how Trump appears to be compromised in some way. I really recommend going and checking out the full conversation on his YouTube channel. It's called Flagrant. But I want to share another quick clip with you guys, another quick compilation from this show, because these guys, as I mentioned, they're not just ditching Trump. They're actually switching sides. So let me bring this one up for you guys, because this is very interesting.
Only party right now that to me seems America first is the Democrat Socialist Party.
Yep.
Bernie is America first. Mamdani and all his ideas that he will not be able to execute, and I frankly think many of them are not good ideas, even if they do execute. I frankly think I disagree with them. But he is no doubt New York first.
If you're saying we need to go fight this war for people overseas while you're cutting Medicaid and SNAP for Americans, to both of your points, you don't appear America first. Just not philosophically.
How many times are we going to try this trickle-down economic shit? Like, it doesn't work.
Can you not blame Americans for being frustrated?
Oh,
when America is spending billions of dollars to fight wars for other countries that have free healthcare and free college.
Yeah. So they're getting it. They're finally understanding that populist policies, whether you want to call them socialist, whether you want to call them populist, they are popular. That's why they're called populist. Okay. The majority of Americans like them. So it's only the framing of socialism that scares people. So this is why it's important for leftists to go on shows like this, to share their ideas for policies that will help average Americans. You know, so many times, like, people gave Bernie Sanders shit for going on Joe Rogan's show when he first ran for president. How are you going to reach people if you won't talk to their audiences? How are they going to know what you stand for and that you care about them and you want to help them if you don't go on their shows? And the Democratic Party and Democrats, you know, these middle of the road people who are going to get run over, like Kristen Gillibrand or Kirsten, whatever her name is, you know, they can try to smear Zohran Mamdani all they want, but his ideas are popular, regardless of his party. And there's so many people in this country, far more nowadays, who are independents. They don't align with either party. They just want to get rid of the oligarchy. They want to get rid of the wealthy running the country and pulling all the puppet strings of our elites and of our so-called leaders, our, you know, Republican and Democratic lawmakers. They're sick and tired of being sick and tired and poor and watching the oligarchs get away with murder, do whatever the hell they want, face no consequences, and get paid for it, get more and more tax breaks. And yes, there is plenty of corruption on our side. You know, Democrats may not be the raging sociopaths and the fascists like Trump, but that doesn't mean that their hands are clean. At least not a lot of them. There's a few, and again, particularly the progressives who don't take corporate money. So anyway, Schultz isn't the only pod bro that's pissed off right now. You probably know who I'm talking about, but white nationalist, white supremacist Nick Fuentes, he's also saying, I'm done with Trump. On his show, he called for Donald Trump voters for MAGA to burn their MAGA hats. Look at this. And people are doing it. This is what's happening. People are burning their MAGA hats. Fuentes said, I'm going to do it. He said, quote, we need to burn our MAGA hats. I think that's a solution. That's the only language Trump understands. He needs to be abandoned at this point. Now he's going to tell us there's no Epstein Black Book, no client list. The message needs to be this: we're done. We don't understand. The radical right is fucking furious. We are done. I'm burning my MAGA hat. I think other people should too. So he says that, and then he goes on Alex Jones' show, and here's what he said on Alex Jones' show.
I think it's over, and I'm just done with him. It's because he's really betrayed us on a lot of the key issues already. Here we are 6 months in. We have done the corporate tax cut again. That was like the centerpiece of the big, beautiful bill, was to extend the 2017 tax cuts. And there's something in there for tip earners, but it's capped at $25,000. Is not great. You have Trump bombing Iran, which is an immediate break in the promise of no new wars. He does this big program for deportations, but they're not happening. Already, we've had to fight tooth and nail for months to get them to commit to deporting people. They keep trying to resist this and say, no, we're going to do targeted enforcement. We're not deporting the farmers. We're going to give them an H-1A carve out. We're going to do a work program. And then this Epstein thing, and all of his most dutiful surrogates are having to basically do damage control and lobby him every day to just do the basics. Don't do an amnesty. Don't go to war with Iran and have regime change. Don't do this Epstein cover up. And for me, it's like, I'm out.
So he's done. And for anyone who doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is, he started the America First movement for young people. His followers are known as the Groypers. Many of them were at the Capitol on January 6th. So, this is also the guy who went and had dinner at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump and Kanye West. So this isn't just some random podcaster. He has a lot of sway with young Trump voters. And what we're also seeing is others coming out. So comedians and podcasters, Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon, they have been speaking out against Trump's horrific detainments and their deportation. So, in fact, The Independent just reported that Rogan recently had dinner with Trump, and he pressed Trump to arrest immigrants. So I have that screenshot for you as well, so you can see. And so, yeah, he met with Trump and Linda McMahon, because she, was running or involved with, she's, I think, the education secretary, but she also was involved with wrestling. And so, Rogan knows her through that. So that apparently happened on June 30th. And then just a few days later is when Rogan brought this up on his show, and he referred to these arrests as quote unquote insane. And he's been saying, if anybody knew that they were just going to go round up random people at Home Depot parking lots, nobody would have voted for that. Now, there are some, I will say, there are many, especially on Twitter, who are like, no, that's exactly what I voted for. But there are a lot of people who have a conscience still, who aren't just angry at the world, who aren't losers, who are trying to blame brown, black people for everything. And they're like, no, I'm an independent, or I'm a swing voter. This isn't what I signed up for. And then Tim Dillon, I've seen a couple clips from his show where he is totally mocking Trump over all of this. He's, being sarcastic about alligator Alcatraz and shit talking some of what Trump is doing about these deportations. So this is not good for Donald Trump. And it is great for the progressive movement, because the truth is coming out. And if I was a Republican right now, like a Republican lawmaker, I would be freaking furious at Donald Trump because he has completely torn the mask off of them. He could not do more for the populist progressive movement if he tried. Like, they are seeing, everybody who voted for him is seeing now his policies don't work. He's not fixing the economy. He hasn't brought prices down. He is making things worse on that front because of his ridiculous tariffs. He is, deporting innocent people who have been here for decades and have not committed a crime, whose only sin was coming across the border for a better life, and to protect their children from violence. He is, still involved in Gaza, which he promised that he was not going to continue. He's still, I think it was over the weekend that he announced, or maybe it was today, that he's sending more ammunitions, he's sending more bombs to Ukraine, which I personally don't have a problem with because they were attacked and they're still under attack for absolutely no reason. And, but his base is fully pissed off about that. He promised to end that war on day one. We're now 7 months into his presidency, And so, I think nothing he promised is really happening. And the things he is doing, he's going overboard with, and he's taking it too far. And so these people are finally realizing, like, this was a horrible mistake. I like on Arrested Development, I think I've made a terrible mistake. They're all having a Job moment or a Michael moment from Arrested Development. But yeah, and they're looking around, they're going, wait a minute. Okay, we've got Bernie Sanders, who's been saying the same thing for decades, and he is all for the people, and the Democratic Party, the establishment, doesn't want him in and have tried to block him. And there must be a reason for that. And he wouldn't be doing any of these horrible things that Donald Trump is doing to people. So, yeah. It's a good time to be a progressive. Anyway, I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like It or Not starts now.
Oh, good look.
Do me one favor. Play one more song for the people really quickly.
That's nice. Let's do it.
Yeah. Play one more song. I'll be right back.
Okay.
2 seconds. I'm right here. I'll be right back.
Look, everybody's there in the chat room asking for a song, Ben. So I'm
because that's why I was encouraging you to take it down.
All right, go ahead and rock that song for the people, and we'll be right back after this musical break.
Ah.
Y'all know what time it is. Good morning, y'all.
Ben with the background, bro. What's up? I thought it was on, bro.
It's time for Like It or Not, y'all. 9 a.m. to 10:30, yeah. Like It or Not is on your channel, yeah. Politics and culture.
This y'all's throwback. Here we go.
We're supposed to, yeah.
What we doing in the
all the news we get to views. Like It or Not, Queen Azor, get started now. Stick around.
We gonna rewind that for people, man. Let's go. DJ Exclusive, like it or not, it's about to go down. That's why I'll be doing all that at the club. I can't do none of that.
No, you
crazy. Good morning, y'all. Get your coffee, your tea, whatever it is you need. It's time for Like It or Not, y'all. 9 a.m. to 10:30, yeah. Like It or Not is on your channel, yeah. Politics and culture ish, we change game like we supposed to, yeah. Interviews and all the news, we get to choose what gets the views. Like It or Not with Queen Azor, it's starting now, so stick around. Like it or not, it's going down. Like it or not, y'all stick around. Oh, Rebecca Azor is coming through. You know she got a good story for you. Oh, Benjamin, that's my dog. This is his show. He's a politics bro. I am your DJ. DJ Exclusive. Y'all know who I am. I stay dropping them jams. Like it or not, it's going down. Like it or not, y'all stick around. Oh, like it or not, it's starting now. Like it or not, it's about to go down. I just knew.
DJ Exclusive, we got time for one more.
Yeah, man.
Earth, light them up, man.
You light them up, yes, man.
Light them up, man.
I just knew I was doing my thing when I made this song, man. I was just like, man, I made a whole song.
Like, oh, wait. Hey, hang on, before we do the extra song. She's back. Just waiting for our orders. That's all. We just good soldiers waiting on our orders. From the
amen.
Okay, she's back. All right. So
okay.
We were about to go in and leave. We were about to go in. You see, we just hang on. Let me remove this off the screen.
No, good morning. Good morning. I love the throwback. If anybody who's been with us long enough to know where that song was, when that song was created, where it was birthed.
That was like what, circa 2000?
How long it was stuck. How long it was stuck. Then the remix, and then that, but we have a very creative creator DJ.
James, you gonna make it?
Called James Bubba Williams. We would love you to tap into that. And
I need to take you down, James.
We would love you to tap into that.
Ooh, you ain't stuck.
He might leave something up a little too long, like a church announcement that been pinned on the wooden wall in the back.
Look,
and they ain't never
it's the building fund announcement.
It's the building fund announcement.
Oh Lord.
And welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth
and not care who doesn't like it.
What's up, y'all? How are you guys doing? I apologize this morning. My computer has been doing this thing where you start it, and I think it started and everything is all great, and then I start to move my mouse and nothing moves, and so I have to restart it again, and then it loads and then stops, and I can't get it.
And it goes back to the little Apple screen again.
And yeah, so I'm like, baby, we trying to keep her together. We trying to keep her together, but she's in struggleville. So that's what was happening this morning, because everything was set up, and then I had to restart, and then all the things. So it's doing that. This is a new thing it's doing where it's not the 2 restart thing. It's the restart, flourish, and then it's like, I don't think I can really do this, and then it turns into restart, pause, and then So,
did you get a startup error message that pops up on there?
Well, no, it just starts up, and then that the little white load, it'd be like, we getting ready, and then it'd be like,
well, we're gonna start back over again.
And I'd be staring at the screen. And I'm like, okay, so what's that? What? And then then I have to hold the power down. You know, the old school.
Old school
power tab.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the whole restart and all of that. So yeah, that's
okay.
what that was.
Because Q's computer was just doing the same thing. I basically had to erase everything on his MacBook and restart it all over again because it kept going to the login screen and then would just go right back to the Apple. It just and it kept doing it. It's like, okay. But yeah.
How did you fix it?
Huh? Like I said, I had to format his hard drive and reinstall the Mac OS on there. So if you don't have to do that, thankfully he don't have a lot of stuff on his. But if your computer is older and you got a lot of stuff, don't do that.
Yes, Lord.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that.
Well, that's what I've been doing this morning. So that's why I look a little rough and tough because I didn't get a chance to after my workout to put myself together. But we are here.
That's all right. You are beautiful, sister. You're naturally black, beautiful stuff.
Thank you. Look, it's okay. I know. Well, we all right. We're gonna be all right this morning. It's a lot of news that went down this week, but before that, I want to check in with you guys. And how was your week? How was your Friday? How was your? How was it?
James, you want to go first?
Sure. It was. I don't know. The week it wasn't bad. It was an easy week, but last week found out that gonna be losing without a job come November 21st. So no certain type of way about that. But other than that, it's just like okay, figuring it out. There we go.
You know what? My sister just lost her job. Let me put in people business. My sister just lost her job. No, but it's in one of those same. Yeah, we're here. First of all, that's my cup you're holding. That's my cup.
Is that your literal cup that he was supposed to give you?
Yeah, he never gave it to me, so I got my own. Okay, but my sister just lost her job. I'm putting her business out there. Sorry, sis.
Dang,
and
Becca.
it's in the same kind of field, that you work in, and a lot of people who have the at first they were trying to send people back to the offices, and then when they seen that wasn't working, morale was down, those kind of things, people stayed home, and they started making it a numbers game. They started making it where you had to hit certain numbers in order to move forward. You could have been at the job for 17 years, 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, but if you weren't meeting the metrics anymore, because what they started to do was put more pressure on this. I don't know if this has been your experience, James, but they started to put more pressure on people from working from home. You were already doing the job and it was fine, but now they're like, oh, since you're working from home, you're going to have to pay for that. And so what we're going to do, we're going to double the work that you do. And if you don't meet these metrics within a unreasonable time frame, you're gone. So a lot of people, my sister was telling me, I even, in my last position was watching people who were in the positions for so long, not leave by choice, but be fired. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'll say it like this. A part of the company was, since we work with like different brands and different companies, excuse me, they're like, we're like an outsourced company. So I won't give away too much. And our client that we have, they've been trying to go what we call self-operational, where they do everything in-house themselves. They've been trying to do that for years, but they never could. So now they're thinking that they have the bandwidth and everything else. I mean, they got the money to, and that now that they can go ahead and do that, since why they changed it. But with that piece of business being gone, and that is a huge piece of business for us, yeah, it's just like, okay, we don't know what's about to happen. I'm the only one that's like that doesn't have job security, which is crazy because I've been there 10 years and I've done everything. I'm like the foremost subject matter expert, if you will, on the client. And I'm the one that's going to be SOL come November.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there a separation that they're doing with you where they're giving you at least some kind of fluff?
Yes. So they are giving our team members so much money at the end of it. And then the management team, the supervisors, will also get a portion of it too. Just don't know how much that is yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that they're at least giving you something to bear with. And even in this time, even though the state of Georgia gives nothing when it comes to unemployment, they give you nothing. You are on your own in the time where you're searching. They wouldn't be able to carry you over. But, these companies also want to put the pressure on people for them to leave the job so they don't qualify
exactly
for that. So they're doing that. So I hate that this happened to you, but maybe this was one of those for such a time as this moments where you are leaving this to go somewhere else that's going to just elevate you, maybe a pivot in your life, help you refocus and do something different. 10 years is a long time to be giving to a company that can throw you away and give you just a little bit of pennies. But that's food for thought. They never needed you. You never needed them. You needed them, but if they can just throw you away, you find something else that you go where you're appreciated. And it's a bit tough right now, but I'm pretty sure, knowing with your background and how much you put into that, there is a management position somewhere else, if that's what you want, that has your name on it. Trust me, a lot of places are looking for somebody like you. So
amen, Becca, and I appreciate that.
You're so
excuse me.
You're so welcome. But Benjamin P. Dixon.
Yeah. Y'all know, y'all know me, man. I'm just out here in cyberspace and in the ether, floating in the universe, just here, doing what I'm supposed to be doing, working on, grinding on stuff, saying a whole bunch without saying anything, like I'm doing right now. Ain't nothing going on but the rent, That's it. That's me. But James, I don't got nothing to say about my life, but just listening to you, man, it's crazy how quickly society is shifting and just completely eliminating entire fields and departments and stuff that they depended on for years. Because I know you've been with that company for a minute, and now they are just gutting an entire, basically, industry in a way. Because considering how many different companies y'all serviced over the years, and now they just get rid of it, it just shows you, like, no matter how committed we are to this system is never committed to us, man.
Amen.
And that's why, but you see how quick they'll be to replace you. We have state senators, state representatives who are gunned down by groups like MAGA. And they are so quick to be like, job available. Position available. It doesn't matter. So that's why I say, you look at life, you look at things, and we come into this world with nothing, and we work so hard trying to get something, only to, when we leave this world, we're still leaving with nothing. So just to keep that in mind, these jobs literally will throw you away, no matter your circumstance, because they have to keep on thriving. And no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears you may put into their job, which I don't think you should put blood, sweat, and tears into the job. That doesn't give back to you, but you should do what you are hired to do, and but no matter if you're doing your job and all the things, they don't care. They'll throw you away. They'll do the things, all those things and replace you, while you're sitting there like thinking, oh my God, I gave all of me to this job. I missed out time and opportunity with my children. I missed out on even seeking a mental health. I couldn't even pay for the food for my children to eat anything on my salary. And so, I put them in programs and all this kind of stuff that you had to do as either a parent, a person, a caregiver to your parents, a caregiver for yourself.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. All the things. They don't give a damn. And they will tell you your benefit was the fact that you came here, got a check every other week, and we gave you insurance where you still had to copay. God knows what that is.
Okay.
And we also gave you pizza every second Friday of the 3 months.
Yeah.
Not for you.
Yeah, that was your big reward. We said when you mentioned getting paid every 2 weeks, do y'all know the Bible says that that you're supposed to pay people on the day they do their work? No, seriously. It really says that. It says, especially if you are a poor person, that you should pay them on the day that they do their work, because it literally says because they depend on it. So
wow.
This whole system is, y'all, whether we know or not. So I have been busy. but I don't want to always talk about what I've been busy on. But what I've been busy on this work is really just outlining how much the American system is the Antichrist system. We ain't got to wait for no Antichrist to come. Like, we're living in a meat grinder that crushes our soul and takes everything from us every single day of every single minute. It's in service of people who want to make a profit off of us. And it just dawns on me how much, and when not dawn on me, like research, like how much what we do in America is the exact literal opposite of what the Bible says do.
But they not real believers. MAGA ain't no believer.
They're not.
They're not real believers. And even if they believe in anything, I think they're similar when it comes to like those basic type of instructions or things to live by. All of those things are in other belief systems and religions, and just their basic human things to live by, but they don't care. They're just like, listen, the more that we hold on to your money and act like we're securing it for you after you've done 14 days of work, giving us 80 plus hours of your time.
Yeah.
Then we'll give you because you can die, right? After that day of work.
Right.
I just watched a video, actually. And I actually let me share that video since you brought that up. I just watched a video where a woman was fired after she set the table up at her job, got it prepared, and they fired her after it was all set up. She went back and she towed that table right up. She towed up and she said, y'all think that I'm about to allow? No. And she felt very relieved after. And here we go. I'm going to send the video. It is in the chat. Pull that. It's in the chat on
Twitter.
Elon Musk's internet. And I feel like these are things that she may go to jail. She may get you going to jail. She may go to jail. She may get a citation. She may get who knows what will happen. But that was something I felt like if a job try you at the end of the day, you literally worked your whole day through. You gave them everything they needed, and they say, you know what, we're letting you go, beloved. They could have told you that, and they already knew that they were going to fire you.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what being fired in the same day you did you did your work. What that looks like.
Ooh, she is upset, and I don't blame you.
Because they play it from the beginning, because that is the moment where here she is, and she's like, "Oh yeah."
She set up the breakfast bar, and then she did this.
She walks to the back and says, "Okay." Now she's coming back to do it. She's like, "You know what? No." And sorry for the language. Oh, you're not drinking this. You're not drinking this. Get it out.
Thank you. A couple things I want to say. Number one, I envy her. I wanted to do this so bad at my jobs. I wish I could have went to Burger King and dumped all the grease out, poured all the ketchup out, threw the mayonnaise things against the wall. Bank of America, we didn't really have a lot of breakable stuff, but I just want to knock the phone over because I hated my manager.
I too.
This is how you go out. If they're gonna fire you, immediately let them know they made the right choice and they might need to call the police. Second of all, I'm really curious as to why the guy telling her to calm down in that situation, why that didn't impact her. He was like, "Hey, calm down, lady. Calm down, lady." And for some reason, that did not help. Usually, when people are really frustrated and upset and are breaking milk, you say, "Calm down," like, you know what?
Breaking milk.
Third of
Breaking
all,
milk.
if I pay for that hotel and I pay for continental breakfast, I'm sorry this happened to y'all. Somebody set it up again. Because there was a time in my life that the hotel breakfast was included in how I ate for the vacation. And if I don't have that, I just don't have a meal.
I ain't worried about that part, Kev.
Yeah.
I feel you. I feel you, but I don't care about that part, Kev, on stage.
But what's terrible is though, like I worked in food service as a manager in food service, and one of my bosses, like when it came time to fire someone, like would literally let them work their entire damn shift. I'm like, bro, why are we doing that? It's so inhumane to do that. Like, we basically leaving this person alone. They don't know nothing's coming up. Then at the end of your shift, hey, step into my office real quick. Hey, you fired for the rest of the time. You ain't got no job no more. It's
No,
like,
Sammy in the chat. You said that. You said, what is it? Where is it? Oh, calm down when you were already one check away from homelessness.
Yes.
That part.
Yes.
That part.
How you want me to calm down?
That part.
Huh? Because I was thinking about, I already budgeted out this month for my
Right.
baby school, for the groceries in the household. I already budgeted out that I have to pay a late fee because I'm not going to make it on time with this particular check. So I have to budget in on the second check for this month, the late fee that I'm going to have to pay for the rent, the insurance, the medical bills, this is what America is right now. And they've taken away with this big, beautiful bill, any soft landings that or a pillow or something in a hard place, in a hard area of their life that they can sustain or maintain, even though that's impossible in today's economy. So what was going through this lady's mind? I couldn't imagine. And I'm also thinking about, I don't even care that she did this, right?
Absolutely not.
Y'all gonna clean it up. Whoever you guys are replacing me with is going to clean this up. Whoever you're interviewing on today is going to clean the crevices. Or how about you, Sally? Not you, Sally, in the chat. But you. How about you? Right? Front desk lady. You go ahead and turn around and you clean it up. Talking about something, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm not going to jail. Okay? I already ain't got nothing after this. I was working in this crappy hotel.
Look, let me say something, and no shade to Kev on stage.
Get my battery, y'all.
Y'all know I like Kev on stage. He's a good dude, but I just got to say this. Let me have been there and seen that happen. You think I'm gonna think about food right then? I'm never forget. There's a wing spot in my place I used to live at in another city in another time, and I went in there to get my wings and get my meal, and the sisters behind the counter were like really, really upset. And I'm just tuning in to what they're upset about. They were upset because the manager had been taking their tips out of the tip container. And so, they couldn't get my wings right then. They were upset about what they were upset about. So I listened to them. And what I did, because I had a little bit of money at the time, was I tipped them all as much as I could tip them what I had in my pocket to make up for what the manager has just literally taken from them. If we don't have, and I know Kev is just joking, so I ain't coming down on Kev, but still, if we don't have immediate solidarity with people who are in the same scenario that we would be in if that happened to us, because if any of us lost our jobs at the critical moment that she lost her job right there, she doesn't know what she's gonna do. She don't know how she's gonna pay for her rent. She don't know how she got kids. She got kids. She don't know how she's gonna feed, how she's gonna pay for the daycare.
We're making
all the
up
things
a scenario, but this is very well a common scenario, so we'll just go with it. We don't know what she has, but
we can almost all but guarantee that she got a family that she taking care of with that. She wasn't even making a lot of money to begin with. Right? You know what I mean? She was already struggling. So whatever she got, but I know she probably got kids. She definitely got rent. She got that car note. She got all the medication that she got to get. And then they're going to do this to her. Like, to me, it's like that's priority number one. And if we can't, as people, instantaneously identify with it, and we think that we're somehow separate from it, and our priority is our comfort in that moment, then we've just fed the machine, the same machine that's going to grind us up to a pulp later on that week, later on that month. We are feeding it with our concern about our own personal issue at that moment. Nah, let them people take that moment and be in that moment with them. Instead of worrying about me getting them wings, instead of us worrying about getting that breakfast, be in that moment with them. Hell, I would have thrown something with her. I said, hey, what you want broken? I would have thrown it too.
Yeah. Did y'all also hear about, and it's starting to make people, I don't even want to say go crazy, but it's causing a lot now. I'm not sure if y'all heard about the manager that was killed. I can't remember where it was, by one of the employees because she was being sent home like multiple times. So she'll come in and then she'll work for a couple of hours and the manager will send her home. So she had enough and came back up there and stabbed the assistant manager.
Got to be more careful. Look, I'm sorry to that woman who lost her life because of that. You know what I mean? Like that's a tragedy, and I'm sure that action in and of itself has now fractured a whole nother family. But
yeah,
look at what happened. You got an assistant manager doing the bidding of the machine that's killing us all. And then what happens? Somebody who's getting hurt more than the manager takes it out on the manager. Now we got homicide. Now we got two families that are completely fractured. Why? Because we got to service Burger King, I think it was. Is that what you said, right?
McDonald's.
McDonald's. You could be, because we got to do what the shareholders of McDonald's want. Nah. See, we got to, it's just like that CEO that got killed. God bless his family. I have grief and I mourn on behalf of his children because he got young children. But you know what? He was fulfilling a demonic role in society. And if we don't pause and look at our jobs and say, how is my job hurting somebody else? Then if we don't ever take time to think about that, then we will never see what's coming around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a tough place to be in with those things, because it's like, even for me, when I was working at that place that shall not be named, Kev on stage did name it. It's interesting because I did a full shift and they called me into the room virtually. And I was probably doing what this lady is doing in that meeting, but virtually. And so it's a tough place to be in, because I did that daily when they would create a lot of new techniques and verbiage for us to use that was abusive to clients. And for me, I would always speak up. And it was the day that they decided to get me out of here. It was because of something I said online with my work. And something that it was what I told them. They had started a new procedure, started this whole thing, and did a meeting about it. And they tried to mute my mic, so I called in on the phone in the meeting. I told them this procedure. I don't know. This is how I started. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? And then I turned the camera on so they could really see, and I said, this procedure is hurting clients. And I then began to give examples of how it hurts clients, and how it's abusive and how it's deceitful. And, and I said, this is a way that we steal from clients.
That part.
And I have said this a lot, and I said the morale is down on the team because the team is getting pushback, being told to do something and not given any background on why to say this or do it or whatever. And then it turns out we're lying to the clients. When the clients call back, we have to play dumb, and then we have to tell them, well, you signed your life over. Even though you came to us for assistance, you signed your life over, and now we own everything. And then when I said, you guys are targeting certain people, Black and brown ones, and mostly immigrants. Oh, baby, by the time the day was done, they said, first of all, you covered stories and yada, yada. And because of what you do, we can no longer. I said, is that the case? Or because I just blew a whistle, right? I just put you guys on Front Street. And they were like, we can't speak to that. We're not saying that that's what happened. This was a targeted offense. And so when I did call in and speak with the head, they were like trying to buy me off, right? If you don't say anything, if you keep our company's name out of your mouth, all is cool. That's all they said. We won't deny you from seeking assistance after this. But it still does nothing for me. It did nothing for me in that time.
Especially because you're in the state of Georgia.
And they nothing for me. And they thought that was a benefit to me. And so I said, as soon as the ink dries one of these days, I will
speak up and call them by name.
I know I'm good at it. The story will be told. It will be televised,
and I cannot wait, child, because that's going to be a good one.
Once I know that, but they are very, I've seen what they can do. That's why I'm telling you guys, they're very powerful.
Call these devils by
By their
name.
name.
And you know what? The more they come after you, the higher they build you up. See, they're in a conundrum with you in particular, me and James, you too, man, because you are right. The more that they publicly attack us, the bigger they make us, which is why a lot of people have been very careful not to attack us directly and to attack us publicly, because they understand that principle. But after a while, they're not going to be able to ignore you. Here's a comment that I wanted to, that first comment at the top said that I don't know if y'all said this part, but they fired her after a full overnight shift. A full overnight shift. Look, I've worked an overnight shift before for years. And let me tell you something. You're not even thinking straight by the time you get off at 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, you're not.
Your brain ain't really functioning right because you're sleep deprived, because you really didn't get a chance to sleep. You work an overnight shift. You don't sleep during the day like you're supposed to. It's not like you're getting 8 hours of sleep during the day and then going into work, because you got to take care of your family during the day. And you're going to pull a stunt like this? Does she have a GoFundMe? Does anybody know? Because I ain't got but 2 nickels, but I'm going to send them to her.
2 nickels.
In the comments, maybe or maybe not, but like I like the comments. All are on the same vibe check. You know, here we go. They need to stop playing with these people. Not condoning her inability to retain self-control, but I do completely empathize with her. Unfortunately, this only hurts her in the long run. Companies need to do better. And
if they could raise that racist white woman who called that black boy the N-word $1 million.
Yes.
We should be able to raise this sister at least enough to get to the next 3 months. Somebody got to, instead of, and I hope we're not just looking at her and gawking and saying, oh, you know, look at how bad this situation is. Nah, Kev on stage, you need a matter of fact, I ain't even logged in. I'd leave a comment. Y'all need to start this sister a GoFundMe.
And yes, I think that community, when people see things like this and rally around people just to make sure that they're okay, I love that. And I've learned that my therapist had told me that years ago, maybe like 2 years ago, when the whole thing happened, when they took my wages from me and stuff like that, she's like, you have a community of people who support you, and when you're in need, I'm pretty sure she's afraid to ask, or she's afraid to say that she's down. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the things that she's probably thinking, like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I don't want to ask. I don't want to have to do. I don't want to have to beg. I don't want to have to, but we've seen this, and I'm pretty sure, because there are a lot of white people who will see this and fly and make sure, like, lady, are you okay? I'm pretty sure. And I think that we all have community within people who can see, you know, who watch you and see you and hear your story. And I think that maybe this woman is going to see that and know that in this moment, because the comment section passed the vibe check pretty much. So hopefully they did reach out to her, if anybody has or not, you know, just to support her. But there are so many people. Her story is not alone, but it is a great example of how the system capitalistically does us, how these big corporate, would you call them overlords? Would you been
oligarchs?
Just attack us and take from us, and it could be our last day. This is like, goes back to the movie with Tyler Perry's behind. That's my movie. It was a good movie. Just you're going through so much, and then your boss is treating you like trash, and you crash out. They don't know, they don't care, they will push you and make you feel weak and look at you as weak and talk to you as weak, and that will be the day that, you know, you just never know. Anywho,
let me read this real quick.
Let me read it for you, man. Let me read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, saints. Good morning, saints.
Good morning.
Today's word comes from Deuteronomy chapter 24, verses 14 and 15. You shall not withhold the wages of poor and needy laborers, whether other Israelites or aliens who reside in your land in one of your towns. You shall pay them their wages daily before sunset,
You got to put. I'm sorry,
they
you got
are
to put the
poor.
emphasis on daily. Put emphasis on daily. Read 15 again.
You shall pay them their wages daily.
There it is.
Before sunset, because they are poor and their livelihood depends on them. Because they are poor and their livelihood depends on them.
You preaching.
Otherwise, they might cry to the Lord against you, and you would incur guilt.
Guilt. The King James Version translates guilt into sin. It is a sin to not pay poor people their wages on a daily basis. Capitalism is the Antichrist. Prove me wrong.
And it is. It literally is very biblical. Like the Bible literally says that.
Jesus.
But look, Jesus. in my Beat Simone voice, Jesus. Anywho, no, the Bible definitely says that. I just moving forward, the last point would be, how you say eat the rich. And listen, you know how many people is on these programs, people at these jobs, white folks go to these jobs, fall out on the floor. White folks say, they scream, they holler, they get a bill. Starbucks man got so much money after they was being racist. The Starbucks man reversed and still got so much money. You know what I'm saying? After that. So listen to me. Y'all go to these jobs, y'all do what you're hired to do. But leave the job when you find a better job. Don't let nobody make you feel like you gotta make that seat hot. I'm only here to make the seat warm enough so I can move on to the next one. Y'all think I'm not pulling up on the computers a job, a board where I'm looking for a better job than this? Absolutely, I am. This is not going to be where I die. This is not going to be where I get. I have y'all take everything from me. I have no life when I come home to give to my kids. I gotta cook, I gotta clean, I gotta try to balance off going to school to try to figure out. No way, this will not be a place where just because the boss is coming to visit that I'm going to act like I have my thong all the way up my behind for y'all. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Rebecca,
you can't do that. You can't do that move unless you're on full screen. You gotta do it again. Do it again.
No, I'm not. But y'all already be having you know how you be in the corner at work trying to get the window. This was back in the day before COVID, when before they put us on, trying to get the service in the window because they have cell blockers in the damn office.
Yes.
Wow.
I had to wait 4 hours to walk outside the building and see the sun before it went down in this last little crevice to get service on the device.
Now, what if you got a family emergency?
My God.
Right.
They're evil, folks. I can't stress this enough. And somebody, I keep pulling up the same super chat. And we're gonna give a shout out to everyone who gave us a super chat. But this one is so important. Alexis Love said, "Rest is resistance," talks about how the capitalist machine makes us turn others into cogs in our attempt to aid this system. Resting is vital. They will work you until you have no empathy for anybody else because you can't afford empathy because it takes too much energy because you ain't got no rest. They will work you until you are just delirious and so dependent on that same cycle that you don't even recognize that you're not. The only thing I disagree with on this is that you're not a cog in this machine. A cog is a gear. It's how the machine functions. We are the meat that this machine is grinding to a pulp. We are not the machine. The machine is destroying our lives, our souls. We can't have neighbors. We can't have community. We can't have rest. We certainly can't have opportunities to get above this. And it's by design. It's not a mistake. It's not that they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's a game to them. And so when people lose it, then they want us to have empathy for the CEO of United Healthcare Systems. I have empathy for his children, not for him, right? They want us to feel bad when workers lash out. No. Matter of fact, when you see a worker lashing out, support them. You ain't got to go to jail for them, but you ought to support them.
I lashed out.
I lashed out too. I ain't gonna lie. When I left my job, I'm like, bro,
I crashed out at that other job. Remember, bro?
Look, we did, Ben. I did too. I walked out and slammed the people's door that was.
I forgot about that crash out I had.
Together.
Rebecca, I told that 6'6" man to come see me at the studio. I said, I'm gonna be waiting here for you. Come see me. Now I couldn't beat
that
man to save my life.
I will never forget it. Ben said, "Come see me." That man did come, but Ben still was in there like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Look.
They
he could have stepped on me and it been over, but I didn't care.
But no, they tried to let us go after we did a show. Remember, I had on a denim button down. I'll never forget it. Never forget it. Denim button down, sat in there, and they were like, "Yeah, well," and I said, "How dare you?" Me trying to, and then I was like, he tried to talk, and the girl, the lady, the wife, tried to talk, and I like, I hate doing that to people. But me, my energy, I am a tall woman, but I'm also like, don't play with me, especially when you ain't black. So you don't get a chance. I don't care. But when you ain't black, you really don't get a chance. So we've already took so much at this point because we was all there. I just need to work one more day for Massa. And I could do that.
We ain't never talked like that. Don't you?
We ain't never talked like that, though. But finally, we got to the place, and this is, again, I gotta keep saying this is pre-pandemic, pre-pandemic, early. This is from first years of Donald Trump, and everything is going haywire. Black Lives Matter. We're trying to keep that. We're trying to show that, and they're telling us we're too black. It's so much. It was too much. So we did crash out, man. You did. You said that, man. Hey, what's up? You said, what's up? Like, what's up with it?
What it was that really made me crash out the most was that he was trying to make you submit, right? He was trying to tell you to don't say anything else except repeat what he said. He said, no, be quiet and repeat what I said. And I kept saying,
I remember that. And I said,
what the hell?
Yeah. And so Rebecca crashed out early and she left. And I stayed there. I stayed there for about 5 minutes more. I said, hey, my guy. And I'm just saying my guy because I don't want to say his name on air. I said, hey, man. I say, hey, you really pushing a button here. And it's not this. I don't know if you want. I said, you're pushing a button that tells me that you don't really want a solution. You want a problem. He kept pushing that button. I said, hey, my guy, you pushing the buttons that tells that you want a problem, not a solution. And I said, then I got a problem for you. Come to the studio. And we just all crashed out. That was it. He shut down the company 2 weeks later, by the way.
Oh, wow.
But the company was gone, and then Ben bought the building.
Yes.
That was crazy. But that was when we had, that was when times was kind of good for 2 seconds. But no, I'm telling you, the world. We always think you get somewhere, but you can still keep pivoting in your life and keep going. That's why I'm like, this is not where it stops for you, Bubba. But Ben, you just reminded me that man told me to repeat what I said. Who you talking to?
Yeah.
Repeat what you said.
Yeah.
And I remember saying that
anything else. He said, don't let anything come out of your mouth except what I'm saying. Repeat what I'm saying. I said,
Ben, your memory is sharp because, baby, I put that in the dust.
You had to suppress that. You
suppressed that all the way. So I would always remember that.
They was trying me in these streets for a long time. That's why when y'all see me looking a little like this, it's because I done been through some things. I done been through some things in this business.
They don't understand. And the fact that we got the nerve, the unmitigated gall to get on there and talk about it, they should know we ain't the ones to really mess with. I don't care if we got 5 viewers right now. No, we got way more than 5 viewers. But we are literally not the ones because we have lost it. We have crashed out and we'll come back and tell you about it. That's us. They didn't want it. They don't want it. Oh, goodness. So that's why I identify with that sister so much, man.
Ben,
sister, I feel her.
The crashing out has been happening a long time in my life because these people have been trying me so much. But I really feel like those like that. But in this season of my life, that was recent for me and the company that shall not be named until they shall be named. But Kev on Stage did name that company. If y'all want to go back and find out what it was.
Yeah.
But, I didn't know what I was going to do next. Still don't know. But I'm still like, I can't let that kill me. I've died a lot when they have taken from me these jobs and these people and all those things and how they talk to me. And I've even been told in the job that won't be named, ain't you a journalist?
Oh,
don't you go viral? Do you need this job? Do you Oh, they've talked to me crazy. Oh yeah, Ben, absolutely. Anybody got a crash out story you want to call in and tell us? Now we're taking calls after Becca has to Ben, what?
I'm just saying, you got to leave in a few minutes.
I mean, so,
like we almost out of time. I didn't realize.
It's 15
I didn't realize we
done
took the whole time to talk about this one story, and you got to go.
It's true. No, you're right, and I'm glad I even brought it up because I feel like this is for such a time as this, because the big beautiful bill is going to affect a lot of the people in this way. Imagine losing your job in this moment where they've said, now you're leaving and you can no longer get Medicaid. First of all, Medicaid's website, Ben, if you can actually pull it up for the state of Georgia, not even for, please find it and pull it up. It is as if it was built on the first computer with a big booty.
Not the big
computer with the beat. And I'm talking about Apple computers. I'm talking about the ones before that. The ones before the
Wait a minute. This one don't look too bad. I must be at the wrong one. Medicaid.Georgia.
I'm talking about when you click on the option to go and apply for Medicaid itself.
Okay, let me click on apply.
It's like everything is.
This looked like it was.
It's terrible.
Okay.
And so I say that to say, they don't even care. That's how much they didn't care. They didn't put any work in to make it user friendly. They didn't put any operations into this. They knew this was going to hell anyway. So, like when you click for apply benefits, and you would have to see, you wouldn't be able to see it. And I only know this because that's what I had to do since I just lost insurance 2 weeks ago. And mind you, I had a very traumatic experience all month long. Since May up until the end of June, where I've had to come out of pocket for every doctor's visit. And so I was like, let me see what the state, is providing. Baby, I went on there and they haven't called me since. And then Donald Trump was like, yeah, y'all ain't getting it anyway. And it's stuff that I actually need and that is necessary to my health moving forward. But baby, can't do it. My doctor called me the other day saying, hey, you got to come in for this next visit. And I said, I can't. I thought I actually can't do it until I reinstate some kind of insurance. But I was on the site and I was like, wow, this is terribly not user-friendly. If you do not do it on a computer itself, on the big screen computers, then you're not going to be able to fill it out and those types of things. Now, the big beautiful bill is going to affect so many people. Or big beautiful bold bill, whatever the hell the name of it is, but it's something that is going to strip so much for people, including children. And we know that the United States of America doesn't care about children. So if it's that one meal a day that the kid can have at school, and they're like, yeah, who cares? You're not going to be able to eat. Yet, they swear that they protect children. They force you to have these babies, and then they tell them kids to fend for themselves. But they won't even provide them with a meal if necessary at the place that they're supposed to be being taught, where they can't be protected over there because people are coming in and unaliving them anyway, and they don't care because there are no gun laws. We can trace this down so many other problematic spaces and places in America. The least you can do is give the baby a meal.
That part.
Is that just like the UN now? Is that true that the UN has said or noted that food is no longer is not a human right? That the US and was it Israel?
I don't know. Let me look that up. Give me the details again.
Yeah, basically said that food is not a human right.
Just give me a couple seconds. If it's out there, I'll find it. Go ahead, Becca,
because that's it's terrible.
Food is absolutely a human right. Food
it is.
Y'all, the fact that we have to sit here and talk about this and say this, there are so many people who are reliant on Medicaid to get their prescription drugs, to get their What's going on, Ben? You
No, I
shocked?
found it. Yeah, I'm like, okay, go ahead. Finish talk, Rebecca. I'm gonna pull
No,
it
go
up.
ahead, because I want to be shocked too.
No, I'm gonna finish your story. So I gotta finish setting it up and pull
Okay,
it up.
set it up. But I'm saying there's so many people right now who are caregivers and who get their parents or grandparents or children's things off of Medicaid because they can't afford it. Somebody just told a story about being getting a $350K salary, so they live a good life, but it's not affordable for the medication that their child needs for the disease that their child has, because the medication costs, I think it's like $20K per whatever they need, and they need a lot of it to sustain their life, to stay alive. So that $350K that they get every year, it doesn't sustain for the amount of drugs or medication that the child needs. And Medicaid helps them to get it and keep the baby on it, keep the child on it, keep the child alive. And without it, they're not going to be able to afford it, even with $350K a year.
Wow.
So yeah, and I don't have all the details yet, but this is what you're talking about. The UN expert, U.S. must recognize a right to food to fix their broken system. Some states have implemented free school meals, and Maine has a constitutional amendment to guarantee unalienable right to food, but it's rooted in a vote against. And hang on, let me just go to my my little research thing that I did over here real quick. A vote at the UN that said, well, here, just I use AI to find it real quick. You have to forgive me. Here it is.
It's a real issue.
Can y'all hear that?
At the UN level, the United Nations does recognize food as a human right. It's enshrined in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights.
However,
Site turn search 6 turn search 25.
However,
in 2021, the United States, along with Israel, was one of only 2 countries to vote against a UN committee draft reaffirming that everyone has
Wow.
Site
During the
turn
pandemic.
turn search
Yep.
3 ask turn
Under
search
Joe Biden,
11.
no less.
Oh, see,
And I thought this was recent. This is 2021.
Does not
Let me stop.
frame
Let me stop.
food as an enforceable.
Yeah, but there it is. I mean, that's exactly, and you named it. Yeah.
Interest. Thank you for bringing that up.
Wow.
Now I got to start applying that to the more you know. Now I got to start applying that to the points that I make when I am talking about how the U.S. does not care for its people, and no matter what when you are voting, you need to think about, I need to vote for somebody who cares for me, because the U.S. is out there making siding with people, creating laws, legislation, putting out rulings that say that I don't matter, your kid don't matter. Like food for you, food for children.
It's not a human right.
It's not a human right. Not a need, not a necessity.
See, these are the type of stories, I had to admit last week, and I had to pray about it. In fact, I had to go read scripture about it, because there's some stories I can't quite cover without cussing these people out. It don't like, some of this really is not just evil, but some of these people need to be seen. Like let me watch my mouth. But all I got to say is when a country, and it's funny, it's the United States and Israel, funny that, right? When they reject a human right to food, when we live in a system with so much abundance of food that grocery stores and restaurants are throwing out tons of food in every city every single night.
Yes.
Tons of food is being thrown out in every single city and every single night. And they want to tell us that food is not a human right when we have so much exorbitant waste of food. And they do it because of the profit margin. It is more profitable for them to throw it away than it is to give it away, because of how it would impact the cost of food in the long run. And so here we are, the nation, the most moral democracy in the Middle East, right? And this Christian nation, the United States of America, said that even though we have an abundance of food, there's no shortage of food, you don't have a right to food.
And these people, like you said, you have to cuss them out. And I know y'all heard about what's going on in Texas, and Ben, I dropped a video in the
And the
Yeah,
Twitters.
and the Twitters about the flooding in Texas.
Oh my God.
Heartbreaking to hear about, but just found this video that these people turned away all this money for their early warning systems because it was coming from Biden.
My
Because it
goodness.
was coming. Wait, because it was coming from whom?
Because
Joe Biden.
Coming from Joe Biden. They didn't want them, like, it's whole video of them talking about.
Now that's a different. I didn't hear that part. I saw that they earlier on they asked for the updated systems, and the city, where this is, asked for the updated systems, and then because we'll play this video so we can get a better a balance of what's going on. But the story was originally that they asked them to update the systems, and the city said no to update the storm systems for them, and the city said no. But this is an interesting. Let's take a look, because that these red cities, they'll do anything.
Do not want more of Biden's mandates attached to keeping Biden's money.
But these people are communists. They hate America. They're teaching it in our schools. They're invading the border as we speak. I don't think we should take any money from the federal government because they can't be trusted.
Now, we don't need these funds here. We've done just fine. And we'll get by without them. But you spend this money, you're signing a contract with the devil, and the devil's in the White House.
If you vote to keep Biden's money, I will hold you personally responsible and personally liable.
The Biden regime has proven to be tyrannical and anti-American. There is no part of this administration that has the good of America or Americans at heart. We want no part in anything coming down from the federal government. This is Texas, and Texans can take care of Texas.
And I don't believe we should take the money. We should not have it. I don't trust our federal government. I don't think that they're truthful with us. And in these days and these times or whatever, we can't afford to make a mistake.
Pride go before destruction, and a haughty spirit before the fall.
Yes.
Listen, my good God Almighty, out of their own mouths.
Out of their own mouths. And it's been making the rounds. I saw that yesterday, and then now I'm seeing more and more video and audio of that, I guess, coming out. So I'm just like, all this is happening, and y'all had a chance. Now, because if I'm not mistaken, the whole rhetoric that's been thrown out is that it's the government's fault, or something's going on where they're blaming or saying that the early warning system didn't go off. So they're trying to point a lot of blame. But here it is. Y'all state officials y'allself said, no, we don't want this money. And from what I read, it was the money that was going to be used to update the early warning systems. But instead, they wanted to use the money on their law enforcement and I think some other stuff as well, too.
You know what's so interesting? Because they're still part of the government. They're still part of running things. It is the government. And the fact that the local government, your state officials, your city officials are the reason why these children did not make it out. Were not safe. And these people weren't, maybe some of the people weren't even aware of this, right? And sent their kids off thinking that they'll see them again. Whole time. This is why I say they don't care to protect you. Behind this, it's important for us to be knowledgeable about what's going on locally. I live in a predominantly white city. I don't really talk about what's going on in the city of Atlanta, but in my city, I need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because how it's going to affect my Black behind. Yeah, I know I've told stories and countless stories about so many of my encounters being in the city, and the changes that have happened since. But it's very important, and I learned that actually moving out here, that it's very important for you to know what is happening and how it can benefit you, hurt you, or who is going to be the head of this, because all it takes is for you not to know, and the 5 people that go and vote for the local such and such, and for them to sit on a Zoom call and have this type of conversation and be responsible for what may happen in the next 4-5 years after their no. Now children are dead. People are dead. People can't be found. Proper burials can't happen. Bodies are still washing up because they decided it was not right to take Biden's money to take care of the community, but to probably use it, if we're going to take it, to grow the police departments and those type of things. So MAGA. Somebody said this during Leftist Mafia, that these MAGA will do anything in their power, go against their communities, the children, whatever. They won't. They will make sure they work together, but the people will sacrifice, cut off their own arm to make sure that this country remains racist, remains red, remains in white supremacy, remains run by these officers that are now, we have ICE. They will, in order to do so, they will sacrifice everything they know,
including their children,
their own kids, and that's all you need to know.
That's and see, and so when they tell when they talk about being pro-life, they are not pro-life, and I mean this at a very deep spiritual level. There's a spirit of Molech, Molech, that's talked about in the Old Testament, where people of the city were so committed to the city that they were willing to sacrifice their children, literally sacrifice their children on behalf of their city, their state, their nation. MAGA has proven time and again, whether it's through mass shootings at schools, they would let their kids die, whether it be any type of COVID-19. Oh my God, were they ever so excited about letting their children die in the name of their politics, right? And now we look at this scenario in Texas where their children have died because they refuse to update their system, because they refuse to take money from the federal government because it was underneath the direction of Joe Biden. They have demonstrated time and again that they are more than happy to let their children die. And so it is a spirit of Molech, Molech. I don't care what any of them say. They are not pro-life. They are in fact the party of death, but not just our death, the death of their own children. And I think we got to contextualize it for that, right? For us to really understand the evil that we're dealing with. They will kill their own children to own the libs.
Yeah. Ooh, Heavenly Father, Jesus, they will do it. They will do it.
Hey, you got to be. You got to be careful when you call the name like that. That'll quicken somebody.
Sometimes, but no, that's how you got to. I'll find it so you know the reference. But that's how B. Simone was saying. When her friend was sitting there saying, you know, I was going through it. I didn't know I lost my job. I was on food stamps. I didn't know how I was going to feed my kids. And I was living on my mama's couch, and I saw you helping everybody but me. And the B. Simone kept saying, Jesus.
Come, hey.
I was just going through it. I lost my life. I lost my house. I didn't know how I was going to pick myself up through any of this mess. And you, as my best friend, was just giving all other friends all the stuff, but it's okay because I love you. Anyways, the MAGA people, we need to look out for them. I am actually talking about, which is going to drop tomorrow. You guys, I've been having to edit this throughout what I've been going through.
Hey, DVR, not
Jesus. I love that actually.
Jesus.
Really
I love it. Jesus.
We must keep this. You heard it here first from our viewer DVNR. I love it.
Jesus.
That's how I pronounce it.
Wait a minute. Stop it. Y'all will not disrespect my Savior this morning.
Praise Jesus.
Y'all are going to hell. All of y'all are going to hell.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I love y'all.
No, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Oh
No,
my
I
God.
gotta get out of here. I really want to look. I'm jealous, and I want to hang out a little bit more.
We about
with
to
y'all.
we got to party. We got to party. You got that music ready, James? You got
Uh-huh.
something?
Look, y'all trying to leave me and trying to. Anyways, I'm out of here. However, I wanted to read the super chats before I go.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Let's start at the top.
you.
Here we go, Rebecca. They up there for you.
Okay. One of the best shows on YouTube. You guys rock. Thank you so much. Please. And if you are watching right now, like, share, subscribe. If you haven't shared this already, share it right now. Please. Thank you so much.
Right now.
Alexis love you. And I love your name. Love you mean it. Rest is resistance talks about how the capitalist machine makes us turn others into cogs. But Ben had mentioned that already. In our attempt to aid the system, resisting this is vital.
Amen.
Remember when pause real quick. Remember when resist was the word to use back in 2016?
I was so tired of that. The resistance.
The resistance.
All I could think of was Star Trek. The resistance is futile.
They killed that word, yo. Like, it was such a time. They took resistance and woke.
Oh my gosh. Wait, I'll never forget we had this white dude working for us.
That's what I think about.
And this
he was popular at the time.
This unmelanated friend, I don't call him friend anymore because he's a Zionist. This unmelanated Zionist tried to tell us that we should not use the word woke because of what he thought, because of what they were saying it meant. And I'm like, look, white boy, you're going to come in here in our space and tell us what words we can use and we can't use because your unmelanated friends have changed the definition of it. Just the unmitigated gall. I don't even know how we got there.
That's one thing that, and I don't want to offend anybody of you that are watching. This is my view, my point of view, and mine only. This is why I think I kind of transitioned out of simply being called this just a leftist or just a liberal or just whatever, because I realized that there are a part of a group of people who are predominantly white, only white, on that side that actually just they feel offended at the fight when it doesn't look like how they are trying to curate it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so if the resistance doesn't look like how they want it, and this is not to you, Alexis, I agree with you 100%. But if the resistance doesn't look like how they have curated it to look, because remember at that time, Ben, we actually moved away. We took it and said, oh no, what y'all talking about is not even. Are y'all really gonna sit here and keep on talking about collusion in this small manner and curate it this way when we are talking about the real corruption that's happening right here? We're not doing that. We had to actually resist and do our own thing, and that's how Like It or Not was birthed in this way. I want to know, because it was such a different. It wasn't even. We were doing something else with this person that he's talking about, who was actually a very popular leftist talking head.
Oh no, I'm not talking. Oh well, yeah, he's unmelanated too. But
what were talking about? There was another one. Oh
yeah, no, the one who used to produce with us.
Wait a minute.
It's too many. It's too many examples. But I put Tricia Hersey up there because she's the author of Rest is Resistance. So I appreciate her taking that resistance term back and framing it the proper way. So shout out to Alexis for bringing that to my remembrance. That Rest is Resistance is a book that I think we all should be reading or at least aware of.
Yeah.
Here's the next one, Becca.
Okay.
Much love to Bubba and Ben. Much love to my BBs. What you doing over there, Bubba? Look.
He's standing up ready to jam.
No, I'm on tap stick.
Prairie Fire. Thank you so much. You now have 2 nickels and the funds to go get
rotisserie chicken.
That depends on the channel that came on.
I think he sent it to multiple channels.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Prairie Fire. Once again, I love Prairie Fire. One thing Prairie gonna do is show up. I believe Prairie's an actual farmer. Scripture has taught us for over 3,000 years the rich are loyal to no family, flag, or even a God. I have endless sympathy, but I have no sympathy for those who grind my fellow man into pulp for money.
Come on, my
Prairie.
Look, I don't know.
You in the house today?
Come on, listen. And you look like you might be unmelanated, but this is the kind of unmelanated friendships and allies that we need.
Right.
This language right here with the bang bang.
With
right?
the bang.
Look, the bang. But I have no sympathy for those who grind my fellow man into pulp for money. That's the spirit.
Yeah.
That's the common bond That's what we have
Oh,
to
they
have
preaching.
solidarity
They
around.
on it today. Chat is on it today. Shout out to the chats because y'all are on it today.
No, for real. They've been doing their big one all day today too.
I love that for
y'all.
That part.
Alicia, and again, I love seeing the brightness of the photo when it comes on. But Rebecca, you have a gorgeous spirit. I thank you for that. You are beautiful inside and out, and I'm so glad you haven't let these people, these terrible people, dim your shine. You don't know how many people hear those words today, and I thank you for it. Thank you so much. Cy Abelman, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Cy Abelman. In the same country, those clips would be admitted as evidence in their trials.
Talking about those city officials, absolutely.
Yeah. Alicia McCullum, once again, why thank you. Everybody come over and like Rebecca's stream. We need our girl to be seen and do like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. Tomorrow I am dropping, hopefully, once I put the little last touches to the editing on this video that takes me 90 hours to do. But
oh my goodness.
I am dropping a new piece on ICE and why we should be paying more attention to how they are policing, terrorizing, abducting, and murdering and unaliving people here in this country at this moment, and how they are growing and being funded, overfunded, while they're taking away funding from your child in school. Won't even consider them for a meal in their school, and they're taking that funding and applying it to
$150 billion to ICE.
Okay. Okay, that's more than the Marine Corps right now. That's okay. Well, just about
more than the FBI. They're gonna have more. It is the Gestapo for sure.
Okay, Gestapo, call it what it is, baby. So be on the lookout for that to drop on tomorrow.
Let me read this one. And Rachel, you know, you and I, we go way back, so you know I love you. Destiny is a pig. That's the entire thing. That's where we're gonna end that super chat. Destiny is a racist, fascist, Zionist pig. And he can kiss my entire black.
Destiny, but look,
right.
Damn. Please keep up your good work. I always appreciate your analysis and compassion. Love you, mean it, for whoever that was for, but I appreciate it, Si. And we are at the end. That was look, because
you were at the end.
Oh, look, I'm at the end. That was it.
Yeah, I'm gonna borrow a DJ exclusive at least for 2-3 songs and give folks a few minutes to come in if they want to talk.
You don't got to kick me out of my own house because this is my house. I got the keys on this house.
It's only because you got to go.
You remember used to be locked out the club trying to get in?
Oh yeah, because my name went on the marquee. My name went on the marquee. It wasn't on the marquee, but on today it is. So I'm gonna let these kids enjoy the rest of the home. Don't touch nothing. Don't get up.
Don't break nothing. Don't cook nothing.
Stay in this area. Don't sit on the couches with
the couch with the plastic on them. We know.
Please put the lunch in the fridge and you eat that. Okay.
It is. And you better take out the freezer.
Yeah, and you better put the meat out the freezer when I come back so I can. I got enough to cook for our cookout on next Saturday. I love you guys so much, and I will see you next weekend. Make sure you like, you share, and you subscribe. And if you want to continue the support, it's over there on Cash App at Becca's Voice. I will see y'all. Love you.
That.
Bye, Beckers.
Bye.
James, what you got?
What's funny is
we both said that at the same exact time.
Right, dude. And I did on Beard Bonnet Chronicles. You hear the music?
No, because I don't have it in. But I do now. There it is.
On Beard Bonnet, I talked about it. I do this thing, the top 10 according to ChatGPT, right? And the last one was the top 10 things like that was black culture, and that was one of the things was making sure the chicken was taken out.
You better have that chicken taken out so it could be thawed out. Don't be taking it out when I'm coming around the corner. It need to be thawed.
You trying to run it under some hot water real fast.
Nah, be like me. I throw that thing in the defrost in the microwave and then act surprised when they get mad.
But yeah, that chicken ready. It's good enough. It's good.
Hey, this is a classic, man. Earth light 'em up.
Dude, this one and the next one I got coming up. It's probably the best songs ever.
Bring it up.
I never switch sides. Like even when I die, I'ma ride for the squad. Let her ties in the hearse. Been on a vibe, kind of hard to describe. I'm in between, I'm good and it's fine, but I'm tired of the grind.
See, this is solidarity right here.
To realize I'm in the middle of the time
right,
of my life.
exactly, man.
Back for the stack, never lied on the rap. Got a bag from the way that I write it. Queen looking Tyson, do that ass survive, doing 80 to the house. Then I hit her to the sky, change haters on a tirade. Talking to the crib in the face, be still, let that hate stuff fade. We all want the same. We all want to
love our Muslims. All right, Queen.
Just spill from my lips, feel big from the bib. Take a sip till I pass out. Try and get grip, but it don't make sense.
Better than I
could lose life on this fast.
Man, for real. I wanted to do it so bad though.
I might flip that to the glass house. I don't need the accolades. I'm in love with the chase. I just wanna eat, save a spot at the table. Beast with the slap, pin myself on the map. You lower with the wind, but we knowing that it's cap. 5-hour flights, couple nights at the flat. To be real, couldn't see me making moves while I'm at. I'm still on the grind, limit time when I chat. Burning down sage, demons away. When I write it, give a piece of myself to the page. I don't do it for the praise, love. That's just how I'm made.
From the glass in the mirror. Yeah. Do it at me, old man, trying to pass in the fear. You're the first one to talk, but the last one to hear. Eyes blurry, but I couldn't see that. Then he cleared down. Start to feel like I'm on one. Settle in, I'll be here for the long run. I'm a slave for the cash, got snakes in the grass, no brakes on the ad, but it's all fun. We done seen it all, heard it all. Heard enough, give me space before I murder y'all. 10 bad here, I'ma curve them all. 12 missed calls, and I still made a curtain call. Here to light it up, lighten up. Hear him talking, they ain't right enough, tighten up. Everything that I came for, I left with. I don't bang sets, I just bang on the set list. Going past supper when I came for the breakfast. Put me in your prayers, I might put you on the guest list. Young, to me reckless. Gold in my soul, got the same on my necklace.
Hey man, you and me gonna get us a skate squad, but we're gonna have rollers.
You got a walker, man.
A walker, that's what I need.
Dude.
I'll be getting down. I'll be bopping with my shoulders.
Man, but exactly, dude. I'll be all over the place. But I'm with it though.
This is a classic. Revel Day. I'm still
Revel Day, yep.
I'm still fly, let's go. It could all be worse, I could be a hater like you. It could
Remember, I used to sing this crap loud as hell every morning, dude.
And I used to be like, Bubba, there's a delay. There's a delay.
Say it with your chest now. Say it with your chest now.
And you know what? We can take questions from the audience too. I see a good one, but we're gonna let this song play first.
Yeah.
It's my time to ride it out. It's my time to ride.
There I go, Steve.
I'm free.
Nobody take me here. Let me change the video real quick.
It's my time to ride it out.
I'm too slow. I can't change it.
But why is it like matching with the beat though?
I know. They on beat.
Rising to the top was my destiny. And you can see whatever from behind me. But I'm still fly. I'm still fly. I know. I'm still fly. I'm still fly. Let's go. It could all be worse.
Now, every other group, they were only on them for like 5 seconds. They gonna land the plane
now
here.
You already know.
They gonna land the plane here. And the wife walks in. The wife is watching in the other room. I'm already in trouble. And I ain't even looking at her. There we go. Thank you. Oh.
Can't nobody take here and now. It's my time to ride it out. It's my time to ride it. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and
Come on, bro.
It's my time to ride it out. It's my time.
I wonder how many accidents they be having out there.
Yeah, no, for real. Like, I know y'all got to be falling over a lot.
If you're on the bus, say yeah.
Woo!
On the train, say yeah. If you gotta walk,
And yes, I have. I saw it last night.
Oh, we got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Young or old, I really don't care. Life has never really been fair. So put your fist up in the air. Say yeah. I'm young, I'm free. Can't nobody take me here and now. It's my time to run it out. It's my time. It's my time to.
What we got going on here, though? What we
I'm free. Can't nobody take me.
They get it, all right.
And now it's my time to run it out. It's my time. It's my time to run
You know what?
it out.
I've always wanted to know that. Gotta be.
Gotta be. No way they can't be. All right. So we had a quick question. Braxton said, what's the serious question? What's the difference between a Zionist and an Israeli? Is that like being a maggot in America? God, hey. Okay. Zionism is a political ideology. I think the real question you want to ask is, what's the difference between Zionism and Judaism? Judaism is a religion. Judaism is the faith. Judaism is something that you could be not necessarily born into, but you could become a Jew through Judaism. That part, right? Cool. In that way, Jewish people, we stand in solidarity with them because of the historical Holocaust that was committed against them, right? The anti-Semitism that they are facing right now today. And in that regard, I stand with the people of the Jewish faith. I stand with the people of the Jewish faith. But Zionists, they are the tip of the spear of white supremacy and settler colonialism. They are spreading around the country, around the Middle East, like a virus, just like European settlers did around the globe, from the British Empire to the Roman Empire to the Greek Empire. That's what they do. That's what Zionism is doing. As a matter of fact, James, would you believe that we have been dealing with white European settler colonialism since before Jesus was born? Jesus was born in occupied Palestine. It was occupied by the Roman Empire. Rome from Europe, right? And we're still, and Palestinians are still facing that today in the form of Zionism. So the difference between Zionism and Judaism is that Zionism is a political ideology of settler colonialism that spreads like a cancer and is willing to commit genocide in order to get property, to get land. Judaism is a religion that goes back thousands of years, and that they have adopted into the Jewish family a lot of people who do live in Israel. So you got to be willing to separate the two, the faith from the politics. The politics are evil, committing genocide. The faith, many people in the Jewish faith, they themselves reject Zionism. I got to say that again. Many people in the Jewish faith, they themselves reject Zionism. All right, let's get the music back going, unless you got a question or comment, James. As you get as he gets that battery going. Let's see any other questions in the chat. And again, listen, we sent the link over to Discord. First time doing it. So if nobody shows up today, that's totally cool. But if you want to join us in studio and want to tell us your crash out story about what happened to you as on your job, career crash outs, like Rebecca and I and James, we all shared this morning. You can do so. It is in our Discord. It is in our Discord right now. Jamtune, Nika, she has the link, and a couple of the moderators have a link. So feel free to come join us. All right, James, it's in your hands, man.
Yeah, man. Because when I tell you, my story was I'm working in food service, and when I tell y'all they really tried it, so how can I be nice? My boss was a lesbian, black lesbian woman. And when we first started working together, we used to bump heads all the time. When I say all the time, it was real bad, man. So that first year was bad, but we finally started getting to know each other. Then the second year, then like the next few years, we were good. You know, I'm thinking, all right, we got our groove. We clicking now. We's like, you want to be the evil man, and I'm going to be the soft one, the not evil man. Yes, I know what I said.
You mean the good cop, bad cop?
good cop, bad cop, basically. Yeah. Okay, and I'm like, all right, because I know I have a soft spot for people. Just the way I am, it's in my heart. So that last year, you know, I ran like 4 or 5 different like little small food services. I was the retail manager, so I ran everything. So the beginning of the first year, and this was out of school, by the way. Beginning of the first year, I'll never forget, we had a supervisor meeting where all my supervisors and everything from all my different units would come in, and they would be the ones, and like we'd have me just talk about what we expect for the year and everything else. So I get there hella early. I'm printing out papers. I'm getting everything ready for this meeting, and everybody's starting to arrive. I'm like, cool. And so once I'm coming out with this big stack of papers to get ready to start the meeting, I don't need you at the meeting. You can go do something else.
Wow.
Okay. So I went to my office and started doing some stuff. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, it's kind of messed up that you out there talking to my people and I'm not out there. Excuse me, I know that you like the operations manager and you over me, but you doing this without me, bro? I'm like, that's kind of messed up. So I went to my office, I'm chilling. I guess they finished the meeting. 2 of my other supervisors come in and they start doing their food order and stuff. So they in there for a few minutes. She come bust through the door. I told y'all not to be in this office with them. Y'all always doing what I said y'all not to do. Y'all need to get out of here. I'm like, you told us to come in here and order the food. This is the only place that we can come to order at. What are you talking about? Well, you should be talking to him. You can't talk to him.
Good Lord. What was the issue?
Dude.
Well, finish telling the story. You bring it all together.
So then she said, James, come see me outside. I'm like, okay. I'm like, this, in so many words, I want to like, this bee is crazy. Okay, I don't know what's going on, and I really don't care to know. But okay, let me go out here because I feel like I'm about to quit this job today. So walked out there, sat down at the table, and she's like, okay, look, you're gonna have to put on your big boy panties and you're gonna have to do this. Just start talking crazy to me, bro.
Wow.
So at that point, I'm like, you know what? I took out my cell phone, the work cell phone, and the work keys, threw them on the table and say, I don't have to take this shit no more. I'm out. Because you're not gonna sit here and talk to me like I'm some random ass dude on the street.
That's
like
right.
We haven't been doing this for years.
Right.
So you coming at me like this, bro, I'm not feeling that. And I'd rather lose all of this money than put up with this BS. I'm not gonna do it this year. So threw all that in the keys, and so I'm walking back to the back to get my stuff, and she's just like talking mad stuff, being just saying stuff. So I get through the door. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not having to take this. Yeah, oh, you just wanted to come back here and make a scene. That's all you wanted to do. Then she's just talking. I grabbed my coat, my thing. She's still talking. I said, F you. Fill in the blanks. F you. Walked out and they never see her ass anymore. And I'm like, I'm too old for that. I'm not gonna do that.
Wow.
What's funny is I would see her years later because her godson is one of my good friends, and I DJ'd his wedding in Pennsylvania. And had to go up there to the wedding, and she actually stays there. But she hugged me and apologized to me, of course. But yeah. Okay.
Hindsight is 2020. She figured it out by then.
Exactly.
We can't let people push us into having to do things that we know are wrong just in the name of our job, right? That's as bad as the Nazis who said I was just following orders. You don't have to just follow orders. You can do something better. While you get that next song up, let me answer this question from Jam Tune.
Yeah. My
question from earlier stands, Ben. Why can't they, I guess MAGA, see that he, Donald Trump, matches the descriptions from Revelations? How do they not see it? Because they don't want to see it. They don't realize that they are literally the bad people in the book of Revelation, right? But here's the thing. I take a step back. I don't personally attribute Donald Trump to being the Antichrist because I think it's important for us to see the Antichrist not as an individual person, but as a system. And if you start to view it as a system, then you realize we have been living underneath the Antichrist for a very long time, right? And the Bible says as much, like, you know, it really speaks of the Antichrist being there at the time of the apostles, the Apostle Peter, the Apostle Paul, and the rest of the gang, right? And so when you think of it that way, I see the Antichrist as religion married to the state. When religion is married to politics, when religion is married to a nation, you get something like Christian nationalism, which is exactly what we see during all of the destruction across this country. And you see all the different types of religious nationalism across the globe. You got Hindu nationalism in India with Modi. You have Jewish nationalism, Zionism in Israel. And of course, you have Islamic nationalism in many Middle Eastern nations and Christian nationalism in the United States of America. And underneath all of those regimes, we see the actions that are anti-Christ. And you see blood, you see bloodshed, you see murder, you see all kinds of horrible things. But in terms of them not being able to see that about themselves, not being able to see that about Donald Trump, and not being able to see that about their religion, it's because they have been deceived and they are part of the deception now. So. There it is. There it is.
You said that, brother.
Y'all drop some more questions. This is a good one.
Okay.
Bring it up. Hey.
Shout out to the letter hat. What up, letter hat?
Right there. We got you a check.
That's the same thing I thought, brother. Same thing I thought.
They look like they on beat.
Wait.
Come on in the room, Braxton. Come on and holler at us.
Right.
Put that Discord link.
Yes. Like, no, for real, where is that?
Is MAGA Christianity an oxymoron? So I want to just say yes and just leave it there, right? The reason I won't leave it there is because I don't like the true the no true Scotsman fallacy, which is anytime somebody basically does something that your group doesn't like, you say, oh, they're not really a Christian, or they're not really a leftist, they're not really a progressive. So I'm going to say that they're Christians, but I'm going to say that they're like the Matthew, the exact scripture escapes me, the chapter and verse escapes me, but in the book of Matthew, it says that there is going to be a group of Christians, there's going to be a group of quote unquote believers who cry out, Lord, Lord, did I not prophesy in your name and do all of these good works in your name? And Jesus is going to tell them, depart from me, you workers of iniquity, I never knew you. So there's going to be a whole bunch of folks who going to be like, wait a minute, I went to church every Sunday. And Jesus is going to be like, yeah, you was full of hell too. So
as True says, Ben, that was a rhetorical, right?
Yeah. I'm like, you got me out here answering this question. I thought it was a good question though.
It was a good question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's Truth as if I had went to see Superman, and yes, I saw it last night. And
what'd you think?
Okay, y'all. I would say I give it a B-. It's a good movie. I'm a James Gunn fan. I've seen a lot of James Gunn's work. So it reminded me of a Superman, but with Guardians of the Galaxy kind of feel to it.
Okay.
Which it was cool. I will say it's cool. It's probably been the better Superman since Christopher Reeves.
Really? You like it better than Big Swole dude?
I don't know. Now Henry Cavill was good, so I'm gonna take that back. Okay, yeah.
It was somewhere between.
Yeah, Henry Cavill was good, but this guy, Brian Cornsweet, whatever his name is, he fits it. I think his personality and where James Gunn is with it, I think it's a perfect fit. It's great. I'm interested to see where they're gonna go from here and where it goes. But yeah, I will say it was good. It was good, but a B-. It's because sometimes just throw stuff kind of everywhere. But but with the James Gunn universe, it's a lot of stuff that's going on already. So it's cool. Nice. It was fun. That was good.
Dude, we got 3 callers on the line just that quick. All right, so we're going to take them in order. Nat A is up first. Nat, you ready? Nat, you're on the line. Oh, did we lose Nat? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hang on. We lost Nat that quick. As soon as I clicked on her name, I lost her. All right, Jam Tune, you are up. Now, Jam, you got to have on a filter, right? Hang on. I'm going to put you on.
I don't feel like a person today, so this is the cursed ass face you get for the day.
I just had to alert the people that what's coming up is a filter.
You're welcome.
I was like, I am not going to insult my friend like this, but I know better. What's on your mind, Nat? I mean, not Nat, but Nika, what's up?
Well, you get the cartoon face because I barely feel like a person. Plus, we live in cursed times, and I feel like you should see cursed Nika today. So anyway, my crash out story.
Yes, your crash out story. Tell us all about it.
I used to work at a certain convenience store, and there was a rural store on the way to Richmond, Virginia from Gloucester, Virginia. And I worked at that store. And there was a thing where you weren't supposed to leave people alone on third shift, let alone like a woman. And I'm fairly small. I can fight, but I'm fairly small. So I'm working the third shift right after we'd had this discussion because one of our employees got hurt on third shift from being alone. And we had just had this discussion, and this man comes and he grabs me from across yes, Pixar looking ass. That's exactly it, Lee. I did that on purpose. So this man reaches off Y'all are throwing me off. This man reaches across the counter and like grabs me, and I can fight. So he grabs me with my left hand. I take my right hand and I bop his little head into that counter, and he runs like hell out the door. Wow. And of course I have to call the police and everything, and I'm irate because somebody just freaking tried to grab me, and I'm on fire. I am a ginger. I'm a Native American ginger, and I am on fire in that moment. And I took the cigarette wall. If you have ever been in a convenience store, you know that wall that holds all the cigarettes. It's got those things that slide in and out, and you put the cigarette packs and stuff in it. I took that wall and I ripped it fucking off. And then closed the store and made them clean it up. Here's my crash out story.
Hey, but no, that is a legitimate cause to crash out.
Yep.
Look, I'm one. I know that you don't need it, but I'm sorry that happened to you. Two, I could just see you. I just see you in my imagination as he grabbed you. You grabbed him and smashed his head, and then I could definitely see you tearing down. That if there's ever a reason to crash out, that's one, Nika.
Yeah, and you telling the story with the Pixar filter on just like did not help it any, because it's like, oh, it's just so nice and sweet looking, and then she said, "Yeah, I smacked the shit out of her."
And then I closed the store and made them clean it up.
I come off very sweet and kind, and I work very, very hard to be sweet and kind. However, that takes effort. Okay, y'all see me being nice, and people, oh, Nika's too nice, Jam Toom's so nice. I am trying hard, y'all, because I feel like we need to be more intentional with each other to win.
Yeah.
It is not natural. It is an effort.
Yes,
every bit of it is an effort.
Amen to that. Nika, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We got to have you back again soon. All right, let's go. We got Nat. You got to stay in. You got to stay long enough for me to bring you up, Nat. But in the meantime, we got Will. Will is on the line.
What up, Will?
Hey, what's up? What up, fellas?
What's up, brethren? We can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Okay, I just want to make sure it's my first time using this, but my crash out story goes to I work in one of the most racist industries you could ever imagine, the railroads. Back when I was working for I was working for one of the big corporations out of Chicago, and they had put me under investigation for something that was completely not my fault. So this investigation dragged out, got done with it. They were supposed to make a decision on it. I come into work one day to start my shift. I get to my desk because I was a train dispatcher. So I get to my desk and there's somebody sitting there. And I look at the guy, say, what's going on? It's like, they want to see you in the conference room. So they're about to suspend me for about 30 to 60 days. So I walk in the conference room and the CN police, I just said the corporation. Anyway.
No, it's fine because you actually
standing in the back of the room.
Cut out. It was good.
Bro, no, we only interrupting you because whenever you said that corporation, you lost your signal. So guy was looking at Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I walk in the room and the manager is there, which I was actually cool with. He was a good guy. All the people that was behind my termination was on vacation that week because they knew they were going to fire me.
Cowards.
So they hand me a 60-day suspension. And I'm sitting there like, are you serious? I'm like, this is crazy. And then he looked at me and said, no, it gets worse. So they suspended me for 60 days, and then they terminated me for insubordination because when they put me under investigation, I asked them, what was this BS? I basically said, man, come on, man, it's some bullshit.
And they fired you for that.
And so when I said that, and they fired me for the quote unquote insubordination. So after he told me that, I looked back at the railroad police. I said, look, I'm gonna leave. I said, but I'm gonna get some shit off my chest before I leave this place. Man, I cussed everybody in there. I cussed everybody out. For about 5-10 minutes, I went off. Like I worked in an office with about 30 employees. So everybody could hear it. and I made sure everybody heard it. And I told him, the one manager, I said, and when he bring his punk ass back here, I said, tell that, well, I'm gonna find him because he live in my town. I said, I walked off, and so, like, as I was walking out the door, I said, I'm gonna put a lawsuit on y'all so bad. I said, the name of this railroad ain't gonna be the blank blank anymore. It's gonna be named after me. It's gonna be called the Ian. At that time, I went by Emery, which is my middle name. So now you see my name is William. I had to retire Emery because Emery was gonna get me incarcerated. So I changed my name when I went to my next employer, just so I could retire that character. But the funny thing is that they were going on a firing spree of all black employees at the time. And so the next woman that got let go, they didn't bring her in the office. They called her from home because they told her that she was fired from home because of what I had did. So they put the Emery rule in where they started terminating employees before they came on property.
Wait,
but when
William.
I crash out, it's still to this. What's up?
No. Don't let me interrupt you. Go ahead. To this day, what?
No. So to this day, everybody that I worked with at that company, this happened in 2014. They still talk about when I crashed out and changed their dismissal policy at that company. Nobody else has been fired on property since 2014 because of the way I went off. But the funny thing is I won my job back because it was a union job, and all of those managers was terrified. They were terrified when I came back. But I went back. It was such sweet joy. I went back, got 4 weeks of vacation, worked 1 week, took 3 weeks off, and came into work one day and said, I'm done, and walked out.
Oh man, I love how the tables turned in that. Listen. Shout out to union jobs. Shout out to unions and solidarity, and shout out to the Emery rule, because it sounded like you was out there telling you already know. This is what Emery was out there saying. He was saying this.
Fuck you, and fuck you.
So, but that's my crash out story. It's still one of the tales told in Chicago railroading, and mostly everybody still laughs about it because they knew the type of person I was. They knew I was an excellent employee, and everybody knew that the termination was racially motivated. Everybody knew it.
That's what's up, Will. Thanks so much for sharing that story with us, man.
That was funny, Will. Appreciate that.
Last thing I just want to say, man, is I appreciate what y'all do, man. Y'all keep me mentally sane with discussing some of these things, and man, I really, really appreciate what y'all do, man. Thank you.
Hey, man, we appreciate you, man. Love you, bro. Yeah. Thanks so much, and definitely call back in soon. We need to start doing this a little more often.
Yeah,
Nat, hey, you on the line? What is going on, Queen?
Hey. Good morning, everybody.
What up, Nat?
So my little crash out story. I haven't worked since 2017. So in 2016, I worked at a nursing home. I'm not gonna say which one, but the job I had was I had one of the easiest jobs at the nursing home. But you had people that, like to kiss tail to the highest extent. So I got pulled in the office one day because at the time I had like 3 patients, but I did other things. I had specific times to do things. So, okay, I would make sure my patients were straight. I would make sure I tell somebody that I was going off the unit. But a lot of times, I couldn't find nobody. Secretary, head nurse, both nurses I couldn't find nobody. So I would go do my thing. When I come back to that building, I would go check my patients. If I need to do whatever, I did that. And then I would go and do what I had to do at this other time. So, okay, come lunchtime, for the patient, it seems like I'm the only CNA on the unit. Now we have almost 20 feeders. I'm not gonna feed everybody. I'm gonna do the ones that I'm assigned to do. So, okay, after a certain amount of time, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna, as long as my work is done, I'm gonna do me. Well, I get pulled into the office. Well, you need to start letting people know when you gone off the unit. No, you need to make sure all of your staff is on the unit when I leave. So, I said, now, come lunchtime, everybody takes the lunch at the same damn time, and they sit in the damn break room having lunch. And I'm the one on the unit trying to answer the call lights, trying to feed, trying to do this, kiss my ass. So she called my supervisor because she wasn't my supervisor. So she called my supervisor down there, and they pulled me into the office. And so the head nurse of this unit, she's telling my supervisor what's going on, and I stopped her dead in her tracks. I said, sweetheart, I said, for one thing, I said, we're not going to just make this all about me. I said, I try to make sure to let somebody know. I said, if you and your staff is not on the unit, that's not my damn problem. So you're not going to just pull me out. And I got ready to get started. I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to stop myself right here before I say something that's going to get me terminated. I said, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go outside to my car and smoke a cigarette. And when I come down, I'll be able to, and I would give because I had a patient I was about to give a shower to. So I give my patient her shower when I come back. Well, I went out there. I didn't stay long enough, which I should have.
You mean your smoke break wasn't long enough?
Yeah, I didn't take a long enough break because I came back in. It's like when I walked back in that door, I was just mad all over again. And I made sure everybody knew that I was mad.
Yeah.
So next thing I know, about 10, 15 minutes, I'm in the shower, giving my patient a shower. One of the nurses come in. She's letting me know that the assistant director of nursing wanted me in her office. I said, okay. I said, tell her when I get done giving this shower, because I'm just getting started, I will be up there. About 10, 15 minutes later, she come back in there. I said, once again, when I get done, unless you want to finish this, I would, when I get done. So I get my girl, I get her back in the bed and everything. And I walk on up there. Well, I goes up there. I get off the elevator, and her office is right to the right of me. So that head nurse from that unit is sitting there. So when she see me come off the elevator, she don't turn around and roll her eyes. So I pushed the door up. Door wasn't closed all the way. I said, so what we doing? Are you right now sending me home, or are you gonna terminate me? What do we do on today?
That part.
And the look on both their faces was so priceless because they couldn't believe I even said it. And they was like, well, we was going to send you home. I said, baby, I got 2 more hours left of my shift. I said, I'm calm. I said, but I meant what I said.
That part.
I said, so I'm going to finish out my day. I said, if I feel the need that I need to take off tomorrow, I will call in and let y'all know. Y'all have a good rest of the day. I walked on out.
There you go. There it is. Nat.
So you take control.
It was a crash out, but it was such a smooth crash out.
Yeah. There's levels.
So they rolled my behind all the way up until I went to third shift.
Look here, Nat. Nat, there are levels.
Because they tried to make me come in at 7 in the morning, which I came in at 8:30. No.
They trying to change the schedule.
7, 8.
Look, Nat, there are levels. Thanks for coming on, Nat. There are levels, James. And that there are levels to the crash out. Not every one of them is you losing your cool. Some
Yeah.
of them you could deliver with smoothness. You know what I mean? Like a Samuel L. Jackson crash out. You know, Samuel L. Jackson, when he crash out, he don't lose his cool. He just laid out there like what you say. What we doing? What we doing? You fire me? You laying me? What we doing?
Because I ain't up for the BS. So what is we doing? What we doing here?
Not
You
today,
gonna write me
Cleopas.
up? You gonna fire me? You sending me home? Whatever it is, you need me. You're not gonna. What we doing?
See, the crash out is when you have come to the point and the realization that I really don't care how this story ends. We gonna end it right here, though. This is where the story. This is the climax of the season. This is the plot twist. This is the thing that we didn't see coming. This is the cliffhanger. We're gonna end it right here, right now. That's when you crash out,
dude. And when I tell you, I had to have one of those moments at this current job when I was just like, okay. And I hate that I had to, because I felt like I was labeled with the big black guy, bad energy. You feel what I'm saying? Like like violent, and now y'all feel scared. No, I know what the hell I'm talking about, and I'm going to express that I know what the hell I'm talking about by any means necessary. And
That's
when
right.
I'm gonna tell your ass you wrong. Hey, you wrong. You ain't doing it right.
That's why I'm always this is what I say now, right? And I've learned the value of saying this. I didn't tell y'all about a crash out, but I'm not gonna tell another one. We're gonna let some music play and then we're gonna get out of here. But this is what I've learned to say now. I say very clearly, I need you to hear me very clearly. How we proceed from here is up to you. I want you to decide how you want this to go, how you want this to end. And then, I make it real clear. In some cases, I say like if you want to make this a thing, we can make this a thing. I would prefer that we not make it a thing. And I have to make it really clear, because if you don't, then they're going to always turn it on you and say, oh, he lost his cool. No, I didn't lose my cool. I wasn't going to sit there and let you do to me what you were trying to do to me. And I gave you an opportunity for this to go a good way. You chose the bad way.
That's real, man. It's like, no, I'm not like up getting like mad and all this. No, I'm just not gonna sit here and let you chastise me and make me the villain when your ass is the villain.
Right.
I'm gonna get you together.
Right.
Sorry.
You're not gonna flip that narrative on me. You ain't gonna make me the bad guy and you the one sit up here. That's what these devils do all the time, man. They do all the time.
Dude.
All the time. James, what you got? What you got next? What song you got next? And we're gonna close it out. Unless we get a bunch of other callers, we're gonna close it out after this next one or two songs. It's up to you, James.
This is also my damn song, dude.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to QUE in the chat as well too.
Say I'll crash out and fix my bow tie after. That's what I'm talking about. Come on.
So it feels like no matter how hard I try, I can never fully communicate the sheer depth of the depravity and evilness we are dealing with in this country when it comes to the Republican Party. And there's always been this effort, primarily by Democratic Party politicians, to try to differentiate between the MAGA Republicans or the ultra MAGA Republicans and non-MAGA, as if that matters. I mean, it's a meaningless distinction because they're all evil. They all lack empathy. They're all bigoted. They all relish in the pain and suffering of others. They are fundamentally anti-human, and they are doing everything in their power to make life objectively worse for all living creatures on this planet. And I understand that we're all exhausted because they're hitting us with a nonstop barrage of bullshit every single day, but we still have to try to do everything in our power to disincentivize their toxic behavior now before it gets even worse. And it will get even worse given the trajectory that they're currently on. And I just want to give you a few examples that demonstrate this. First of all, politicians used to have to put on hoods and white robes to publicly say things that some Republicans are now saying weekly on Twitter, but they're now just straight up Klan posting on their main accounts every single week, as if their racism is somehow common sense to the rest of us. Case in point, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar tweeted about how detestable it is for our country to welcome war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu to the country when this man is wanted by the International Criminal Court for doing a genocide. And she's right, this is disgraceful. We are welcoming the modern-day equivalent of Hitler as he prepares to force the remaining population of Gaza into one big concentration camp, after the IDF, by the way, has been murdering dozens of people lining up for food every single day for weeks. And by the way, we're arming and funding this genocide, and to add insult to injury, we're welcoming Hitler 2.0 into our country with open arms when he should be arrested the second he sets foot on U.S. territory. So Ilhan Omar is right. Our embrace of one of the most notorious murderers in modern history is beyond shameful, yet unsurprising for our deeply immoral society. If you disagree with her, you're just a bad person. I'm sorry. But do you want to know how one of her congressional colleagues reacted when she had this human response to us welcoming a war criminal? Well, they called her a terrorist. Randy Fine tweeted, "I'm sure it is difficult to see us welcome the killer of so many of your fellow Muslim terrorists. The only shame is that you serve in Congress." This disgusting, vile cretin with his full chest and no hood on, mind you, called her the terrorist. First of all, he's the one supporting terrorism. But saying he supports the IDF's terrorism doesn't adequately describe the extent of this individual's depravity. He unironically idolizes mass murderers. Last year, this sociopath actually tweeted that he didn't wash his hand after shaking hands with Netanyahu until he was able to touch his kids' heads. So this individual obviously is deeply mentally ill, and if he's concerned about U.S. supporters of terrorism, he should look in the fucking mirror. He has the audacity to say this to her. But second of all, why are we putting up with this shit from lawmakers? We're just allowing sitting members of Congress to regularly Klan post on their mains now? That's what we're doing? That's what this country has become? They don't even have the decency to save their repugnant thoughts for their Klan meetings anymore. It's just infuriating. And it's not just him. Remember, Andy Ogles just called for Zoran Mamdani to be denaturalized and deported and called him Little Muhammad as if he was being funny. And I honestly just can't get over this. Isn't it crazy that they don't feel like they need to put on their Klan hoods to say shit like this? We fucked up as a society by letting this level of racism become socially acceptable again. And this is just a couple of examples. Like, we could talk for hours about the explicit anti-black racism that's out in the open now, or the outrageous homophobia and transphobia of elected officials who sound like regulars on 4chan. Like, if Rashida Tlaib was censured for saying from the river to the sea, why the fuck are we letting these demons get away with this? Censuring should just be like the bare minimum, but really there should be pressure on them to resign because they shouldn't be representing their constituents in Congress. They should be leading opening prayers for their local Ku Klux Klan chapters. In any normal country, like, this would be a national scandal, but these days, it's not even a blip on the fucking radar. It is deeply disgraceful and embarrassing. But aside from their disdain for anyone with skin darker than theirs, they're also going out of their way to do everything in their power to kill as many people as possible, not just people in Palestine, but Americans as well. And they're trying to kill as many people as possible, as efficiently as possible. For example, we all know they just voted to take healthcare away from 17 million Americans, which will kill an estimated 50,300 people per year. And they know that this is what the big, beautiful bill will do, and that's why they voted for it. They like that it's going to hurt people and kill people. We're talking about individuals who probably literally tortured animals as kids. They are deeply, deeply disturbed individuals. Like, I don't know why, if you're a serial killer, you don't just run for Congress, because you can kill people legally that way. Makes no sense to just like do it and then go to jail. You can just be a member of Congress like Randy Fine or Virginia Fox, and yeah, you can do it legally, right? And they have the audacity to do this shit to us while calling themselves pro-life. It's like they're playing some sick joke on us. But even though they know what they're doing is evil and will kill people, they become apoplectic if you dare to point out their hypocrisy, that they're doing all this shit while calling themselves pro-life. For example, Republican demon Virginia Fox, she got very mad when Maxwell Frost confronted her about her hypocrisy.
Yeah, see, they say they're pro-life because they want the baby to be born, go to school, and get shot in the school. Die in the school, die on the streets. No, that is what they say. I moved to strike his words. Over the cliff.
You've gone over. We were going to be quiet, but you've gone over now.
You didn't use any.
I meant every word.
We are going to strike your words. But on the other hand, it might be good to leave your words. might be good to leave your words, because that's how you feel. But you are not going to come into this room and impugn our integrity. You will not. We are pro-life people from conception to natural death. Most of us are. And don't you come in here and say, we want to preserve life so people can get shot.
That's what I've seen.
I hate this lady so fucking much. Like, what a disgusting, detestable, embarrassing excuse for a fucking lawmaker. Like, this 172-year-old dipshit just voted to kill 50,000 Americans every single year, but yet she has the audacity to be offended and clutch her pearls because somebody said, hey, you're not really pro-life if you do this shit. Fuck you, lady. My God. Like, this is somebody who's supporting a president that's sending immigrants to alligator Auschwitz and foreign concentration camps to be tortured. They're arming and funding a genocide. They've been doing this now for nearly 2 years. Shut the fuck up about being pro-life. You're not pro-life, you're pro-death. Quite literally. All of the policies that these Republicans support are purposefully designed to maximize the amount of pain and suffering working class people feel. I genuinely believe that the only reason why these people want to force women to give birth is so that way they have more people to torture. I mean that. Like, they enjoy people's pain and suffering. I don't know if it's because it makes them feel powerful or because they get off on it, but their actions indicate that they take some sort of pleasure in some way in causing as much pain and suffering as possible. For all intents and purposes, they are the physical manifestation of the worst interpretation of demons, but somehow more evil. And even though they've always been evil, they've definitely felt more emboldened by Donald Trump and have become more evil, openly so, as a result. Like, they no longer feel inclined to hide their sociopathic tendencies because he's made it socially acceptable to just let your freak flag fly again if you're a racist or misogynist or in general just a piece of shit. And I know that it's hard to keep up with all of the bullshit that Donald Trump is doing on a daily basis to satiate his thirst for power and destruction, but let me just give you a couple of examples as to how he's trying to inflict as much pain and suffering on people as he possibly can. Right now, there are people, as I record this video, in a Salvadoran concentration camp being tortured as we speak. We know from Kilmar Abrigo's time at CCOT that he was subjected to physical abuse as well as psychological torture. He was also denied bathroom access and starved, saying that he lost 31 pounds in the first 2 weeks there. And immigrants currently staying at Alligator Auschwitz in Florida are experiencing conditions that are arguably comparable. They're not allowed to bathe, they're being fed just one maggot-filled meal a day, and they're being forced to sleep with the lights on. And just to be clear, we're not talking about criminals here. Not that this treatment would be acceptable if they were criminals. We're talking about immigrants who did nothing wrong. The overwhelming majority of the immigrants caught up in Trump's deportation force, they are not criminals. They contribute to our economy and pay taxes, but they were born with darker skin in a different area of the planet. So Trump wants them out because, you know, he's a white supremacist who's trying to build a white Christian ethno-state. And increasingly, more and more American citizens are also being caught up in his Gestapo's deportation force, predictably so. We already know that there were American children that were deported, one of which had cancer. But more stories are starting to emerge of Americans being sent to countries that they're not familiar with. American citizens being sent to countries that they're not familiar with, like Jermaine Thomas, an American citizen born to an American father on a U.S. military base in Germany who was just deported to Jamaica, a country he's never been to. But they decided to ship him there because they think that he's more Jamaican than American because he's black, I guess. And now he's staying in a homeless shelter there because he doesn't know where else to go. He's in an unfamiliar country where he knows no one because this is an American citizen we're talking about. And this is going to become more common because Trump's administration is now formally preparing to strip citizenship away from Americans. Is this constitutional? Well, of course not. But it doesn't matter because the Constitution is no longer in effect. And I don't think that people comprehend that reality. The Constitution is no longer in effect. The law is what Trump says it is because the Republican supermajority on the Supreme Court didn't just give him the power to override the Constitution. They gave him near absolute immunity so that way he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. If he wants to go full Hitler, he can do so without worrying about any legal culpability if he ever chooses to leave office, which is debatable at this point. I don't know if he's going to ever leave office. In fact, he's now openly toying with the idea of possibly taking over U.S. cities and running them himself, as if that's a normal thing for a fucking president to say. But it's not like this is surprising, since he already sent his Gestapo to cities like LA to functionally serve as an occupying force. And the ICE Gestapo is basically terrorizing cities that they're occupying currently. And in a disturbing mini documentary from Evident Media, which I'm going to link to down below, they detail the shocking number of human rights abuses of the ICE Gestapo. And the director of this Nazi-like operation in LA made a really chilling statement in response to the outrage. And I want to share that with you.
Better get used to us now, because this is going to be normal very soon.
It's so disgusting that you can see how giddy he is about the fact that he's going to get to terrorize even more communities. And unfortunately, he's not wrong. They're not going to go anywhere. Republicans just voted for the big, beautiful bill, which gives ICE an additional $150 billion, making it the third largest funded military in the world after China, as Lance from The Surfs points out. So Trump just turbocharged his Gestapo, and their ominous presence will soon be ubiquitous in even more cities, if not all of them. Will they harass us? Probably. Will they set up checkpoints for us to go through so that way they can subject us to their power trips? Who knows what they'll do? But one thing that's certain is that they'll all be rock hard while they intimidate and terrorize us and treat us as if we're subjects of their domestic imperial project. And one thing I need people to understand is that they feel compelled to cover their faces because they want to be able to violate our civil liberties with impunity. Now, when Trump was asked about ICE and CBP brown shirts not wearing masks or perhaps even wearing something to identify themselves as federal officers, he balked at that recommendation and said that if you want that, then you don't like America.
Two Democratic senators now, Cory Booker and Alex Padilla, have a new bill out. They want to require CBP and ICE officers to have legible IDs, and they don't want CBP or ICE officers covering their faces. Would you ever sign that?
Well, they wouldn't be saying that if they didn't hate our country, and they obviously do. I'm surprised that they would do it. Knowing a little bit about them, I don't know them well, but these officers are doing a tremendous job. They're great patriots. If you expose them because of statements like have been made by Democrats and others on the left, usually, mostly, I think probably exclusively. You put them in great danger, tremendous danger.
Yes, you hate America if you don't let his Gestapo terrorize you anonymously, because Americans, I guess, are the real threat, not his Gestapo. Listen, America, you did this. Anyone who voted for this man should be reminded for the rest of their lives what the fuck they did. They have permafucked this country, and they should live with that shame forever. But, they're doing all this. They have to terrorize us anonymously while wearing masks and not identifying themselves. But also, they're the party of freedom. Like, it feels like they're playing a game with us, right? They're pro-life, yet they enact pro-death policies. They're pro-freedom, yet enact anti-freedom policies. And they're also pro-free speech. Just don't you dare say anything negative about the regime on social media if you expect to enter the country. Or don't expect to criticize Israel. Otherwise, there's going to be hell to pay. And I should mention on that note that this administration chose to impose sanctions on Francesca Albanese, who is the special rapporteur for the UN Human Rights Council, because she dared to try to uphold international law and hold Netanyahu accountable for the crimes against humanity that he was indicted for. It should be Israel we're sanctioning, but instead we're sanctioning an official on the UN Human Rights Council for trying to uphold international law. It's like a sick joke. But yet the United States wants you to think that they still care about human rights, especially if there's a country that they want to invade for humanitarian reasons. Listen, you have to understand that all of the contradictions and the blatant lies and the in-your-face hypocrisy is a choice. They may also be deeply stupid, I get that, but it's not accidental. It's part of the psychological warfare that they're waging on all of us to make us feel like we're going fucking crazy. But we're not going crazy. These people are liars and they are immoral. They are completely unhinged and untethered from the truth, and they've made it so that way we're basically living in George Orwell's 1984. And we're now being ruled over by a fucking wannabe king who's leading the modern day Nazi movement. It's like a nightmare situation, but things can always get worse, as they've taught us. So, our country has basically been conquered by deeply immoral and unethical people. And as hard as it is to accept that reality, we have to. We can't bury our heads in the sand. We have to be real about the threat that Republicans pose. But I do have hope one day that most Americans will wake up. And when or if that day comes, listen, We cannot accept the bullshit Obama line of we're going to turn the page and move on. No. People have to fucking go to jail for what's happening to this country. It's not just that we have to make republicanism socially toxic. We have to seek retribution for the crimes that this party is committing, for their wanton violations of the Constitution, for their human rights abuses, for their crimes against humanity. There needs to be real accountability for everyone involved in the destruction of this fucking country. Nothing more, nothing less. Because you can't eliminate evil, for sure. There's always going to be disturbed people who get off on others' pain and suffering. But what we can do is bully these fascist fucking freaks back into the closet so they don't feel as confident to spew the vile bullshit that they spew now on a daily fucking basis. It should be as toxic to be a Republican as it is to be a Nazi when it's all said and done, because they are objectively an existential threat to all life on this planet. Think about it. They're not just doing nothing about climate change. They're also undoing what little progress we've made because they are fucking evil. I can't stress that enough. They are actually evil. To the extent that evil exists, the Republican Party is the personification of evil. And we need to be so much more direct about this and stop mincing words to protect their feelings or the feelings of people who vote Republicans. Fuck those people too. They're evil in every sense of the word, but no word can truly capture the dark essence of these uncivilized, feral barbarians. They are a demented, psychotic death cult, and we have to do everything in our power to defeat them. Politically, socially, culturally, and make sure that this level of evil never manifests ever again.
I think it's fair to say that my colleagues in the New York congressional delegation and I, we do not care about the Democratic Socialists of America. We're focused on defeating congressional Republicans in the midterms and making Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker of the House and reversing the catastrophic consequences of the Republican reconciliation bill. We could care less about Mickey Mouse primary challenges.
That's the response from right-wing Democrat Richie Torres when he was asked about a potential primary challenger from the left. He is one of 5 New York Democrats that the DSA might target, including leader Hakeem Jeffries, and all 5 Democrats are seemingly as cocky as he is when it comes to the prospect of them facing a primary challenger, according to CNN, who reports the members of Congress themselves and close advisors say they all have the community ties, political operations, and resources to fend off whatever may come at them. They diligently say that anyone can run in a democracy, but chuckle or roll their eyes at hearing of lines like Mamdani ally Bronx State Senator Gustavo Rivera saying, "My colleagues in Congress that stood against us, they might have to watch out." So they're chuckling and rolling their eyes at the prospect of a primary challenger. Now, whether or not they have the community ties is debatable. Richie Torres, for example, represents the poorest district in the country, yet spends most of his time representing the interests of a genocidal foreign government. But that's exactly why he's so confident, because he does have the resources to potentially fend off a primary challenger, seeing as how AIPAC is by far and away his largest campaign contributor. In fact, they've given nearly 4 times as much to him as his second highest donor, NORPAC, which is another pro-Israel organization, by the way. So this is a member of Congress who's been completely bought off by an extremist foreign government who's made his allegiance to them his entire personality, so much so that it's even negatively affected his dating life. And I'm not making this up.
I don't know if I could share this, but it's actually had an effect on my dating life. There are people who will not go on dates with me because I'm pro-Israel. I'll tell one quick story if it's not too personal. I went on a date with someone who I'm openly gay, for the record. And this person said, Richie, I support everything you stand for except one issue. And I said, what's the issue? He said, Israel. And when I said that I was a Zionist, he reacted as if I had uttered the word Nazi.
Gee, I wonder why. But it just goes to show you where his priorities lie. Not with his constituents, but with Israel, a country doing a genocide, which is why he is one of the individuals being targeted by the DSA. And I want to play another clip from that CNN panel he was on, because you'll see that unconditional support for Israel's terrorism makes for not so strange bedfellows.
Now, let me ask you this. How the hell does the first openly gay Afro-Puerto Rican congressperson from the Bronx end up being establishment? What does establishment mean these days in the Democratic Party?
Well, for me, the lesson learned from Mamdani's victory is that there is no Democratic establishment.
What do you mean by that? Are you being honest when you say you don't know why they're targeting? What do you mean by that?
You know why they're targeting you.
Oh no, I'm not. I know why they're targeting
And you
me.
know why they're
but
targeting
I don't care that they're targeting.
Well, so why don't you say it? You know why they're targeting.
I think they're targeting me because I'm pro-Israel.
That's 100%.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Wait, so are you saying they're targeting you and all of these other individuals, Yvette Clarke, Hakeem
I mean,
Jeffries, and
I think
others?
I am specifically targeted because of my position on Israel.
And
That's
by
what
the
I
way,
said.
he's been courageous on this issue, and he's had a backbone, and he has stood up to the wacko radicals in his party on this, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. But that's why he's on the list, because these people have a burning hatred for Israel. It's one of their main pieces of their platform, and that's why they put him on the list, and it's terrible.
You know you're a real great Democrat when you're getting praised by Scott fucking Jennings, a Republican of all people, as well as Ana Navarro, by the way, a former Republican. Now, I don't know why people like her pretend to not know what the establishment means, because we see through their disingenuous bullshit. The establishment is simply someone who uses their power to uphold the political status quo. So yes, you can be gay and be an establishment politician, Ana Navarro. I feel like you know that. But in the same way genocide supporters invoke anti-Semitism to shut down criticism of Israel, right-wing Democrats invoke identity politics to shut down criticism of the establishment politicians. This was the same shit that they did back in 2016 when Bernie Sanders was running against Hillary Clinton. They would say, oh, well, you know, she can't be establishment because she's a woman. That's not what the establishment means, and you know that. If you don't know that, that's embarrassing. It wasn't persuasive back then, and it's not persuasive now. But to go back to the panel there, a former DNC spokesperson who's partially responsible for the mess that we're in now weighed in to poo-poo the idea of primarying incumbent Democrats, and what she says shows how little self-awareness she and people like her have, and Richie Torres later comes in to echo the same dumbass point.
On the message, especially what you just said, we should all be focused on taking on Republicans. And I think that's why David Hogg and his messaging about standing up another organization to primary potential incumbents was problematic. The only title change that Hakeem Jeffries is going to get is to Speaker. And that is because of the 17 million people that were cut off their health care. And I think that if Democrats continue with that message and continue with doing everything to help the American people and provide more for them, and how Donald Trump is rising costs for Americans, then I think that we will be successful in the midterm election.
But it should be a wake-up call to incumbents that they have to work their asses off.
Yes.
They have to be in touch with their base. Listen, we saw this happen with AOC and Joe Crowley. We saw this happen.
What's that mean for him, though?
The
only way to satisfy
it means that he
would be to
can't. It means that nobody who's elected like this. Listen, we saw this happen on the Republican side to Cantor in Virginia, where they think that because they're elected, they can coast. I'm not talking about Richie. I'm talking about a lot of other people.
One of the things that the co-chair of New York City's Democratic Socialists of America chapter says about Hakeem Jeffries is that his leadership has left a vacuum that organizations like DSA are filling. I think that is more important right now. To me, it seems like he is the one picking the fight with the left, and I think he should focus on fighting the right.
So I just find this so offensive. We have a two-party system. It is a binary choice between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, between Team Jeffries and Team Trump. And if you're undercutting the Democratic leader in his own backyard, you're doing the bidding of Donald Trump.
Well, by that same logic, if you undercut the Democratic nominee in New York City, are you doing the bidding for Trump there as well, Richie? Donald Trump wants Eric Adams to win because he has him by the balls. So if you actually believed in what you said, you would have already endorsed Zohran Mamdani. But he doesn't believe that. When a centrist wins a primary, they're all about vote blue no matter who. But if a progressive wins, then they refuse to fall in line, even if that's what they tell us to do whenever they win. It's a double standard, and people now see right through it. And to the point of the former DNC spokesperson, if we've learned anything in the last decade, it's that being anti-Trump simply isn't good enough. Democrats have to have a counter message. You can't just say that cuts to Medicare are bad. You have to propose an alternative. A new YouGov poll shows that 59% of Americans support Medicare for all. So it is political malpractice for Democrats to not all use that opportunity to unite behind this policy now that Democrats are supposedly against what Republicans did. They passed a big, beautiful bill. Nearly 17 million people will lose their health insurance. So why would you not say, hey, here's what we're going to do when we take back power. We're going to give everybody health care because nobody in this country should go bankrupt or die because they don't have health care. I mean, we know why they won't do that, of course, because they're corrupt and because people like her have fed Democrats bad advice for years. But that is the logical thing to do if you genuinely want to stop Republicans from winning. And I love how Ana Navarro, she was this close to making a good point, all to undercut the good point she was making by differentiating Richie Torres from the rest of the do-nothing Democrats. No, Anna, he's part of the problem too. The Democratic Party's base no longer sides with politicians like him, hence why there's this effort to potentially primary him. And I want to show you what I mean, because this is important. An IMEU poll conducted by YouGov back in January found that Harris's support for Israel's genocide in Gaza might have actually cost her the election, given how 29% of Biden 2020 voters who didn't vote for Harris in 2024 say that ending Israel's violence in Gaza was their top issue. On top of that, CNN's Harry Anton recently broke down a Quinnipiac poll showing the seismic shift on this issue within the Democratic Party, indicating that supporting Israel is no longer good politics. But it's more than that. It's a liability for Democratic Party politicians. So by primarying Democrats like Richie Torres, we are making the Democratic Party stronger against Republicans, not weaker. You are the ones helping Republicans, and everyone can see this. For example, these were the first comments that I saw on that YouTube video of that panel discussion, and by now I'm not surprised, honestly. Richie Torres should move to Israel since he represents Israeli interests more than those of his own district. Totally true. The fact that Scott Jennings is praising him is really all you need to know. Israel first? I thought we were voting for American representatives. Torres doesn't even realize he made Democrats look like Republicans, and Scott helped, LOL. Not a good sign if Scott Jennings is complimenting you. The corporate Dems need to retire. Torres is a total disaster, horrible congressman. Either get in line or you're primaried out. So much for vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who? Say establishment Dems, but not if it's a lefty. Weak. And look, I know that a comment section on YouTube, that isn't indicative of the broader Democratic Party base, but I think that it is a microcosm of a broader shift that's happening. Regular people see the game that's being played. But let's not pretend like criticizing Democrats is still taboo as much as they wanted to insinuate that it was in that clip, because centrist Democrats, they shit on the left all the time. John Fetterman was just shitting on Mamdani on Fox News of all places.
I'm not a voter in New York City, and so I have no dog in that fight. And everything that I've read on him, I don't really agree with virtually any of it politically. So that's just where I'm at as a Democrat. I mean, he's not even a Democrat, honestly.
He's not even a Democrat, says the guy who praises Trump on a near weekly basis now. He won the Democratic Party primary, you nitwit. But ask yourself, will Democratic Party leadership condemn this divisive rhetoric? Will they scold John Fetterman for helping the Republicans? Will they demand that he put aside his disagreements and unite behind the Democratic Party nominee in New York City? Of course not, because vote blue no matter who only goes one way. They use the pretense of party unity to shut down criticism about their corrupt, uninspiring candidates when they win primaries, but they dispose of that sentiment the second someone comes along that threatens the status quo and wins the primary themselves, somebody from the left. It's not just Zoran Mamdani or others, it's India Walton. Back in Buffalo, New York, she won her Democratic Party primary, and nobody came out to defend her when the sore loser Byron Brown ran a write-in campaign with Republican money. They left her to dry. So it's bullshit. Everybody sees what that means. Vote blue no matter who just means vote for the shitty candidate that we're going to shove down your throat. But in addition to Fetterman, Dean Phillips just straight up said that there's no room in the Democratic Party for someone like Mamdani.
Is there room for you and Mamdani in the Democratic Party?
You know, I think it's a fine question. I think it's one that many Republicans have been asking about, whether there's room for traditional conservatives in a party now led by MAGA Republicans like Donald Trump. The answer ultimately, I think, is no. You know, we do share many of the same values. In fact, most Americans share a lot of the same values. But as a political party, yes, you want diversity. You want some differences of opinion, perspective, life story, politics, and experience. But when you have socialists, in the Democratic Party, I don't know how anybody could argue that that would be beneficial for the party or for the country.
So let me get this straight. There's room in the party for warmongers like Liz Cheney and Bill Kristol, but there's no room in the party for socialists like Mamdani or myself? That's basically what this dipshit is saying. It's a big tent that's big enough to welcome Republicans, but we do have to draw the line at socialists, because workers owning the means of production so that way they can control their own destinies, that right there is a bridge too far. Sorry, but the elites, they have to have it all, and they have to be able to exploit their workers. I'm sorry, Dean, but fuck off. You are the one who's not welcome in the party. By the way, have you heard any Democratic Party leaders condemn this divisive rhetoric here? A Democrat is saying an incredibly popular progressive mayor who's bringing people back into the party that was dying isn't welcome, but yet we're the ones helping Republicans, apparently. No, bitch. You are the ones helping Republicans, and everyone sees it right now, primarily the base. But as frustrating as this is, I do actually believe that this is possibly a breaking point because of the base. The base just no longer accepts the line of bullshit that's being fed to them by the old guard of the party, and I think that they feel it too. Like, the old guard knows that there's a giant wave that's coming and it's going to wash them away, because in that same segment, Dean Phillips went on to talk about the prospect of a new third party emerging in America with centrists if the extremists on the left end up taking over the Democratic Party. And this isn't the first time that I've heard this. The Daily Beast reports that prominent right-wing Democrats and anti-Trump Republicans are actually in secret talks right now to form a brand new third party, and this story broke before we learned about Elon Musk's so-called America Party. Now, I personally find this extremely encouraging, and I hope that all the centrists create multiple parties, because I think that a third party, it's not going to be electorally viable in our first past the post electoral system. But what this does communicate to me is that centrists now feel like they are increasingly being pushed out of the party that they once controlled. And that's exactly what we want. For the last 10 years or so, it was the left who felt like they were the ones being pushed out of the Democratic Party, but their sudden willingness to leave, that's an indication that we're winning this tug of war against centrists. And to that I say, awesome. Bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, bitches. We don't want you in this party. It's our party now, and you all need to get the fuck out if you're not on board with what we want, okay? You all have had your time to try to stop fascism, and you couldn't do that. You couldn't promote policies that are popular, so now you've got to hit the road. I would even go as far as to say that we might be seeing the early stages of a realignment happening within the Democratic Party, because more liberal-minded voters, it seems like they genuinely have been radicalized in the Trump era, not just because of the way that Trump has destroyed the country, but because the way that the Democratic Party has refused to adequately fight him with the urgency needed in a moment like this. Democrats have even talked about the pressure that they've been feeling from the base at town halls, and I've seen the same thing firsthand at town halls myself, where they are absolutely pissed off at the Democratic Party's inaction when it comes to Donald Trump. And you even see more liberal podcasters now, like Jennifer Welch, defending Mom Donnie while criticizing Hakeem Jeffries. And that is really significant, because I think that what's really changed the most and what's opened the door for change within the party, at least with the base, is that this refusal to criticize the Democratic Party, that's gone. It turned off a lot of normie Democrats when the left criticized the Democratic Party, because they were apprehensive about doing something that could embolden Donald Trump. And that's understandable, but now they understand the value in a progressive populist Democratic Party, because that is how you beat the Republicans and Donald Trump. And that's good, because now that criticism of Democrats from the left doesn't automatically turn off more liberal-minded voters, we're starting to see them actually align with us more on policy as well. To bring it back to Jennifer Welch, her comments on CNN about lawmakers serving Israel at the expense of their own constituents actually shocked me.
What's lost in all of this is the American public. How does this serve the United States of America? Everybody in Israel has health care. Nobody goes bankrupt because they have cancer. But in the United States, we don't, yet we send them aid. And so what's lost in this entire message is all of this just gets, propaganda just gets pushed into the news cycle. It's how does this benefit a country that is breaking every single day?
I've seen enough. I have no choice but to stand. She's a queen, and we all have to admit that. Listen, this is really exciting to see, because you finally have liberals very clearly moving towards Medicare for all, and even policies that were once thought of as fringe, like abolishing ICE and cutting off aid to Israel. And this has all culminated in a moment where the Democratic Party's base, for once, has seemingly come together for the first time since Obama 2008. And this coalescence has scared the establishment, obviously. And as cocky as they might sound publicly, you know deep down they're shitting their pants privately, because this is something that they feared the most. They had the base on lock. They were able to scare the base by talking about the unelectability of the left and how extreme they are and how they couldn't beat Republicans. But then they proved that they were unable to beat Republicans and they can't fight Republicans sufficiently. So now the base is opting for the side that has been the most enthusiastic about fighting these fascist freaks. And I genuinely believe that individuals like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they know their days are numbered if this coalition holds. And you can see it on his face when he was asked about a potential primary challenger, because even though Hakeem Jeffries was trying to play it cool in this interview, I think he knows damn well that he could very well be the next Eric Cantor.
CNN has new reporting that some progressives who empowered Mamdani to victory now want to primary you and other Democrats in New York City. The co-chair of the New York City's Democratic Socialists of America says he thinks you're picking fights, quote, with the left instead of focusing on fighting the right, his words. Asked whether Mamdani thinks those House incumbent challenges should happen, his press secretary told CNN he was declining to comment, at least for now. How do you respond?
I have no idea what these people are talking about. We are going to continue to focus our efforts, as we did on the House floor in connection with Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, on pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. It's clear to us as House Democrats, it's clear to us as members of the New York City delegation, that the problem is Donald Trump and House Republicans, who have launched this unprecedented assault on the American way of life, an assault on health care. They're ripping food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors. They're exploding the national debt. They're unleashing masked agents on law-abiding immigrant communities. It shouldn't be too difficult for some people to figure out who the problem is in the United States of America.
That might actually be the first time I've ever seen his actual personality come out. It might have been for a split second, but nonetheless, you can see that was the real Hakeem Jeffries. You can tell he is genuinely rattled, and you love to see it. It's beautiful. But guess what, Hakeem? Everything you said about the left can be applied to you as well. You've refused to endorse Mamdani, the Democratic Party nominee best positioned to defeat Trump's chosen candidate in New York City. So why is it so difficult for you to figure out who the true problem is? Don't you want to beat Trump? I love it because they don't know what to say beside, do these lefties just want to help Trump? Shut the fuck up. You're the ones helping Trump, dummy. You scolded members of your own party like Al Green and Jasmine Crockett for daring to disrupt Trump's joint address to Congress. You are the one helping Trump. Your refusal to endorse the nominee of your party who's standing up to Trump, who's breathing new life into your dying party, is helping Donald Trump. But Hakeem Jeffries has no shame. None of these leaders do. None of these people who are protecting the old status quo of the Democratic Party have any shame. And this is why 62% of Democratic Party voters want new leadership. It's not just because they have no shame. It's because he and Chuck Schumer are just too spineless to adequately resist Trump's fascism. It's also because they have no vision. They're effectively mindless NPCs doing whatever their donors tell them to, including holding hands and singing Kumbaya with fascists. I know you've all seen that clip a million times now, but I will never not play it whenever I'm talking about the failures of the Democratic Party's leadership, because I think it encapsulates everything wrong with the modern Democratic Party status quo. They're just too willing to collaborate with fascists, too submissive to their donors, in that instance, the foreign government doing a genocide, and it just is nauseating to see them align with the people who they're supposed to be opposing, but they're not. Like you're holding hands and singing Kumbaya with them. I don't want to hold hands and sing Kumbaya with them. I want to spit in their fucking faces for the shit that they're doing to this country. Listen, I will put it as simply as possible. Any Democrat who continues to support the genocidal Israeli state, who refuses to support Medicare for all, who thinks billionaires should exist, who doesn't even do the bare fucking minimum to fight fascists, needs to get the fuck out of the way, because the days of milquetoast neoliberalism are over. After all of the damage Trump has caused, minor incrementalist tweaks around the edges aren't going to undo even a fraction of the pain and suffering that he's caused. We need leaders with a bold FDR-like vision, a concrete plan to change the trajectory of this country once and for all, and not just put a pause on fascism for 4 more years. We need leaders like Zohran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, and AOC. And if you oppose that and leaders like them, you're my enemy too, full stop. I will never perpetuate a false equivalence between Democrats and Republicans because I don't believe that both sides are the same. One side is objectively worse. But here's the thing. We can't beat the objectively worse side unless the less bad party gets their fucking shit together. So this is a warning to all centrists still clinging to life in the Democratic Party. You can stay, but you either have to acquiesce totally to our policies or else you have to get the fuck out.
Admitting that the Epstein files are real and have been written and that you've read them and you don't like their contents and they were written by your enemies doesn't make the most compelling case as far as I'm concerned. Holy moly.
Holy moly is right. You just heard from Benny Johnson, a conservative influencer who complains about gay-targeted ads that are based on his search history. And as you saw, he's not really able to do his job and put a positive spin on Donald Trump's Epstein cover-up because of how many contradictions there are. And even though this is his job, like he does propaganda for Trump for a living, he can't even polish this turd. And in case you're not aware, he was referring to a lengthy post on Truth Social that Trump made over the weekend where he defends Pam Bondi and desperately tries to get his own supporters to shut the fuck up once and for all about the Epstein files. Trump wrote, "For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax?" This is the worst Trump impression, by the way. I'm just going to stop. The 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. So he's taking a shot at right-wing influencers here, but he goes on to say, let's not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Right, nobody cares about this. It's not that everyone is talking about this. It's not that you go on to any Fox News video and look at the comments and you can see them saying, hey, why aren't you covering Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody cares about this, according to Donald Trump, who really cares about people not caring about this. It's amazing. But unfortunately for him, this wasn't the end of it, of course, because as Newsweek reports, he actually got ratioed on that tweet on his own platform, mind you, with thousands of Trump supporters demanding to know more in response to a tweet where he says, shut the fuck up about it. Philip DeFranco, for example, shared some examples on Twitter with his supporters calling him a traitor, saying he's out of touch, accusing him of gaslighting them and being complicit in the cover-up. One person said that they don't agree with him on the, quote, Bondi situation. It's not the Trump situation, it's the Bondi situation, okay? Another person said, this will be bigger than your problems with the mRNA jabs if the transparency we were promised isn't fulfilled, which of course is a reference to Trump reversing his support for COVID-19 vaccines after his own base booed him for supporting vaccines. Now, Chief Nerd also shared some additional posts with Trump supporters responding to him on Truth Social, and as you can see, there basically is not a single person that was satisfied with his attempt to shut down the outrage over his administration's cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And Trump is presumably learning about the Streisand effect in real time because the more that he tries to make it go away, the bigger it becomes, the more people talk about it. For example, Pretty Bad Lefty shared this screenshot from CNN showing that interest in the Epstein files skyrocketed after the DOJ and FBI tried to bury them. But what's partially driving and sustaining the outrage are the right-wing influencers who aren't towing the administration's line. And they're in this really difficult and awkward position right now because they can't outright attack Donald Trump and say that he's trying to bury the Epstein files because he's in them, because that'd be too far. They can't attack Trump that much, but they also can't side with Trump because then they'd be accused of taking part in a cover-up. So they're right now kind of just scrambling, trying to figure out a way to respond, but either way, it always ends in humiliation for them. For example, here's how Tim Pool tried to straddle the fence.
What I think is interesting here is Trump has backed himself into a corner with a miserable response. Dan Bongino's done poorly. Kash Patel has done poorly. Pam Bondi has done poorly. And so it's hard for me to believe that all of these abject failures in the response in the Epstein story are an accident. Though they probably are. I'm just saying, like, isn't it hard to believe they screwed up this bad?
That is amazing. Wow. You know, it's hard to believe it's an accident, but it probably is. Really? That, my friends, is the kind of cuckoldry that you can expect from the right. Do they have their own opinion on the Epstein files? You know, assuming that most of these right-wing influencers are capable of complex thought, sure. But if they tell you how they really feel, they risk pissing off Donald Trump or their viewers, or both. So they kind of have to tap dance around the elephant in the room. But I will say that some right-wing propagandists were actually brave enough to address the elephant in the room head on, at least at first, like Charlie Kirk. So here's his commentary after we got the DOJ and FBI's unsatisfactory conclusion.
Now, 10 years later, we're supposed to believe that there's going to be a smoking gun of something in the Epstein files. But what is in the Epstein files is, yes, President Donald Trump is probably mentioned. He was mentioned in the Epstein file dump back in February. You know why? He lived in Palm Beach. There's probably thousands of names in the Epstein files. Was he part of the Epstein client list? Absolutely not. That is complete nonsense. But to say that Donald Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's in them in some incriminating way, yes, it's very clear that if you live in Palm Beach, you might have been mentioned and caught up in some sort of conversation with Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Totally normal to be named in the client list for a notorious pedophile if you talked to him. Interesting cope. Now, Charlie Kirk chose to lean more heavily in the direction of appeasing his viewers since he's been huffing and puffing about the Epstein files for years, so he wants to appear consistent. And like many MAGA propagandists, you know, he chose Pam Bondi as the #1 scapegoat and criticized her instead of Donald Trump. But in doing so, he ended up pissing off the big guy himself, who didn't like that Charlie Kirk criticized Pam Bondi, and also probably didn't like the fact that he talked about Trump being in the Epstein files. Obviously. So as CNN reports, Trump made some calls to some of the biggest critics on the right and asked them to tone it down. And one of them was Charlie Kirk. And after getting a call from Daddy Trump, can you guess what Charlie Kirk did? He capitulated like the bitch that he is.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
Yeah. So this is why individuals like Tim Pool are treading very carefully, because if you don't play your cards right, it could end in complete and utter humiliation for you. Ben Shapiro, for example, did the opposite of Charlie Kirk. He sided with the Trump administration, and then he got dragged for it by his own audience as a result. So I'm going to show you what he said and then show you the feedback that he received from his audience. Here's the clip.
We now have the answers. And the problem is this. People who never hedged their bets, people who never at any point suggested to you that they don't have data to back up the speculation, that the speculation was in and of itself the conclusion, that if you speculate without evidence, that amounts to an actual conclusion to an investigation, they're going to be very upset today, because it turns out that the DOJ and the FBI have concluded that Epstein didn't have a client list and died by suicide. I know Dan. I don't think that Dan Bongino is lying to me. I know Kash Patel a little bit. I don't think Kash Patel is lying to me. I don't think these people are lying to me.
So needless to say, not a single one of his viewers were satisfied with that commentary. Some of the most popular comments said that they weren't buying Ben Shapiro's bullshit. Others said that they were unsubscribing. One person pointed out that if the Epstein files magically disappeared under Biden, Ben Shapiro would have an entirely different take, which is an extremely fair thing to say. One person said Ben Shapiro is the only person on earth who really thinks that there's no Epstein client list. Keep in mind that these comments were made before Trump came out and said that there actually is a client list, but it was written by Obama. Another person said that they'll never trust another thing that Ben Shapiro says. Another quoted Orwell, and this goes on and on and on. So as you can see, Trump has put a lot of right-wing influencers in a really difficult position to where they basically can't talk about this without pissing someone off, either their own audience or Donald Trump. But if they don't talk about it, then that'll piss people off too. And a lot of folks are starting to notice the conspicuous silence of some right-wing influencers who were huffing and puffing about the release of the Epstein files. One individual, Chai Raichik of Libs of TikTok, who is basically the anti-groomer lady when it comes to LGBTQ plus people, hasn't said shit about Epstein, even though she tweeted about how shook Democrats were at the thought of Trump releasing the Epstein files, and was one of the influencers who had the binder from the White House that didn't really give us any new information at all. Also, there's Trump Jr., who's been conspicuously silent after tweeting this in 2023. Show us all the Epstein client lists now. Why would anyone protect those scumbags? Ask yourselves this question daily, and the answer becomes very apparent. Indeed, it does, Trump Jr. Indeed, it does. But based on what I'm seeing, the prominent pro-Trump influencers who aren't facing as much backlash from their own audiences are the ones who are choosing to go hard and possibly burn that bridge with Donald Trump and outright criticize him. Not because he's implicated, of course, because that would be too far, but because of the way that he's handling the situation. Candace Owens, for example, said that it was embarrassing that Trump is trying to blame Obama for the Epstein files. Patrick Bet-David said, either stop bringing up why many are annoyed with the Epstein cover-up and take the L, or tell your base the truth. But whatever you do, stop blaming the voters. And Michael Flynn also chimed in to try to talk some sense into Trump, saying, please understand the Epstein affair is not going away. If the administration doesn't address the massive number of unanswered questions about Epstein, especially the abuse of children by elites, it is very clear that abuse occurred. Then moving forward on so many other monumental challenges our nation is facing becomes much harder. And I've got to say, it is genuinely sad and downright pathetic that these people, like, their main appeal to Trump is that, oh, Trump, you know, you have to do this because this is what the base wants and you're a man of the people, as if he doesn't already know what the fuck the base wants. That's why he's telling them to stop talking about this. See, to them, they think that he's just out of touch. And if they can basically let him know what the base wants, then he'll do what they say. But they can't understand that it's not that he's out of touch. It's that he probably did a lot of touching himself and doesn't want them to find out, if you catch my drift, right? The reason why he wants to bury the story is because he is implicated, not because he's not aware of what MAGA wants. But aside from, you know, the MAGA diehards who are trying their best to figure out a way to talk about this without pissing people off, you do have some more right-wing adjacent grifters who are addressing the fact that they look completely fucking stupid right now because of Donald Trump going back on what he said he would do, even though he wasn't like super enthusiastic about releasing the Epstein files. He was always very squirrely about this. Nonetheless, you know, it does look like a betrayal. And one person who responded to this is Andrew Scholes of Flagrant, who tweeted, "So we're the idiots, right?" And the answer is an unequivocal yes. For those who don't know, this individual previously told the hosts of the Trigonometry podcast that he voted for Donald Trump in 2024 because Donald Trump gets pussy, and he also lets people say what they want. So, yeah, based on how you said you voted, you are indeed a fucking idiot who should never live this down. And he tried to minimize the humiliation that he's feeling with a little bit of self-deprecating humor and by distancing himself from all of this. But unfortunately for him, he's got to own it. But first, let me show you what he said in the aftermath of this Epstein debacle.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Bongino.
He had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%. Especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. People that like they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
Yeah, if only there was a way to gauge whether or not Trump was telling the truth. Perhaps, you know, if he had some sort of a previous record we could look to see what Trump did and make a determination based on that, then it would be really helpful. Listen, you didn't do that, Andrew. You voted for Trump because you thought that he was cool because he got pussy. In actuality, it wasn't cool, it was depraved. He said that he grabs women by the pussy and doesn't even wait. For consent, that is. He's been accused of sexual misconduct by more than 24 women. He was found liable for rape in court. He was besties with Epstein for years, yet you're shocked that this man won't release the Epstein files? Yeah, suffice to say, I think you are indeed fucking stupid. So take off that tinfoil hat and get yourself one of those little tiny hats with a propeller on it, because that would be more suitable for you here. And as AOC put it, who would have thought that electing a rapist would have complicated the release of the Epstein files? I know, right? It's common sense, but like, you don't see this unless you have basic common sense, which these people don't. But try as you might, this isn't going to go away for Trump anytime soon, and it's also caused a lot of internal strife within the Trump administration as well, not just like in the Trump grifter sphere. On Friday, Axios reported that Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi got into a heated argument over the Epstein files after Dan Bongino was confronted about possibly leaking a story to News Nation about how he and Patel wanted to release more information but were held back. They both reportedly said their piece, and it didn't end on friendly terms, according to Axios. In fact, Bongino left angry and didn't show up to work the next day and is now reportedly thinking about resigning over the whole ordeal, according to CNN. But it keeps getting worse for them, because in an analysis from Wired, they showed that the raw footage released was actually modified in Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, to be clear, they're not alleging that it was deceptively edited, but they're confirming that a review of metadata shows that at a minimum, the footage is 2 clips that were stitched together. This news comes after a missing minute was discovered as well. And worse, the Daily Mail is also reporting that Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is willing to testify before Congress, but Republicans don't seem interested in hearing from her. I wonder why. Now, it is the Daily Mail, so take it with a grain of salt. Having said that, though, Republicans aren't helping the situation, because they're also trying to shut down inquiries about Epstein. Here's just one example of Mike Lawler on CNN.
Frankly, this seems like a colossal waste of time and effort, and frankly, a lot of nonsense. There are a lot of issues facing this country right now. A dead pedophile ain't one of them. And from my vantage point, you know, the world is a lot better off with Jeffrey Epstein no longer part of it. And as I said, if somebody did something, if there is evidence of a crime committed, then prosecute them. In the absence of that, what are we talking about?
You say there's a lot of nonsense. A lot of nonsense from whom? What do you think? Explain to me what you think the nonsense is here.
Well, frankly, the fact that you're even covering this. I mean, I don't even understand, frankly, what, why we're spending a lot of time on Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the fact is, he was a pedophile who was arrested. He committed suicide, and his, you know, fixer, if you will, is being prosecuted.
So as you can see, he really doesn't want to talk about it. And he's offended that the media would even bring this up, because in his mind, I guess that he just is assuming that we should accept that wealthy and powerful pedophiles are going to be able to abuse children and get away with it. And that's just the way it is. So we have to shut the fuck up and deal with it. Like, this is ridiculous. But he's not the only Republican who is doing this. Other Republicans are towing Trump's line as well. And I love how the most conspiratorial party ever, who's anti-vax, who thinks that the 2020 election was stolen, who thinks that climate change is a hoax, is all of a sudden like, hey guys, maybe we should stop with the harmful conspiracy theories, okay? This is all just conjecture, and we need to see some facts and evidence to make these sophisticated deductions, okay? They just want you to shut the fuck up. Now, if Democrats were smart, they'd turn this into Benghazi 2.0. And based on what I'm seeing, it does seem as if some aren't planning on letting this go. Case in point.
I'm going to be asking Chairman Jordan to call for a hearing where we subpoena the Attorney General and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel to come in and tell us everything that we know, because this thing is really spinning out of control at this point, and there's one way to put it to rest, which is to come clean, as President Trump promised he would during the campaign.
And that right there is brilliant, because if Bondi and Bongino and Patel testify before Congress, they'd be under oath. So if they lie, they're committing perjury. And they've been lying, as evidenced by the fact that their story keeps changing. But if Jim Jordan allows this to go forward, he's setting them up for disaster. But if he doesn't, he is covering for people who are covering for pedophiles. But if he does that, it honestly wouldn't be the first time that Jim Jordan has turned a blind eye to sex abuse. Either way, Democrats have the opportunity to put Republicans in a very difficult position right now, where they'll either be at odds with their own base, or the Trump administration. And they should do everything in their power to fan the flames of division, not only because it could disrupt their harmful agenda, but because we actually do deserve to know the truth here. The victims of Jeffrey Epstein deserve justice, and that can't happen unless we see that client list. So don't let this story go away. Trump very clearly doesn't want us to talk about this, so that's all the more reason to talk about it more than ever.
The Humanist Report is fake news. Mike only cares about Crazy Bernie and his wacky socialist ideas. Sad, very sad. I'm unsubscribing.
Are we live? Hello? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Hello! This is not your normal programming. I believe Jackson White should be here today, but he is indisposed. He's traveling the planet in some capacity, so he can't be here. So I'm here instead. Isn't that great? Don't we all, isn't that a jump scare? You know? Today, I'm going to be doing a sequel, I hope you can hear me, to what I did last week. On Tuesday, I'll be playing a video game, because I love video games. I don't know exactly what the frame rate will look like in this capacity. I hope it looks good. I hope that there's sound. I hope the sound is okay. I am doing this via the StreamYard. Normally, I would stream a video game with a different piece of software, so I'm learning this software, and I hope it works. I will be playing a cool game, actually. It's a really cool game. I will be playing Rockman X2 today on this space. So if other people want to pop into the chat room, that would or into the contributors or whatever want to pop in and say hello, feel free. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I only have 1 hour, so I should probably get started here. Again, I don't know exactly what the sound is going to look like, so, or the video, the frame rate, I don't know. So the producer, if you want, in the private chat can tell me the frame rate, the sound, that sort of thing. If you'd like, how's the sound? Is this better? Is it good? Low? Too high? The producer, where's the producer? Get the sounds good? I mean, you didn't even hear anything. This guy's saying sounds good like 3 seconds into the clip. I mean, does it sound good? You can hear it, but is it too loud? Am I too loud? Should I turn it up? What should I do here? Come on, producer. Produce me. Produce me, please. Where's my production? Where's the production at? It's good, says the producer. Game is lower? Well, it should be lower, but I can turn it up too. Is that too loud? Is that good? Sounds perfect in the chat. That was before I changed it. What should I do? All right, I'll turn it back down. You don't need to hear the sound. It's not that important. All right, so hopefully I will be able to beat this game in under an hour. This is one of my favorite of the Super Famicom Rockman games. We'll see. I will either way be out of here at the end of the hour, so hopefully I can beat the game. We'll see though. And if anyone wants to make recommendations, such as never do this again, all that kind of stuff, feel free to let me know in the future if I should or should not be doing this. Oh. I don't know what the angle of my webcam looks like. Hopefully I am not looking poor in the webcam angle. I hope to I fucked that up. I hope to look a little bit decent, you know, at the webcam angle at this moment. But I don't know. This is a slightly new angle for me. I'm angling for a new angle. And can you hear me? Is this audio? Testing, testing. What's the testing scenario? There you go. It's the first boss. Can you hear it? Is the sound okay? Is the visual okay? Let me know. What's the visual? Can you see? Can you hear? Testing, testing, testing. Oh shit, I got a message in the private chat. Oh shit. Oh man, that sucks. It's not horrible looking. Well, that's good. That's wonderful. I'm glad it's not horrible looking. That's what the producer shared with me in private. I shouldn't say this on stream, but the producer behind the scenes said it is not horrible looking, which is okay. I would prefer it to I guess not be horrible looking. But I don't know. This is we're doing this via StreamYard. StreamYard is not something that typically is used for video games, so I'm kind of breaking the system here a little bit. I also haven't played this game in a while. Maybe like 5 or 6 months ago, I bought this this game on Super Famicom, and I was like, well, shit, I might as well play it at least once, get my money's worth. I played it once, and that was like, I don't know, a while ago. So I am playing on a real Super Famicom at this moment in time. Another factor that I should say is that this game, because it's on Super Famicom, it does actually have in-game lag or frame drops. So if the frame rate goes down in some capacity, it may actually just be the video game itself. That's the first level in the video game. This is Rockman X2 for the Super Famicom. This is the first boss. Well, actually, it's the second boss, but the intro boss kind of doesn't count. It's the intro boss. This is Wire Sponge, I believe is his name. So this is it's a sponge. Yeah. Thankfully, I can hope that people in the chat room don't know what a good Mega Man X or Rockman X2 speedrun looks like, I should say. You know, because if you did know what a good one looked like, you would be very unimpressed with this. But again, I'm not that good at this game. I like it, and I have the Super Famicom hooked up, so I figured I'd pop it in. I don't know. There's the first one. There you go. Well, the second one. Or the first real one, the second one, I don't know. There it is. Can you hear the game? Is this hearable? Is this audible? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Testing. Are we live? Hopefully, you know, the stream is acceptable. Hopefully we haven't lost too many viewers today. I'm drinking alcohol, by the way, this evening. So I apologize in advance if I happen to sound a little bizarre. You know, well, I mean, more bizarre than usual. You know, it's you know, what are you gonna do? So here we go. This is the second guy. This is Wheel Alligates. Pretty cool guy. So let's see how this goes. So this space is a politics focused you know, thing. So you know, can you believe what's going on in the news today? You know, goddamn, wow, the Republicans, woo-wee, holy moly, and the Democrats, can you believe them? You know, gosh darn, wow, what in the hell? And so, wow, you know what I mean? Can you believe it? Politics. Am I right, people? I don't get it. Terrible. I'm in a little bit of a sense, I am embarrassed. So, you know, please factor that into the following performance. Everything I say will be draped, drowning in cope. I am coping really hard at my ability to play this game, or rather lack thereof. Oh, man. So I took damage there so that I could jump on that spike wall. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. So in the speedrun world, we call that a damage abuse. We're abusing damage, similar to how 40% of police officers abuse their spouses. We are abusing damage in order to achieve greatness. I've got like -7 health. I think I went too far. Isn't this the right way? No, I did not go too far. Forgot the map here. Yes, this one. Like I said, it's been a while since I played this game, so give me a break. The producer told me that they were going to try something. I don't really know what that means. So thank you, producer. This boss here likes to go, like, just swim in this, like, oil bullshit. So you can only damage them, you know, when they come out. However, there is a trick you can do to get repeatable damage. I will attempt to do this trick. You'll see it when it works. It'll be immediately obvious when it works. I'm not doing it well. This is not a good example of it working. I'm gonna give one of those back. Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, not so good. Not so good. I'm trying my best. So the producer has informed me that my webcam may have switched to a different location. I don't know if that's good or bad. I can't really see. So I'm trying desperately to get this double hit here. It's not working. But once again, I'm not good at this game. This is just the one I had on my desk. I will say, I was asked. I was the one who was asked to do this show, to fill in for this slot. No one else wanted to do it. And I said, if I'm doing it, it's going to be weird. It's going to be strange. It's going to be not so good. Speaking of not so good, I totally got fucked there. Oh, there it is. Oh, 3 in a row. 4. Oh, there it is. See, once you get it once, you know, it's kind of like a little bit of a rhythm to it. So that's pretty cool. But this is Rockman X2 for the Super Famicom. Some people would say Famicom if they want to sound a little bit more fancy. I don't, on the other hand. I do not like sounding fancy. So that's the second big boss. I don't know, medium-sized boss. Middle management. That's what we're fighting right now. We're doing that. So, who am I doing next? I think it's this guy. I believe. Where's the producer? Is the producer here? Producer, what show is next? What show is next? Not this one, but the next show. Whoa! This like thing, clings to the wall and brings you toward it. So pretty cool. Whoa! Oh man, this is brutal. Oh! I almost got fucking murdered by that volcano. Should I say fuck on this stream? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Oh, fuck. This level takes place inside of a volcano. Pretty cool. Probably one of my favorites, thematically. It's just a cool-ass level, I gotta say. Or, it's a cool level. I don't know if I should be saying ass. I don't know if that's allowed to do that. So I've just been informed by the producer. We have a producer here at this space. How cool is that? But I've just been informed that the Benjamin Pastor Dixon show is coming up next. So if you want to, if you want to hang out with Benjamin Pastor Dixon, stay tuned because he's coming up. Oh, shot too early there. Terrible. Oh, horrendous even. Oh, the worst. I've never seen something this terrible, I gotta tell you. Once again, I hope no one knows what a good speedrun of this looks like, because if you did, you'd be very disappointed. But, Benjamin Pastor Dixon is coming up soon on here, on this space. Benjamin P. Dixon is, that's what he likes to go by. The P is his middle initial. P stands for pastor, obviously. So, just wanted to clear out any confusion. P for pastor. Benjamin P. Dixon, Benjamin Pastor Dixon. It's not that hard, It's a little bit of a puzzle, but, that is his middle name. Like Louis Pastor, kind of like that. Ah, fucking fuck. The fire attack that I got from the volcano guy is like a super duper air dash. Pretty cool. Sometimes I have a little bit of a problem making that. It's very, very hard to get up there and get that sub-tank. I don't even know if you know what a sub-tank is. I don't care. I'm not explaining this shit. Ooh. All right. Oh. Oh! I almost died. So, this is a politics show. Can you believe, the shit that's going on, right now in the government? The government right now, wow. I gotta say, wow. I gotta be honest with you, the government right now is really not impressive. It's the government. And politics is kind of related to the government. They're somewhat related. Not entirely, but a little bit. This guy has this like weird suction tail thing. It's kind of strange. Just sucked away my ability to charge. One thing that I like about this boss is if you suck, or I guess if they suck you, and then you suck, or you get sucked, whatever, they take away your abilities over time. So it's pretty interesting boss fight. I don't know if any other Rockman boss has ever done that before, so pretty interesting, pretty cool. It's a nice concept. If you're good at this game, that doesn't happen, but I haven't played this game in a long time, so I currently am being visited by a one Max the dog. I wouldn't be able to show you Max the dog at this moment, but he is here. He says hello. So hello, Max the dog. Hi. I'm talking to the TV, Max. I'm talking to the TV. I'm talking to the TV. Max always gets confused when I talk to the TV, don't you, buddy? Yeah. All right. He's licking my my hand as I'm on the controller. It's causing me some problems. Now my thumb is slimy. So thank you, Max the dog, for making this more difficult. I appreciate that. Give it up for Max the dog, everybody. Oh. So there's a, we like to call them in the biz, mini boss. Yeah, mini boss. There's a mini boss here. But when you use that fire dash like I did, you saw I did the fire dash. When you do the fire dash, for some reason, it's like it overloads the game and it doesn't load the script that starts the mini boss battle. So the mini boss never actually starts. So pretty cool. It's called a gamer glitch. It's a little bit of a gamer glitch. That's what we like to call them in the biz. We call them gamer glitches. Glitches for gamers in the business. You know, that's what we call them anyway. I don't, you know. Ooh, got some hair stuck in my face for a second there. It was a little scary. It's causing me some itching on the eyebrows. Anyone ever get that? Itching on the eyebrows because a little strand, you know, just one or two. Anyway. This is makes me feel bad when I fight this boss because I'm kind of bullying them. This is their safe space, this turtle shell thing, snail shell. They're a snail, not a turtle, but whatever. You know, and I'm kind of just like playing keep away right now. It's a little, you know. This fun thing happens when they get killed and the shell is in a certain spot. It'll just bounce up and down like that. One of my favorite things in the world. Look at this. It's kind of like, I know you could set it up, but like, that's just really cool. I love when it bounces up and down. I haven't seen that in years. The last time I actually did like genuine speedruns of this game, I think, was maybe 10 years ago. So, but I did load it up once or so, like maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 months ago, something like that. I think I'd do this guy next. Oh. Oh, terrible. Not good. Horrible. So, coming up next on the This Space Space Show program, this Space .tv, by the way, This Space. Coming up soon is going to be Benjamin Pastor Dixon. He's a little bit of a pastor. Personally, I've been trying to convert him to atheism, but it's not taking. It's not working out so well for me. But I've been trying to. I've been trying to make him an atheist. But he's very resilient. He's very resilient. So, well, that's strange. My ability to switch weapons was, for some reason, just I've never seen. My ability to do quick weapon swap, I know that no one's going to know what this means, but I just want to talk about it for my own entertainment. But my ability to do quick weapon swap, for some reason, just got nullified. I've never seen that before. I'm sure professional Rockman X2 players would know why. Probably something to do with the way that I crashed the bike, I think. But it was very strange. I had to go to the menu to switch weapons there. Never seen that before, so I don't know, man. You tell me. I banged my head on the underside of a desk. I want to come clean about this. I banged my head on the underside of a desk not too long ago. It was actually right before we came on here together, you and me, everybody here. I was setting up my Super Famicom, my family computer, if you will, and banged my head on the desk. It's underneath the desk, and when I miscalculated the spatial, you know, the spatial space, and not to be confused with this space, totally different thing. And I banged the top of my head here, so it kind of hurts. I'm, you know, probably not making it any better by doing this, but I don't know. Hey, whatever. Producer? Where's the producer? Is the producer here? Producer, let me know over here. Post in the producer chat. Where's the producer at? All right, so we got the producer here. He's talking to me behind the scene. Well, they are. I don't want to, you know, you don't need to know. Well, I guess the cat's already out of the bag. The producer is, in fact, a he. So, you know, whoops. But they have informed me that they are here. And that's good because I would like to know what time it is. I don't know what time it is. So, I'm not doing so well right now. I need to do this. You'll see what it means. Look at this. I got to jump on that guy, then go up there. I fudged it many times. I got to say fudge. You know, because not allowed to say fuck on this space for some. I mean, you know what I mean. Just can't do it. It's according, and again, I cannot verify this. I'm hoping the producer's correct. Well, actually, I can verify because there's timestamps actually on the producer chat. There's timestamps, so I can verify it via the timestamp. But it says the producer says it's 6:26. I'm assuming that is PM. 6:26 p.m. I'm assuming. I could be wrong. I might be wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong. But no, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm confident that I'm right. I think it's 6:26 p.m. Which is good because I'm just about maybe halfway through the game. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever, dude. Oh, terrifying. So, again, I would like to say I don't typically play Rockman games. I used to play them a lot a long time ago. Like 10 years ago, I used to be really big on Rockman speedruns. It's been a while. I'm a little rusty. But if you do want to see me play a game I am actually good at, you know, for once, I highly recommend going to my alternative YouTube channel, @DoomSpeedruns on YouTube.com. @DoomSpeedruns. I speedrun Doom. One of the best. I don't know if I am the best. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Probably not. But I'm one of the best. You know, one of the best. So if you want to see one of the best Doom speedrunners, check me out. You might be wondering, why don't I play Doom on this space? Doom is a computer game. And computer games are a lot more annoying to do capture from, so that's why I'm playing a console game. And it just so happens that the console I had hooked up was my Super Family computer. So that hopefully answers those questions. Well, this was unexpected. It appears that my video game has crashed. Totally didn't see this coming. But as you can see here, the game has frozen. I don't know why exactly. I've never experienced this before in my life. I'm going to assume that it's something I did that was a problem, but the game has frozen, and we are about halfway through the game. So that's a shame. I don't quite know what to do with myself at this point in time. Yeah, so I could ask the producer to rewind the tape and give me the password to the most recent password. I could ask the producer to do that. I could ask anyone to do that, or I could do something else. Again, I did not intend on this happening. The game just froze. I don't know. I mean, like, the game fucking froze. I don't know what to say. Look at it. That shit froze. I don't know. Look at it. I mean, can you see it here? It fucked up. It wasn't me. I mean, well, maybe it was me, but the game is frozen. I'm assuming, if I were to guess, I assume that there were too many objects on screen at the moment that I killed the boss, and because there were too many objects on screen or whatever, it failed to load the script afterward, which is the exiting the level script. That's what it looks like to me, because it looks like that Rockman here is just standing still, about to start walking to the center and then zooming out of the game. That's what it looks like. So if you wouldn't mind, producer, putting the password in the private chat. I know it's a box situation, but just, spell them out, comma for the next line, comma, that kind of stuff. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm gonna have to do something here. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do. All right. Let's try, see what happens here. You ever do this? They tell you it doesn't actually work, and actually they tell you this fucks it up, but I don't know. Well, my cartridge is not loading. I will fix it later. Let's just do half an hour of hanging out. Hello. Again, did not plan on this happening. It was not my intention for the game to freeze, and I don't feel like fiddling with it to get it to unfreeze. Apparently, it is true what they tell you. If you blow into the cartridge, it actually doesn't do much of good. And again, I could just sit here and fiddle with it. But what are you gonna do? What the hell? So hopefully everyone here is enjoying this space. Once again, I got a lot of feedback on some of my previous shows. I am the host, of course, of one of our favorite shows, Welcome to Fuckville, everybody. I've got a lot of feedback on that show. I'm too mean. I'm rude. I'm obnoxious. I'm pretentious. That's what people have told me. And I gotta say, I agree with all of that. That's what I was going for. That's that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be pretentious, mean, and rude. This is not, however, an episode of Welcome to Fuckville, so I'll be a little bit, a little bit less rude, I guess, here on this show. But it's a world that we all live in. Sometimes I got to be a little bit mean every once in a while. Again, I could fiddle around with the cartridge. I don't know. Thank you for watching me play Rockman X2 a little poorly. Maybe next time I'll finish the game. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. But hopefully everyone is enjoying this space today. This space, it's a space. It's a good old space. It's this space. Not to be confused by that space. This ain't that space. I'll tell you that. So I'm aware that the crash was not dust, but it may be something to do with StreamYard. It may be something to do with my capture device. It may be something to do with the console. I don't know. I may have accidentally kicked the console and then like fucked up the plug, and now it's like just not plugged in. Any one of those things are possible. But when I started this show, I was already a little drunk. Again, shouldn't have done that. Maybe whatever. And I just thought that the game would work, and so, to be honest with you, I would rather not try to go ahead and fuck with it while I'm a little fucked up. So again, totally possible. I kicked the machine. I don't know. I have no idea, frankly. It was quite an embarrassing moment. And hopefully I will do my best to maybe I'll pop a few forget-me-nows and I'll erase this memory from my memory banks. I don't know. But while I'm here, I've still got another 25 minutes before the Benjamin Pastor Dixon show. Benjamin Pastor Dixon coming up next on this space. But I guess let's take a moment here to sincerely discuss the political situation of this this country that we call a country. I don't call it a country, but maybe someone does. I don't know. But we got a country. It's not looking so good. I got to be honest with you. It's frankly not impressed by this country. We live in a country right now. Is anyone watching this? I know I wasn't, but now I'm going to do it. Is anyone watching all this stuff in the news right now? We got the good old concentration camps. It's kind of hard to make a joke about a concentration camp. I try to be a little bit of a funny person. Doesn't really work out a lot of the time. I end up looking very foolish. But I try my best to be somewhat funny. And so it's really hard to make a joke about a concentration camp. Like, again, like making a joke about a concentration camp in the 1940s, easy. I've done it hundreds of times. I love joking about the Holocaust. But making a joke about, the fact that we're going through it right now, it's kind of difficult. So that's one thing I got to say. I'm not a huge fan of the government right now. Mostly because it's making my job as a want-to-be comedian a lot more difficult. It's really hard to make jokes. It was really easy to make jokes about Donald Trump when he's talking about sucking cock and, like filleting the microphone and talking about, all that kind of, that's really easy to make fun of. It's really easy to make jokes. Now that we got concentration camps going on, again, my job's getting a lot more difficult. I know a lot of people in their world, in their situation, their job is getting a lot more difficult right now. People are losing healthcare. People are they're losing hours. They're losing wages. They're getting fired. They're losing their job. They're losing their houses. But again, think about the comedians in the world, of which I am not one, but I could be. Very difficult to make jokes about this. It's very difficult. So the concentration camps. Whenever I think about the fact that we are here in Fuckville, we have found ourselves in Fuckville. I think about the fact that 70 million motherfuckers in this planet, on this planet, as well as this country, but also they're also happen to be on the planet. They voted for the chief pedophile of the world. You may be thinking I mean Jeffrey Epstein, but I would argue with you. If I'm allowed to postulate, and maybe I'm not. I would argue that Jeffrey Epstein was a worker, someone working for Donald Trump. That's what I would argue. I would argue Donald Trump had authority over Jeffrey Epstein. That's my argument. So, when 70 million motherfuckers vote for a pedophile, probably the world's most dangerous pedophile of all time, Donald Trump, it's kind of scary that we live in this kind of reality where, if you live in a state in the southern United States or, in some other states, there's a good chance that like 1 in 2, 1 in 3, maybe even like a different ratio that you would have to use decimals or something. A solid percentage of people around you are pro-pedophile. And I don't know, man. To me, that like as someone who really cares about children, I want children to succeed. I want them to thrive. I want them to have a wonderful future, a wonderful tomorrow. It's kind of scary that 70 million people were somehow duped into voting for the world's most nefarious pedophile of all time. And we're currently seeing a lot of that unfold right now with this whole Epstein case. I don't know if anyone's been following it. Has anyone seen those videos of the MAGA people burning their MAGA hats? You ever see those videos? By the way, you know, I'm sure that's good for the climate, right? Burn those MAGA hats full of plastic and filler and all that horse shit. Probably got some cyanide in there. Who knows what they make those shits out of? But it's a little the sun's coming down. The sun's coming down, so I'm getting a little dark. I don't know if I like that. I just noticed I'm a little dark. Let's sort of brighten myself up here. Look at that. Oh yeah. We got some lighting. Huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. Look at that. That's all me. That wasn't the producer. That was all me. I put a light up. A light known as I opened up Notepad on my monitor. I opened up Notepad. Notepad is just all white. That's how I light myself up when the sun starts coming down. So shout out to Notepad. As a streamer, as a video maker, I love Notepad for multiple reasons. But shout out to Notepad. But what was I talking? Oh, right. Is anyone seeing this? The MAGA hat guys. You know. Wow, shit! I didn't know Donald Trump was Epstein's best friend. It's not like that was well documented for 20, 30 years. You ever think about this for? Oh, shit. You ever think about this for a moment? And by the way, 20 minutes from now, Benjamin Pastor Dixon will be here. Just in case anyone wants to know that, Benjamin Pastor Dixon will be here in about 20 minutes from now. And you know, if he wants to come on early too, I don't know if he's there. Probably not. But you know, there you go. But to me, it's very interesting that Republicans all of a sudden, they care about the fact that Donald Trump was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for over 10 years, right? It's very strange to me, the kind of behavior that we see in the world around us, right? As someone who maybe there's a level of skepticism that you should have with the following statement, but I love the English language, right? And it's not necessarily because of the history of the language. I think English as a language is really shitty. But I really enjoy, I guess I should say, just language in general. I enjoy language. And it just so happens to be that I was born and raised in an English-speaking world, you know, in the country, whatever, my area of the planet that I was born and raised in, I learned the English language. But more broadly, I love language. I love ideas. I love words. I love concepts. And to me, when I look around us and I see something, you know, like I knew that Donald Trump was a pedophile, like when I first started paying attention to politics, like I'm talking like 10 years ago. Like one of the first things I learned about Donald Trump, right? When he was coming down the escalator, within a few weeks, I learned, oh yeah, this guy's a pedophile. That was all over the fucking news, like in 2015. Like what the fuck? You know what I mean? And so to me, this idea that we live in this world, right, where there are such things like, you know, at least at that time, 10 years ago, there was such a thing as video evidence, right? With this AI deepfake horseshit, you know, I don't know, man. Video evidence is kind of gonzo for now, right? But there's video evidence of him talking about being a pedophile. Like there's audio of him talking about like watching 14-year-old girls become naked, right? So the idea that at any point, right, these Republicans just didn't know that, to me, I find that to be bizarre. Right? Like that is frankly that's not true. Whenever a Republican is going out there to say, I didn't know that, they're lying to you. They're a lying motherfucker. And of course, Republicans are liars, generally speaking. They're a bunch of fucked up motherfuckers. But again, it's just, this has been common knowledge. Like, again, like 10 years ago, I'm 29, just for reference. I started really paying attention to politics when I was about 18 or 19. And it was around when Donald Trump showed up. That's when I really was like, okay, let me look at this a little bit more. Again, one of the first things I learned, like in a couple of Google searches, like I'm talking, like, again, I'm just like a fucking, like a fucking loser who's like, oh, Donald Trump's running for president. I've heard of him. I know he's kind of an asshole. Let me look up a couple things about him. And within a fucking couple Google searches, I found out, oh, he's a pedophile. Right? So this idea that 10 years later, these motherfuckers are like, what? Huh? Like, to me, it's an insult to our ancestors. Our ancestors on this planet, on this earth that we call Earth, Some people call it Terra, but I call it Earth sometimes. Our ancestors developed a wonderful, beautiful invention. It's called language. It's called the ability to speak. Our brains were developed by evolution in order to think of abstract concepts. Our brains are very, very, very adept at being able to think about things that we cannot immediately see. Like, I can close my eyes and imagine an entire jungle full of pineapples and fucking regular apples and pine trees. You got pine trees, you got pineapples, then you got regular, the big three. I'm looking at it right. Oh, there's a cat running by, right? I can see that in my mind, and I don't even need to look at it, right? So our brains, they've got this a beautiful ability to intake information and understand it without literally seeing it in front of you, right? And our ancestors spent thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years developing language. And where do we find ourselves? We find ourselves in a world where you tell someone something and they just say no. And then you show them a scientific paper and they just say no, right? So how did we get here? You know, how did we get to this world where people at large, or is it writ large? I don't actually know. I'm showing my own illiteracy. People writ large, at large, just don't understand basic fucking English. And again, I'm talking about in the United States of America, an English-speaking country. I would argue that 75 to 80% of people that live in this country are not literate. That's my argument, right? To me, being able to look at letters and sound them out does not equal literacy. To me, literacy is the ability to intake information, integrate it into your mind, and understand what it means. That's literacy. I don't think most people can do that, right? So to me, it's a damn shame. You know, it's a god darn shame. We got a pastor coming on next. It's a gosh darn Jesus wept. You know, and praise the Lord. Pastor Dixon coming on next. But you know, again, like, to me, it's just like, and I've met Republicans. I've lived with Republicans. I've been knee deep in Republican conspiracies at times in my life. And you can just say something to someone, right? You can walk them through things. You can help them understand things. You ask them questions. They'll be able to say something. And then the next day, they just gone. You know, it's like they fucking took the forget me now, and then it's gone. It's over. They don't remember it anymore, right? So, like, this idea that Republicans are out there saying, we didn't know, we voted for Jeffrey Epstein, we didn't know he was a pedophile. Really? I mean, I don't, like, we need to really kind of understand one part about, in my opinion, about literacy is being able to understand when someone's fucking lying to you, right? Like, to me, that is a core aspect of literacy. If you just read words and immediately accept them to be true at all times, I don't know if that's necessarily literate. To me, you know, a crucial aspect of literacy is being able to know what the fuck is real and what's not just by looking at sentences, right? To me, that's a crucial aspect, right? So this idea that there's like millions of evidence that this guy's a pedophile, and then everyone's just like, and then the response is like, nah, right? That's their argument. You show them dozens and hundreds of documents, fucking hours of audio tape, hours of videotape, right? And their response, their very well thought out argumentation, nah. Right? So to me, I don't know. Donald Trump has done a lot of fucked up shit in his life, but as well as to this country, even before he became president, culturally, he did a lot of fucked up shit. Personally, he did a lot of fucked up shit. But the way he's totally just like, there's like 30% of this country that is fully in a fucking death cult. Now, I would argue, again, most people ignore the coronavirus. They ignore the fact that we're 6 years into a pandemic. So I would argue that American culture itself is a death cult, but MAGA is especially fucked up, right? People that like, they worship this guy. This orange fucking swollen fucking butterball. They fucking worship this motherfucker. To me, it's just like, it's so... like, again, I've talked to Dieter on Dieter's show yesterday, and we were discussing like, what do we do in a world where 30%, like this is, we're talking about 70, maybe even 50 million, right? Like, let's be a little, there's some people who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted taxes, even though they raised the poor taxes anyway, so they're fucking stupid. But hey, whatever. I'll vote for the pedophile because the pedophile will raise my tax bracket, but I'm stupid, and I think the pedophile will lower my tax bracket, and therefore I will make money, except I'll actually lose money because the pedophile's taking my money and giving it to Jeff Bezos. But hey, whatever. Let's just say there's 50 million motherfuckers that worship this motherfucker like he's goddamn Jesus motherfucking Christ, right? So, like, what do you do in that kind of scenario, right? And this is kind of like an age-old question. If you read history, which I enjoy history, I like history. History is a fun subject. But if you read history, there's a lot of examples of mass civilizational psychosis. Just genuine, what the hell is going on? And, psychosis. Let me talk about psychosis. I have experienced psychosis in my life. For those of you that don't know what psychosis is, it is basically a state of mind in which you are not necessarily interacting with reality in a way that you understand, right? A lot of people will use phrases like psychotic in order to describe people that are bad. That is not psychotic. Someone shooting someone with a gun is not psychotic. They know what they're doing. They're not like in another reality. They know they're bringing out a gun, pointing it at someone and killing them. That's not psychotic. That's just evil, right? Those are different things. So I just want to say, that the word psychotic and also by extension psychosis, they have definitions. It means to be living in a world that is not actually, and I wouldn't say objective reality, but consensus reality. Consensus reality. Like, I got a can of beer right here. That's consensus reality that there is a can of beer right there. Is it objective reality? Well, I don't know. We're humans. Can we really ever be objective? Who knows? But that would be human consensus reality. There is a can of beer on my desk. In fact, there's one sip left. Let me finish this up. All right. There is an empty can of beer on my desk. So that is consensus reality. But we live in a world where in the United States of America, approximately 50, I would argue a lot more, again, 6 years of the pandemic and most people don't wear a mask. So that's a level of psychosis. But if we're talking about MAGA specifically, I don't want to shit on the Democrats. I don't want to shit on the lefties. I don't want to shit on the super commies that, pretend to be super cool, but they don't give a fuck about disabled people. That's a whole separate thing. I love talking about that. We'll do it later. But MAGA specifically, 50, 60 million motherfuckers, they are certifiably psychotic, right? And again, that is irregardless, which is not a word, of them being evil, okay? They can be evil and also psychotic. You can be psychotic, but also a great person, okay? I consider myself to be someone who teeters on the edge of psychosis once in a while and is also, let's be honest, kind of a great person, right? I'm pretty cool. Right? No, I'm not actually that cool. I tried to be, but I failed typically. But again, I want to be very clear about what I mean by psychosis and psychotic. There's no moral judgment on that. There are a lot of people that undergo psychosis and are fantastic people. And again, I'm not trying to use those words in a negative connotation. I'm trying to say that they are genuine and that they do not perceive reality. Okay. Now, again, like I've said, I've experienced psychosis before, okay? I have experienced psychosis before. As someone who has experienced that, I can tell you, it's a very strange method of being in the world around us, right? And I genuinely do believe that psychosis is a spectrum, right? The spectrum, it's a spectrum. It's not like you're either psychotic or not, right? It's a spectrum, right? And so I personally believe that, again, about 50 to 60 million motherfuckers are living in a state of stable psychosis, all right? They are not interacting with reality. But, again, if you are an unstable psychosis, you might be walking into the street because you think you're walking into the Dairy Queen or something, right? And then you get hit by a car, right? That's not what I'm talking about. They're in a relatively stable hallucination phase, okay? That's what they are in, right? And so when you see like these motherfuckers that are doing, I didn't know, no one told me that Donald Trump was giving all my money to the rich, no one told me that he was building concentration camps, no one told me that he was going to do mass deportations. No one told me. No one told me. Right? Yeah, everyone told them. They just didn't listen. Or maybe I would argue they weren't even capable of listening. Is that possible? They were not even capable of listening because, again, they're experiencing an episode of psychosis, right? And again, it's a value judgment, value neutral, okay? Morally neutral. You can be a great fucking person and also experience stable psychosis. You can be a fantastic person and experience like relatively unstable versions of psychosis. So again, I think that a lot of the language that is used, and maybe I shouldn't have started this conversation with such a short amount of time left, because I gotta put in all the nuances, right? But let me try to speed run this shit. Again, there's a lot of problems with the way people view mental illness in this country. We use terms like psychotic to just describe bad behavior. Psychotic does not mean bad behavior. Psychotic has a meaning. It means you are engaging in a reality that is not actually consensus reality, right? That's what that means, right? So it just so happens, right, that MAGA is a group of psychotic individuals that are also evil, okay? And that those are two separate words that coalesce and create a synthesis of evil, psychotic motherfuckers, right? And again, I've already said this multiple times, but I know a lot of people, they have a lot of varying opinions on language. And again, psychotic has a meaning. It does not mean just you're a bad person. But these people live in a world where they are inundated with all this information about Donald Trump and how bad of a person he is. They know he's a bad person. They know he's a pedophile. They know he's a rapist. They know all of these things. They know he's a warmonger. You're seeing these guys, like these fucking libertarian fucking like podcasters going like, I voted for Donald Trump. I didn't know he was a warmonger. No one told me. No one told me. I thought Donald Trump was going to stop the genocide in Gaza. No one told me. They didn't tell me. No one told me Donald Trump was going to go to war with Iran. No one told me. Yeah, actually, everyone told you. You were inundated on a daily basis scrolling through videos of Donald Trump saying exactly what he's doing, and you ignored it, or you didn't even see it. Have you ever been in a scenario where you look at a word, and let's say that word has a typo, there's a missing letter in it, right? But you look at it, you don't even notice the typo. It doesn't even look like, you look at a word like, I had this experience recently where I hallucinated when I looked at a word. Someone wrote to me the word exit, and I read it as exist. There was no S there. This is a reverse typo, I guess. There was no S there. But I saw the word exit and I read exist. That is what I'm talking about. That is what I mean when it comes to psychosis, right? That is an example of like everyday amounts of psychosis, right? So is it possible that genuinely no one told them? I don't think that that's possible. But it is possible that when they looked at all of the information, when they watched the videos of Donald Trump saying he would love to go to war with Iran, when they watched the videos of Donald Trump saying he wants to take over Gaza, right, before he was elected, when they watched these videos, is it possible that they literally, and I mean this, like as in their own subjective reality, is it possible that they literally watch the videos of Donald Trump saying he's going to finish the job in Gaza, he's going to kill everyone in Gaza? They watch those videos and think that that means he's going to stop the war, right? Is that possible? That they genuinely watched those videos and that was their actual takeaway? Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. And if that is the case, that would mean that they are psychotic, right? So again, when you are living in a world where, again, 50 million motherfuckers do not live in consensus reality, how do you get out of that situation? A lot of people, they will say, I've only got 3 minutes. Benjamin Pastor Dixon is, he's in the waiting room. He's like, you got to stop the show immediately. He's like, I got to come on now. The show is offensive to me and everything. That's what he's saying in the private chat. He's saying, please stop the show. But anyway, I'm trying real hard to summarize. I got 2 minutes left. They're kicking me out the door here, but hold on, hold on. But I don't even know what I was talking about. I was talking about something about this. What do we do? When 50 million motherfuckers are engaging in real psychosis, they are engaged, like they have lived 10 years, at least. And again, Republicans in general, that's a whole level. We'll talk about it later. But MAGA specifically has lived in an alternate reality for 10 years. You ever talked to someone who left a cult and they were in that cult for like 5, maybe like even a year? Like they're in a cult for an extended period of time, and then it takes them a long time to kind of reestablish themselves in reality. Speaking of cults, by the way, coming up next is Benjamin Pastor Dixon. Some would my apologies. But again, how do you engage in a world? Oh, do we have Ben here? Is Ben here? Where's Ben? Ben, you want to come on? I don't know. You can come on anytime, by the way. You can just come on anytime, and I'll let you go and do your show. But I know your show's coming up. You can kick me out the door anytime you want. But anyway, what do you do in a world where these people, like, let's imagine we all get to them immediately. They all break out of the cult, right? That's not going to happen, but let's imagine it does. It's going to take 5, 10, 20, 30 years to reintegrate them into society. That's just really how it goes. It's going to take a significant concerted effort worldwide, not just America, worldwide, in order to get people out of something like they've gotten themselves into. Right. So again, this is a very difficult conversation to have. So coming up next, by the way, is Benjamin Pastor Dixon. He said, by the way, that he wants 5 more minutes. So I can give him 5 more minutes, or the producer can kick me out the door and we can watch some pre-recorded crap. Or we can do 5 more minutes of me talking. I don't know, whatever. You know, tell me in the producer chat. Tell me what you think. So I'm not sure. By the way, I just want to say I don't know. Like, just on the subject of what do we do, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know what we do. I don't have a goddamn clue as to what we do. I'm just trying to talk about it because we got to do something, right? We got to do something, right? Like, we have 50 million motherfuckers at the least, at the very least. And again, we're in year 6 of a pandemic where most people don't even believe it's happening, right? So I would argue that mass psychosis has been more widespread than just MAGA. Also, welcome Pastor Benjamin Pastor Dixon to
First of all, I wanted to come up and Andrea, I always appreciate you and your humor and your joy. You said, speaking of cults, coming up next is Pastor Ben. Absolutely love it. You know. What are you talking about? Reassimilating MAGA, the people who are recovering from that are being awakened to the fact that their leader is likely on the pedophile list?
It's reassimilating the ones who maybe have woken up at this point in time, but also just like, what do we do with all the ones who are still in there? You know, like, right. Can we have an actual society where 50 million motherfuckers voted for 70 million voted for a pedophile? They knew he was a pedophile. It was undeniable. They just said, la, 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 I can't hear you. And they voted for a pedophile. How do we engage? And how do we how are people going to work? How are people dropping the fries into the deep fryer and serving them in the drive-thru? How are people motherfucking, doing construction work in a world where 70 million pedophiles are coalescing around the peak pedophile, the world's most powerful pedophile in the world? 70 million pedophiles. To me, again, and maybe this is too much to say, but if you vote for a pedophile, you know he's a pedophile, and your only excuse is maybe he's going to reduce my taxes, even though he constantly says he's going to increase your taxes, then you are effectively a pedophile, right? Like, am I wrong? Like what's being a pedophile? Like, maybe you could say you have to actually physically, do the thing or whatever. Maybe I shouldn't use any more language than that. But go on.
You know what? And I'm wondering if, especially because how many times we've said it in the first, because I'm streaming live on my channel just to invite everyone to come over here to this space. But I'm quite sure the algorithm was like, oh, nope, we can't share this stream. However,
I love that Pastor Ben starts a stream in the middle of my fucking drunken rampage, by the way. That's fantastic.
Andrew, I think I will pick up that conversation right where you left off, though. You doing well?
I'm doing well. I'm planning on eating dinner whenever you're ready to take over. I'm a little hungry. But,
I am. I think I'm ready to take over. I figured out how I'm going to do the show today, and I'm ready to drop this intro. Let me see if I can drop this intro. Actually, maybe I should defer and let Nick, because every time I do something in production, I always mess it up. So
we got a
Nick,
producer.
Let's rock it.
All right.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals to another episode of the Benjamin Dixon Show. We are live on this space, thisspace.tv. If you are not already subscribed to it, if you're watching via my channels, you should go over to thisspace.tv, go over to the YouTube stream and join the community now. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are watching from. Let's pick up the conversation right where Andrea left off in the last hour. What do we do with all of the people who are two things? Number one, that are currently still stuck in MAGA, despite the very obvious and ridiculous just manner in which Donald Trump has said, you know what? Forget about my entire coalition. Right? This is where we are this week. He has said, forget about my entire coalition. What is most important to me is for me to preserve the people who are on the pedophile list. I'm trying to be careful with the P word, only because we know without a shadow of a doubt that is going to trigger the algorithm. Anytime we talk about this issue I don't know about any other YouTubers, but whenever I talk about the Epstein issue, it absolutely destroys the reach. But that's neither here nor there. For those of you that are here, the question that I'm picking up right after Andrea Rovenski is, what do we do twofold? Number one, the people who are still stuck in this cult. And then two, how do we approach those people who have been set free? I've been saying it like this, and Andrea, I love Andrea, said, speaking of cult, Pastor Ben is up next. I'm probably gonna laugh about that for a while and say it for a while. But speaking of cults, I actually have never seen anything like this, folks. I've been doing politics for a long time. I've been alive for a long time. I have never seen, this is how I'll say it in church speak, in religious speak. I've never seen a demon exercise itself. I've never seen a demon exercise itself. What do I mean? You don't watch The Exorcist and the demon that's in the little girl decides, yeah, I've had enough. I'm going to kick myself out. Right? You've never seen that happen. But here we are. Donald Trump is effectively kicking himself out of the American lexicon, out of the American society, out of the control that he had and has still over. Let's be sure he still has a significant amount of control over MAGA, and I've never seen someone with this much power throw it away. And who is he throwing it away for? He's throwing it away for the people on the Epstein list. Which brings us to, and I feel like I'm on a loop. Like I guess maybe I've done so many interviews this week, or I feel like did we talk about this last week? Because I know it really jumped off over the weekend was when it really, really jumped off. But I only really see three possibilities here. There's only three possibilities to explain what's going on with Donald Trump. Is number one, he's on the list. Now, I don't think anyone would be surprised if he is on the list. Number two, maybe he's not on the list, but he's deeply compromised on something else that is worthwhile him destroying his entire power base. He is destroying the entirety of the power structure that got him where he is right now. And then to assume, actually, let me give you the third one before I go to the next part, because this newest thing that just came out yesterday is kind of, he's really beside himself. But number three, he just doesn't care. Now, this one is the most far-fetched, because I don't see him not caring about the power that he could wield, right? But perhaps the power is in him not revealing it. So number one, he's either on the list. Number two, he's compromised by something else. Or number three, he doesn't care enough about the list to miss the opportunity that's in front of him by preserving the list. Now that requires something else to be on the table, some type of offers, right? But it's a possibility. All of those possibilities make more sense than what we're seeing right now. Right? The claims that, oh, it isn't real. Oh, it's a hoax. It's a Russia hoax. And here's the thing. Why wouldn't Donald Trump expect for his followers to just go along with him? Now, I have to go here first before I go into being kind to MAGA, because I do have some kind words for them today, believe it or not. But I got to start where I've got to start where it's realist. Why on earth would Donald Trump believe that he couldn't get away with this? He's gotten away with everything else, right? Hasn't he? He's gotten away with every other lie, hasn't he? They believed every other thing that he said, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how absurd, no matter how just offensive on the face it is, no matter what, he's been able to get away with it. So why would he not expect that he couldn't get away with it right now? Fact of the matter is he cannot get away with it. It has been pretty bad. I want to show you how bad it is. I want to share this video. This is N. Smith Sr., N. Smith Fitness. Don't really know who he is. I just want to give him credit before I play his video. This is what he had to say about and to Donald Trump. And this is after Donald Trump told everybody, which is amazing to me, just absolutely amazing to me that Donald Trump would say this. So he said, if you're still going after the Epstein files, you're not a supporter of his. And you know what the people are saying? Okay, that's fine. We don't support you. Here's one guy saying it, and I'm sure I didn't edit it. So here we go. Let's listen.
They gave you their votes. To nobody's surprise, Donald Trump is now tripling down on his denial and refusal to address the Epstein files properly. Bro, you didn't just casually mention Epstein. You campaigned on it. You, your sons, your allies, the entire GOP wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. You banged Epstein's name like a war drum. You built a hell of a lot of political capital on it. We're going to expose the pedophiles. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to bring the elites to justice. We're going to expose the list, all the Democrats. People believe you. They rallied behind you. They gave you their votes, their trust, their money, and their hope. But now, all you do is continue to bullshit and lie. You underestimated significantly how much people care about the truth of this subject. You thought that you could slide this one by and memory hole it, but it's been 6 months that you've been in office. And now the heat is on. So what do? You scream, it's a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. And then when people don't like that answer, as they shouldn't, you call your own base weaklings and you call them past supporters. And then you say that you don't even want their support. You even had to make a call to the right-wing influencers to stay silent on it because people won't shut up. You don't even pretend like you fight for the base anymore. Epstein is dead, allegedly. Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison. The victims are real, and the evidence has been public. This stuff was released before COVID on Gawker and all over the internet. This isn't a hoax. And this is one thing that everybody on the left and the right agrees on.
That's right. Well, not everybody. There are about, I don't know, man. There's about a few thousand MAGA. There's about a few thousand MAGA who are still standing by their man. But I have to now. Let me just come full circle to MAGA, Ben, because honestly, I can't help but to be grateful. And I know Andrea Rovenski somewhere saying, that pastor, he's letting the better nature of me get a hold of me. I can't help. Listen, I never thought that I would say this about MAGA within the first year of him being elected a second term. But I have to admit that I am extremely pleasantly surprised and grateful that they drew the line somewhere. I know the bar is low. The bar is in hell. But when you consider the fact that we actually might be living in a recursive hell here on earth anyway, I'm just sorry, that's a different show. That's a different stream. It's something. It's a starting point. It's at least like, I feel like they miss so many other opportunities to just do the basic, decent human thing I felt like when they threw their children out into the pandemic unvaccinated and pretended like it wasn't real, and they just let their children and themselves, but particularly I'm thinking about their children getting reinfected over and over and over and over again, like, it's no big deal. I felt at that point, well, if they'll do that to their children, they'll do anything to their children. You know, that's when my existential crisis came upon me back in 2021, when I realized, holy cow, these people don't even care about their own children. Well, okay, some of them do still. Some of them care enough about their children to know that what Donald Trump is doing here is something that they cannot go along with. So I have to acknowledge that. I have to breathe and tip my hat to them and say, you know what? This is something that the left and the right can agree on. This is something to me that's worth burning down the entire system. People are using the excuse saying, well, maybe there's something on there that could disrupt the entire system. Okay, then it needs to be disrupted. Because if there's so much power concentrated on, and I wish I could get a better clip. I want to play a clip of someone on the Senate floor who was making the case. And actually, I think I should pull that up next before Donald Trump. There was somebody on the Senate floor who was making the case of how many transactions were wired directly into Jeffrey Epstein's one bank account, not two bank accounts. Over 4,000 transactions that total up to about over $1 billion. Let me share that instead. Listen to this real quick.
4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts.
$4,000. 4,000 transactions, over $1 billion. That's over $200,000 per transaction. Okay, so you can get the scope of it. Let's say there was one person who went multiple times. So that's not necessarily 4,000 individuals, right? But that's a lot of people, and that's a lot of money. That means you have your disposable income is such that you could spend over $200,000 trafficking in children, right? So when I say this is something that's worth bringing the system down, I mean that. Because if you have that many powerful and rich people who are able to get away with the predation of our children, child predation, and this system is going to protect them, then what are we even doing here? I'm going to use a bad analogy that I think many people, if you've seen the movie, you might disagree with me on, but no, I don't think you would disagree with me. The movie Snowpiercer, not the television show, but the movie Snowpiercer, when it was revealed that the entire train that was riding through the, frozen wasteland of a post-apocalyptic society where the poorest people were in the back eating nothing but recycled bugs and turned into a gelatinous substance for food. And then in the very front, you go through all the hierarchies of society. And then you get to the very front of the train. You get to the people who are running the train, and you realize, wow, the train is running off of child labor. And the individual was like, the guy, Captain America, what's his name? The guy who's a star of it. Anyway, I can't think of his name, but he was like, well, I guess we're going to have to derail this whole train. And he did. Once you get to the core functioning ethos of a society, and you see that fundamental governing ethos of that society is the predation of children. Now, in the movie case, they derailed the entire system and they were out into the oblivion of the wasteland. And I was like, I don't know. Maybe if they worked out something with the children and held them in the highest esteem and gave them the best life that they could, and maybe they could have fixed civilization, because they were headed out into the wasteland. Everybody died except for them. That means that's the end of civilization altogether. So I was wrestling with that. But when we're talking about reality being such that they are preying on children for their entertainment pleasure, and they can afford to spend $200,000 roughly per child or per encounter per trip to his island, and there's over 4,000 of them, that's not a system that's worth preserving. We could do fine without them. In fact, letting them stay, letting this system stay, is obviously the pathway to get us to a destroyed, a post-apocalyptic world, mind you. Because think about this. If you can be as evil as someone who preys on children and as evil as a system that protects them, what else is too hard for them? What else would they not do? Would they not start a war just because? Would they not engage in a genocide just because? What's going to stop a person who sits around and preys on little children from having the conscience necessary to not engage in genocide, to not start a pestilence, to not sit back and watch millions and billions of people die? Let's listen to Donald Trump as he basically said, I don't like you losers anymore. He was like, I don't like you. You aren't my supporter anymore.
I'd rather talk about this.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. It's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East. I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is it's people that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
I hadn't heard the last 2 seconds of it. He literally called them stupid. I've never seen a demon exercise itself. But strange times are we are living in. We are living in strange times, are we not? I mean, this is like the young girl on The Exorcist, tied and strangled to the bed, like just canceling, just rebuking her own self, just throwing holy water on her. Donald Trump has found the issue that will make and has made millions of MAGA, because he's only supported on this matter by 3% of the nation. Only 3% of the nation support Donald Trump in this matter. He has found the issue that is going to get him out of, I mean, not necessarily power, because actually I think he's pretty sick from what the reports are saying, and he might not live. I don't know the severity of the sickness he has. I didn't even look up the severity, but it had his ankle swollen like potatoes. And then that presents another problem, because if Donald Trump is no longer there, then we get them far more efficient, far more proficient of a liar. I mean, JD Vance is a way better liar than Donald Trump. And we would get JD Vance to finish out these next 4 years. But the good thing about it is that it doesn't really matter what happens at this point, you know? Donald Trump has inadvertently, like, he didn't think it would happen, right? I know he did. He's doing what he's doing on purpose. That's clear. But I don't think he believed that he was going to create this type of wedge. And it's not just a wedge, it's an awakening. It is an awakening. That's the thing that he does not, he can't believe. He can't believe that, look at me trying to, thank you, Nick. It's an awakening. There is a fracture, not a fracture, a rupture. There is a rupture in the thinking of MAGA, because right now they're having to deal with this. Two things. One, three things. One, this man has absolutely no respect for them. And what do I mean by that? It's obvious just on the surface level, but he has no respect for them because, one, he campaigned on this, and then now he's saying, look the other way. Now he's calling them stupid. Now he's insulting them. All of the arrogance that they liked about him has now turned around internally, and it's directed directly at them. I shouldn't have said how many things, because now I can't remember the last one. But the second thing is, the other rupture is this. They're thinking to themselves, wow, if he's lying to us about this, what else is he lying to us about? You have to be thinking that, MAGA. You have to. If Donald Trump lied to you about this, what else is he lying to you about? And the last thing that I think is a part of this rupture that's happening in MAGA is a permanent scarring. This contingency in the United States of America is never again going to trust anybody at that caliber of what's the word? Demagoguery? Cult of personality? No, that's not happening. Even if JD Vance gets into power, he is not going to be supported in the same fashion. It's impossible. He was never going to be supported the way Donald Trump is supported amongst MAGA. That we can know, because JD Vance does not have the charisma. If I could go on a tangent, do you remember JD Vance did not get any charisma at all until he started being anti-immigrant bigoted on the campaign trail? Remember, he went to the donut shop and he was like, yeah, so how long have you been working here? Is that glazed? Oh, cool. All right. He has the charisma of a Borg, uncharismatic Borg. So he was never going to get the support of Donald Trump, the support levels that Donald Trump got. But now, this faction of MAGA that has been awakened, they are never going to ever, there's nobody in the next 30 years, nobody. I'm sorry. So some of them are old, so I can't say 30 years. Let's bring that down to the next 10, 15 years. In the next 10 to 15 years, there will never be somebody who can compel this large of a contingency again with the same demagogic rhetoric as Donald Trump, because the wound is too deep. The rupture, rather. I don't know why I keep saying fracture. It's not a fracture. It's a rupture. The rupture is too deep for them to ever buy into that type of demagoguery ever again. And the particular wound, I think, is, look, I was looking at the statistics. 1 out of 4 girls, 1 out of 4 women have experienced something like this. Perhaps not just direct trafficking, trigger warning. I guess maybe we should give a trigger warning at the beginning, because I'm sure, because 1 out of 6 men, okay, 1 out of 4 women, 1 out of 6 men have experienced something of this caliber at least once in their lifetime. Perhaps it's not trafficking, but they have experienced SA in some fashion in their lifetime. Why do I bring that up? Because there's no doubt that there are millions in MAGA who were serious about Epstein because it was a mirror of what they went through. Everyone in the comments saying it's even more than that. See, this is perhaps this was always going to be the thing that turned things around. If somebody, if my numbers are off and you all want to please, because I want to give the right numbers on the air, but the last place I saw it said 1 out of 4 women, 1 out of 6 men. But if you have better data than that, please put it in the chat room and we'll get it up on the screen. Throughout world history, and I'm trying to finish. I got so many things I'm trying to finish. Y'all just forgive me. It's just so many. It's just so many things that I have to work on. But one episode I'm trying to get out for Sunday night is on this exact issue, because throughout world history, it has always been the children that they attack. Through every culture, through every empire, through every civilization, through every race, definitely through every religion. All 3 of the big 3 from the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, the Roman Empire, and the Greek Empire, they all created philosophies justifying grown men abusing small children as a matter of custom and law. It was something they were proud of. And you know, for years I've been elevating my critique lens. And in order to elevate your critique of society and your lens, ultimately you're going to have to transcend your own lens. So for a while, I always knew white supremacy. I mean, since I was a little kid, I always knew white supremacy was one of the great evils on this planet. No doubt. Christianity, white supremacy is one of the greatest evils on this planet. And then as I got older and I learned and studied capitalism, and then I got old enough to actually live in capitalism and realize, oh, my parents were struggling. Like they made every day feel like a great day because they were pulling off a miracle. But this system is evil. Capitalism is evil, right? So then I added that to my collection of evils that I recognize across civilization, across humanity, white supremacy, and the capitalism. Then when I got married, sorry it took so long. It took so long, but I had enough love and respect for my wife to actually listen to her and was actively trying to create space for her voice. And as I created space for her voice, she had no problem showing me the patriarchy that was raging in me. See, here I thought I was a woke liberal gentleman, at the time. And she was like, no. There's patriarchy in you too, Dixon. So I was like, okay. So then I realized, I said, okay, I gotta, it's something that I participate in. It is a privilege that I have. It is a way that I serve in an oppressor. And so I had to take a step back and say, okay, so it's not just white supremacy. It's not just capitalism. It's patriarchy. And for the last 3-4 years, I've been on patriarchy. Patriarchy is because I could start seeing it, right? It started making structural sense. It filled out the unholy trinity. It completed the unholy trinity: capitalism, white supremacy, and patriarchy. then there's this. There's four corners to this. Because throughout, and actually before I get to the children, it made sense to me because for patriarchy and abuse of women and women being oppressed in society, because that's the lens I look through this. As I say to myself, self, who's being oppressed, right? And of course, growing up as a dude in America in the 80s and the 90s, in the early 2000s, you're not looking at women as though they're oppressed. You're looking at women and thinking like, how can I get them in bed? Not realizing that that's in and of itself is a part of this construct. And then when I finally took a step back and said, oh, holy cow, I have been a part of that oppressive system against women. So I started unraveling that. And, we're doing pretty good, creating a wonderful space for my daughter to grow up and understand and be able to critically analyze and see it for herself, to the point where I'm like, oh, God, I done created monsters. Ah! Ah! Because you get held accountable. Man, you make space for people. I think this is why people don't want to try to liberate anyone else. Because if you start creating space for someone to actually speak up and to speak out about what they see, even if it steps on your toes, it's going to step on your toes. And so throughout history, I've been analyzing it, and I said to myself, it makes sense, because if you think about just in terms of oppressor and oppressed and the oppressed, then how, since the beginning of time, since the beginning of humanity, how many countless unnamed, unknown women have been utterly destroyed by this system? And not just the system, I mean very intimately, one-on-one with men, because of our physical ability to control and get what we want out of them. The barbarity of it all. And so when I started looking at it through that lens, I was like, okay, wow. If I'm looking at it through the lens of the oppressed, then I have to prioritize patriarchy. Because even before white supremacy, there was patriarchy and the abuse and the oppression of women by men. And I thought my analysis was complete. And I had to pause and think about that thing. What about the children? Because if there's a system that has been grinding up women for the self-gratification of men since the beginning of time, there's been a system of self-gratification and the grinding up and the suffering of children for the same exact period of time. And if you look through history, it bears this out. Structurally, the most powerful people have been able to get away with this in every civilization. And you wonder why, what is wrong with you people? What is, you could say cultural norms all you want. You could say moral relativism what is wrong with a civilization that not only allows it, but protects it and promotes people based on it? Now, I get this part of it. I get the intelligence agencies using this proclivity as a means of blackmail. That I don't agree with. I think the intelligence agencies are just as evil as the people who are doing it. If you know these people are doing it, and instead of stopping and sending your spies in to kill them, excuse me, I don't know if that's what I was supposed to say. Because if I had a spy agency and I had a list of names of people who are going around assaulting children, you think I'm going to use my agents to collect it and set up compromise and say, oh, okay, so maybe in 3 years, I'm going to be able to use this against Senator so-and-so? Nah, man, there's going to be a lot of people not waking up in the morning. I know, Pastor, what are you talking about? Are you calling for child predation? I believe we all can agree, amongst so many other things, but child predation is the top of it. Not just the psychosis, the sickness, however you want to define it.
but what it robs that child of for the rest of their life. And how just completely sociopathic. You cannot have 1 ounce of compassion in yourself to participate in an act like that. No concern for any part of that other person's entire life. So forgive me when I say if Mossad was, first of all, Mossad wouldn't exist. But if I had the CIA on my side and I had agents all around the globe, oh man, the Catholic Church would be, good God Almighty, how many of the Catholic priests would have gotten visits from me by now, from my agents? Because, I can't do much. All I can do is give orders. You know what I mean? I'll be limping in there with my cane, like going in, like, I'd be dead before I'll be climbing the window, fall over and die. So to me, these spy agencies who use this as compromise, you're just as evil. Any government infrastructure that knows this is going on and allows it, all of it deserves to come down. All of it. We'll be just fine. No, I mean it. We will be just fine. This isn't Snowpiercer. We're not, don't get me wrong. We are going into climate disaster. Don't get me wrong. We are going into the age of pestilence. Trademark Andrea Rovenski. I got that from Andrea, right? We are going into some really dark ages, but we're not at the point where if we tore down this entire system that we could not survive it. And even if we couldn't, why would we still continue to want it to exist when it can get away with this? Not once, not twice, some 4,000 times with just Jeffrey Epstein's list alone. Who was the Jeffrey Epstein during the Nixon administration? Hell, who was the Jeffrey Epstein during the founding of this nation? Who was the Jeffrey Epstein for King James? Who was the Jeffrey Epstein for Pontius Pilate? Augustus Caesar. All of it. All of it. Burn it all to the ground. And this is why I believe we should not be forgetful when it comes to MAGA. We should not ever forget everything they agreed with Donald Trump on all of this time that they should have seen a long time ago. Y'all know I sure as hell am not going to forget all of the racism that came from all of them. But you know what I can do? I could take the racism on the chin just for a minute. Why? Because if I can get them to work with us, if we can work together to get rid of these demons, then we could fist fight another day. We can grapple, we can wrestle, we can disagree, we can, we can have it out. But if we can't start at a baseline of y'all are not going to mess with our kids and get away with it, I would even put an addendum to that. You're not going to mess with our kids and live to see another day. We will give you a fair trial. Now, maybe that's where MAGA would disagree with me because, they don't like to give due process. I still believe in due process. Fine. We will pay the expense as a society to ensure that no one's life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness is taken from them without a fair trial and due process. That might be where a lot of people say, no, that's too much. But I thought you were going to send spies. I will, after we have convincing evidence, I'm still going to send my agents and we're going to take them out. But we got to have due process. We got to have a process for it. Once we have that process, they need to be removed from civilization. If there's ever a standard that we need to set, my goodness, is it not this? Now, I don't think we should put people on the wall just because they believe in a different economic system. I think we need to beat them. I think we need to push them in the dregs of society. I think we need to seize power from them. I think we need to make sure that they are never in control of anything ever again. You know how many churches will be empty
I think the only people, maybe let me narrow it down. Let me be very specific where I want to send my agents in my fictitious world that I have in my mind every now and then. I would send you. You would not want to get a visit from Pastor Ben's goon platoon, is what I call them. You would not want to get a visit from my guys, and you a pastor and a bishop and a priest, and you're in the pulpit and you're supposed to be protecting flock. Instead, you're preying on them, and you're preying on them so much so, I don't even know if y'all know this is real. Let me show you, because I don't want to just say it. I want to show you child abuse church insurance. Yeah, here it is. Let me share this tab. Child abuse church insurance. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Boom. Sexual assault in the church of children is so prevalent that they have abuse and molestation liability coverage. Did y'all know that? Did you all know that it is now a vertical in the insurance industry? It happens so systematically that they're having to get insurance to cover it. So, you have to forgive me, I probably would go far harder on pastors and bishops and deacons and youth ministers and all the people who are in church preying on children in the church, and you're doing it hiding behind the name of the Lord. I don't even know if you get due process in my world on that one. I don't know. See, this is a gray area between morality and justice and what is true justice. This is where I fall into the grays. This is where I'm sure I probably would go one step too far and do something that God end up getting mad at me about. And so, I try to tread very lightly here. This is not about bravado, but you have to understand, my entire life has been structured in my adult life has been structured around protecting my children. And when I realized that I can't protect my children without protecting my neighbor's children, my community's children, the children in my state, the children in my nation, you can't protect your children will ultimately, the feedback effect, the chickens coming home to roost effect, the blowback. I can't look and see what's happening in Gaza and think that it won't reach my children. Maybe not absolutely literally, but in the moral arc of the universe, to sit back and either be a part of Lord, how does this even work, Matt? No, I mean, Nick, to sit back and be a part of what's happening in Gaza, even with just my words, like it blows me away to see how many people are on social media, not a part of the IDF, not even Zionist. I mean, they're Zionists in their brains, but they're not even Jewish. They're not even in Israel, but they support it with their words on social media to the point where they just absolutely have no compassion whatsoever for what's happening in Gaza. And think that's not going to come back on your generations. See, if there's one divine principle that I think most people can get into, whether you believe it or not, but you can see it, and it's plausible to you, is what other people call karma. We call seed time and harvest. You reap what you sow. What you put into this world is what you're going to get out of this world. Now, granted, there's a whole lot of evil people who live forever. What's the guy who just died finally? We were counting on him. We were counting on the days. I can't think of his name. The one that was behind all the bombing in Vietnam. What you put into this world ultimately is what comes back to you. But guess what? If it don't come back to you, it comes back to your generations. I just can't for the life of me understand how many Kissinger, thank you, Henry Kissinger. For the life of me, I cannot understand how many people actively support the evil that we're seeing happening in Gaza and not really take a step back and say, now, wait a minute. Could this blowback not come? You know who did say something about it as an actor? Now I know him from Criminal Minds is the one I know him from. But apparently I think he's a part of Homeland, which I haven't seen any episode of, but I saw it mentioned in the comment section. He's Jewish. And in fact, I believe that at some degree there's scales to Zionism, because you have some Zionists who are just outright like, good God Almighty, I want to kill as many of these guys and babies as I possibly can. I'm gonna play you a clip of someone who's like that, and I hope it doesn't trigger anyone too much. But what's my guy name here? Mandy Patinkin. I want you to hear what he had to say about what's going on in Gaza and how it ultimately is a threat, a very direct threat to the Jewish people all over the globe, as well as to the state of Israel. Now, he kind of, when he started talking about the state of Israel, I'm getting more and more and more of the opinion. My opinion on Israel gets more radical every single day. Every day I learn more. Every day I see the evil. I'm almost at the point where I'm like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. But, just like we give space for those MAGAs who come around, this brother had a really good opinion. He had an awesome take on it, and I want to make sure that you get a chance to hear it. Take a listen in.
And I ask Jews all over the world to consider what this man, Benjamin Netanyahu, and his right-wing government is doing to the Jewish people all over the world. They are endangering not only the state of Israel, which I care deeply about and want to exist, but they are endangering the Jewish population all over the world. He is the most dangerous thing, not just since October 7th. It has been a deeply troubled situation. Yeah. Watch what is happening for the Jewish people to allow this to happen to children and civilians of all ages in Gaza, for whatever reason, is unconscionable and unthinkable. And I ask you Jews everywhere, all over the world, to spend some time alone and think, is this acceptable and sustainable? How could it be done to you and your ancestors, and you turn around and you do it to someone else?
Whew. Nah, I got to play that last second again.
Everywhere, all over the world, to spend some time alone and think, is this acceptable and sustainable? How could it be done to you and your ancestors, and you turn around and you do it to someone else?
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Whoo. That part. That is the energy that every person on the planet, right? But I believe that if you are a Jewish person, and even if you are a Jewish person who believes that Israel has the right to exist, this is the this is the bar. This is, to me, and I appreciate and I value that energy that he gave and those words. I felt it in my spirit. But to me, that bar is super low. I'm glad he's there. I'm glad that a lot of Jewish people are there. I'm glad that there's so many Jewish people who reject Zionism. There are so many rabbis who are just absolutely against Zionism, right? But that bar should have been up there with occupation. That bar should have been up there with the Nakba, right? But I'm glad it's there. And that's the bare minimum reaction. That's the minimum viable product of showing that you have a soul. Because some of these devils, I got to be careful with the you got to understand there are some things that make me there are some spirits that make me cuss. This is why I'm not in the pulpit right now. My wife, who is also a pastor, and she's a prolific preacher, she is holding it down. I mean, every time I sit back and watch my wife preach, I'm like, dang, she works so much harder than me. She's really studied and prepared. But one of the reasons I had to step down for this public service sabbatical was because some of these motherfuckers need to be cussed the hell out. And I just don't want to be in the pulpit while I do it. And this next individual, this demon, this sadistic, twisted, and then there's, of course, the misogyny behind the word I want to say that I won't say. I won't say it. I'm going to restrain myself. But I want you to see just how pure evil. I think her name was Daniela. Hang on, let me give you her name. Actually, let me let you play it while I go find her name. I'm sure somebody in the audience does. But I want you to see the difference. There are those who reject what's going on, and then there are those who don't believe that it's enough. And it will come in a nice grandmotherly smile like you see on the face of this demon who's on your screen. Don't take my word for it. Listen.
Is right.
But just to be clear, you have nothing to say about 20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot to say about everything that happened as a result of the massacre of the 7th of October.
Now, I understand you care about Israeli
Arabs
children
and
who died,
Gazans
as do I. But I'm able to care about both sides of children who've died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who've died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza? Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders, warn them, stop educating children to hate
So just to be clear, I've now offered you three times.
I made myself very clear.
Oh, you've made yourself very clear.
You asked me 5 times.
I'm going to give you one last.
You asked me 7 times.
Okay, I'm going to give you one last chance to offer some empathy or sympathy or sorrow about the deaths of 20,000 children in Gaza. Are you capable of doing that?
Smile on her face.
I can tell you that had you cared, and I don't believe you that you care a tiny bit about one killed person, if you do not use the means that you have as a media person to stop educating children.
I gave you 4 chances.
Jews. Okay, you gave me 7. You gave me 7.
And you know what? You couldn't give a damn, could you?
That you are to blame more than me.
You don't care. And all you want is all the Palestinians gone. You can barely even bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank and Gaza. You don't care how many die in the process. You want them all gone. You don't care, do you? That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Yeah, they will. Daniela Weiss, thank you very much for Daniela Weiss. I appreciate it.
What a demon. What a demon with a smile on her face. You know? What a demon. I was talking about Isaac Rabin, the former prime minister, and I'm going to get out of here. Angry Ginger is up next. Isaac Rabin was the former prime minister of Israel who was killed. I believe had to be like 94, 95. maybe 96. All I know is I was in high school and I was coming back from a marching band competition, and my dad picked me up, and it was just such a sad night. And I didn't really realize how tragic his assassination was, which, by the way, had ties directly to Benjamin Netanyahu. An Israeli official said that Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing ties led to the assassination of Isaac Rabin, who had worked so hard on a two-state solution during the Clinton administration. And as we were debating this online this week, somebody mentioned, he said, well, shows what you know, because Isaac Rabin was a Zionist too. And I said, you know what? Apparently he wasn't Zionist enough, because the people, the Zionists who are in power now, killed him. So there's a big range of thought and philosophy on that side of the equation. Some who believe that they should murder every single Palestinian. Some who just happen to believe that they have the right to take that land. I disagree with all of them. All of them. But I know this much. To Daniela Weiss, and I don't wish this on anybody's children, but it's not for me to make this decision. I pray that God is as merciful to you and every Zionist as you all have been to the children of Gaza. That's all the time I have for today. Coming up next is the Angry Ginger.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/the BPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the best two shows in a row on this space. That's right, I said it. I said it. The best two shows in a row. Thank you, Pastor Benjamin. And also, I got to say thank you, Pastor Ben, for also shouting me out on the Majority Report. One of my subscribers over on my channel was like, you got shouted out on the Majority Report. And I was like, no way, no way. And they're like, yep, Pastor Benjamin, he made sure to shout you out. So thank you, Pastor Benjamin. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for the shout out. Because there's a lot of good people on YouTube nowadays, and some people, you know, are down in the taint of YouTube. And we don't always get pushed out in the algorithm. And I know I'm pretty proud and happy of the 25,000 subscribers that I've gotten. I know that I'm proud and happy for Pastor Benjamin for his 200,000 plus that he has. But it's important to always remember to shout out all the people underneath. So shout out to 21st Century Suffragettes, to Naughty Nana Does representing Canada. Shout out to Straight Facts No Chaser, my brother from another mother. Yeah, you know, thank you for everybody that does that. So yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. We've got a lot to talk about, but I think that what Pastor Benjamin in his closing was saying there is that make sure to let people know. I hope you guys have the day that you deserve. That's about what it comes out to, right? You know, if you are a Christian, if you are Jewish, if you are Muslim, no matter your religious affiliation, and you truly believe that there is a creator, a God that is judging people, then you might want to act like it. You might want to think about your actions and the things that you have said or done while you are on this planet, if that is your belief system. I'm a secular humanist, so I believe in just doing the right thing. I generally don't need anything to tell me what I should be doing to be a good person. I think that innately I feel those things through my life experience, and yeah. If there is a God, I think that'll be enough. I think that that'll be enough. And I think that there's a lot of people out there right now that are unlike our man, Pastor Benjamin, who leads by example, who practices what he preaches. I think there's a lot of people that are unlike him out there that are saying things and doing things that are directly in conflict with the beliefs that they have through their religion. So just do good. Just be good people. Be nice. Be kind. Have empathy. Like, that's the way to go. That's if you can't do those small things, then I don't know how you're gonna stand in front of your Creator and say that you lived a good life and you did his or hers or its name justice. So that's where I stand with that. But let's get to talking a little bit about everything that's going on nowadays. And we all know what's going on nowadays, and that is that this administration has found the one place that they might have figured out they can't BS their cult. They offered their cult a pound of flesh, guys. And just for anybody out there that doesn't understand what I'm saying here, there's a lot of conspiracies in the MAGA cult. There's, the JFK, which, hey, I'm down with some talking about some JFK. There's, UAPs. I'm down with talking about some UAPs. There's the inside job 9/11. I'm down with talking about corruption in our government. But we've already seen the release of the JFK files. And those JFK files fell flat, right? Like you don't hear a damn word from MAGA and the cult members about those JFK files. Ain't nobody screaming that there's still a cover up. There ain't nobody screaming what about RFK? What happened to RFK who was pushing those theories before? Speaking of conspiracies, vaccine conspiracies that RFK and also MAGA people have pushed. And the one thing that is different between the RFK files and these Epstein files is that MAGA was promised a pound of flesh. And this is a point where Trump can't just avoid it. He can't talk about other things. He can't just act like it didn't happen, and he's caught between a rock and a hard place because he also can't just throw random people that he dislikes under the bus, because you're not going to be able to just release a list of names for these people. That's not what they want. These people want to see arrests. They want public executions. They want blood. And he's put himself in a position with these people where he has gaslit them. He has gotten their vote by producing amazing, incredible amounts of fear and hatred and anger and vitriol from these people. And they want their pound of flesh. So he's not going to be able to just release a list. He's going to have to take these people to court. He's going to have to put them on trial. He's going to have them arrested, and he's going to have them punished in a way that MAGA feels is justice. And he can't do that because there's a thing called the discovery phase. So even if there was a person on those files that Donald Trump hated, that MAGA hated, he can't put him on trial, because if they do during that discovery phase, they're gonna see somebody's name on those files. They're gonna see connections to a certain person that occupies a very, very powerful space in America, and he's gonna have to explain all that. And he's showing right now that he's not capable of it. I'll even say this: maybe 20 years ago, Trump might have been able to do that, but he's declining. The cognitive decline that we're all seeing live and in color on TV just goes to show that even now, right now, he can barely get up on stage with a soccer team that won a championship and not steal a medal. He's suffering some cognitive decline, and it is showing. So the pound of flesh that MAGA wants, the blood that they want, is almost impossible for Donald Trump to provide them. and he is fucking around and finding out right now, and I am here for it. So I want to talk about some of these things, and we're gonna start with a news article that just came out today. Let's see if I can get it up on here. There you go. Look at me go, pushing buttons. So this article is titled, "It Was His Best Friend. Ex-Trump Casino Boss Reveals President Brought Epstein and Teen Girl to the Gaming Floor." And this is a guy who I believe he worked for him for 4 years at his Atlantic City casino. And he claimed that the president once brought Jeffrey Epstein and a 19-year-old girl to the gaming floor. Now, for people out there, they're saying, "Oh, she's 19, she's old enough." If you have a 19-year-old child, if you have a 19-year-old daughter, you know 19 ain't grown up. If you know anything about biology or science, you know that the prefrontal cortex doesn't fully develop by the time you're 19. That's the place that you make decisions. That's why a lot of times we look so down on relationships between people that are of advanced age and people that are young. There is a reasoning behind that. For people that don't understand why alcohol is the age to purchase alcohol is 21, there's actually scientific reasoning behind that, and that is it stunts the growth of your prefrontal cortex. So anybody out there like, "Well, she was 19, that's not so bad." That's cope. So anyways, this man, Jack O'Donnell, he went on CNN, it looks like, and spoke a little bit about this. So first, let's play this clip, and let's watch this, and then we're going to get a little bit into the article itself. It helps to turn off the mute button.
One incident that I think kind of, proves their closeness and how much they hung out together. One time, a Monday morning, I came in and the commission was waiting. The inspectors were waiting at my office, and Donald and Jeffrey had come into the casino in the wee hours of Sunday morning, 1:30 in the morning. Two buddies. They had 3 women with them. And the commission was waiting for me because they had determined that the women that they brought down were underage to be on the casino. And when I asked them how they knew that, by the way, one of them was the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world. Okay. And this guy happened to be a tennis fan. And he said, "Jack, I know she's 19 years old." Okay. So, and to get on a helicopter with a friend and 3 other people and fly down to Atlantic City, I mean, you can connect those dots. They were pretty
at 1:30 in the morning. And just to be clear, the story, when you say underage for the casino, underage for the casino would be 21, right? So not necessarily legally underage girls, right? Not in that case.
No.
I believe in Alabama, the age of consent, is it like 16? Like these are arbitrary numbers, guys.
Not in the sense of a minor, so to speak, that's been described with Epstein. They were underage to be in the casino, and they knew for fact that one of them was 19 years old.
Yeah. So, first of all, that's illegal. You can't have an underage person in this casino under the age of 21, right? So, not that Donald Trump is concerned at all about what is legal, right? But it's illegal. And this caused a lot of issues with the commission that was there, because obviously they do care what is or is not legal for a person to be inside of the casino, whether or not they're of age. So this story goes on to say, in my mind, it was Epstein, his best friend, from really the time I was there for 4 years. So this is he's saying in the 4 years that he was there, a guy that Donald Trump has said over and over again, "Yeah, did I know Epstein? Yeah, I knew him, but we barely even hung out together. I didn't even really know the guy. To me, he was just a creep. This man saying for the 4 years that he was there during his time at this casino, it seemed to him that Epstein was not just his friend, but his best friend. The revelation comes as uproar over the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein file refuses to die down. Anger from MAGA over the recent Department of Justice memo declaring the case closed has not subsided, while Trump has reportedly raged that his supporters won't shut the fuck up about the saga. And he just called him stupid. I think you guys saw that on Pastor Benjamin's show just now. He's called him stupid. When we talk about, Donald Trump calling military soldiers suckers and losers, what does MAGA tell you? What do they tell you? What does MAGA say? They say, he didn't say that. You can't prove that. There's no video. There's no audio. It's just people that hate Trump. That's all it is. It's just people that want to sell books, that want to write books. That's who this is. Well, I'll tell you this, for every MAGA supporter out there, you might be right. There might not be video. There might not be audio of him calling the soldiers in the military suckers and losers. But I'll tell you this, there's video of him calling you weaklings and stupid. There's videos of him telling you to shut the fuck up. There's text messages, tweets, where he's literally saying it right to you. It's pretty insane. During one visit to the Atlantic City resort in the 80s, O'Donnell claimed inspectors of the State Casino Commission, which regulates gambling and ensures casinos complies with the law, were waiting for him in his office after the president and disgraced financier had turned up to the venue with a group of 3 women. This is where it talks about a little bit about them showing up. It says, 2 buddies, they had 3 women with them, and the commission was waiting for me because they had determined that the women that they brought down were underage to be in the casino. The former casino boss said that he asked the inspectors how they knew the young woman was of age, that was her age, and as he pointed out, one of them was a tennis fan and knew that one of these young women was a 19-year-old tennis player. It is illegal for anyone under 21 to gamble on the casino floor in New Jersey, what's the chances that this young woman was allowed to gamble in this casino? What's the chances, guys? I'm going high percentage. O'Donnell said the commission gave Trump a break on this occasion, but claimed the commission made him ring the president to reprimand him. And of course, we all have seen the dearth of evidence, all of the photos, all of the videos of Donald Trump with Epstein. I don't know about you guys, but you cannot find photos of me, videos of me with just like random people that I kind of knew in the same amount that there is of Trump and Epstein. This is a time, this wasn't Instagram, this wasn't Twitter, this wasn't YouTube, this was well before all of that. And yet somehow there are just tons of photos and videos of him and Epstein together. But he barely knew him, guys. And we all know that Donald Trump is very good at saying, I didn't really know that guy. This isn't the first time. It's not the first time. And to be honest, I would be really surprised if it's the last. They made me call him, and I had to, believe it or not, read him the riot act about this action because they gave him a break. I had to call them and say, they're giving you a break this time, but if this happens again, the fine is going to be substantial, and it's going to be on your head. O'Donnell added that he told Trump that turning up with Epstein and the young women was not gonna look good. This is not, this is back in the day. This wasn't 10 years ago. This wasn't 15 years ago. This was well before Donald Trump said that he kicked Epstein out for being a creep. I did tell him in that conversation, I don't think you should be hanging out with this guy, just so you know, and you certainly shouldn't be doing that in Atlantic City. The president has attempted to distance himself from the disgraced financier who died by suicide in a New York jail in August of 2019. And have you guys seen the clip of Bill O'Reilly? Bill O'Reilly claiming that Trump was not in office, that Epstein was prosecuted under Joe Biden by Merrick Garland. By the way, neither Merrick Garland or Joe Biden were in the administration back in 2019, when not only was Epstein prosecuted by James Comey's daughter, who literally was just fired like yesterday, but then committed or took his own life. I don't want to say the wrong word on YouTube. He took his own life. And then what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump blamed the Clintons for Epstein passing away. We have learned at this point that if Donald Trump is blaming anybody else for something, he probably did that shit. Okay? Like, this is, every accusation is a confession. This is a man that has consistently used the playbook of Nazi Germany. The 10,000 lies become a truth. The blame the other side for anything that you are doing. This is him. This is the poisoning the blood of our citizens. The vermin poisoning our blood. Look, there are tons of times in this culture where somebody misspeaks. There are tons of times in this culture where somebody says something out of pocket that they shouldn't say. And those people, if they haven't done that stuff before, can say, hey man, look back at my history and you tell me, am I that person? Or did I make a mistake? And if Donald Trump wants to stand up there and say those words to us, we will judge him by his past, by his history. And I will happily say, yeah, you that person. You're that dude. Let's see. Says the two were photographed and filmed together on several occasions, and in 2002, Trump described Epstein as a terrific guy whom he had known for 15 years in an interview with the New York Magazine. He added, it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. The Independent is, oh, sorry. That's just the Independent. That's what we were just reading. So here's the thing about that, guys. Here's the thing about that. You can sit there and you can say all you want if you're a MAGA supporter. You can say the suckers and losers, that was something somebody wrote in a book. You can say all you want that, like, people are out to get Trump. Look what happened to him. They weaponized the justice system against him. They weaponized the judicial system against him. You can say that all you want. We can even give you the best faith, and we can be like, you know what? Sure. But if we're going to compare that information versus all the other information that currently exists in his own words, both written on social media, written in interviews, and his video interviews of him talking about Epstein, and his videos of him partying with Epstein, and we compare those two, it seems as though, guys, Donald Trump, I think he might have known Epstein. And right now, I'm telling you this right now, there is a reason that Donald Trump does not want to release those files. And there's a reason he's now calling it the Epstein hoax, just like he called it the Russia hoax, just like he called it the Steele dossier hoax. Now I'm like, where'd that PP tape at? I'm like, I think it exists now. I was willing to believe, maybe not, you know? But now, it's something I say a lot on my channel. When I first started doing this, I got on here, and I wouldn't say I was a both sides person, but I was a person that would say, hey, you know, like, let's see evidence. Let's see proof. Like I said, I'm a secular humanist. If you're going to prove to me that God exists, then I need evidence. I need proof. I need to see it with my own eyes. So when I first got on this channel, I talked to people. I would say, you know, my chat would come in and they go, no, man, you're not going hard enough. You're not saying, you know, the things about this guy that are true, and it's this, and he said this about his daughter. And I go, come on, that's out of context, right? And then I go look it up. And they were like, damn, he said that about his daughter. Wow, that's crazy. And then I'd say, somebody said, yeah, the bone saw. You remember the bone saw? And I said, bone saw? They're like, yeah, the reporter and the bone saw. I'm like, what is that? That's not real. That's not real. And then I went and looked it up, and I was like, wow, that's real. That's real. They chopped up a reporter in Saudi Arabia, and Trump just was like, I don't know anything about that. So look, at the end of the day, you could pretty much tell me anything right now about Donald Trump, and I believe it. And it's not because people have said it or people have written it in a book. It's because this man leaves a paper trail behind him like he's Hansel and fucking Gretel. This man leaves text messages, interviews, speeches, emails, social media tweets. He is his own worst enemy. And it is absolutely fucking mind-boggling, guys, that anyone out there still in any way, shape, or form supports this guy. It's fucking insane. But with that being said, there are some people that it does seem are waking up. There are some people that it does seem are starting to say, I don't know, if you're Elon, you're starting to say, I think my gravy train is gone and it's probably time for me to abandon ship, right? The rats are abandoning ship right now. They're getting their luggage and they're moving for the lifeboats, and they're trying to get in front of the women and children. They're trying to get the hell out of there as soon as they possibly can. So I wanted to watch this. This is from my dude, Adam Mockler. I love Adam. For those of you who don't know, I interviewed Adam when he was about 70K. And we did a little interview. And to be honest with you guys, that interview was me talking to Adam about how to reach MAGA. I said to Adam, I said, hey, man, I go, how do we bring some of these people back? I said, it's not really, a good plan to say that we're going to live in the same country as these people that are losing their mind. I said, it's a lot like living in an apartment with your roommate, right? And it's like your roommate does some shit, you don't like it, you got to talk it out, you got to figure it out, or one of you is going to have to move out, right? And that's not something that really can happen in this country. Is you can't just, well, unless you're Trump. I guess deportation is practically evicting people. Maybe it's time to deport some certain people. But we had a conversation where we were talking about, using the Socratic method, asking questions, leading people to fallacies, trying to get them to understand where the flaws in their logic exists and why it's bad for them and their mental health and the people that surrounds them. That was way back a year ago in the before times. And, Adam had some great things to say. He had some great things to say about talking to people and debating and trying to lead people to those logical fallacies in their argument and letting them come to those. I don't know that that's really going to work anymore. I love Adam Mockler. I love that he's still 10 toes down on trying to fix this situation in America. But I don't know that that's even a possibility anymore. I look around at these people and say to myself, if this is the test, right? There's always a test. I was saying this last night on my stream. I said, when Jim Jones, the original Jim Jones, not Orange Jim Jones, when Jim Jones took those people to Jonestown and he had them doing all that crazy shit and things started falling apart, there was a test. And that test involved a barrel of Kool-Aid. I saw a meme once that said the only difference between Jim Jones and Donald Trump is that when the Kool-Aid's being served, Donald Trump's going to charge him for it. Who's Orange Jim Jones? Orange Jim Jones is Trump, Bo. That's Trump. Orange Jim Jones. I coined that. That's mine. All right. I also like calling him the Mandarin Messiah. So that really makes MAGA mad because they don't know anything about the Mandarin Messiah. That was Mao. So that makes them even angrier. But there's a test in all cults. If you're in the Hellbot, the Heaven's Gate cult, it was a time when they told you to put on the Nikes, right? They said, put the Nikes on and lay down in your bunk bed. We joined in the comet for a ride through space. And I'm sure there was a couple people that were like, actually, I don't really like Nikes. And, I think maybe, there's a good TV show that I'm still wanting to see the end of. So I'm going to dip out. And, with Jim Jones over there, they got him in line for this Kool-Aid. And you're supposed to come up to this barrel. I heard it was Flavor Aid, by the way. I heard he went real cheap. Why are you gonna? It's your last day on Earth, dog. Go ahead and splurge. Get the great blue dini, okay? Get the good Kool-Aid, all right? But apparently, make sure there's extra sugar in that too, all right? I grew up poor. We put extra sugar, all right? But you got to think that there was a couple people standing in that line as they were about to go get that Kool-Aid, that they were looking around and they saw people kind of fucking falling out around, and they're like, you know, actually, I'm not a big fan of Kool-Aid. I'm diabetic. Not really into that much sugar. I think I'm going to dip out. And, you know, people say that the people that tried to leave the line, Jim Jones security shot those people. And that's actually a very good metaphor for what happens to cult members in the MAGA cult when they try to leave too. We saw what happened to Joe Rogan when he offered to support RFK Jr. We saw what Tim Pool, what happened to him when he made a joke about supporting RFK Jr. We saw what Kyle Rittenhouse got when he said he was going to vote for Rand Paul. Like, there's definitely security, and they definitely are locked and loaded for you to step out of line. But if there is ever a test, as far as this cult goes, it has to be right now. This has to be the test. For every MAGA supporter out there, if there's a single one that watches this video, this is the test. You're in line and the Kool-Aid is right there. And Trump wants you to go down with the ship. He doesn't want you getting the lifeboats. He doesn't want you getting away. Misery loves company. And he wants this entire country to be just as miserable as he is. And if he can't get the entire country to do it, well, he damn sure is going to hold on to the few people that he has left. So you got a choice right now, MAGA. You can abandon ship. You can step out of the line. You can take the chance to run and hope that the security does not gun you down. But I'm going to tell you this. If you do not choose to abandon Trump right now, when this is going on, when he is legit protecting elites from being prosecuted for crimes against children, if you do not take this time to step away and say, I think it's time to return to sanity, I think we've gone too far. If you don't do it, you're going down with the ship. It ain't going to be pretty. And my only hope is that when you guys go down with the ship, you don't take the rest of us with you. Like, that's the only hope. Because some people in this country decided that they wanted to go ahead and give Donald Trump the keys to the ship. I didn't want to. Many people watching this channel didn't want to, but a lot of people did. They threw their hat in the ring. They said, I'm going with this dude. Does he look drunk? Probably. Has he had 10 shots? Yeah. But I'm going to let him drive us home. That was your decision. I just don't want to be the family on the other side of the road in incoming traffic that Donald Trump and MAGA swerves into and takes out the people that I love as well. So here's your chance. It's time to abandon ship. And this is what we're seeing currently with the head rat in charge, Elon Musk. So this is a video from Adam Mockler. Elon's 3 a.m. Epstein bomb just exposed Trump. And as you guys know, I don't watch these videos, so I'm going to be just as surprised as you guys.
Donald Trump has to be sweating right now, and I want to show you exactly why. Elon Musk was Trump's political donor just a few months ago, and he was using all of his money and his platform X to bring all of this positive attention.
Not all of his money. He's still got a lot.
Towards the Trump campaign. Well, now things have flipped very quickly because Elon is leveraging his wealth and his platform X to point all of his attention at the Epstein client list cover-up. Elon Musk at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. pulled in tens of millions of views talking about the cover-up, exposing this admin's lies. And weirdly enough, Elon was just clarifying who has ownership of the files, which right now is the FBI, the DOJ, and therefore the executive branch. So someone who has been spreading so much disinformation on their platform is now weaponizing their platform to try to take down Donald Trump. And look at this. Even in the first post right here, I see 4.9 million views. This is because we live in an attention economy where online views do matter now. When Elon Musk pulls 20 million views overnight exposing this client list, Those aren't small numbers.
And something to remember here that's actually really important about that, what he's saying there, is a lot of us are very concerned about how the rest of the world sees us, right? A lot of us are concerned about how we're going to be treated when we choose to leave the country to go visit other countries, right? Like, America already has a pretty bad reputation, but a lot of us are concerned that it's gotten so much worse that when we go overseas, and not that I've ever been outside the country, but if I ever want to go to Ireland and visit the homeland, we want to be able to go there and not be looked at as these people that were behind and chose to support this obvious tyrant, this authoritarian, this cognitively declining cult leader. Like, this is important because when he says 20 million views, he's talking about not just people in America. He's talking about people in Canada, people in Germany, people in Japan. This is something that the rest of the world is watching. They are watching us right now like we watch the Tiger King, right? They are watching us to see how we behave. And look, think about it this way. Think about what's going on in this country right now this way. Think about if Hitler in Germany never attacked Poland. Think about if he had not started World War II. Think about if he just instead closed his borders and started doing the things that he believes only within Germany. The rest of the world probably would have not interceded. They probably would have looked over there and went, wow, look at that crazy maniacal motherfucker. Look at him and look at what he's doing. They might have sanctioned him. They might have, had some kind of, a speech about how it's bad. America probably wouldn't, because America was actually in support of Nazi Germany. When it first kicked off, America didn't want anything to do with re-entering another world war after World War I. Just think. It would look a lot like what we're seeing here in our country today. It would look a lot like what Donald Trump is doing to Americans and undocumented immigrants in this country right now. So just for one moment, think about that. It would look almost exactly the same.
Can I remind you, Elon Musk was the one who kind of kicked this all off. It's been a long month, so it's hard to remember that a month ago, Elon Musk said, time to drop the really big bomb.
Was that a month?
At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Damn.
He then said, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Elon has since deleted this tweet, but Trump has sued people.
The internet is forever, dog. You can delete all you want, my friend. It is forever.
For way less. So Trump never launched a lawsuit. Trump responded to this, but since then, the situation has blown up tenfold.
When he says that Trump never launched a lawsuit, that's also very important. You see all these people going out and saying to AOC that Donald Trump's going to sue her for defamation. Oh, now the tweet exists and you're in so much trouble. He's going to sue you and you're going to rue the day. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Donald Trump isn't going to do that. To be honest with you, I bet you Donald Trump wants to. I bet you Donald Trump is screaming at his lawyers, we should be suing AOC for defamation. And you know what his lawyers are saying? That'd be a stupid fucking idea. Because you're going to have to prove that what she said isn't true in court. And by the way, defamation is really, really hard to prove. This is why it was so insane that the Fox News had to pay out $787 million in a defamation trial. Because in defamation, it's actually extremely hard to prove your case. Donald Trump does not want to bring doesn't want to bring a civil lawsuit against somebody like AOC. And the reason why is because, well, like we talked about earlier, it's because there's a discovery phase. And during that time, all the lawyers are going to get to look at all of the evidence. The judge is going to get to look at all the evidence. And somebody is going to leak the information that has Donald Trump's name on it.
100-fold, and Elon Musk is doubling down on exposing the Trump admin. It's just interesting because when Elon said this, we all thought it was insane at the time, but nobody knew that the DOJ would screw themselves over so badly less than a month later. On top of that, I've been sending this around to all my MAGA supporter friends. It's this interview of Jeffrey Epstein where he said,
"Oh, I didn't know that this was with Michael Wolff. I've heard this before, but I did not know that this was actually with Michael Wolff.
As I was Donald Trump's closest friend. Even beyond that, what about this quote from Trump? He said, quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He said he's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life.
You guys tell me. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe just like Trump has like just destroyed reality so hard now that maybe I'm not doing a good job of remembering. But has there ever been a figure to this point that there has been so much evidence, like in his own words, in video, in pictures, that proves that he is a part of this conspiracy? And yet somehow he has people that still steadfastly support him. I mean, is there one more person that can be compared to Donald Trump that you can think of that possibly it like even comes close to having this much evidence against him, and yet somehow people still defended them?
Then Donald Trump went on years later to brag about grabbing women because they just let you do it if you're a celebrity. Just sickening stuff. The reason I'm walking you through this is because you can paint a very convincing picture of Elon Musk going, hey, Trump is in the files. Then you look at the evidence. Oh, Trump and Epstein were really good friends. Actually, really good friends. And then, as you do more research, Pam Bondi pulls the files, says they don't exist whatsoever. Now Elon Musk is on a crusade to expose the Trump admin. Let's walk through what he said last night. And really quickly, I want to thank PDS Debt for making these videos possible and for offering a free debt assessment for you. If you're trapped in credit card bills or medical debt right now by trying PDS Debt and seeing why tens of thousands of Americans trust them to finally break free, they can help you with a free
we're
debt
still going through the
assessment and
commercial.
put you back in control by creating a personalized financial plan based
That
on
is
your
bad,
unique
okay?
situation.
That is
no
bad.
cookie cutter solutions. They have advanced technology
Damn.
and a dedicated team. Pay off debt faster.
I gotta work on
and start
people
growing
helping
your
get their-
savings again.
their
It's very
messages
easy to
out
get started.
quicker.
Go to pdsdebt.com/Adam Mockler to get a free money. So take your life back. This in his first.
Okay, here we go.
Where is phase 2? Responding to the Epstein files. Phase 1. Now, I actually said the same thing to Jack Posobiec when I
Do
debated.
you guys remember these dummies? Do you remember? I'm so proud. These like YouTube content creators that were just so goddamn hungry for that grifting ass money. And they just came out and they're holding the binders up. They're like, look at me, brother. Look at me. I got the information. It's fucking buffoonery. It's a fucking circus. Like, if I was one of those people, first of all, if you hand me a binder, I'm going to look at that shit like immediately. And if I saw that stuff, I wouldn't have left the White House. I mean, like, so where's the stuff you guys are going to give us? This binder you're giving me now? No, that's not what I came here for. Like, I'm going to have to sit here until you guys give me the stuff that you said you were going to give to me, because I can't go out there and show people this. They are going to maul me, dog. I don't want to get mauled. I want, if anybody's getting mauled, it's you. You take the fucking binder out there and hold it up for all those people. You ain't taking a picture of me with this bullshit. I ain't going up there and holding this shit up. That shit's on the internet for the rest of time. You got me twisted.
Him on Piers Morgan. I said, where is phase 2, bro? He then retweeted Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey said, Americans deserve transparency, and the victims of Epstein deserve justice. Thank you, Representative Boebert, for co-sponsoring this legislation to release the Epstein files. I also believe Ro Khanna helped co-sponsor this legislation, but Republicans are going to shoot it down because they're hiding something. Now, this brings me to Elon Musk's back and forth. Just to explain what happened here. Elon Musk has been trying to prove that his AI bot, Grok, is no longer a Nazi or Mecha Hitler. So what he's been doing is having conversations with it. And this conversation I found quite interesting because he used his own bot.
You guys know that the Pentagon is using Grok now too, right? or going to be using Grok, I guess. $200 million contract between the government and Elon Musk's AI company, XAI, to use Grok in the Pentagon. Bro, Grok is about to launch them nukes, all right? Like, this is like dystopian science fiction at its finest. I'm telling you guys this right now. Like, this is the type of shit that we have talked about in books and movies for like generations. And somebody was like, yo, you know that AI that Elon Musk had that was denying white genocide? Yeah, I know that one. You know the one that was calling itself Mecha Hitler? Yeah, I know that one. It's the same one, right? Yeah. So that's the Pentagon's using that now. We're all so cooked. We are all so cooked.
Grok to expose Trump's lies. Let's just start from the beginning. There's a tweet that reads from Grok. Flight logs show Bill Clinton visited Little St. James 12 plus times, Prince Andrew multiple times, Alan Dershowitz, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker. Trump flew on plane 7 times, but not to island that we know of. So Trump did fly on Epstein's plane 7 times, and that's what Elon Musk exposed. Elon says, bullseye. He then asks, Grok, are there likely to be electronic records in any government or commercial computers recording who traveled on Epstein's plane to the U.S. Virgin Islands? Grok says, yes, electronic records likely exist. Government, FAA databases hold 2,000 plus digitized flight logs for Epstein's jets from 98 to 2020, including USVI routes per 2021 disclosures. So we have passenger manifests at the DOJ. We have data brokers like Near Intelligence giving like all of the information that we need. What Elon Musk is trying to prove here is, wait a minute, that means the government knows this, but they're not giving us the info. Oh, Elon then responds, at Grok. Would that mean the government right now, as we speak, knows the names and ages of all those who traveled on Epstein's plane? In other words, they have a list of all unaccompanied minors on those flights, along with a list of all adults on those flights. And Grok says, yes. So again, Elon is saying the government has the info. They are withholding it from you. Grok says, yes, the DOJ and FAA hold extensive passenger manifests and flight logs from Epstein's jets, including names from 91 to 2020. Ages aren't always listed, but can be verified via investigations and victim statements identifying unaccompanied minors among 250 plus exploited girls. Elon's
and if you guys haven't seen too, there's currently a Democratic congressman that is doing his own investigation of sorts, that has paid people to do the investigation, that has talked about that there is money wirings over 1,700 to the tune of like I can't even, is like $1 billion is insane, that can be tracked to Epstein. Like, this is so insane to sit here and have these MAGA supporters be like, well, you know, hey, that we would like to prosecute these elites and everything, but, you know, Trump says there's no files. You know, we definitely do not live in an age where you can just Google information, and definitely we do not live in a day and age where you can, like, find all this shit if you were in the right place, like the government, where you had the power to find this stuff. We just got to let it go, guys. We just got to let it go. We got to start talking about the good things he's done. Man, you guys remember he turned the tariffs off. He turned the tariffs on. All right? Like, he stopped the war in Ukraine. What's that, Brenda? He didn't stop the war in Ukraine? What? He's giving weapons to the war. Hold on, I thought we weren't supposed to be giving weapons to Ukraine. It's got to be difficult to be MAGA, man. It's got to be difficult to be MAGA. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's really easy. Maybe it's the opposite. Can you imagine? Like, this dude has done nothing. Zero. Zip, zilch. And he's like, can't we just talk? Can't we just talk about the good things? You guys are stupid. You're weak. You're stupid. Imagine your cult leader being a fucking, like a 13-year-old boy in a fucking 80-year-old's fucking falling apart ass body. How you gonna be a 13-year-old maturity wise and have the ankles of like an 89-year-old fucking diabetic person. How is that happening? Where are we at? It's the dumbest timeline. Jesus Christ.
Says there were 250 plus girls exploited. Grok then says, yes. And again, Grok is an AI bot that Elon Musk is using to prove a point. This isn't someone responding to Elon. This says, yes, early DOJ files from February of 2020.
He has to explain that because, like, you know how many Trump supporters like think of Grok as being like a real person?
Reported 250 plus exploited girls. But the July 2025 memo confirms over 1,000 victims. I honestly struggle to believe the DOJ memo for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like downplay how many people were harmed by Epstein. I'm sure that there was a lot, but it's hard to trust any numbers that come out of Trump's administration because they just exaggerate everything. And I've said it before. Whether it's 1 or 10 or 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, it doesn't matter. It's bad. It's bad, bad, bad. One person, one child being harmed by Epstein and his friends is enough for America to care about it and to want to see justice brought to the accusers, or I'm sorry, no, not the accusers, to the victims. Justice brought for the victims to the people who did these things, because I can't talk right now. Also, it's kind of funny that it says Grok now remembers your conversations while we're talking about this. That's kind of scary. So it doesn't matter if there's 1,000 people or if there's 300 people or if there's 10 people or if there's just one person. What matters is that it happened, and the most powerful person in our country is now trying to convince not just you and me, the people that he hates, not the rest of the world, which he despises because he thinks he's better than they are, but the cult members in his cult. He wants all of us to think it's not worth thinking about anymore, guys. Look, you live next door to a guy who harmed your daughter or son, and it's been 20 years. You should just forget about that. Why are you still thinking about it? That's old news. That guy got a good job down at the auto mechanic shop, and he's really done a lot of good things since then, like pay his rent on time and, not let his electricity get turned off. Shit that should be applauded and people should get cookies for. Like, you guys should just give up. Please stop. Weaklings, stupid people, please stop. Stop talking about it.
I think the Trump admin is playing this sick game, or they were, where they were overhyping what the actual evidence was. So we had reports for years that 250, that was the number, rough number of victims. The 1,000 plus victim number only came from Pam Bondi. I'm pretty sure that's Pam Bondi just trying to sensationalize a despicable event. Okay, to continue. Elon then says, over 1,000 confirmed young victims is a shockingly large and tragic number. So he's going with the number. He says, in order for the government to confirm that the girls were victimized, they would have to name or at least describe who raped them. That would necessarily mean that the government must have a list of the rapists, aka the Epstein client list, in their possession right effing now. Which is true. They have to have it in their possession right now. Grok then replies, victim confirmation relies on testimonies, forensic evidence, and settlements. DOJ's July memo states no centralized client list exists, but unredacted files detail named abusers from victim statements. Elon Musk is then also asking, what's your best guess of where the video and pictures Epstein took of the rapes are located right now? Where should we look, or who should we ask? And this is the big one. This is the question Elon Musk is asking to prove the point. Once again, who has these files? Who is withholding these files? Grok then says, based on 2025 DOJ reports and FBI seizures from Epstein's properties, the videos and photos are likely in secure FBI evidence vaults, heavily redacted or sealed to protect victims. Some may have been destroyed per protocol. Look to FBI director for classification.
Oh, no.
This is big. Grok says, look to FBI director for declassification. Congress for subpoenas. Ask Attorney General Pam Bondi for oversight committees. So Grok very clearly places all of the onus on the current administration. Calls.
You know what else we could have done? You know what else we could have done? We could just believe the woman that took her own life because she couldn't live, you know, with the shame of something that she did not bring upon herself. We could believe, you know, Joffrey. We could believe Katie Johnson. We could believe the all of these people that have came out and said, I was harmed by Jeffrey Epstein, by his friends, and in the Katie Johnson case, by Donald Trump. We could believe those people. We could have investigations based off of that victim's testimony. This idea that we've just hit a dead end. We've hit a dead end, guys. It's insane. You're in line to get the Kool-Aid. Please, for the love of Christ, step out of the line. This dude is not taking you to the promised land. He's not going to make America great again. I just watched it or read an article the other day that said Trump's tariffs are working. And I said to myself, I'm going to read this because I like to read information that I disagree with. So I said, I'm going to read this. And it's from the Wall Street Journal. And for the majority of the article, it was saying, you know, this is what Trump meant to do. This is how Trump did it. This is how it's working. And I was like, I disagree with a lot of these things because I don't think that Trump's tariffs are working for America. I think they're working for him. I think they're working for his buddies. I think that we're footing the bill. And I'm kind of getting a little bit more irritated the more I read it, right? I'm like, not a lot of these positions are defensible. And then when I got to the end of the article, it said, the thing to remember here is that tariffs were never meant to be a bargaining chip. Donald Trump has never meant the tariffs to be a bargaining chip. That's just what all the people around him have sane-washed tariffs to be. They have said, all you have to do is just push people around, use tariffs as a bargaining chip, and we'll come out of this looking golden, but we'll never put tariffs on people. And the reality is Trump never wanted to use them as bargaining chips. That's just sane washing what he's doing. The article made the point that Donald Trump has achieved what he wanted to do with tariffs, and that is bring in tariff money. But it'll never be enough to get rid of the income tax for people, like he lied to people. It will never be enough to make America great again or do anything about our deficit. It will never be enough to make up for the tax cuts that he gave to the ultra-wealthy once again. But what it will do is make Donald Trump feel like he did what he wanted to do because that's what he wanted to do the whole time. And when you get to the front of the line and you dip your cup in that Kool-Aid and Donald Trump's standing there and all these people are falling out around you and you're going, well, hold on, this doesn't seem great for us. Don't forget, Donald Trump is doing what he wants to do. And in the end, Donald Trump is going to get what he wants. And you get the poison cup of Kool-Aid. That's the moral of the story.
About the current administration's lies that they don't have files, or that they can't release the files, or that they can't redact certain files. And it's interesting to me because I pointed this out at the beginning of the video.
Every time,
one of the key takeaways whenever Elon Musk is going on these Twitter tirades is that he's using the same mechanisms that elected Trump to defeat Trump. I give this argument a lot, but I do truly think a lot of Trump's victory came from Elon Musk buying Twitter, then pulling in hundreds of billions of views on Twitter, just boosting right-wing propaganda. Well, now, Elon still has ownership of Twitter and the algorithm, so he's using that algorithm to gain millions of views exposing Trump. I'm pretty sure his Epstein tweet had like 300 million views.
300
That's
million.
a lot of people seeing Elon Musk.
That's
claiming
almost
Trump is in
America.
the Epstein files. So this one right here
That's
has
crazy.
1 million views. The ones that we went through, remember, 5 million views right here. You can add all these up and see that tens of millions of eyes were on Donald Trump's cover-up last night. And now we're going to add to that. We're going to make videos today. I can't believe I didn't mention this yet, but I made a video yesterday about how the DOJ fired one of the leading prosecutors in the Epstein
James
investigation.
Comey's daughter.
And now Elon Musk is perfectly proving here, hey, The DOJ, who just fired one of the lead prosecutors, is also covering this all up. So I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate these videos, make sure you subscribe below. I'll see you all in the next.
Don't forget to go like Adam Mockler, and don't forget to subscribe. And he's a young dude doing a lot of work, and I really appreciate him for everything he's doing. I say this to people on my channel all the time. I'm not going to agree with every single thing that Adam Mockler does or says, but you know, he's got a different way of going about things than I do. And that's good, because we shouldn't all be doing things the exact same way. We should all be coming together, and we should be, you know, having this diversity of thought that leads us to where we want to be. But we need to remember that we all have the same goals. So go check him out and go subscribe if you like it. Give him a like, you know, give him some comments, help his videos get out there, because it is really important. This is a question I wanted to pose to everybody. This is what I wanted to ask you guys. Do you guys think that what Elon Musk is doing right now, so he's trying to create this third party, right? The America Party. Jesus Christ. Can we stop with all the Freedom Party, Patriot Party, America Party? Can we stop? Can we please? Can we get something a little more original? Doesn't matter. I'm not joining. So he's wanting to create this third party, right? And I was thinking about it because Elon obviously had a daddy fetish, okay? He paid $240 million for Donald Trump to act like he was his father. And just like Elon Musk's real father, Errol, Donald Trump ended his time with Elon Musk hating him and talking shit about him, just like Errol Musk did. And I'm sure pretty soon Donald Trump will find a stepdaughter that he raised while raising Elon Musk, and he will probably date her, impregnate her, and then have 2 kids with her. That's probably also going to happen because it seems like a cycle, just like Errol Musk. If you guys don't know, that's an actual story. Errol Musk was it a stepdaughter? No, half-daughter. Stepdaughter. Yeah, stepdaughter that he raised since she was 4. This is Elon Musk's father. Impregnated her twice, I believe. And they have children together now. That's Elon Musk's father. Yeah. Anyways. So Elon Musk spent $240 million on his daddy fetish. He wanted to be accepted. And also Curtis Yarvin told him he needed to get into our government, tear it apart, release all government employees, and hopefully lead to the downfall of American government and a society as it is, in the hopes that techno-oligarchs can take over and create these freedom cities that Donald Trump has actually talked about. So he obviously got kicked out because Elon Musk is a very hard person to get along with. And even when you suck up to Donald Trump as much as he did, Donald Trump had to kick him out of the boys club, right? Because Scott Bessent didn't like him, Susie Wiles didn't like him, Stephen Miller didn't like him. Stephen Miller's wife apparently liked him. So Elon got kicked out. So this is my question. Do you guys think that Elon Musk is now setting this up in an attempt to start backing a third-party candidate to beat J.D. Vance, because that's probably who they're going to run in 2028, 2029, because we know that Donald Trump's ankles just ain't going to make it that far, okay? In 2028, for the 2029 president, do you think that he is setting himself up to do exactly what Adam Mockler just said? Use X to get people behind his candidate, whoever they may be, that will run against J.D. Vance and whoever the Democratic candidate will be, whether it's Kamala Harris again, Gavin Newsom, AOC, or Bernie Sanders, whoever it is. Do you think that's what he's doing? Because that's what I think he's doing. I think that that's what's going to happen. I think that he is setting up an attempt to start backing a third-party candidate, and he is beginning the process of tearing down the people that he disagrees with. Now, mind you, at the same time, Elon Musk hasn't said much about J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance, of course, is connected to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, of course, is connected to Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin is his house philosopher. They all believe in the same techno-feudalistic bullshit. So there's still a good chance, too, that really, in the end, Elon Musk is just tearing down Donald Trump, and he's going to make an attempt to maybe bolster J.D. Vance in the 2028 election as well. But to do that doesn't make a lot of sense because J.D. Vance is already pretty ensconced in MAGA. So it's my opinion that I believe that he's just trying to set up an ability to control the election in 2028 and put his own candidate into office so that way they can start doing the techno-feudalistic shit that him and Andreessen and Till and Bezos and Zuckerberg all want to do with this country. They want AI to run the government. They want to take the states and use them as if they're corporations and become CEOs of capitalistic, competitive states that are unregulated, that they can sit nuclear factories, or I'm sorry, nuclear energy down in the middle of everything with no regulations or no red tape. That's what I think they're trying to do. Thank you for posting my website too. Thank you for that. I appreciate you guys. So anyways, you know, there's a lot going on that is good right now, right? Like people said it when Mamdani won. When Zoran Mamdani won his primary, people were saying, you know, you got to take your W's right now because there's not a lot. Like Mike Figueredo over there on the Humanist Report was saying it. He was saying you got to like really like take your W's when you can get them nowadays, and you know they're not going to last forever. So this is a time where you got to take your W. This is going to rupture, as Pastor Benjamin said, MAGA Republicans. This is, you know, as much as we don't want to believe it, there are people out there that are so politically illiterate. And I like to use that phrase because it's very important to understand. Politically illiterate. It means that they just don't know jack shit about what they're talking about when it comes to politics. That they're so politically illiterate that they looked at a guy like Donald Trump and they said, well, you know, I'm pretty sure he's going to release those Epstein files. Now, do you think that's stupid? Do I think that's stupid? Fuck yeah, of course we do. But you got to suspend your own point of view for 5 seconds and recognize that there's people out there that all they do is get up, go to work, come home, watch Netflix, go to sleep, get up, go to work, come home, watch Netflix, and that is their life. They don't know shit about anything that's going on. In fact, some of them will like literally put on blinders to everything that's going on around them. But something like the Epstein file list will get through to them. They'll go, oh, you know, your friend talks about it or whatever. Yeah, you know, that actually makes me mad. Like if you want to talk to certain ones of your friends about Kamala's, you know, housing policies, they're like, dude, I don't want to talk politics. I don't care, bro. I don't care. But if you bring up the Epstein file list and you say, you know, isn't it crazy that they had a whole island and shit for fucking this crazy stuff they're doing? Your buddy's like, dude, it is crazy. It's so crazy. It's a really easy topic to get people on board with. So I do believe that there is a lot of people out there that probably voted for Trump that were like, well, you know, sure, he's not a great dude, but, you know, the Epstein shit's crazy, dude. Like, maybe he'll expose it. And I mean, even to a lesser effect, things like JFK, that Martin Luther King Jr. assassination, nobody even talked about the files being dropped when that happened, and we all know why. We all know why. But, you know, some of the JFK people, this is a good thing for the United States of America. It is a ripping off of the bandage, so possibly people might heal from this shit. Because if we can at least get the people that, stupid or not, reasoning hard to understand or not, that voted for Trump because they thought he was going to release the Epstein list. If we could at least get them to return to some sort of reality, we have a chance in November. And if we have a chance in November, we have a chance in 2028. But it starts in November of this year. And as I said this last night on my pod myself, like, it's time for people to start talking about it now. Because MAGA and Donald Trump will try to bury this shit as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. And even though it may seem like there is absolutely no way for people to just sweep this under the rug, do not doubt that these people will find a way. Who was I watching? I can't remember. It was some celebrity that supports Trump. Oh no, it wasn't. It's Tim Burchett, the congressman. And somebody asked him, they said, how can you possibly support Donald Trump covering up the Epstein files? And he said, oh man, I just can't believe that he's in those files. They go, well, it seems like he's covering it up, doesn't it? Oh, no. Well, a lot of people are mad at him. So don't you think that's going to affect him? And he said, nah, he always gets his. He's like, God damn it, whatever it is. How do they say it? Gab damn it, whatever that weird ass phrase is. He said, he's going to come out on top. He always does. Common, top, and Epstein files. Probably not the sequence of words that you want to use right now. But he did. He's wild. So he came out and said that. He said, oh, he's going to come out on top. He always did. Always does. And that's what these people believe. And if you're not careful, what do we got? 4 months-ish, 3.5 months until the midterms. If you're not careful, if you let this shit go, if you don't stand on business and keep talking about this and keep making it a thing, he will. He'll sweep this shit under the rug, and you will have Republicans across the country saying, what files? You know that was an Obama hoax. You know that was just all created by the Democrats. And these people, they're not smart people. They'll go, actually thinking back on it, now I do remember him saying that. Brenda, break out the mayonnaise. We're going to celebrate tonight. Got to leave the mayonnaise out to thaw, I like to be able to eat it while it's warm. They're not smart people. Speaking of. Doggummit. I think that's it. I think Rich got it. Good job. Good job. That right there, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That right there, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. All right, so we got one more video I wanted to watch with you guys talking about people that are going to sane wash why they voted for Trump. The people out there, especially big celebrities and stuff, right? You know who's going to most likely be the people that waffle the hardest, and then they're going to try and get out of this? All those RFK surprise. Dagnabbit. There it is. Maybe it's Dagnabbit. It might have been Dagnabbit. Dude, what BCAT just said. Too wealthy to fail. Dude, that's crazy. But that's real. B's right. Too wealthy to fail. Just like the banks were too big to fail. Oh, we can't expose all these elites, man. The world will fall apart. Well, I've got ammunition, so I say let that shit happen. If that's what it takes to get justice for these fucking kids, for these women, if that's what it means, upsetting the entire global fucking, economy, shit's gonna get bad for a little bit, I say rip the bandage off. I say do it. I'm gonna go get some sandbags, purchase some more ammunition, buy some canned foods, especially before Del Monte goes out, because Del Monte, just so you guys know, bankrupt. Good job, Trump. So much winning. Del Monte going bankrupt. So much winning. Gonna go buy canned food while I still can. Pun intended. Rip the Band-Aid off. No such thing as too wealthy to fail, in my opinion. But B is right. Everybody else thinks that too. Doggummit as well. Maybe it was. So I think the most likely people that are going to waffle the hardest on all this stuff are going to be the RFK Jr. supporters, right? It was so weird to see all these people that were like, Trump, these are the people that were saying he's on the list. RFK people that were like, he's on the list. You want to talk about some hero worship? So, okay, now I'm going off on a tangent, all right? What if RFK Jr. stays quiet, just removes dyes from foods, something that most people can deal with, stops talking about autism and vaccines, continues to do some of the more surprising things that he's done, I think his advisory board or whatever said, yes to giving COVID vaccines to children or something like that. What if he stays, like, just rides that fucking line enough? Like, says enough crazy shit to keep the crazy people on board, but continues to do just enough things like removing dyes from foods that people are like, you know, I'm not against that. What if he does that? Then Elon Musk brings RFK Jr. over to the America Party. That could be the move he's going for, guys. That could be the move. You shit on JD Vance, you shit on Donald Trump, you shit on Bondi and everybody else, Bongino and Cash Patel and the rest of these guys, but you leave them a lifeline. Like Cash Patel and Bongino, like they have connections through X on how they make their money, right? What if he doesn't go hard on those guys, leaves them a lifeline when Trump eventually is out of office one way or the other? He says, RFK Jr., you come over here to America Party, I'll boost you on X. God damn it. That could be real, guys. The RFK supporters that voted for Trump anyway are people who exist. Yeah, they definitely did. They did. I know a couple, unfortunately. I know a couple. It's kind of bad. Oh, man. Yeah, so anyway, speaking of those people, speaking of the people that have said, you know, oh, well, you know, well, I just kind of voted for him this reason or that reason. We're going to talk about Joe Rogan. We're going to talk about Joe Rogan, guys. We got to do it. I know some of you guys hate to see Joe Rogan's face on the screen. I understand that, but we don't shy away from some of this stuff, guys. We look it right in its eyes. Right in the eyes. So I want to watch this video from Kyle Kulinski. Shout out to Kyle Kulinski, who came on the Majority Report before I got a shout out from Pastor Benjamin about being on this space. Shout out to Kyle Kulinski. Really enjoy Kyle. As I said before, I don't agree with every single thing Kyle has ever said, but I do agree with a lot of the things that Kyle does and says, and we both have the same goals. We want to force you fuckers to have health care. We want to force you fuckers to have a 4-day work week and to get UBI before AI takes your jobs. We're horrible people. We're extremists. We just really want you guys to get more time off to have with your family. We're terrible people. Terrible people. So anyways, let's watch Kyle Kulinski talking about Joe Rogan tells all about his support for Trump. I am interested. I'm interested to hear what Joe Rogan is going to flip-flop on today.
So it looks like Joe Rogan did an interview here with The Ultimate Human. I guess this is a Daily Caller affiliated podcast. And he basically gets asked here about his support for Trump, about why he decided to interview Trump, knowing it would help him and all that stuff. And he sort of tells all about what led him to effectively be a little Trump sycophant. So let's watch this and we'll break it down as we go.
There was a bunch of things that happened. First of all, there was the lawfare. There was these lawsuits that they...
It is hard to listen to him. The lawfare. The lawfare. It's so crazy to hear people just like fucking like, whoa, what did he do, bro? So what? You know, he committed fraud. Is that against the law? Yeah, it actually is. It's insane. If I commit fraud, I go to jail. If I jaywalk, I get a ticket. If I have a loaded gun in my vehicle, I go to jail. Like, these are all things that happen to fucking regular ass people, middle class people, poor people, upper middle class people. You know, people that don't have enough money to pay people off. Yeah, if you break a law, you go to jail. If you break a law, if you have 34 felonies, normally you go to jail. Normally. Fucking Juan Marchand, I'm talking to you. Okay, Judge Marchand, talking to you. People usually go to jail after 34 felonies. It's so insane to hear people would fucking just be like, yeah, so what? He did some stuff, man. Like, so what are we're gonna prosecute him? Yeah, if you prosecute me, you prosecute him. That's the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be equal.
were trying to pin on him. They were trying to convict him and turn him into a felon, and they were doing it so blatantly and obviously.
Brother, they didn't turn him into a felon. He turned him into a felon. What do you mean, my brother in Christ? What do you mean? This is like me being like at a store, and like stealing a Snicker bar. And like I'm outside and the cop gets me and I'm like, no, man. Like, I'm not a thief. You turned me into a thief by catching me. I was perfectly fine until you showed up. I was just a normal dude that had taken a Snickers bar and walked out a store. And then you showed up with your laws and your taser. And now all of a sudden I'm a thief. Fuck you mean, dog? He turned him into a felon.
The lawfare. There was these lawsuits that they were trying to pin on him. They were trying to convict him and turn him into a felon, and they were doing it so blatantly and obviously. The case with the bookkeeping error or the bookkeeping whatever it was,
the bookkeeping error, guys. Guys, it was just a bookkeeping error. That's what I would say. If I was rich and I paid a prostitute, or a porn star, it was higher class than a prostitute. If I had paid a porn star to have sex with me, 2 months after my wife had given birth to a kid and she's at home breastfeeding my child, if I had done that, I too would have called it an error. It's just a bookkeeping error, guys. Like, I don't know why you guys want to talk about this so loudly in front of my wife. It's just like the Epstein files all over again. Why do you guys got to keep talking about this?
Misdemeanor that they had charged him with 34 felonies for, which isn't even a felony. Yeah. It's a misdemeanor, and it's also contribution. Exactly. It's also
hold on. Tag. Exactly. The bookkeeping error where his attorney went to jail. You mean that one? Should he have went to jail? That's kind of one of these funny things that you never hear these guys talking about. Have any of these guys been like, Michael Cohen going to jail for being the guy who facilitated that? That was bullshit. Do you ever hear any of these people say that? No, never. They're never like, it's kind of unjust what happened to Michael Cohen. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Past the statute of limitations. None of it made any sense.
I love this because here he's saying the fact that Trump is a criminal and was under 91 different criminal investigations, 91 crimes is what he committed, right? Rogan viewed that as an indictment of the justice system, as an indictment of the legal community, as an indictment of, the DAs who are prosecuting him and going after him. And all I have to say in response to that is, you and I both know Rogan didn't do any fucking reading on those cases at all.
Zero.
He has no idea the first fucking thing about it. I went deep. I read the entire fucking indictment, the Jack Smith indictment.
Me too.
When that came out, we literally read through the whole thing. We debated Michael Tracy about that.
Just so you guys know, I can show you my files. I have files on all of these indictments. I had files on the Georgia RICO case, the Florida taking home the documents case, the Washington Jan 6 insurrection case, and then I had in the New York one. And to be honest with you, when I was looking at this, when it first came up, and not the Letitia James fraud, but the Alvin Bragg, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know that they're going to be able to do this. I don't know if they're going to be able to get him on this. This is a tough one. He's covered his tracks pretty well. And then I sat there. There's no cameras in the court, right? It wasn't allowed. But you would get clips. So you would have cameras, but there's no live cameras, right? So you get clips and stuff. And then I would read the actual court documents from the court reporter or whatever. I'd read what the justice said, Mershon said, what Trump's lawyer said, what the witnesses said. And while watching and reading all these articles, I was like, holy shit. This is a fucking case. I still didn't believe that they'd be able to get every single one of those jurors to say that he was guilty. One of those jurors marked on the questionnaire, gave him a questionnaire. Where do you get like all of your news, the majority of your news, some of your news? Where do you get it from? One of the jurors marked, I get all of my news from True Social. Literal Trump supporter. And yet he voted with the rest of them to find him guilty. Because this case was just like, it was fucking watertight. Alvin Bragg Amazing job. And, you know, they had Hope up there crying. They had his friend from the Inquirer throwing him under the bus. There was so much evidence in this case that I was like, holy fuck, man. I did not think that this was even a possibility, but it does look as though Donald Trump might be in trouble. And even to the last second, the last day when the jury was determining whether or not he's guilty or not, I was like, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. He'll still get out of this. It's crazy. Joe Rogan doesn't know a fucking single thing about this case. I guarantee you.
I read the entire indictment, the Letitia James one, talking about the various cases of fraud in regards to his business in New York. He lied about everything. Lied about the size of his fucking apartment.
Penthouse,
lied about how much he sold that shit for. Did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and bank fraud. I mean, this is a guy his university was fake. His charity was fake. Like, all that shit.
Yeah, once again, like, it's not like we're talking about a guy when Joe Rogan says, they made up these charges against him, man. That's what got me. I was hanging out, just smoking a bowl with Jamie, and I was like, man, this guy is such a victim. He's such a victim. Like, this is a dude who's been sued over 4,000 times in 3 decades. It's a man who lost a civil case to E. Jean Carroll for sexually abusing her. This is a man who lost a fraud case to Letitia James in the state of New York because he overvalued and lied about the property values to get better loans. We're not talking about some dude that just happened to keep his nose clean for 30 years and then all of a sudden the Justice Department came out of nowhere because he wanted to run for president and they just, wrecked his whole goddamn life. That's fucking insane. They whitewashed this guy. They sanewashed this guy so goddamn much. Oh, he's just a good dude that was just trying to run for president, man. I don't know. I don't get how you guys are so mad about him. He's barely ever... There's no evidence he's ever done anything bad in his life. He's a good Christian man. Like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Holy shit.
And Rogan, who's clearly done no reading on fucking any of it and doesn't know the first thing about any of it, here he is and he goes, the fact that this guy was charged with 91 crimes leads me to like him more. This is what we like to call online brainworms, online anti-establishment brainworms. In other words, the fact that CNN is talking about all these crimes that Trump committed means, fuck CNN, I hate CNN, therefore I'm on the side of the guy who committed the crimes, right? The idea that this was all lawfare is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. We watched him with our own 2 eyes do January 6th.
Yeah.
We watched him try to do the fake elector slate, which was an attempt to just steal the election from Joe Biden.
Dude, and the number of people... Hold on, I got to help
After
Kyle out here. Can't pause him there. I have probably 24 pages of research on the fucking fake elector scheme. Like, it's practically a short novel. If you don't know about the fake elector scheme, if you guys don't, legit know a lot about the fake elector scheme, let me know and we will do a stream about the fake elector scheme. Like, if you think you know about the fake elector scheme and you don't have about 24 pages of research, if you don't know about the dude in the Pence card, the Army Special Forces guy that Trump was linked up to that came up with the idea for the Pence card, if you don't know about the dude showing up on the day of the verification of the confirmation of the election results that was trying to stuff the fake votes into Pence's hands, and Pence was like, I don't want nothing to do with this. How did that fucking happen, first of all? How did Pence become a good guy? If you don't know about the fake Michigan electors that tried to sleep in the building the night before because they couldn't confirm the results unless they were in there, and they got stopped by police officers at the fucking front and wouldn't let them in because the real ones were already in there. If you don't know enough about it, please let me know, and we will do a whole goddamn stream just on the fake electors. Because just calling it the fake elector scheme doesn't do it justice. Like, someone needs to make a movie about that shit because it is insane from top to bottom. And you don't even need to include the January 6th insurrection to make it a good movie. There's enough in between the time that Donald Trump lost that election in January 6th to blow your fucking mind.
He knew he lost, and he said behind the scenes he knew he lost, but he tried to steal that election. He had his own crowd violently storm the Capitol. He was still calling U.S. congresspeople and senators after that saying, throw out the results of the election. Don't accept Biden as the president. This is what this guy did, and you have the nerve to sit there and pretend like it's all fucking lawfare? His brain is cooked, bro. His brain is cooked.
It's cooked.
When you're surrounded by right-wing idiots all day long, and all you know is the anti-establishment fucking narrative, which isn't even based in reality, you don't read the first thing about the actual cases. This is what that looks like.
Yep.
So now just the fact that he was charged with 91 crimes, he goes, well, that makes me support him more. Could you imagine if it's a Democrat who's charged with 91 crimes? Would Joe Rogan immediately be like, I'm with that Democrat? Are you kidding? No, he'd be like, look at how corrupt that person is. Look at how insane that person is. Look at how beyond the pale that person is. But when it's Trump charged with 91 crimes, suddenly it's, oh, that's just evidence of how pure he is and how much of a fighter against the system he is. And clearly it's lawfare and it's not legitimate. Well, I actually read the cases, unlike you, and so I happen to know that this shit is real as a motherfucking heart attack, bro.
Imagine if people knew, like, the details to the Florida case, the one that they were going to try under the Espionage Act. There's so much evidence in every single one of these cases, man. There's so much evidence. Like, in the Florida cases, God, we don't even remember the names of these people anymore. Was it Waltine Nada? Is that the guy's name? That was his manservant? Dude, that's a weird thing, first of all, to have as a manservant. Don't have a manservant, first of all. Okay, that's just weird. But his manservant that would transport around the documents in just cardboard boxes, and he threw them in, like, the back of his car and, like, drove them around. And they, like, fucking wrapped them with, like, fucking saran wrap and sent them on, like, a pallet when they sent them back to the FBI. Like, there's so much evidence. Him showing the fucking, the document to the reporter that he had shown to Millie. Kid Rock, dog. He showed that shit to Kid Rock. Do you know how cooked we are as a country when we are showing our fucking defense secrets to Kid Rock? Like, that actually, when we were coming into this term of Donald Trump, that's what gave me hope. I was like, well, at the worst, he's going to make Kid Rock the Secretary of Defense. Like, that's probably the worst that's going to happen. And then, obviously, he just blew that whole thing out of the water. We can't even talk about idiocracy. Like, idiocracy was, like, the prophecy that we all know that it was. Now it's like fucking idiocracy pales in comparison to what's going on right now. Like, if you watched Idiocracy today, you'd be like, psh, y'all didn't even try hard enough. Like, it's funny. But, dude, ouch my balls, please. Please. Executions using monster trucks, please. That's nothing right now. I wish that was what was going on right now.
He was charged with 91 crimes? Because I'll be damned, that motherfucker committed 91 crimes. In fact, he probably committed way more than that and got away with most of them.
He's a convicted felon. Like, hey, they can do that to you. Do you understand that?
I haven't committed 91 crimes. I haven't done that. He did. That's the difference. This is the dumbest, like, first they came for it. Like, are you kidding me? This is not what that poem is for.
No.
The poem is for, like, what the ICE Gestapo thugs are doing to immigrants in this country. It's not for, first they came for the billionaire pedophile elites and I said nothing. Like, what are you doing, Joe? God, what an embarrassment.
If they can do that to a former president, a former fucking president who's rich as shit, they can do that to him. They can do that to you, too. You can't cheer this on. This is insane.
Joe Rogan is fucking dumb. Oh, my God. This is what happens, like you said, when you surround yourself with right-wing conspiracy theorists. Oh, my God, dude. Please give Jonathan Haidt a call. Fucking get Steven Pinker back in there. Talk to Brian Cox, for fuck's sake, dog. Please, talk to intelligent people again. Get Ray Kurzweil back in there. Fuck. If they can do this to Donald Trump, man, they can do this to anybody. They're already doing it to everybody else. The fuck you mean? Donald Trump and people like Donald Trump are the only people they're not doing it to. Holy fuck. Imagine telling a fucking impoverished African American, man, if they come for Donald Trump, they're coming for you next. Holy fuck, dude. What do you mean? You could be next. We are all being fucking prosecuted for anything we fucking do wrong. I guarantee you if I lie on my taxes, if I take money under the table, and the fucking U.S. government even gets a whiff of that shit, my ass will be in prison quicker than fucking anything. What do you mean? They'll come for me next. Oh my God, this man has lost his mind.
And then when they try to kill him, all those things.
Who's they? They tried to kill him. Oh, they, you mean the fucking Republican Groyper guy? That guy? They say they, like it's this big conspiracy and it's the deep state and it's... No. This was a right-wing incel loner asshole. A Groyper right-wing freak. We know that. Why are you... They tried to kill him. You're making it seem like it's the deep state or some fucking conspiracy. No, it was a right-winger. It was a Republican, a registered fucking Republican.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't seen, they just released a bunch more information on that kid. Not the government, mind you, but a bunch of reporters did investigations on that kid. And it's clear that the kid was fucked up. The kid had mental illness problems. And, you know, it's clear that the kid, you know, his family seems a little bit on the weird side. And, you know, at the end of the day, like, that wasn't some kind of Democratic operative, dude. That's what drives me nuts, man. Is like, what is it? It's that in 1984 quote. It's like the last thing the party did was convince you that the truth you see with your eyes and ears is not true, right? Like, this kid isn't like some kind of fucking... He wasn't like some progressive, like, you know, socialist, communist. The kid was literally researching how to take out Biden and Trump, right? Like, he had made some decisions. Something happened in that kid's life, and I don't know what the fuck it was. But whatever it was, that kid, he decided to do what he did. But to spin that like that was some kind of progressive attack on Republicans, that just shows like Joe Rogan doesn't fucking read anything. He only listens to the dumbasses that surround him.
This is insane. And then when they try to kill him, all those things. Twice. It was like, yeah, but the big one, the Pennsylvania one, was like, holy shit. And then the fact that they cremated that kid 10 days later, and then you find out he used to be in a BlackRock commercial, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
And then his apartment's professionally scrubbed. There's no...
Oh, there you go. There's the conspiracy theories. And that's it in a nutshell right there. That is MAGA supporters in a nutshell. So if you tell me something, like what Joe Rogan just said, right? If you say he was in a BlackRock commercial, I go look it up. I did go look it up, and he was in a BlackRock commercial. Then I'm going to say to myself, okay, all right, so how does that attach to somebody wanting to take out Donald Trump? Well, that would be really weird if BlackRock happened to want to take out Donald Trump, considering the fact that BlackRock bought the rights to the canal, the Panama Canal, from the Chinese for Donald Trump. It would be weird if Donald Trump, who invests in all three of the big ones, BlackRock, Vanguard, and I forgot what the last one's called, and yet they wanted to take him out. That would be weird. You're right. That would be weird because it doesn't make any fucking sense at all. The only people that it makes sense to are people that can make it right in their head that they both hate BlackRock and love the man who invests in them. Love the man who uses them to purchase the rights of the Panama Canal's entrances in his name. Like, the problem with conspiracy theorists is that they hear how crazy something is, and then they say to you, do your own research. And when you come back to them and go, well, it looks like I did my own research, and look at these things that it seems to make it kind of implausible. It could be just a coincidence that this kid was in that commercial. It seems that's plausible. And they're like, no, man, like, no, you just don't understand. You didn't do the right research. Here, let me give you some Joe Rogan podcast videos. That's the right type of research. Let me hook you up with prisonplanet.com. That's the right research. You're getting the government stuff, bro. The government stuff? This is just shit that's just available to everybody. It's public fucking knowledge. Like this is just a prime example. Look at his face right now. It's a prime example of an ape that's got a lizard fucking brain that can't think past his nose. He only sees the shit that's dropped right in front of his face, and whatever it is, whatever emotion it evokes from him is what they want. Donald Trump perfected taking advantage of people like Joe Rogan and all of his supporters. And to be honest with you, I'm not even mad. It's kind of impressive to be able to control this many of these idiots at one time. I wouldn't have told you could have. It's kind of crazy.
Silverware in it, and you don't hear a peep out of it. There's no press conference. There's no like, this is what we know about the case. This is what happened.
Yeah, and by the way, that is fishy, but it's fishy not in the way that Joe Rogan thinks. Trump nearly got assassinated by some weird incel loser freak, and Trump never mentions that guy, never heard him say his name, never heard, he said, oh, I'm satisfied with the results of the investigation, and he moves on. This motherfucker still bitches about Rosie O'Donnell.
Yep.
But he's got nothing to say about the dude that nearly killed him?
Yep.
Something is fishy there, Joe Rogan. Something is fishy there, but perhaps it's not in the way that you think it's fishy. It's not. It's got nothing to do with the Democrats. It's got to do with, are we not getting the full story here either?
It seemed to just sort of go away. I mean, like all the media pointed at the Secret Service for a while, and they were like, first of all, how did he get onto? How did he get in the line of sight? He was 130 yards away with a high-powered rifle. The place is crawling with police and Secret Service, and
I don't know. Maybe his Secret Service hated him too.
That sniper that got him, did he act independently? Like, did he just do his job, or was he told to actually fire? Because I heard that the
guy who killed
the
the
sniper
shooter?
that killed the shooter.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think people they try to oversimplify everything. They act like humans aren't fallible. Like, people think because somebody's in the Secret Service that they're superhuman. People that think like Navy SEALs are superhuman. Like, yeah, a lot of these people are better specialized. They have more expertise, for sure. But it doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't make you infallible. If you look at the case of what happened with that kid, and you look at the fact that the local police and the Secret Service seem to have very little communication at all, if you look at the fact that mistakes were made by both the local police and Secret Service, and then you also look at the fact that you can't just fucking pop a dude because he's on a roof, right? Like, can you imagine this? Imagine if somebody's kid had found that ladder, climbed up on the roof, and then a Secret Service agent, because there's a guy on the roof, had popped, like, say, a 7-year-old. Let's say a 7-year-old had climbed up on that roof and lay down on that roof, and that sniper had shot that kid. What do you think the world would say about that? What do you think they do to that Secret Service agent? Like, this idea that people are superhuman, that they're perfect, you can't explain away a kid getting on that roof. Yeah, it's improbable, but it is not impossible. And when you look at Trump and his administration and the way that they do things, and you look at the way that Trump flouts the rules and does not listen to the people around him when they try to tell him not to do certain things, it does make sense to think that he had Secret Service agents that probably were not the most into their job. It does make sense that the police and the Secret Service didn't have great communication because Donald Trump does not exactly exhibit the leadership values that lead to great communication. Wordsmith that he is. Like, this is like, once again, this is what blows my mind when I talk to conspiracy theorists. Like, there's no way this could have happened, bro. No way? Like, when I was a kid, I told somebody, I picked up a rock, and I was probably about, 150 feet from this pole. And just boasting, just being a fucking, 13-year-old. I was like, I bet I can hit that pole from here. And the kid was like, no, you fucking can't. And I winged that rock, and I tagged that pole, and it was metal, and it made this sound. Ting! And that kid looked at me, and he was like, holy shit, you're really good at that. Yeah, I'm a professional baseball player. I was not, spoiler alert, a professional baseball player. Shit happens that you can't believe. There's plenty of times in my life that things have happened that you look at and you're like, no one's going to believe me if I tell them this story. I'm Irish. I'm a very lucky person. It's just like it's just simple-minded people that want to reduce every idea, everything, every problem that they have in their life down to easily understandable, easily digestible information. That's why the Three Short Grunts works with them, right? Lock her up. Stop the steal. 4 more years. Like, that's what triggers their brain to produce the oxytocin. They're like, yes. That's the good stuff. I believe whatever you say. Because, really, I mean, to be honest, Joe Rogan, when he became popular, the reason he became popular was because he exhibited that to people in a way that people were like, hey, actually, I'm kind of like that guy. Like, he'd bring Brian Cox on, and Brian Cox would be like, look, when you look at the event horizon of a black hole, like, there's a potential that if you stored information in Planck qubits, which are the smallest amount or measurement of an area that we have in the event horizon, there's a possibility of a simulation theory where images are actually frozen on the surface of a black hole, and we could all live in a black hole. And people are like, what? What the fuck did you just say? Huh? What? But if you break that into black holes bad, they're like, yeah, black holes bad. That's true. I don't like anything that's black. I don't like black. Brenda, they're talking about holes that are black again. You know that triggers me. Like, Joe Rogan, he's the prime example of what's wrong with conspiracy theorists. They ask simple questions, and when somebody gives them a simple answer that works with what they want to believe, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, that's dude, I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's great. Thank you so much. And Trump's a master at giving it to him.
Yeah, there was some controversy.
Well, they think there might have been a second shooter as well.
That's wild.
Yeah. The whole thing's insane because they've managed to cover it up. I mean, it would have been Lee Harvey Oswald 2.0 if Trump had died that day.
Have you noticed we're 2 minutes and 8 seconds into, like, why'd you interview Trump? Why do you support Trump? Not a single policy has been mentioned. Not a single.
Damn, I forgot that this is supposed to be. Yeah. I thought we were going to. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I thought we were going to actually get some information from Joe Rogan. That's my bad. That is completely my bad.
Single one. So now, homie's awfully quiet now that Trump just kicked 17 million people off their Medicaid. Ripped healthcare away from poor people, disabled people. He's awfully quiet now that 3 million people lost their SNAP, their food stamps. Awfully quiet given that the class war was just waged on the bottom 90%, where the wealthy get another tax cut, the wealthy get another subsidy, and the bottom 90% get screwed over yet again. So all this talk about Trump, why you supported Trump, and nothing about policy, and this guy's fucking ruining the country, opening up alligator Auschwitz, sending people to a concentration camp in El Salvador, and you got nothing to say but, oh, bro, the Democrats and the lawfare, bro.
Trump's team has got, the part.
But before he gets into this is exactly what I'm saying. It's too much. I've said this before. Myself included. I include myself in this problem. And you guys know that because you guys watch my show. The left, when we want to explain something, right? We go into such great detail. We show evidence. We use statistics. We want to talk about facts. We want to talk about research. We even sometimes talk about conflicting points of view to show that we've looked at things, right? And the MAGA brain just shuts off after the first sentence or two. So if you bring up something, like I've told people, like, it's time to just avoid the transgender bathroom conversation. And the reason I say it is because I talked to a person in my chat and I asked him, I go, what's important to you? Should we be talking about transgender bathrooms? And that woman was like, no, like, I don't think that we should. I think that you guys should be talking about the economy because when the economy's good, people are happier. When people are happier, they hate us less. And I was like, all right. And so the way that I would explain it as a person on the left to somebody that was asking me, why don't you think that this is a topic that we should talk about? You got a MAGA person there, and they're like, you're going to go in the bathroom. It's going to be a man with a beard, and he's going to assault my child. What should we do about that? By the way, I had some fucked up, dumb opinions on this myself probably about 8 years ago. What I would say was I go, well, let's talk about it. Let's break it down. Let's say, how are you going to, let's say, hold the line on transgender people going into what you consider to be the wrong bathroom? And then I would say, take a look at this picture. Is this person a man or a woman? Which one? And I would show them a picture of a transgender woman that's hot, because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And I would say, would you feel like this person, do you think they're a man or a woman? Do you think that they should go in the man or the women's restroom? You know, and I would try to lead them down that. And then I would start to go into how those laws could lead to people being persecuted for things that they have nothing to do with. Not to mention, I would start to talk about how that leads to hate, and that can lead to violence against transgender people, or potentially against women that look a little masculine. I would point out things like, well, how do you feel about this transgender man that has a full beard and tattoos, a bald transgender man with tattoos and a beard, it looks just like me, going into the women's bathroom? How do you feel about that? And the thing about it is that, like, I could spend the next like half hour talking to him about it and explaining my points of view, and it would all just slide across the smooth surface of their brain. And it would just flow right out the back from the hole that Donald Trump plugs his little orange dinky into and spews his orange Jim Jones cum all over their brains to make them believe the things that he wants them to believe. Because really, at the end of the day, we all have these explanations about all these things because we thought about them, and we have actually done our research, and we believe in facts and science. And we have not been able to boil it down to 3 short grunts, unfortunately. We're working on it.
Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security. You got to think that they're...
You would hope.
I hope.
But, I mean, hey, we're only in April, right?
Yeah.
So he's only been in office for a few months.
There's a lot of stuff.
Closing in on the first 100 days.
So that was kind of the shift. You're sitting back watching this.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't let this just...
Well, it's also... There's no real conversations with him where you're just treating him like a human being. Like everything, he's being grilled, and then everything's taken out of context. And I'm seeing them being taken out of context on the campaign trail. And like, it was just gross.
So what Rogan is saying here is,
cope.
I didn't like how the media was mean to Trump.
So mean!
I feel like they took
He's
him
a
out
victim.
of context. It was gross. No, Joe, the thing that's gross is that the motherfucker told over 30,000 lies in his first term alone.
That's gross.
That's the gross thing. What's actually gross is the interview you did with him, where you let him lie to your fucking audience over and over. He literally said to Joe Rogan's face, I never said lock her up about Hillary Clinton. I never said it. The audience would say it, and I'd go, well, well, well. He lied right to Joe Rogan's face, and Joe Rogan sat there like, right, bro. Right. Like, are you kidding me? He said, Rogan says to him, go ahead and
That's a spot on Joe Rogan. Right.
make the case as to why you think you won the 2020 election, and I'll step back
It's just crazy. It is. It's just crazy.
and let you talk because nobody else let you do that. Are you out of your fucking mind? So what you're doing is you are saying, I will now proceed to not fact check your lies, and that makes me more virtuous than the mainstream media.
Jesus Christ.
No,
He
that
ain't
makes
wrong.
you less virtuous. I'll take any mainstream media asshole over Rogan any fucking day of the week when he let Trump lie to his audience face over and over, which is the same thing he did. Elon Musk lied to his audience over and over. Mark Andreessen lied to his audience over and over. Peter Thiel did the same thing. Mark Zuckerberg did. He has on a billionaire and coddles his nuts.
Dude, he brought on the entire council of the techno-feudalistic society.
Seemingly every fucking month, and lets them lie about, oh, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is debanking conservatives, bro.
They're
That's
the
a
ones that
lie.
fought against
They
it.
protect people from being debanked, and they're the anti-scam police. But you let billionaires do class war propaganda and lie to your audience and dupe your audience. You're the fucking problem here, Joe. Oh, my God.
So anti-American. Like, if you're an American, you believe in our justice system, and if you believe in our system of
What? My brother in Christ. Didn't you open this whole conversation by saying that Donald Trump shouldn't have been put on trial for the bad things that he did? The legitimate crimes that he committed? If you believe in the justice system? Motherfucker, you don't believe in the justice system.
electing representatives, it should be the best people should have this opportunity to express what their plan is. This is what I want to do. This is where I stand on the issues. This is how I think I can pull it off. And then the American people are supposed to look at this person saying it and that person saying it and decide. But that's not what we were getting. We were getting one side that was radically being supported by almost all of mainstream media except Fox News.
Are you fucking kidding me? CNN and MSNBC are both sides factories all day long, and Fox News and One American
Fucking
News and Newsmax
wrong.
are cheerleading with their fucking pom-poms for Donald Trump. Spare me this bullshit about how, oh my God, they're all so in the tank for Democrats.
And then the other side that is just, it was just un-American to me. The whole it's just like, you're subverting democracy. You're killing the whole thing,
Dude.
and you're doing it with deep state money.
The guy who supported Donald Trump says, you guys are subverting democracy. No, the guy you supported tried to overturn the last election. It's amazing to me. I don't know what happened to this man's brain. This man's brain is fucking oatmeal now, bro. It is rotten oatmeal. Like, that is incredible. That's incredible. So this was clearly I don't know if this was just released or just made its way to social media, but this came out in April, and this is it's a little peek into the mindset of this guy and what he thinks, and it literally is like contrarian brainworms, right? I'm
not gonna lie, I feel dumber. I finished my coffee, and generally I feel pretty good after I finish my coffee, but I ain't gonna lie, I feel dumber right now.
Line contrarian brainworms, like, I'm against the mainstream, and so they charged Trump 91 crimes, so now I liked Trump. It's like, it literally is that dumb. And here we are now, and he's still doing the shit. Now he's trying to tiptoe out of the room of being pure MAGA. Now he's trying to tiptoe back to just being an enlightened centrist, right? So every now and then he'll do some tepid criticism of Trump's policies, but he'll never flat out come out there and rip Trump a new asshole. Never. Even on this Epstein file shit, he's like, oh yeah, basically like saying they're lying about it or implying that they're lying about it. But who, Joe? Care to go deeper on that? Care to explain why they are lying about it? They, by the way, is Trump, and he's lying about it because he's in the fucking Epstein files, and he probably had Epstein killed, right? But no, they would never go that far. So anyway, in other words, the reasons Rogan supported Trump are as stupid as you fucking thought they were.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like.
And that's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at. And that's what, like, it's fucking insane to just watch people that I guess the term I always use is aggressively gullible. So life is very difficult, right? To exist is difficult. That is, if you have a brain and you're capable of thinking. I remember when I was like really young, probably like 10 years old, I wanted to be an astronaut. And I always thought about like the universe and stars, and it's always been just something that I've loved to think about. And I remember being like 10 years old, and I remember laying on my bed, and I remember trying to think about the universe and trying to think about the theory of the universe inflating. And for those of you guys who don't know, the visual for it is that like after the Big Bang, it's like a balloon that has two spots on it on the balloon. And when the balloon starts, it inflates in the two spots. The further and further it inflates, the further and further you get apart from these places. So I was trying to think about like, wow, there's places out there that are getting further and further away from us, like by the second. It's moving at faster than light is what they believe. And it blew my mind. It was just like, it gave me anxiety to think about. Like, I'm like, okay, so if the universe is expanding, what is the universe expanding into? And then if the universe is expanding into something, what's containing that? And then, so I'm sitting there, I'm losing my fucking mind at 10 years old, having anxiety, because I like to ask questions. Because I enjoy thinking about things. And what we see are a bunch of people that are overwhelmed by the simplest questions. Is Trump in the Epstein files? Seems as though there's a lot of evidence that he is. Is Trump a liar? Seems as though there's a lot of evidence that he is. Is Trump a good person? Seems as though there's a lot of evidence that he isn't. And the problem is that people like me, people like you, people like a lot of people on the left, when we think about things and they give us anxiety, we might take a step back. We might take some time off, might take a deep breath. But generally, at one point or another, we want to get back to it because it's important to us, because we're curious, because we like to actually know whether we're correct about something or not. And the thing about MAGA is that they don't have the capacity to have original thoughts. The capacity that they have, they've given over to others to give them those thoughts, because they are aggressively gullible human beings that need a cult leader to take their accountability and their responsibility for what they do in their life and to give them purpose. Every one of these people looks back on something and says, man, that was kind of bad that I did that. And when they have to touch the red hot surface of accountability, they shy away from it. They don't want to. I've thought dumb shit in my life. I've had bad opinions in my life. I've said stupid shit. I've made bad jokes. Sometimes you got to touch that white hot surface and get burned a little, so that way you recognize what you did wrong. You got to take accountability for it. But MAGA doesn't want to do that, and just like many human beings before them, they're not special. They've turned over all their accountability, all their agency to somebody else that will willingly take it from them, because that person wants all the power and all the control. All right, guys. That's it for me. But we got another show coming up after me. So stay tuned. Enjoy the next show that's coming up. And remember to like the stream. If you guys enjoyed my stream, I do have a stream on Saturday at 5 p.m. when this space is not playing. And you should come over and check it out. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. And I hope to see you guys next Thursday.
Yeah, we're famous for our mud.
Famous for your mud? How's your Chinese food?
You just keep on asking about Chinese food. Can't you tell they don't have Chinese restaurants around here?
A few weeks after starting this podcast, I met KRISTINA online and we talked about doing an episode on my cousin Vinny. It's now 2025, I'll be doing the podcast for almost 4 years, and it's finally time to cover my cousin Vinny.
And?
Well,
I hate to bring it up because I know you got enough pressure on you already, but we agreed to get married as soon as you won your first case. Meanwhile, 10 years later, my niece, the daughter of my sister, is getting married. My biological clock is ticking like this, and the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
The entire idea for the movie was the product of Dale Launer, the screenwriter for Dirty Rotten Scoundrels and Ruthless People, who heard a story about a lawyer who took 13 times to pass the bar before finally passing. He thought to himself, what if you're traveling through the South, you get arrested for a murder you didn't commit, and the only guy who could possibly help you is the lawyer who failed the bar 12 times and passed on the 13th. He thought the idea was funny, but he didn't get to writing the script for a couple decades. By then he had so many ideas that the screenplay he ended up writing would have been a 3-hour-long movie. Dale Launer traveled the South while writing it, going from New Orleans to Jackson, Mississippi, where he got stuck in the mud, which then went in the script.
What's the problem?
Nothing. Car was shimmying on the highway a little bit.
Hey, you got mud in your tires.
I got mud in my tires?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. How do you get mud into the tires?
Oh, no, you see, that's just a figure of speech. See, the mud gets around the inside of the wheel, throws the balance off.
Alabama, and even interviewed an assistant district attorney. He got back and had a series of meetings with a lawyer named Doug Knoll. And 6 weeks later, he had a script to pitch to the president of 20th Century Fox, who wanted him to cut out the Lisa character, who he had based on a couple he knew that had been constantly going at each other, believing that the Lisa character's line should go to Vinny to make sure everyone knows he's actually smart. This is one of many elements of the movie that Launer would have to fight for. They attached a British director, Jonathan Lynn, and asked him to do rewrites, but Dale Launer considered him an unfunny hack. However, Jonathan Lynn has an English law degree, and because of this expertise, the movie is actually taught by law schools to this day, who are trying to show law students how to present expert witnesses. And the ABA has named it the 3rd greatest legal movie of all time. The character Vinny that Dale Launer originally wrote is way different from how the movie turned out. Vinny is supposed to be a 220-pound former heavyweight boxer type guy, and he's even written as being dyslexic, which is why it takes so long for him to pass the bar. The actors they looked at, Andrew Dice Clay, Robert De Niro, Peter Falk, Danny DeVito, all would have been very different than the movie we get in My Cousin Vinny. Danny DeVito was approached both to star as Vinny and direct before Jonathan Lynn, but he wanted some pretty extreme rewrites and lost interest when Dale Launer didn't figure out how to change the screenplay to his liking.
He's going to show you the bricks. He'll show you they got straight sides. He'll show you how they got the right shape. He showed them to you in a very special way, so that they appear to have everything a brick should have. But there's one thing he's not going to show you. When you look at the bricks at the right angle, they're as thin as this playing card.
The quintessential fish out of water story about an Italian-American lawyer played by Joe Pesci, who took 6 times to pass the bar and has never won a case, who has to represent his cousin played by Ralph Macchio and his friend played by Mitchell Whitfield after they're falsely accused of murder in Alabama. An Italian kid and a Jewish kid from New York up against the Southern legal system. Vinny is with his beautiful fiancée, Mona Lisa, played by Marissa Tomei.
What are you nervous about? I'm the one that's under the gun here. Trial starts tomorrow.
You want to know what I'm nervous about? I'll tell you what I'm nervous about. I am in the dark here with all this legal crap. I have no idea what's going on. All I know is you're screwing up, and I can't help.
On the southern side, the strict judge, Chamberlain Haller, played by Fred Gwynn of the Munsters, and Lane Smith, the smooth-talking prosecutor, Jim Trotter, as well as Bruce McGill as Sheriff Farley. It's a quintessential product of early 90s pop culture. The South portrayed in My Cousin Vinny is shorn of the most problematic Confederate, racially tinged elements. They even considered young Will Smith for the Mitchell Whitfield role, but realized the movie would have a much darker tenor, with a black kid railroaded by the Alabama legal system. The film was shot in a real working prison, but the courtroom was a set, both in Georgia. The prison, Lee Arundel State Prison, allowed the prisoners to be used as extras. The courtroom set was constructed originally for the TV show In the Heat of the Night. On top of being a sanitized version of stereotypes around the South, you can say the same thing about stereotypes about Italian Americans from New York. Although Joe Pesci won his famous Best Supporting Actor Oscar in the middle of production for Goodfellas,
and the Oscar goes to Joe Pesci in Goodfellas.
Oh, it's my privilege. Thank you.
There aren't explicit references to the mafia and crime. I think fish out of water comedy works best that way. The comedy is mined from things like Joe Pesci's informal dress and manner, or being unaware of what grits are, or the language differences between a southern accent and Joe Pesci saying utes.
What word?
To what?
What?
Did you say utes?
Yeah, 2 utes.
What is a ute?
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. 2 utes.
Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei had a 22-year age gap filming the movie. In order to make Joe Pesci look younger, they used makeup and a device that pulled his face back with his toupee. The movie made back more than 20th Century Fox expected on an $11 million budget. It made $64 million at the box office, and it benefited from being even more popular on VHS, which is how some of the people who worked on it theorized that Marissa Tomei won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar because it was the first year that VHSs were provided to Academy members to watch at home.
Why is it a trick question?
Watch this.
Because Chevy didn't make a 327 in 55. The 327 didn't come out till 62. And it wasn't offered in the Bel Air with a 4-barrel carb till 64. However, in 1964, the correct ignition timing would be 4 degrees before top dead center.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the host of Protonic Reversal, co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. You can check out his music and hopefully buy some at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza and a Twitch streamer. You can find her streaming at twitch.tv/cosmopolitics. All of her social media accounts are also at Cosmopolitics. She's on Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky, and even occasionally on Letterboxd. I, of course, am your local neighborhood host who took 6 times to pass the bar, but it's okay, I really love to argue, Forrest Miller. These 2 utes.
It's so crazy that was an ad lib.
Yeah.
Insane.
I don't know. I don't know if it's an ad lib or if it was written on the fly, but I was watching this story where he was talking about how he was watching Rocky Marciano, which is, after like Rocky Balboa is yet another thing that's based on Rocky Marciano. But he heard him. He was standing in front of him, and he heard him. He was like talking to the kids, and he's like, yeah, I love to do this for the Utes. And it was Joe Pesci that actually said, Utes, what's Utes? And he was like, Utes. So it's actually the Joe Pesci was the Chamberlain Holler.
I like it even better now. That rocks.
Yeah. So the first time I saw this movie, how I got into knowing who Joe Pesci was because of the musical Jersey Boys about Frankie Found the Four Seasons. Because without Joe Pesci, Frankie Found the Four Seasons wouldn't have become a thing because he knew them. He brought Bob Gaudio, the piano player and the lyricist, on to into the group. And so he used to Tommy DeVito used to slap him around, which is who we got the name for Tommy DeVito in Goodfellas, was from his friend.
Yeah.
And he used to slap him around. Then as he got older, Tommy DeVito was like his assistant or whatever. And so when he became an actor, learning about that little subplot in Jersey Boys got me interested in Goodfellas, then My Cousin Vinny. And I thought
Casino came out shortly after this too. I'm sure that was in there. Yeah.
Just his whole filmography. I was like, this guy's so good. And he's so funny too. And so when I first watched My Cousin Vinny, I was like, oh, this is like, I was like 12 seeing these movies. Mm-hmm. And I thought like, oh, this is just so funny. Marissa Tomei is just a goddess. And I haven't seen this movie in a long time. And I was like saying the lines as I was watching the movie. I'm like, God damn, I still remember all the lines from this movie.
It's funny that it's mentioned that it's, is the advent of VHS. The 90s proliferation of VHS was so important to it because that's how I saw it. I remember when it came out in the theaters because 1992, Grandpa over here, I was in high school. Yeah. And it did not escape my awareness. In the ads, I was like, holy moly, that chick's hot. It was like, my first thought.
She's like 30, not even, I think.
But I didn't go out to see in the theater or anything. I was like, whatever. I don't know if I care about that. But then it was one of those things like, oh yeah, I heard that's funny. I'll check it out on video. And I thought it was great. But like, I didn't really, but it didn't have like a profound impression on me or anything. I was like, oh, that was very funny. It was cool that the guy from the Munsters was the judge. He was great.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed it. It was just like a movie that I enjoyed. And then like, I remember how those used to exist before people tied their entire identity into like into franchises.
Yeah.
And but then like, it was also this is like a perennial cable movie. Like if you have cable, it's like,
yes, it's everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Central, AMC, oh my god,
it's that perfect little niche where it's like a PG, a movie people love that's for adults, but also is like PG or PG-13, so it could fit perfectly into that little cable niche.
And you get to put a little preview of it. Where it's like the exchange with Fred Gwynn and Joe Pesci with the U line, and people are like, oh yeah, that movie rocks,
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's 30. Oh, like you turn on you change the channel. Oh, there's 30 minutes left. Like my cousin Vinny. Sure, I'll finish the rest of it. Why not?
Why not? It's easy gets.
Such a dad movie.
Later, I guess I have to play the clip, but Ralph Macchio had a name for what it is, and I forget what it is, but it's like it's one of those movies where if it's on TV, even if you're like have to be in a wedding later, you have to like sit down and watch it, and you're just sucked in.
I'm not a letterboxd tagger like how some people are. Some people like, again, they base their whole identity on that, right? But I do have the tag accidental cable watch that I watched all the way through.
Yeah,
because there is a genre of movie that's like that, where it's like I probably wouldn't have electively put this on, but it's like, oh yeah, I'll get into this for a bit,
And and it's funny too because this was Ralph Macchio's first movie since the failure of Karate Kid Part 3, and he was tied to that franchise, if you will, and like so. To see him still have like that baby face, and you could tell his voice was kind of changing. He was kind of putting on a bit of an accent. I was like, oh, whoa. I was like, wait, it's the Karate Kid. I'm like, what's he? And the fact that he's playing his cousin, I'm like, yeah, Joe Pesci's just old enough to be his dad, but whatever.
Well, so much of Ralph Macchio's role is just him making faces and like
mugging. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because he's a cutie. He still looks good.
He'll be like praying,
he looks great.
or he'll be like, oh man, like which. I want to say his friend, the Mitchell Whitfield character, Stan or whatever. Like his friend was possibly going to be played by Will Smith, and because Fresh Prince of Bel-Air had just aired on TV, like that's the point in which they were making this movie, right? Like it was, I think there were 2 seasons into Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and they were like, wow, Will Smith is really funny. Maybe we should have him. But then they're like, we don't want to have like a black, like it'll change the entire.
We'd rather have anti-Semitism in the South instead.
Yeah, well,
that's way.
I mean,
Steen, you call me Stein.
Your brain doesn't automatically do the thing where it's like if a black kid got railroaded, like that would be a deeply unpleasant thing to watch in a comedy, right? I mean, you still get that vibe from like knowing that there's anti-Semitism there, and knowing that that's a thing, and knowing they don't really like Italians either. Like the Ku Klux Klan, they lynched Italians down south too, but it's far enough away from the real like Confederate Dixie South kind of thing, and the fact that there's like it's definitely like a post-racial South. Like no one makes any kind of like, come on, like in real life they'd probably have a lynch mob going up to the jail to like get those 2 kids out of there if they seemed like they were gonna get off.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just found it interesting that that they were gonna cast Will Smith, and then they turned around and went, yeah, that's gonna really harsh the mellow of what we're trying to do here. Like there's not a Confederate flag in this movie in sight, you know what I mean? Like,
what's funny is that the actor who played Stan was on an episode of Sweet Life of Zack and Cody about like the High School Musical where Ashley Tisdale was like, I don't look like Ashley Tisdale. They're like, you don't look like Sharpay at all. And I'm looking at the guy. I'm like, wait a minute, I know this face. And I'm like, wait, wasn't he my cousin Vinny? I'm like, oh my god, it's him.
He's been in a lot of things. He had a line.
I haven't seen any of them, by the way. I looked up his credits. I haven't seen any of this stuff.
Maybe I have, but he looks familiar. But he had a line.
He was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle apparently in the thing. I guess I don't know.
I was reading like the making of, because I was like, there's got to be one of those Rolling Stone 30 years later making of articles, and there was. Right. And his quote was like, that was the last time I ever won out to Will Smith to get a role.
Yep.
I mean, it's a strong cast, and it's interesting too. Well, what's doubly interesting is before I came down here, when I was eating dinner, I threw on the Roku, which is the equivalent of the cable television, right, for the modern age, and the Munsters channel was on, and so I got to see Fred Gwynn in his full outfit.
Yeah. Did you ever see the episode where he's human? That's a funny one.
I've seen a lot of.
What?
I mean, I'll be honest.
You're like
the
Dutch
plot
Chamberlain.
lines. Yeah, the plot lines don't really stick with me that much. I generally prefer the Addams Family, but Munsters were good.
Yeah,
it's a solid show, solid genre show. But it's interesting seeing like Fred Gwynn's later career because he's so huge. He's such a big dude.
Pet Sematary.
Pet Sematary is great, but that's not where I'm going with this. He's such a big dude. Joe Pesci is not. So then, like, it's like the physical comedy thing of just him being like in the judge's position, which is already elevated, and also like a big dude, and then you have Joe Pesci in his like ridiculous little Colonel Sanders outfit. You know, great. It's physical comedy at its best.
Yeah.
Which they cast Fred Gwynn, and everyone was like Munsters. So like he got on
54. Where are you too? I mean, that was a pretty good show.
Yeah.
But he was on the stand and he started talking in the Herman Munster voice, and they had to cut like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I thought you guys wanted me to like,
do that.
Yeah. And then they're like, no, can you do like a southern accent?
That's funny. Yeah, I know he was like a cartoonist or something too at the National Lampoon, is my understanding.
He had a very interesting career.
I know Car 54 because Nick and I used to play it like ad nauseum, where it's just like, all right, so they're cops and this is the show, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
They also this was right around the time that the Game Boy first came out, and so Ralph Macchio and the initial kid, they had gotten the Game Boy, and the two of them were like playing Game Boy all the time when they weren't filming, because obviously like they're pretty young here, and Fred Gwynn like kind of sauntered over and was like, oh, what's that? And he was like, oh, it's a Game Boy. And they said the next day he came in and he was playing Game Boy. So he got a Game Boy in the middle of filming too. And every day he would just be playing his Game Boy in between shots.
I mean, again, there's three roles he's known for is, of course, in the Munsters and Pet Sematary, My Cousin Vinny. But what's interesting too is, like, you know, when you think of
Boomers know Car 54 though. Boomers love Car 54.
Yeah. But when you think of like songs that try to spoof, like, you know, that sound like surfer rock, they always sound like the Munsters theme song. Like, look at
absolutely.
Long.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it's all, there's bands that chase that entire sound for sure. You're right.
Yeah. Legendary.
His first role was On the Waterfront. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's slim and On the Waterfront.
Now
he died a year after this was made too.
Well, I think he was riddled. He was riddled with cancer.
He's pancreatic cancer.
Yeah. He died in his cigar room.
But
legend.
Yeah, that's amazing. But yeah, he was like uncredited in On the Waterfront, but it's like his first film.
Yeah. Well, you guys know that Lorraine Bracco was the first pick to play Mona Lisa, but she did not want to get typecast. That's why she didn't want to play Carmela in The Sopranos. They wanted her to play Mona Lisa, but she was like, no, I just did Goodfellas. Joey's great, but I don't want to be typecast as some, like, you know, like broad from Brooklyn or Jersey or whatever, being like the side chick.
They found
sliding door situation that would have been, huh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what director it was, but they found her playing like a flapper. She had like a short scene in a movie right before this as like a flapper. Like that was one of her first movies, and then she was cast in a Spike Lee movie, and then she was cast in this. And apparently, she wanted to take the Spike Lee movie. She was like, my career will be so much better suited, Marissa Tomei, by being in a Spike Lee movie than it would being in, like, you know, whatever comedy this is. And they're like, no, this is like a big deal. Like, you know, this will be a big deal. I think, like, even if, because a lot of people are going to see it, whether or not, you know.
Yep.
And so she finally
won an Oscar.
She finally went, oh, all right, I'll be in this. And then it won her an Oscar.
Yeah, the rest is history. Aunt May? What?
Yeah, well, I think it's funny too that people are so mad about it too, and it has the
because it's comedy.
Well, because it's comedy, and comedy, other than like horror and sci-fi, is like the least respected genre amongst the Oscars. But it also was like it was a strange case where all the nominees were international. Like everybody was like in the presentation. I think it was Clint Eastwood who was like trying to kind of like. It does go hard, yes. Was trying to make some joke about that, basically that it was a bunch of international
Oh, so he's being racist?
And a bunch of international nominees and also someone from Brooklyn. But like he blows the delivery so bad, it's like, get the fuck off the stage, dude. Like, seriously,
just start talking to a chair, why don't you?
I mean, this is to be fair, this is decades before that, and
Yeah,
also like, well, no, but like not, but still, like this is Unforgiven came out that same year, which is an objectively good Western action movie that you can't just erase everything that the guy did just because he's an a-hole. Like now, I mean, like it's Gene Hackman, dearly departed, like was amazing in that. Morgan Freeman, I mean. Like, I get that it's great to reflexively say, like, someone's a piece of crap and has always been a piece of crap, but that's a great movie.
Clint Eastwood's still making good movies.
That's what's annoying. Juror number 2, like, I was like, should we
Where did that
Juror
go?
number 2 in consideration? I actually liked it. I thought it was good.
He comes out with one good movie and then one mid movie, one good movie and then one mid movie, and it just depends on like if people want to release it or not. Like I'm surprised Jersey Boys got us. I'm like Jersey Boys should have gotten a winter release and not a summer release because I'm like that's not a.
But it's pretty good considering he's like, what, 105 or something? Like, how old is that dude at this point? Like, I mean, that's a pretty good... He was born in 1930. Oh, my God, it wasn't that far off. He's 94.
And
again, some people did not care for Juror number 2. I liked it. But, like, Jesus Christ, if you're making, like movies that are that watchable at 94, I mean, good
The
Lord.
funny thing about Clint Eastwood, though, to look back on it, he, like, people like John Wayne fucking hated his like movies because they were like, oh, this is the new more progressive form of cowboy movies that show
I didn't like it.
the darker side. It's not just making everyone look great for killing Indians or whatever.
And speaking of cowboy, I mean, hello, when they come into that Alabama town, he's got the cowboy boots because we all know
that's his urban
in order to
camouflage,
blend into the South, you got to wear cowboy boots and maybe a cowboy hat. You'll be fine.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love the oh yeah, you blend.
And the little camera too. I'm like, oh God, I remember those types of cameras.
I feel like that's when I went to Texas and I was in San Antonio and I bought a cowboy hat. I feel like that's how I looked. I looked like
you look like ridiculous.
Everyone's like he doesn't fit in.
No. It's like me wearing like this gothic, like I'm wearing like a Catholic look like with a cross because I know Vinny wore the little, like in every outfit that he wore in the movie. That's the one thing I noticed about Joe Pesci. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot he's like a big Catholic because he's also the guy who, when Sinead O'Connor ripped up the photo of the Pope, he's the one when he hosted SNL the week later. He taped it back together, and everyone's like, "Yeah!" And I'm like,
that's such a
he also beat up what's his face for doing the impression of the Joe Pesci show. That what's his face who does all the weird faces. I forgot what his name was because
good old what's his face. We speak his name.
Exactly. But like he got him in the knees.
Actually knocked his face right off.
Yeah,
exactly.
And De Niro too.
But it's such a I feel like almost like a anal retentive style Italian thing, or like to just tape up the picture back together as if the picture didn't just get like, oh well, I'll just tape it back together. It'll be fine. Like
So what's interesting is historically, like what's remembered from the award season this year is that this is when they finally gave Al Pacino the Oscar for Scent of a Woman. Which is also hilarious because he was nominated for supporting for Glengarry Glen Ross, which is a far superior.
That was
Denzel. But it was Gene Hackman in Unforgiven that won that year, which that was
but who was nominated against Al Pacino for Scent of a Woman? Because I was watching one of those videos where
Chaplin,
it's like
Robert Downey Jr.
Okay, yeah.
Clint Eastwood as in Unforgiven. The lead of The Crying Game, Stephen Ray, and Denzel and Malcolm X.
Denzel. That's the one. That was the one. It should have been his.
Well, there's that famous. I've told this story before, but there's that famous story I saw where Al Pacino was talking about how he took like a handful of Vicodin and like Xanax because he was really fucking nervous. But he was also so he was just popping pills in the Oscars and could barely stand up and kept like turning around and asking people like, "How long is this thing?" Like. And so he's like awesome. Really fucked up, and then because he's like, "There's no way I'm gonna win this," but it's like nerve wracking, and he's like in the height of his addiction. He's been drinking, he's been popping pills, and they're like Al Pacino, and he's like,
I'm gonna have to get up.
Yeah.
Which is really hilarious. This is also the year Bram Stoker's Dracula, which we covered not that long ago. Shoko won for best costume design.
1992. What a year in film, except for Scent of a Woman.
Well, and that's what's crazy is like
it smells.
But like if you look at those nominees, it's like again, whatever you think about Clint, he's awesome and Unforgiven.
But that should have been Denzel's to win.
And it's Denzel and Robert Downey Jr. as Chaplin, also very good as well.
Well,
But,
Robert Downey Jr. said he actually was glad he ended up not winning the Oscar for Chaplin because he said his career probably would have been a lot different. I'm like, you probably would not have been like an alcoholic, or like deep more into alcoholism by then. I don't know, but
Clint won against Robert Altman for The Player too, which is crazy because The Player, of course, famously about Hollywood, but maybe some of the jokes hit a little bit too close, like
that was
what
Marissa
usually happens with Altman.
That was Marissa the only nominee from My Cousin Vinny that year?
For acting, I believe so.
Yeah, but no screenplay.
That's they didn't get a screenplay. It was just Best Actress in Supporting Role. It was Judy Davis for the Woody Allen movie that came out there.
Oh, that's why they got mad because it's Judy Davis.
And there's some Mike Knowles historical drama I've never seen. Vanessa Redgrave and Howard's End, which
Vanessa. Oh, so she was up against a lot of legends that year. That's why they're also pissed.
And people spread all these like really mean conspiracy theories about it too. That like they had fixed it for, which they would never say if she wasn't, she wasn't Italian. They wouldn't. What she knows how to fix the Oscars.
Yeah, I remember hearing about a lot. That's like
and Louis Malle for Damage. Miranda Richardson was nominated for that as well. So like basically all these like important art house films and also Woody Allen, and that's why they were mad.
It's interesting. I was when I was reading that article, they were talking about how one of the theories behind her winning, rather than is because that was the first year they sent out VHS tapes of all the different Oscar nominees, so people could actually just sit in their house and watch it. And they were saying that like they think the people of the Academy probably would have not even watched My Cousin Vinny except for like you could pop it in your your VCR and watch it on.
Well, I mean,
it's the same thing we talked about with Bram Stoker's Dracula, right? Because that was a big nerds like me were going to see in the theater, but like it hit big on VHS. That's where people are like, oh yeah, I'll watch that. That sounds cool. Like and which is crazy. Well, not crazy because if you think about their historic dislike for any genre anything, but they got art direction, makeup, costume design, Dracula I'm talking about, and sound effects. Like same stuff happens this year, right? Just like, give them the technicals.
Yeah,
give the
Doom, but should have been more. But it's interesting because like watching, I think what it is that her performance just stood out among everyone else.
Yeah,
well, she's got a great. Well, and it is like 30 minutes from the screen time, but like she's got a couple good soliloquies, but it's the testimony on the bench, which I feel like, again, talking back last week with Anatomy of Murder, that like certain tropes that we just think of as like, oh, that's the thing that happens in these things. That's the surprise witness. That's the surprise witness that you think is like, oh, not going to be doing that much, and then they end up turning it all around at the last minute. Like that's the trope, right?
But there are some car fanatics who are like, well, actually, there's a few things that they got wrong. I'm like, yeah, but whatever, who cares? Like, I get it. Okay, but like again, her whole thing is she's supposed to know more about cars than men, and that kind of pisses them off.
Well, it's funny that mechanics are like, oh, maybe she got, but then lawyers are like, yo, this movie fucking rocks.
Yeah, mechanics are like, she got one thing wrong, but lawyers are like, yeah, this movie fucking rocks. Like, this is how you do it.
You think lawyers would be the people that were super pedantic, and they would be like,
no, it's the mechanics.
But they actually show My Cousin Vinny to teach the voir dire, where he's like, I'd love to voir dire this witness, like as like a real legal concept, right? Where you can actually like question the expertise of someone to admit or not admit them as an expert witness. They actually teach My Cousin Vinny in law schools to teach people how to do that.
Yeah.
I've noticed a running theme with the movies that we put.
Also, too, he's kind of bullshitting his way through because even though he went to law school, he did not. It's like nothing clicked for him because he didn't know a damn thing about disclosure or knowing that you have to exchange files and information, and yet Lisa is reading everything.
It's not just Alabama thing.
But it's also like a good fish out of.
No, I'm not saying it's an Alabama thing. I'm just saying like it's the fact that he learned that he went to law school.
That you'd come away from this movie being like, wow, in Alabama they have some loose disclosure laws. It's like, no, that's just how disclosure works.
Yes, she has to by law. It's called disclosure, you dickhead.
But the point,
Like,
the reason why the movie works is it being fish out of water. Right?
Yeah.
And so it, like that, it works in the conceit of the character because he is sort of just like white knuckling his way through stuff and trying to get by in like panache and charm. Such as it is, which of course is completely wasted on Fred Gwynn's character, who is having none of it from second one, and that's what is so funny.
There's an inherent I mean, obviously, I think everyone knows this is true, but there's like an inherent thing where people in the South obviously assume that people in the North, like Yankees, are going to, judge them in certain ways, and it's like, oh, there's a certain informality to the law, and he's like, not in my courtroom, there isn't, which I don't think that that's stereotype. I've never heard like if anything, they're overly formal to the point where they'll throw you in prison and execute you on a technicality.
I'll do the clap.
Jesus Christ. But that kind of that like almost like inferiority complex that people have down south in roles like that, well,
it's like an overcorrection due to perceived arrogance.
Yeah.
Yeah, which in some cases is rightly justified. There's a lot of smug people in the North, don't get me wrong, but it's well personified.
What's that?
And then it's Chekhov's grits, because that shows up later when he's doing this.
Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Are you sure about that 5 minutes?
There's
like a grits? And he's like,
Which sounds like Chekhov's Grift, one of the new songs in Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends, The Way of the Neutron, by the way. But
okay.
Chekhov's
it works really well because I think the fish out of water thing is, number one, they can't play to the lowest common denominator stereotypes, right? And that's why it works here. And then on top of that, you have to give it as good as you take it. In stories like this, and those two things, and I think it also works because I don't believe that the writer Dale Launer, I think he's from California. I don't think he's New Yorker
from either place.
Yeah.
Oh wow, so he did a really good job. Not kind of, this is gonna be one of those things like, oh, back then, movies like this would offend the kids today. No, it would not, because it's not even offensive back then, because they're not really going deep into the stereotypes of like what Yankees are and what Southerners are. There's just a minor curiosity about each other's cultural
and like
differences.
little things like the mud. Oh, you got mud in your tires, and he's like, mud in my tires. What are you talking about? It's like, it's a saying, dude. It's a saying, man.
It's a movie about culture. It's a movie about culture clash between like Alabama or the South and like New York, written by someone from California and directed by a British man. So it's funny that the
There's a lot going on there.
Was that like his only movie he ever directed? Because I don't remember hearing anything from.
No, Jonathan Lynn has done a whole lot of movies. He did Clue. He directed Clue.
Oh.
He directed
Tim Curry?
Nuns on the Run. I
that's to my knowledge, I've only made
right now.
Clue.
Nuns on the Run with Eric Idle and Robbie Coltrane and they're not. They have to dress up as nuns because they're criminals. Have you guys ever seen that?
Yeah. He also did Distinguished Gentleman, which is like head of state kind of movie that we talked about doing during election eggs. That's 1 year.
And Whole Nine Yards.
Yeah.
The Bruce Willis, Matthew Perry.
By the way, that movie has Joe Don Baker. I forgot about that.
But I guess this guy, the Dale Launer guy, he's the one that wrote he wrote Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, Ruthless People, Blind Date. And those are like his other movies that he's written. And then and Love Potion #9. And he
with Sandra Bullock?
He was the one that so he really didn't like the British director that they hired, and he spent like all of his time talking shit about him since then. Like being like, oh, he has a hack sense of humor, because I guess what happened is he wrote he wrote what would be a 3-hour script because he had so many ideas, because it had been percolating for like decades in his mind. So they hired the British guy to like cut down his thing and add jokes and stuff, and he's like, oh, he hacked up my script, he's a hack guy, his sense of humor is goofy. Like, he's been talking shit about him for the last 3 decades.
And yet the movie is a success and beloved classic. Okay, you can shut up now, dude. Like,
I didn't realize he did Clue. That was a
I love Clue.
Pretty groundbreaking movie.
Yeah.
in a number of ways. I mean, I think the last time we talked about is when we did Knives Out, right? Or no, we did a Glass Onion. But we still
We gotta do a game games of, but then again, a lot of them are hit or miss. But I do
Battleship.
Yeah,
that's one of the great ones.
I like Clue. I haven't seen it since I was a kid though.
It's good. Yeah.
I rewatched Dirty Rotten Scoundrels for the first time since I was a kid.
They made that into a musical, and the
I know they did, and they remade it.
Stuff. Boom, boom. I love that song.
But
they have to change it.
So the same guy that did the filmmaking, like the cinematography for Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, was Michael Ballhaus. So we talked about when we did Bram Stoker's Dracula. He did Bram Stoker's Dracula. He did World on a Wire. He did like all.
Yeah,
of
that
the
dude's everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Like we've covered like tons of movies that guy's done. That's hilarious.
Yep. I love the scenes between Stan and I forgot what's Ralph Macchio. Yeah, what's Ralph Macchio's character again? I forgot.
Oh, Bill.
Billy, right?
Billy. Billy. I love every time they have like a disagreement about Vinny's capabilities of being a lawyer. It always cuts to a scene where he actually proves the argument that Billy makes.
Right.
Like their arguments, like they live to argue. I'm like, yeah, that was always my parents. They could make an argument about anything, like a leaky faucet. She's like, here's the deal here. This is what's happening. It's so, I mean, just everything about it's just so clever. Like the editing.
And to give a shout out to Austin Pendleton, who's like the court-appointed public defender, who just is like, oh, this guy's gonna be way better. It's like, oh, he's got a speech there. He's got a speech.
Which,
issue.
by the way, he didn't want to do. He was in other Jonathan Lim movies. He didn't want to do this because as a kid he had a speech impediment, and he said the process of doing those speech impediment scenes actually like brought him mentally back, like traumatized him because it brought him psychologically back to being a kid. And nobody knew about that until afterwards. He was like deeply upset by his experience doing it.
But like, it's a memorable scene.
He was very good friends with the British director Jonathan Lynn.
And that guy is in he's like the Muppet movie and like
everything. I remember
2 Days in the Valley.
One movie I watched him and he played like a really psychotic neighbor of Juliette Lewis, where he was like putting like maggots in her. It was a weird thriller movie. Like it was really interesting.
He's
a good that guy.
Yeah, Neighbor on the 7th Floor or whatever it's called. It was an interesting movie.
He's also a huge Broadway actor.
Yeah. He's a stage dude. I think he got a Tony for like directing or something too. Like he's a pretty distinguished guy. Yeah. But I just love that like the whole time he's like, oh yeah, this guy's gonna be way better.
The jury's just
it's so great. It's such a it's such a just like, oh, I wonder how that's gonna work out. It's like not great as it turns out. Not great.
See, Billy was right.
I love the I love when he's like, you did not have your medically necessary reading glasses, and he's like, or your medically necessary glasses, like they're reading glasses, and he goes,
he's like,
oh, that witness was tough.
Exactly.
I mean, her little camera does come in handy too, but like it's just I like how he progressively gets better. Like he starts to become more aware of how serious the case is, because they're two dudes from New York, and they could get the electric chair for killing a good old boy. And he like, of course, Lisa, she's reading that book about law and all that in the case a lot faster than he is. Of course, she's picking up on things he doesn't want her reading it. She's like, well, I can be helpful.
Yeah, which originally, I guess the line that he had written, that Dale Leonard had written, was like, I'm a little dyslexic when he gets the book or whatever. So like he actually, which makes sense why he took 6 times to pass the. I think that would have been another thing that kind of takes you out of it. And you're like,
I don't think Vinny became passionate as a lawyer until he won that case. Like he probably was
his whole thing is it's a little prideful too, right? He wants to do it on his own terms. He wants to do it on his own. He doesn't want help, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I think it would make him too sympathetic if you're like, oh, this dude's dyslexic too,
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't make him as funny, especially with all the guys who are trying to, who try to prove him wrong, like with over the $200 situation. He's like, I'll beat your ass.
Yeah,
they underestimate him. I'm like,
that's a great recurring bit too. How like first time was like, all right, show me the money, and he's like,
I know it's not a 20s with a bunch of ones with a 20 bucks on it. He's like,
so good, and he's like, all right, you got me. And then he's like, I got it. And he's like, Wham! No
Did
time.
you fall at your
Knockout.
place or someone else's place? My place. Shit.
Yeah,
The personal injury lawyer.
Yeah,
But that's such a good recurring bit.
Mother apparently was the one that gave Roger Ailes his first acting lessons.
Wait, what?
That's crazy.
Who it is?
Austin Pendleton, the guy. That was the stellar, his mother apparently was the one that gave Roger Ailes his first acting lessons.
All right.
Oh Lord.
Created a villain.
Oh yeah.
Inadvertent villain origin story. Yeah.
This movie is a whole series of recurring bits that just work and blend well together.
One thing that I kind of feel very I think everybody does feel kind of cringy whenever there's like rape jokes in older movies about like being in prison or whatever. But I think the only movie I think that it really works is here, because he gets convinced that Joe
Lost
Pesci
in translation type of situation
is the guy that's gonna come rape him, and then so he's like, well, they're not gonna put anybody else in here with us, and then he wakes up or whatever, and Joe Pesci's in there, and he's like, but every line has to be like a perfect lost in translation line where he's like, I'm not, and he's like what? I'm not gonna jerk you off or anything or whatever. Like,
it's either here or then. You're getting fucked one way or the other. And he's like, oh God. But I'm like, did they just let him, especially with the guard? He's like, we got someone here for you. I'm like, well, that's not comforting.
Well, they let them film the in the prison. Yeah, so like I guess it's kind of a jail prison. Imagine they're like, oh, we're shooting a comedy in here. No.
And I
it's free on Tubi right now.
No, it's not. They got rid of it on Tubi.
It's not on Tubi. Well, it's on Hulu.
They just got rid of it.
I saw it on Hulu last night. So
Yeah.
That's Hulu.
It's also on Roku, but like it's
all over. It's everywhere it need to be.
I love how they have to constantly change hotels because Vinny cannot sleep. But once he finally able to sleep in the prison.
When he's being held for contempt in the prison, that's when he gets a good
Everyone's
night's
like
sleep.
beating each other. There's like a riot going on. He's like,
yeah, that's a great recurring bit too.
Hey, right? Like, like part of his lack of sleep is like, he's stressed, and he's fed up, and he's finally getting into his groove, and that's when he gets a good night's sleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll bail you out. He's like, no, maybe I'll get some sleep tonight. I'm doing good.
Prison does seem pretty chill. Like, I can't imagine. Like, I don't know.
Also, it's weird seeing Joe Pesci like in the South with a gun and nothing but his boxers and a leather jacket and tennis shoes. Like, what the? When they're out in the cabin, like he hears like the owl. What the fuck is that?
Why he starts shooting the gun. I mean, that's great. Anytime you got somebody
go out in the car and she's like, "Oh, the nice stars. It's romantic." He's like, "I don't see no stars," and then a storm starts.
That's one of the reasons when a friend of the show, Jared Skolnick, that Woodfellas screenplay is writing. Like, I hope that there's a like Joe Pesci shooting the gun because he hears an owl sort of like scene in there because that's gold to me.
Yeah.
That's never not funny.
Well,
that's a great fish out of water.
Whenever you have like friends from the city or whatever, right, and they come up to like stay somewhere, because I mean, I live in like a small, like more rural than like New York City, like 90 miles away, right? Like even there, like you don't realize until you go somewhere even farther, like north or like farther south, where it's like the middle of nowhere, how much noise there really is when there's no noise, right? Like the less background noise there is, the more everything sticks out, and it's like.
Oh, and a super chat correction. Pony Boy was C. Thomas Howell. Roth Macchio was Johnny K, the one who died in the fire in The Outsiders.
Right. There you go.
Well,
we talked about it a little bit about it at the top of the episode.
But I know one
like it's
thing
good for him after the abject failure of the Karate Kid 3. Like it was.
I mean, it took a while for him to get back on his feet, but the one thing Roth Macchio said was like it was just incredible working with Joe Pesci. Like it was one of like the greatest experience he's ever had as an actor.
I like the scene where where he has to explain his real name. He knocks over the chessboard. That was like completely by accident, but like
Gallo.
Exactly. But the director was like, "No, that's great. We're keeping that." Like, because it's
can't
such
hear
a like, "Oh no! Like, what did you do?" Like situation,
Yeah,
but it's also like it's almost metaphorical because he's knocking over the chessboard of Southern jurisprudence.
William Zabka. Yeah.
He's the real Karate Kid because Daniel did it. Whatever. I'm not gonna.
It's an illegal kick. Cobra Kai rules so hard, especially early Cobra Kai. It's so good.
Also, I keep forgetting, like Ralph Macchio, of course, he's got the baby face. He was like in his early 30s when he did this movie. Early 30s.
That's insane.
He was born in like 1960, and I'm like,
Wow.
You're almost 70? Like, what the fuck, dude?
And
But
he
it
still
worked.
doesn't look 70 now. Like you see him and stuff now.
Yeah, he's like 60 something, and it's crazy. And like,
So another kind of running theme from last week, Jonathan Lynn actually has a law degree.
Yeah.
And so like one of the reasons why
An English
this is
law
like,
degree too, which is like
sure,
yeah,
it's
different.
No, stop. But one of the reasons why this is like taught in law schools is because he wanted all the legal proceedings to be realistic, and apparently in regards to like expert witnesses, especially, it's usually highlighted that this is like a good usage of expert witnesses.
Yeah, and also Lane Smith, who played like the prosecutor. He's another that guy actor who's known for playing like lawyer types as well. I've seen him in films before. I'm like, he's a lawyer in this.
I feel like he has just enough sleazy like scumbagness to his character that you're like, oh, that guy, but not enough that he like comes off as like a despotically evil character. Right? Like,
he takes the L.
He takes the L, but like I don't know, like
he's like this though.
With the South, right? Like I feel like so many things about this could go dark so fast. And I feel like he plays it just perfect enough that he's like, oh, this guy's like an asshole. But at the end of it, he's like shaking his hand and he's like, hey, if you ever want to come back here, like,
He's like, no, if I stay here, I think I'll never leave. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. I wouldn't want to stay in Alabama. You kidding me?
So this goes back to the owl screech, but apparently the Eastern screech owl in the scene in the woods was a real owl that had a little bit of prior training.
Yeah.
But like they got it to do what they need to do by giving it little pieces of beef, and then like when he shoots off the gun, it's an honest reaction too.
He's like,
and so that's why it like looks so awesome, because the owl was like, whoa, like freaking out basically.
That's so funny.
But it's also like he can't just shoot once. Like he goes, bam, bam,
No,
bam.
that's what I love about it. He's multiple shots in no specific direction. Like that's great. That's perfect. That's exactly the kind of behavior you get out of someone that's like completely exhausted and freaked out, right? You're not gonna be like,
and who doesn't
calm
really
and
know
collected.
much about the wilderness? I mean, outside the Pine Barrens, the Northerners don't really know much about the great outdoors, besides maybe going to the shore or.
Well, there's a lot of. I mean, maybe in New Jersey, there's a lot of wilderness up here, but like definitely not someone that's never left Brooklyn, right? Like the implication behind the entire Joe Pesci character is like, this is a guy that's probably never left Brooklyn. Like his law school's in Brooklyn, he got a traffic ticket in Brooklyn, and then decides like you have to like assume that he's probably not.
I'm gonna stick it to the man and become a lawyer.
Yeah.
By the way, Lane Smith, one of the first movies he was in, I guess it's like a decade after he started his acting career, but he'd only had a few roles. Network.
Huh. It all ties back to Network, doesn't it?
It's all connected, people. That's right. Yeah. He's Robert McDonough. He's that's right. I should know. That's like one of my favorite movies. I remembered him from somewhere, but I like that Joe Pesci like won the Academy Award for Goodfellas and then like came back to finish making the movie. I was like, hey everybody, check out my Oscar.
Which this is also when Joe Pesci was really struggling, I think, with fame and like being as big time of a guy as he had suddenly become.
That's why I was shocked that he did SNL. Like Well, also too, his fame after Casino, like he really had it big in the 80s and early mid 90s, but then he did a few films that were not that great, like one with he supported Bernie Sanders. He's an actor. Danny. Oh God, what was his name? Danny Glover. He did a movie Danny Glover called Gone Fishing, and it was a terrible movie.
I was gonna say, there's no way you've forgotten the name Danny DeVito.
No. But they did like a movie together called Gone Fishing. It was a complete utter flop. They played like two dumb characters who retired to go fishing somewhere or whatever, and it was the beginning of the end of his career until like Scorsese would be like, "Hey, you want to play a role in my movie?" Like,
well, he had so he was really struggling with like, I mean, because he clearly has like anger issues and he channels that really well into his roles, but like clearly that is part of his whole thing. So, like in reading that article about the making of, which I'll link to in the Rolling Stone article in the description, but part of that is that he would like corner the fucking British guy because he knows that like that British director, like it's not like he's like a high up guy, like he's not like Scorsese or something, right? And he would just lay into him and like, scream at him, like curse him out, all this stuff, and people were like, people were like, look, there was a lot going on during the filming of this, because I think Joe Pesci really put a lot of himself into this movie. Like,
yeah, well, he does that with like most of his. I mean, even Home
Yeah.
Alone, like they're like, you can't cuss, so he's like, and then he bit like Macaulay Culkin's like, I still got a scar from when Joe Pesci bit me on the finger, like at the end of the movie. Like he was good, and like he was like an everybody actor. Like you could be a kid, even an adult, and watch Home Alone, Home Alone 2. Like that's great. You could be an adult and watch a Scorsese films. Like he had something for everyone.
yeah. Well, sorry. So we might definitely get flagged for this, but I don't care. I have I'll cut it out, I guess, if we do. But this is an interview with Joe Pesci around the time of like.
Is
I
it
think
with
was
our
like
favorite?
2 years.
No.
No, it's not. But
It's been a while.
I think she did interview him at one point, but no. So this is the story about the Utes, and he also talks about like the making of this.
Oh my God, I couldn't cuss it from
When
Michael Jackson.
Tommy
That's right.
was going off at Ray Liotta in the movie, I would have probably been the guy to say, "Yeah, oh, you didn't mean it that way," you know. I would have probably been the guy trying to lighten the situation. Well, I don't think he meant funny that way. I mean, he's funny. Hey, we're all funny. I would have found a way to try to lighten it, I think.
My Cousin Vinny. Any story connected with the making of that? Anything that jumps to mind? When I say the title, what do you think of?
So cool.
Well, we shot that down south, and it was a lot of fun going down south. There's always a thing between northerners and southerners, but the people were nice, and it's just funny that they would come up in the middle of they'd walk right in the middle of the scene and say, "What y'all filming?" And I said, "What? What y'all filming?"
Filming.
And I'd say, "What? I'm sorry, I don't understand you." "Filming. What you filming?" "I'm sorry, but you have to bring in an interpreter sometimes, because we were in some small towns." And I had a lot of laughs at people. I played golf all the time. We were staying on a country club, so I had a good time down there. It was just a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun making that movie. I mean, to me, I like light comedy like that. I just had a real good time questioning the people on the stand, trapping them. I just had a good time with it. I really liked it.
In a film like that, how much are you permitted, and I realize it probably varies from director to director, how much are you permitted to ad-lib, embellish it, and how much is off the script?
Well, a film like that is, I probably could have, put more into it, but My Cousin Vinny was written so well that everything was there. I didn't feel the need to do anything. I mean, I may have turned a phrase here or there. I probably would have been allowed to do a lot if I wanted to, but there was no call for it. I mean, I thought it was really good. I added Utes. The 2 Utes.
The 2 what?
Two what?
What was that word?
What word?
2 what?
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 Did you say Utes?
Yeah, 2 Utes.
What is a Ute?
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. 2 youths. That was my contribution to that film. I remember it was Rocky Graziano. I always loved Rocky Graziano for his naturalness. Whenever he would do a benefit for somebody or something, he was always interested in kids. And I remember him saying he kept his accent intact, and he was really a sweet guy. And he was setting up something for kids, and I remember he was giving a speech, and I was watching Tommy, and he said, "You Utes." He started off with "You Utes." "You Utes out there." And I turned to somebody and said, "Did he say Utes?" And he repeated it a couple of times. "I'm there for Utes. Anytime the Utes are there, I want to help the Utes."
That rules so hard.
Yeah, it also too, like he seems very laid, like he seems like a very laid back guy, which is the type of person you want to watch out for that might have anger issues or whatever. But like you can tell his accent's more relaxed, and like he probably puts more emphasis on the accent, even though he did grow up, old school, up in Jersey City or whatever, not Jersey City, but like Newark and Belleville. But like he seems like such a relaxed guy. And Thomas pointed out that he couldn't cuss in front of Michael Jackson. Well, if we remember Moonwalker, the short film, he played the bad guy, which is where the Smooth Criminal music video comes from.
But okay, yeah, I believe you. I
he played Mr.
I forgot
Big.
that happened.
Yeah, he tried to get the kids hooked on drugs, and he had a tight little ponytail and sunglasses, and I was like, "That's Joe Pesci."
Can I tell you
He was everywhere.
Well, he's so intrinsic in this role, and so there were some alt castings that have not been mentioned thus far in the show. So first of all, Robert De Niro, which is sort of like that's just like okay, what's this leading man? He's Italian, you know. All right, fine. Danny DeVito.
Yeah, he was gonna. They were gonna hire him to both star in and direct. It would have been a movie directed.
But he also
by
was
him.
doing Batman, right?
At that time, yeah, it would have been Batman Returns. Peter Falk, which would have been awesome, but very.
It would have been very, very funny to have Peter Falk and then Marissa Tomei at that age. You know what I mean? Like,
that's as funny as like the 20-year differences here. Like Peter Falk would have been like
no amount of face tape would do him justice.
I mean, even as a young man, Peter Falk had that odd eye. It's a whole thing. I love the man, but John Lovitz.
I mean,
but I would have been pissed if they had John Lovitz playing an Italian. Stay in your lane. Stay in your ethnic lane.
Jim Belushi.
Yeah, and like people have talked about like Jim Belushi's like career could have been way different if he had a movie like this under his belt.
Yeah.
You know what
and
I mean?
not according to Jim.
Yeah.
But the best one, and this is actually it was promised to him first, Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah,
because Fort Fairline bombed so bad that they wanted like nothing to do with him, basically.
Yeah. Well, so the way that the script was originally written, which I put a little bit of in the intro, but you know, to like expound on it, it was written that Vinny was supposed to be like this 220 to 240 pound kind of heavyweight, like
Different
you know, jacked kind of
physical
heavyweight
character. Yeah.
Which then is really funny that they thought about having Danny DeVito star. It's like okay,
right, exactly. Yeah.
I'm thinking of Bowser from
like
Shot on Off for some reason.
Yeah, so they actually really worked towards having Andrew Dice Clay in it, and eventually I think he was the one that tapped out. But that was their original thought because they're like this is kind of a guy that fits in the description of what's written on the page, and you know they weren't thinking about Joe Pesci for a comedy.
But he just Home Alone and Home Alone 2 came out in the same year, so I mean Joe Pesci was crushing it at that point.
Yeah. But it's
really
interesting
different John Lovitz than the Pod Save America one.
That's a different John. But I think can't rag on Lovitz and give the Dice Man a pass. Oh, I'm just saying I'm not ragging on anyone. I'm just saying that's a very different movie in every case that was mentioned. Very different movie. Yeah. And I think I think that's worth noting. You know,
there are these really funny there's these really funny videos. I don't know if they're on tour.
Folly Moving Extravaganza on YouTube.
YouTube.
Thanks, Stevie. That's a good one.
I'm screenshotting it. So
screenshot that.
Screenshot this. No, there's by the way, like I don't know if they're on tour or what the fuck the deal is, but Andrew Dice Clay and John Lovitz have like these videos that they've been putting up together that I thought were very funny, where Andrew Dice Clay just has his camera on him, like on John Lovitz, and he's just fucking with him. He's like, order my Starbucks.
That's great. I think that this is this is it's an interesting movie. Like we don't get movies like this, I think, these days. Like I think if they do, they try to make it elevated, right? They try to be like profound. And it's like what I like about this movie is that it isn't profound. Like it's a solid fish out of water judicial procedural that is got strong characters and funny dialogue and situations. Not that hard, people.
I mean, the whole the court scenes where he's finally getting his shit together and he's actually using like, how many fingers am I holding up? And he's like, let the record show, counselor's holding. He's like, Your Honor, please, I'm trying to make a point. Like, I'm like, yeah, why you're not supposed He's talking to the witness. Hush, Judge.
He's like, now, Mrs. Whoever, and only Mrs. Whoever. like, it's like that's a great. I think that part was.
It's funny also, like looking at like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which I mean, not to say that it's profound, but like there's so many plots on plots on plots on schemes on schemes on schemes. By the end of that movie, it's like it ties your brain in knots. And this is like a much easier comedy to digest. I feel like.
Yeah.
So you don't have to follow.
Yeah, it's a very different kind. Like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is like, okay, so it's going to be really heady and complicated. It's like a comedy Spanish Prisoner. And I mean that as a compliment. Yeah. But like, I think with this, it's one of the reasons why it appealed to people. Because think about the other things. Because I went over the Oscar nominations, right? This is by the way, most nominations that were not Unforgiven, which ended up winning, Howard's End. Right, Howard's End is like the big James Ivory historical romantic drama. It was basically what I'm getting at is there was a lot of like very quote unquote serious cinema. It was the Crying Game year.
Yeah,
right?
we probably canceled each other out at some point.
Few Good Men. Like it's
you
all.
You can't handle the truth. Wait, another lawyer, another court procedural type of movie?
There was a lot of like quote unquote important cinema flying around that some of it has aged better than others, and some of it was never good in the first place, if you ask me.
I mean, it's the Malcolm X year too, right? Like,
and it's also the Malcolm X year, right?
So bad about that one.
But it's also it's interesting that there was such a backlash against it because it was like seen as like a popcorn movie or something, right? It was like, oh, this is just like
a popcorn movie.
Oh, speaking of popcorn, Demi Moore, who was in A Few Good Men, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Was that a popcorn movie?
Wow, they made A Few Good Men woke by putting a woman in it.
A Few Good Men and one. Never mind.
Yeah, so Jack Nicholson lost that year to Gene Hackman in Unforgiven as well, and they lost for Best Sound and Best Film Editing. But it was crazy year because it's also the Bram Stoker's Dracula year, right? So it was either this high, overly precious profundity or attempted profundity, or something that had like hit him on the limbic system, like Bram Stoker's Dracula or My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah. It was the year of like very like, some of these films were very, very similar. Then you had like, a horror and a comedy coming out and you're like, what? Like,
well, and we talked about it. I don't know if we canonize that episode officially, but when we talked about the Player Force, remember we were talking about like Altman just like, just hit a little too close to home.
Yeah.
Like he was a little too accurate with how Hollywood works. That's sort of like in the same way May December, right? It was like people like,
just think
this smart ass.
If and we've learned recently, Neon and A24, they're not in competition. They're like, if Netflix keeps buying out these movies, they're not going to have a chance at awards like May December, for instance.
May December, it's a Rebel Ridge could have been huge in theaters if they put it in there. Like it was really one of the best action movie that wasn't called Thelma that came out last year.
I have some bad news for you though, Conan, because next Oscars is going to be The Rock versus Timothée. Which Safdie brother's going to have the best film? I swear to God, if it's The Rock, I'm going to. Never mind. I'm not going to say it because I can't say it.
It's pretty early in the season, considering the last season just closed last week.
Yeah, but everyone's like, "Get ready," and I'm like, "Oh God, no."
I'm not ready. I'm not. But I only bring up like the other stuff going around because it was considered such an outlier for a comedic performance like Marissa Tomei's, which is great to be even in serious consideration, let alone winning. To the point that they started talking about like, oh, maybe it was a mistake. Maybe Jack Palance made a mistake when he read it off. Which again actually did happen years later. But that was they were that convinced. Even though if you listen to the audience reaction, if you watch the footage, like she absolutely gets the biggest cheer. Like it was wild.
Yeah.
But everybody was like not.
She's the youngest one, she's.
Jack Palance was in City Slickers that year as well, I think. If I remember right.
Yeah. Well, also too, like rarely do comedy performances do win. Like a lot of people were like surprised when Melissa McCarthy was nominated for Bridesmaids, and I'm like, no, that's a good performance in my opinion. That's a great performance that stands out. That's like she's so funny in that movie. That's another movie I would love to.
Did they black side her? Like I feel like I haven't seen her.
No, she was in some film that I was like, oh yeah, that looks like a Melissa McCarthy movie, all right, and I just didn't look into it. She's in. I'm
sorry, Mason. Oh, we got Jubilee. Hello, Mason. Hi, One Hand Politics. What's up? How you doing?
Yeah.
Get us on Jubilee, right, Forrest?
Yeah, we gotta be. I'll become a liberal for Jubilee.
She was in that like Happy Time Murders. I never saw it, but like where it was like the buddy cop movie, but like it was her and a Muppet. Yeah.
Everyone hated that film, but I kind of liked it.
I didn't see it.
Because it was just a little. It was just people just forget like, oh my god, puppets can't be raunchy. I'm like, yeah. I mean, come on.
Meet the Feebles. Hello.
Wait, it was Brian Henson that did.
Brian Henson did that,
right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're gonna make puppets, do raunchy shit, which a bunch of people have already done, but I think because he had Henson.
Hello, remember his father's original concept of Kermit the Frog? Do we have to show those again?
I know those.
I love
those
the
were like
Muppet
constantly on air in
The
this
Muppet Show, Sex and Violence.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah.
Now, were there any other considerations outside of Lorraine Bracco for Mona Lisa though? Like it was just her.
As far as I can tell, the only other one's kind of interesting is that instead of friend Gwyn, Christopher Lloyd was considered for the judge's role, which would have
the actor.
The actor. Exactly. That's the best way to mention to reference any alt casting that involves Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, for sure.
The actor.
But I don't. Yeah, I don't know of any other one you said. Like
they really were solid on wanting Lorraine Bracco, probably because I mean. But then again, it would have been Goodfellas. Yeah.
Goodfellas.
But she didn't even get nominated. Like it was weird. Her Ray Liotta got like completely like out of the award stuff, which is shocking. Also, I think Ray Liotta is funny because he's very. Imagine if he would have been an option for My Cousin Vinny because he's pretty funny. I mean, he could have been in The Substance, but then he died.
Yeah. By the way, it was John Landis, and it was the movie Oscar that they found Marissa Tomei and Sylvester Stallone.
Tim Curry and Sylvester Stallone, right?
Yeah, and then so I saw the thing of that scene where
hello,
and he's like, hey, let me in, and he's like, I've heard stories about you going around town. You think you was going around town?
It's such a funny movie. It's so bad. But then there's like, Tim Curry's character comes in and he's like, hello.
Oh, Carol Davis for Mona Lisa. That's the other.
Oh, okay. Carol Davis. That name sounds familiar, but I don't. Let's see. Let's get my top.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar to me as well. 20 supporters take on one movie podcaster.
She's British. Are they gonna do British Mona Lisa?
Yeah, come out of here.
Oh, unless you can do an accent. Because most
maybe
most
that's true. A lot of Brits do pretty convincing American accents.
And we can't do
it. There's definitely other ones too somewhere out there that they haven't listed anywhere, because for a long time they were looking for someone to play Mona Lisa and they couldn't find, like, because they found Marissa Tomei because she was basically unknown, but she was just on the set of this one movie.
Yep.
Yeah. There's so get this, the Dale Launer, the writer, talked about making a sequel to this that would be Vinnie Gambini practicing law in England. This is 2012.
Oh my! Wait a minute. That's just guys. Did you know?
Which actually sounds kind of great, but I guess with Marissa Tomei, like,
he has an album called Vincent LaGuardia.
Yeah, that I was aware of that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, he had his.
He likes jazz. He likes to play guitar. Yeah.
He was a guitar player before he was an actor.
Yeah.
And he was in
Vincent LaGuardia Gambini Sings Just for You. Yeah.
Yep. He was in Frank Vincent and the Aristocrats because he was friends with Phil Leotardo.
Yeah, he knew. The thing with Joe Pesci is he knew everyone in Newark and Belleville and all that, and so he brought a lot of people together. Without him, Vince, a lot of these, people would not have been where they are today without him. He did a lot of, networking.
Did you also know that there is an unauthorized, unreleased Hindi language remake of My Cousin Vinny? Banda ye bindis high. Translation: This guy is cool.
Do they make like a Punjabi Indian guy or something like that? Like someone from one of those regions of India go down to like southern India, and then they don't even speak the same language.
Oh God.
Yeah, and apparently 20th Century Fox did not care for that, and they sued for blatant plagiarism.
I mean, I'll be honest, My Cousin Vinny would make a good stage musical.
My cousin Vishnu.
Damn.
Like you could have some, I could picture it now. I could picture like My Cousin Vinny stage show. My buddy John Lo Young is Vinny. I'm thinking maybe True, could be maybe Emily Ashford could play Mona Lisa. Like there's so many possibilities because they're making movies into stage shows now. Like that's what they're doing now on Broadway. It's kind of driving me crazy.
Yeah, please stop. Thank you. It's enough. Okay.
But like, I wonder what like Mona Lisa had a very specific look. Like you could tell she's like the girlfriend of a guy who lives in Brooklyn who likes wearing leather jackets.
Oh,
She
yeah.
wore, like the tight dresses, the one pieces, the leather jackets, the the hair, the makeup. Like, it
celebrate
looks
them
so
all.
good. Yes.
Holy shit! This is the guy that they had as this is the guy that had play
Fantastic.
the India Govinda.
Great.
Wow.
I could see it, I mean, like, look at The Office, right? That started off as a British show. Like it moves over to other languages.
Yeah. I mean, Australia has its own version now too, I think.
Yeah.
Well, also too, like the mockumentary style is still, happening. They got one about like a medical hospital going, and it's a hit too. Like no one, like people still want those types of stories because they're just funny and very realistic. That's why Abbott Elementary is still such a success after 4 seasons, because they're regular sitcoms that's missing from all the streaming bullcrap that we're dealing with now.
The fuck, Govinda was supposed to be
caught up on that. That's awesome.
Govinda was supposed to be an Avatar, and
oh
he
really?
was gonna be paid 18 crore to star in Avatar. To star, they were gonna have an Avatar starring that guy.
Oh Lord! What the hell?
Yeah, sorry. I just thought that was fascinating. That they got the hex suit out of them too, basically. Look, when you talk about, and we are talking about courtroom procedurals this month, that is what we're doing. Justice Night Extravaganza. It's all litigation, courtrooms, lawyers, judges, etc., etc. It is, I feel like, a quintessentially American courtroom movie.
Yeah.
That has been kind of weirdly put into what is, what we have left of a monoculture and the zeitgeist in ways that people can't even articulate. They might not even be able to tell you, like, where the Utes line came from, right?
Yeah.
But everyone knows that line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's even if they've never seen the movie, and I think that's fascinating to me.
Every
And
time
you
I
also
see
have, and think about right. And if you think about,
I think it's
what Marissa Tomei is in this movie, like, what is Julia Fox in Uncut Gems if not like the next generation?
Or like
that, right?
any type of like actress that plays a role like that, you have to give it to Marissa Tomei. Like when you see a movie where girls, it's like, this is very familiar. I think I recognize it. And it's also too, Marissa Tomei has aged so gracefully that more generations know her because of Marvel, but like a lot of people still like. Remember
The Wrestler. Remember
like,
The Wrestler? She's amazing in that.
God, that was
She's
such
so
a
good.
that was Darren Aronofsky, right? That was his. That was like that was like his the male
plastic surgery.
Yeah. She
I remember
played
that movie
in that
rules,
one,
though.
right?
Yeah, she's the
one. She should have gotten something for that. Like it's.
Yeah.
I remember which is like one of my favorite Marvel movies, I think, out of the the ones I've seen. But I remember seeing Civil War, and they're like, "Oh, it's Aunt May," and it's Marissa Tomei. And then I was thinking about like the Aunt May from the original Spider-Man, and my brain just like
how old she is. Yeah, she's like a granny.
No,
well, but that was the joke, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
but I just my brain was just like.
Yeah, it's like, wait a second, Aunt May's hot now? Like, what's happening? What are we doing here? Like, they definitely
wokeness needs to stop. They made Aunt May hot.
But she's also, I want to say she's like 60 or something now too.
She is. She's like my mother's age. She's like, I think she was also born like in '64, so she was like 28 when she did My Cousin
She's
Vinny
like
or
one
whatever.
of those, like Robin Wright and them that just like never seems to age. Just
Well, also it helps to her to be, unproblematic and a very liberal woman and awesome and
being problematic ages you. Is that what it is?
No, it does. Yeah,
it does. It does. Yeah, but like
let's
she
see
ages
what happens with Gal
gracefully.
Gadot, I guess.
Even though she's getting work done, I can tell her face is more puffy.
Let's give her the Israel serum, and she'll just keep looking young. But
Penis to vagina.
I love that book. Yeah, I mean, like,
she really is 60. Holy shit!
It's a strong character, though. Like, it's a strong character, and it's sort of, you can kind of go to the Cyrano formula of someone like behind the person that's giving the answer, but it's not strictly that. It's definitely like, it's an interesting and unique role with female agency that
Yeah.
is well played, and she has
She
some
can
like
hold her own with it, I
incredibly
guess so.
delivered lines, especially in the courtroom, that like when you think of things you remember that aren't the one line, you know, that's what you're gonna remember. It's like, oh yeah, remember when like they're like, this chick, she doesn't know anything
Yeah.
about cars, and then it's like,
And then
no,
she
it's like the
just-
linchpin to the whole movie.
And they're like, she's a good witness. She's fine. But also too, like she's able to hold her own in an argument every time her and Vinny get into a fight. Like,
right.
Like that's what's great about her. And she also, you know, the whole scene about him going hunting. She's like, you know, imagine you're a deer, you prance along and all that. And she's like, bam. And she's like, would you care what type of pants the son of a bitch shot you was wearing? And I'm like, good point. Like, what do you know about hunting?
Marissa
What do you know
Tomei
about
was on that Finding Your Root show, and
Yeah.
Julianne Moore was on it and found out she was Marissa Tomei's cousin. That's
Julia
crazy.
Moore and Tomei are cousins?
Yeah, Julianne Moore is Marissa Tomei's cousin, or I think probably distant cousin. I don't think they're like first cousin.
Yeah,
or
because there's a
anything.
redhead. It's probably whoever's not Italian, obviously, because there's no way Julia Moore's Italian. Maybe. They're Italians that are redhead, right?
Not me.
Yeah, I
Google what
mean-
the rest of that family looks like.
She has a Scottish
Marissa
mother.
Tomei and Julianne Moore are genetic cousins. Yeah. Wow.
That's so cool. And they're both good looking. They're both hot.
Genetic.
They
Wait,
both
what
look
are
great.
genetic
Never
cousins?
seen
What
my
are the other? What's the other kind of cousins? Vestigial, vestigial cousins.
Platonic cousins? I don't know.
Her
Well,
mom
it's
was
like that.
her mom's Scottish. I don't know. Maybe her dad's Italian.
Yeah, maybe that's Scott. Yeah, maybe there's some Scottish, connections there. But it kind of reminds me when Larry David and Bernie Sanders did fight.
Oh, yeah,
like,
with
of course they're
right.
related.
Yeah.
Of course they are. Have you not seen them? Two Jews from Brooklyn. Who? Come on.
What a shocker.
There's certain ones where people find out like their wife is their cousin, like distant cousin or something. I forget who I saw recently that they were like married and they're like, oh, you guys are distant. Oh, it was I don't know, I can't remember, but there was like one couple that was on and they're like, yeah, you guys are actually distant cousins.
Well, it's like with Oprah
Alabama.
Winfrey.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
like Oprah Winfrey is
speaking
like
of
18
Alabama.
months removed or whatever to Elvis Presley. I'm like, well, yeah, hello, slavery. Like,
Speaking of Alabama,
It also has one of the longest constitutions in the U.S. Like much longer. like
Alabama?
yes.
Oh God, how much? Oh God, I can only imagine what's allowed, what's listed in there. Like
I mean,
incest is cool, child marriage okay, death penalty for minor infractions like smoking and jaywalking, like stuff like that. Probably.
It's the longest in the world. It has over 900
I doubt they have
amendments.
incest written into their constitution.
It's the longest in the world. It has over 900 amendments, including dealing with bingo, mosquito control, catfish, soybeans, dead farm animals, beaver tails, and prostitution.
Wow, this beaver tail wearing dead farm animal prostitute that I found out down by the way. I need amendments for all those things.
Oh, it's Kevin Bacon and his wife. Oh, Kira Sedgwick. They're cousins. Oh,
Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah,
they're not. Yeah.
but I
That's
think
crazy,
it's
Conan.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Like I kind of knew that because a friend of mine was in law school years ago, but like I was thinking about it during this the rewatch on this film because he was like, oh, make sure you study the entire Constitution, and was like, isn't that like crazy long? But then I didn't realize it was the longest Constitution in the world.
Yeah, that joke takes on a different shape at that point.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like what the hell? Like Alabama, Mississippi are always in competition to be who's the worst, most bigoted state because one of them has a Confederate flag in their state flag, and it's like,
yeah.
That's why I'm so really. That's
That puts you pretty high in the ranking in my book.
Simple.
I
It's
cannot
simple.
change my state flag. It might have a Confederate flag inside of it, but I swear that's not the main part of the
Like
flag.
we got it simple. We got the palmetto tree and a crescent moon. I'm like, oh, and it's blue and white. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's glass houses.
I thought it would be worse. Honestly, I thought it would be much worse when I, growing up. And I'm like, oh, okay. But Alabama, man, like I had relatives who lived in Alabama, and one time we had a tornado warning, and my mom's like sitting outside the hotel, like, yeah, sirens go off, and I'm like, when a tornado's behind her house, one time you're not gonna like it, and she experienced that and did not like it.
But that's why I feel like when he makes that comment, and he's like, people seem to think up north that we practice law with a certain informality down here, and it's like, no, informality is not necessarily what I think.
That's not the word I would use. Yeah.
Racism, prejudice, perhaps.
I feel like the Southerners are far more attuned to the law because, you know, for a long time the letter of American law favored their many causes and interests, including slavery.
I think you mean the war of northern aggression, sir.
God, no, wait. The North had more slaves. Remember, the North had more slaves, and they didn't want to, go to manufacturings or whatever, textilian, whatever. I'm like, shut up. I'm like, the South did not want to, give up their slaves. Shut the fuck up. And that's
I like when people say states' rights, and there's that meme that's like, states' rights to what? States' rights to what?
To what?
Yeah.
What? And you're chasing them.
What rights they have the goose with the knife in its mouth.
Yeah.
Which one's you talk about?
But yeah, that's not what I think of, like Southerners as being like legal pedants.
Yeah.
But there is like, I mean, you still see it online and stuff when like a natural disaster hits the South, right? A lot of times, like the most, kind of annoying liberal, like commentator kind of people up north will still be like, red states shouldn't be, like, imagine if we didn't give red states any aid, and then it goes back and forth like that, and it's there still is like that kind of scoffing thing that goes on between the North and South.
Well, I mean, a lot of Republicans be like, we're not going to give, New York any hurricane relief because we're still begging for Katrina to leave, 10 years later. I'm like, get over it.
Wait, wasn't that George W. Bush was president back then?
No, but I'm saying, like, when Hurricane, what was it, Sandy that hit New York and New Jersey, a lot of Republicans were like, we're not going to give whatever, I'm like, shut up. But it's but that's what's. But no. What I like about this movie though is that it doesn't.
But I'm just saying, I think that's where like, you can still see the like that stereotype or that kind of back and forth going on, right? Like on Twitter pretty constantly.
Yeah.
Can I say Sack of Suds as the name of the convenience store? It's pretty classic. And then,
yes,
real place, by the way. They closed down and reopened later, but you could go to actual Sack of Suds in Monticello, Georgia. If you
didn't have the flu.
A whole store had the flu.
State Road 16, apparently. So there you go. Sack of Suds.
Apparently, you could buy a print on Etsy that someone drew.
Says Sack of Suds.
And it even has the green convertible outside of it.
Is anybody shortchanging your slush puppy while it's in the background?
Yep. I love how when once Vinny gets more relaxed and confident, he goes like up to like the jury. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like,
yeah.
Like he's getting that confidence.
He gives Marissa Tomei like a high five at one point, and he even does like I'm thinking, and it's like, yeah, if I was that Southern judge, I'd fucking hate that guy.
Yeah,
he's like,
be like, he's doing so good. What happened?
Yeah,
I will put you in contempt of court for doing so good. Like, there's a fucking surprise.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that judges can just put lawyers in contempt of court. Like that is kind of nuts, right? Like
how never mind.
That's our judicial system.
Free speech, whatever.
They ain't no
my
free
courtroom.
speech. Yeah,
you don't have freedom of speech in the courtroom. That is a misnomer.
No freedom of speech in my courtroom.
That is actually accurate. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Letterboxd is a place for film lovers to talk at and with and to each other about the films that they love, the films that they didn't love, the films that are just exclusively they're there for the thirst posting from Marissa Tomei. Hey, do as thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. And of course, this is a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say, not just the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that they love, the movies they didn't love, the movies that they quote endlessly ad nauseum. And of course, these are all expressed weekly for the purpose of this bit, where they are put on screen and reacted to by the panel. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for my cousin Vinny. Let's go. Italians 1, the South 0.
We're just getting them back from those Those Italians, they got lynched back in the South, back in the day. We got them back by winning that court case. This time they can't do it to Ralph Macchio.
About to commit a crime so Joe Pesci can be my lawyer.
Amen.
Do you imagine how many like family members and like other people that probably do get in fucking trouble, like in that character's family, right? Like that are gonna be like, hey, we kind of need some legal assistance. It's good we have a free lawyer in the family now.
I think it works well too that like all the biggest laughs are at the very tail end, like in the last courtroom sequence, right? Where it's just like boom, boom, boom. Like it gives you a nice feeling at the end of the movie. I think it works well.
Yeah. Well, really, it picks up once they're in the actual courtroom doing like the trial, right? Like it feels like it kind of picks up.
Right. I could listen to Marissa Tomei talk about cars all day, man.
In that accent? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
that would be.
I feel like I space out, but I just stare. I stare right into her eyes.
Be like, huh? What? What'd you say?
Oh, I'll miss your testimony, but I assume it was great.
I say.
He even asked under oath. He asked the FBI guy, who's in a million things. I forget that character actor's name, but he even asked that guy. He's like, she's cute, isn't she? And he has to be like, well, yes.
Yes, sir.
Don't want to be inappropriate now.
Be
right back. Going to buy Joe Pesci's outfits.
The one that really gets me is the prom outfit. It's literally he literally has the prom top.
Mocking me with that?
That's great.
I'm holding you in contempt of court. I love that. I love that. He's like, what else is fucking new? He's like, what else is fucking new? And he's like, what'd you say?
Like, what I say? What?
Yeah. 12 Angry Men wishes.
Oh my God! Let there be a spinoff about the jury on My Cousin Vinny.
Oh man.
The carefully selected, racially diverse jury.
12 Angry Crackers. What are we doing here? What is it?
That's probably the
Whoa! 12 Cracker Barrels. We can't say that word on Twitch.
Oh God. Okay, sorry.
There's
delicious.
No, but that's probably the most whatever, like not accurate part of the film is like the incredibly racially diverse jury when they're trying to outside two outsiders.
Be right back. Gonna start practicing New York law so I can impress a tall, attractive Italian hairdresser with extensive knowledge on cars. It's a long game.
And I don't worry, I passed the bar on my 7th attempt.
Yeah. Wow, Vinny went from breaking into people's homes on Christmas to becoming a lawyer. He really turned his life around.
Yeah, he went in there and they're like, you broke into that person's home and, and they left their kid there for some reason, but whatever, for the second time. But you broke into that, or I guess it was the first one he was in, but you broke into that home, right? And then the judge goes, wow, you really can argue your way out of this case. I think you should be a lawyer.
Exactly. It's a secret origin. It's a prequel that was never good. Bad bitch and short king combo saved the day.
They really are. Give it a couple decades later, it'll be like e-girls and their podcaster boyfriends.
Yeah, exactly. Mounts at the same.
Because Vinny had a law podcast.
Oh man, what would it be called? Let's see. Well, we're gonna workshop this.
Yeah, it's a Ute cast.
Hey, you know what I'm thinking, Forrest?
No, we're gonna name our podcast after my cousin Vinny.
Look at my MF lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. The movie. Marissa Tomei, you will always be famous.
It really is like the perfect look at my fucking lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. Like
yeah, until the end.
Face.
Yeah. Twist.
As someone born and raised in Alabama, the obnoxiously loud train bit is real as hell.
Yes. Yeah. It's like difference between like being like in Aurora and she's like right by the train, like in Brighton Beach or whatever. Like northern trains are different from southern trains. You can sleep through a northern train, but trains in the south, forget it. You cannot get any sleep.
That's the subway is a little bit different than we have trains here too. I mean, we have like, you know, whatever.
I say these northern trains. They don't carry the same presence that these southern trains do.
It's the train of southern or northern aggression.
The trains of northern aggression.
Oh Lord.
Come on, that's pretty good. You got to give it up for that. Trains of northern aggression. No. All right. Anyway, those are Letterboxd one-liners for my cousin Vinny. Please follow the show at Movie Night Extra on Letterboxd, where we are doing stories of all the episodes that we do on this lovely show, as well as linking to all attendant short-form material, things along those lines. Follow us on there. You can participate in the conversation, see all our movie lists, theme months, all that good stuff. At Movie Night Extra on Letterboxd. The Ute Counselor over there for us at Always Flacco. You can follow him to find out all about these
Utes.
These trains of northern aggression. You can follow him to find out all about that. And all the movies that we're covering here and so much more. I am the Ute of America at CONAN NEUTRON. And I'm doing the highbrow, the midbrow, the populist fair. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge, which I am poking my way through. And still on task, even with all the touring that we have coming up. So follow me along for that, and you will have a good time. I don't know. I've been watching way too much Letterkenny because when you said Torin, my brain heard it as Chorin. I've been doing Chorin. Chorin. It's about the same, really. Stop it. Many hands make the light work. Christina. At Christina on Letterboxd, Marissa Tomei's Oscar. She is logging all the stuff that we do here and so much more. So please follow her on.
Did you see all the movies I logged in one day the other day?
You're going nuts over there. I love
daylight savings time's fucking me up, baby. Just want to watch movies now and just lay in bed and not stream.
Yeah,
I'm so tired.
Yeah, I hear you. We had the unlucky. We were traveling that day, and it was on an International Women's Day. They made it shorter.
Conan is a real ally.
Exactly. I got two.
You know what we're gonna do? It's Trump, his anti DEI thing. He's like, we're gonna shorten Women's Day by 1 hour.
Exactly. It was an edict. Yeah.
Even though he made it a national thing, I'm like, we've been celebrating it since 1987, dude. Where have you been?
Let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe. And then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership. But getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes. Protonic Reversal. I remember that show. This week there's 2 more Protonics before I'm out on tour. And this week it is Robert Cassis of the Great 1001 Album Complaints podcast and the band the Beverly Crushers, the only Star Trek themed rock band that I personally know. And they're great. I'm excited to talk to Rob. He's awesome, very knowledgeable guy, played in a bunch of other great bands as well. And then next week after that is Brian Giles of Red Fang, which will be the longest gap between appearances because he was on episode 7 of the podcast, which of course was in 1885 or something like that. So it was a while ago.
I say episode 7 of the podcast.
So long break for there, and then of course so ProtonicReversal.com for those $1 a month, Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal for advance access, $1 a month. Stay tuned on all that. But there will be a few week Protonic hiatus because Conan, Neutron, the Secret Friends are going to be on tour. So we're playing in Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison, Kenosha, and then we go to. Where are we going? We're going somewhere. I'm trying to remember where it is. Exactly. We're gonna.
I feel like Conan in Japan is like some. Like I feel like that's something. I feel like that's something that already is.
So if you know folks in Japan or you got like suggestions for places we should go, I mean, we're going to be there for 2 weeks. We're playing Tokyo, we're playing Osaka, we're playing Fukuyama City.
Go to a spa.
Yeah, we're I'm excited, very excited for this. It's going to be very cool.
Go to cat cafes.
Cat cafes are on the agenda. Of course, new Conan Neutron Secret Friends record, The Way of the Neutron, available for pre-order.
Way of the Neutron.
Who Dares already streaming on the non-Bandcamp streaming services as well. Sharks Keep Moving, second single, goes up on Thursday. And then Villain of Circumstance comes up shortly after that. But the whole thing being available to the world at large on the 20th. And then LPs and CDs shipping end of April, beginning of May, something along those lines. It's my favorite record we've ever done. So, awooga. Thank you. Caterwaul, of course, in May of this year, too, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th. If you're anywhere near the Minneapolis area or want to travel for weird, loud, noisy music, please go to Caterwaul, purchase an advance pass. It's a great time. Your host Forrest will be there as well as me, so he'll be too busy to talk to you, just like me. But yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. So get on that Caterwaul train. The Unkind Rewind podcast.
Caterwaul train coming through.
Caterwaul train coming. Ooh.
Yo, meow, meow.
Meow, meow. Yeah, exactly. That I did with Josh Dugan and Sean. The first part of that is coming out on Thursday. So that is they do a sort of pre-interview screen thing where we talk about it, where, spoiler alert, I ended up picking Pump Up the Volume. And then the second part of that's going to be next week, where I have revisited the movie. So Unkind Rewind, check that out.
Apparently, we're like, I'm going to Caterwaul, and then a week after that, I'm going to a rave in Washington, D.C. I actually have plans of what to do for like a
something besides this show. Wow, crazy. I'm coming up. I'm going to be on the Getting Out podcast coming up this Thursday, and I'll share that along when that is out, and then whatever comes next podcast I was on last week with Tom is up as well. There's a few other media appearances coming. Can you tell I'm doing a press cycle because I'm all over the damn place? But all of this is in service of the new records, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com.
You all up north might think that we treat press cycles with a certain amount of informality down here. You would be mistaken.
A certain amount of informality. I do like he could have Frank Wynn could have Foghorn Leghorned it up a little more than he did, and I think he did just the right amount. Like
imagine if he did his Herman Mustard, I'd be like, what?
Yeah. So that's what's going on with the Neutron. KRISTINA, what do you got?
Well, we've reacted to Sam Cedar versus the weirdo conservatives on Jubilee. Some of them believe that we should be xenophobic nationalist country, and that women should submit to their husbands, and that gay people should not
girl's
exist.
not even fucking American.
He's an immigrant from Canada.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet or post.
He's
today.
famous now. Apparently, he's famous now. Like everyone knows who he is, and I'm like,
well, I posted it, and I had people that like I don't know from this world that I just know in real life that were like, I watched it too, and like,
yeah, I had a lot of normie people, and all of them agree. They're like, he's cute, and I'm like, back off, okay, back off.
Now he's too famous to ever come back on.
Like, dude, all my normie friends are like, yeah, I know about Jubilee. They're like, this Sam Cedar guy's smart on, but he's a cutie. And I'm like, thanks, cool, I know him. But it's funny and then the one person who's like who basically said, "Oh God, there's just so many awful things that they were saying, like not knowing
Yeah, I
anything
had
about
to,
security."
I had to like, you know,
Pause.
I had to be like sipping a drink when I was watching it.
I was sober watching it, but
I couldn't have done it.
Also tomorrow, Vasora official and I we're gonna watch The Breakfast Club on stream because it's free on YouTube, and we're gonna collab. She doesn't watch much movies. Like we should, if there's someone we should get on the podcast, it's her, just to make her watch more movies. Yeah, so that's
provide a service. Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Why not?
exactly. So she's like, so that's gonna be fun. I don't think she's ever seen The Breakfast Club before, so that's gonna be eye-opening. And of course, we're I have a private meeting, a special thing with the letter hack, but that's not gonna be on stream.
Private meeting in secret. We talk about things you do not know.
It's gonna be on Thursday. We're gonna figure out what are we doing?
I think we're just blasted past it. I did a real-time song parody, and like,
yeah, I know.
I just thought I was to go from Way of the Neutron.
And then of course Friday streaming, whatever. I think there's gonna be a new Dark History Bailey Sarian to watch. She's been doing a lot of good stuff lately. You know, Dark History of like vaping and, you know, aphrodisiacs and, you know, all the good
It is pretty funny that like the rise of Twitch has made it just so that like, you know, you can just watch like you can watch videos that you already wanted to watch, but like other people can watch you watching the video, and then someone else can watch you watching it. Like you could just
the inception of react videos. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And of course Saturday we're doing, you know, Shadow Saturday. Things are getting weird. We're getting close to Adam, the Frankenstein monster, to getting his Eve. Maggie's actually started to remember all the shit Barnabas said to her at the beginning of the series, so that's finally 2 years into that. That's what soap operas do, though. They'll circle back to a storyline finally after God knows how many times we've forgotten about it. So, and it's Sunday Funday, of course.
I had a mindfuck one time when I was working for Michael Brooks' show where I edited a clip for Michael, and then the person who the clip was about watched that clip on their video. So then I saw them watching the clip of them and it was like it just kept going back and back and back. And I was thinking, like, I was like, how many, like, do you think we could figure out a way to get it so that it's like an infinite amount of like watches, like reacts to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's like Hassan reacts to Ethan's video that has a clip of him, so he's reacting to himself and reacted to Ethan, and it's like I'm like,
yeah, but
I can't tell which video, I can't tell which Hassan's talking. Like, is he on stream or is it from the video? I can't tell. I can't tell.
I've always wondered, like, can you get an infinite amount of that, like that exact thing, right? Like, can you just keep getting people to react to the video of you reacting to them, reacting to you, reacting to them, reacting to you, reacting to them? How far back could you get it?
I mean, Sans reacted to the Jubilee video this week, so it's like, what?
The show version of that is on Instagram when you like add a post and then like you tag someone and then they add the post and they tag you back and you add it again and it gets smaller and smaller. And my trick is if you get 4 or 5 of them, you just put a little astronaut floating around because it looks like 2001. It's good. It's good.
What's the next episode, guys?
Friday.
We want more. Enough of these broads. We want some angry men is what we're looking for. 12 of them specifically. 12 Angry Men. One of my very favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, it's such a good like teleplay too, or play. You know, like if you get 12 people. Because I remember I was in English class when I was in 11th grade or 12th grade, and we all read the parts of the people in 12 Angry Men. Like we did it. As
it's a great acting exercise.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, for
play.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we got so that's coming up next, and then Legally Blonde is after that.
Wow, these blondes are legal. What?
They made blondes legal.
Legally Blonde. Did she just turn 18?
There you go.
They're making a prequel series about Elle Woods' life. I'm like, but isn't that like the first like 10, 15 minutes of the movie? Like,
whatever. Nobody pays attention to anything. And then we're closing out Justice Night Extravaganza with Anatomy of a Fall with Kev from the Nature podcast. So that should be good.
I think so. The first time I watched Legally Blonde all the way through, right? Because I've seen scenes from it, but the first time I watched it all the way through, I was like high off my ass on an edible during the pandemic, and it was just like, just like uncut.
I think my favorite part was the part about the perm. I'm like, yeah, I remember watching when I was younger, and I'm like, Mom, you used to do hair, right? She's like, yeah. I'm like, you cannot get your hair wet after a perm, right? She's like, no. I'm like, this bitch is guilty.
Wow.
She's like, wait, what? I'm like, this girl's guilty in the movie. She got a perm and she went into the shower. She's like, okay, Tina.
Josh said, "Happy Women's Month."
Thank you.
There you go.
12 Angry Men on Women's Month.
12 Angry Men.
Really, it's Women's Month and there's 12 Angry Men. What are we even doing here?
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing?
But yeah, we'll have an after party on Friday.
Oh yeah, thanks to folks who came out for the West Coast shows. Got to meet Zach Marsh in person. Friend of the show, Zach Marsh. He was awesome. I took a picture of him in front of Zach Dracula, the band.
But
so
isn't he in the country illegally?
Yeah, that was my joke when you sent that was all right. Now call ICE on him.
Right. But yeah, I thought that was nice. That was cool. I probably could have hit Adam McCabe. I didn't think about it until way too late.
Well, it's hard to contact him because he's only on Blue Sky now. So,
well, you can also use email. But
yeah, that's true. Got to get him back on.
Thanks.
You can only.
Hey, we can have him over for the other guys. Well, no, we can't do that to Conan.
You can only contact people by adding them on a post in front of everybody, and
like, hey.
Why haven't you answered my DM, Adam McKay?
Yo, no, I love going. Yo, DM me back.
It's good. It's good. You're talking about, like I said, we're talking broadcast news the other week. I was like, all right, yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah. But we got shoot. More tour announcements for Secret Friends on 20th too.
Yeah.
So
final
next
thoughts, right?
Thursday.
We still haven't done those.
Yeah, still have to do final thoughts. We still have to do final thoughts. Christina, would you please give the jury your final thoughts?
I find this film to be completely guilty of being one of the greatest law comedies of all time. If you haven't watched this film, what the fuck are you doing with your life? If you're a mechanic, I say stay away. If you're a lawyer, I say you're probably going to watch this in your law class. So, yes. And also, Marissa Tomei's Oscar was so deserved, okay?
Mechanics, no. Lawyers, yes.
Yes, of course, better than Liar. Are you kidding me?
Come on.
Conan, would you please give the court your closing arguments?
Yeah, very highly enjoyable courtroom comedy drama. Lots of great bits, setups, callbacks, good fish out of water story. Nothing is laid on too heavily. It's not too self-important. It's not meant to be too breezy either. It hits just right. And I wish there were more of these kinds of movies now. I wish that everybody wasn't trying so hard to be elevated. Like that. Sometimes it's good just to have. It's just a good movie, and that's all there is to it. You don't need to think too hard.
Let's get elevated, brah.
Marissa Tomei on the witness stand is she earned that Oscar. Sorry, haters.
Well, after hearing the two of your arguments, I move that the state dismisses all charges on the movie My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have had like TV music where it's like dun 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 dun.
Right. Confetti suddenly comes down in the courtroom. Like, where did that confetti come from?
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Yeah.
It's like I love that everyone waves them away. Like 5 minutes ago, they were like, "We're gonna kill these two boys. We're gonna fry these two boys in the electric chair." And then they're like, "Oh, we dismissed all charges." And then like, "Well, come back now. You hear?" Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, this is. I think it's funny that Christina's been waiting to cover this one since before she was even a regular on the show. That's hilarious.
This is before she was ever on the show.
Yeah, it's like I want to go on for that, and then we did something else. And I was like, okay.
The same night that
At least you got used to it early.
It was the same exact night that you first came on for like that third episode, I think, because I remember I was at my great aunt's house and I was online at like 6 a.m. for some reason. I was like, "So we want to come on and do?" And she's like, "My cousin Vinny."
All right, there you
go. My paisan Vincent, you know.
Longest setup for the execution of the history of the show. Here we are. We did it.
Episode's been on death row for all that time.
Yeah, I'm finally getting released. I've been pursued. Finally, my innocence.
Exactly. After a devastating character witness.
Christina Oakes, you have used up all your appeals. I'm sorry. This execution's going to.
I'm busting Luigi out.
Exactly. They suffer enough. Yeah. Yeah, we lost our kitty last week, so it's a kind of a rough time in the Neutron household right now. But
Well, going to Japan and going to all those kitty cafes is gonna be a lot of fun.
oh, it's on the agenda. That was on the agenda before anybody even said it. Like,
Just go lay down and they'll just be all over you. They might not. They might eat you. They might think you're dead. Just don't pretend you're dead. 'Cause they'll eat you.
When I was in Japan, I had a pussy all over me. Be like, oh really? You'd be like, yeah.
See, look at this picture. What were you thinking? God. So Jack Jack's still around, who has been on camera many times. But yeah, poor Icky the Dragon is who has been on this very show.
Yeah.
Is
I've been gone until I'll be gone until Saturday, and the cats are driving my mom nuts. Because they're my cats. They sleep with me. They're always with me, even though one of them is her.
Okay.
What? Yeah.
What does that do with what I was saying? Nothing.
No, but I'm just saying, like, cats. They're adorable.
These cats are on an island. Yeah.
Your cat was such a floofy boy.
Summary cats, he was. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember meeting them when I came to your house and like slept upstairs.
And he wanted to get upstairs, so he loved going places he wasn't supposed to go. Man, that heart of adventure. So anyway, poor little lot for Icky the cat, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He was an old boy though.
He had a nice, good life. Life, but we still miss him quite a bit.
Yeah. No, it never helps to be like, well, there, at least
It's a good run though. Yeah. It was like, oh, thanks. Yeah. Thanks a pants load.
I say that about people too. I'm like, well, your grandma was old though. And they're
Are
like,
you gonna get another cat, Conan, so that he has a companion?
Yeah, so that's the question, because Jack's so social. Like he is just walking around the house like meowing. Like, where is he? Where is he?
Oh yeah, give him a little friend.
Sad, so yeah, and he's never. I was thinking about it. He's never been in a single cat household before. So yeah,
well, there's an animal
talking
shelter
about
that's
that.
doing, free fostering. Like that's how we got the kittens. They already had their shots and they're fixed. And
that's where Icky came from. He came from the shelter because black kitties they
they get the worst. Yeah,
they
don't.
So
yeah,
and orange cats, because orange cats are the ones you got to worry about. They're the ones who are psychotic in their own breed. Black cats are chill, cool, sweet, adorable, but orange cats,
they're born wrong.
Their brains are just wired differently.
Black cats on in October especially. It's like one of those times where you really gotta.
It's like when people buy husky dogs or Dalmatians after Game of Thrones or 1-1 Dalmatians, and they realize they're a lot to handle, so they bring them back into the shelters. And I'm like,
yeah, that's
assholes,
horrific, horrible.
My neighbor across the street got a Dalmatian because he's like a volunteer firefighter.
Oh,
and
that comes in
so
handy.
he got a Dalmatian so he can bring it down to the firehouse with him. That dog jumps up like crazy though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those dogs are big, man.
Yeah.
Which pet will help me get a woman like Marissa Tomei? Good question.
I feel
You're
like
asking the wrong podcast.
I feel like she's a cat.
What do we know from it?
Yeah, she's a
Either a
cat.
cat or a small dog. I could see her carrying around like a small dog. A schnauzer.
Mm-hmm.
That'll do it.
But yeah, we
there you go. My
we'll
cousin
see
Vinny.
you on. We'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, we're gonna have some angry men. 12 of them.
Get a blonde wig.
Vinny,
next
get in
Monday
here. These
or
men
Tuesday,
are getting angry. Well, good time.